Welcome to the first in-depth Hermit bookshelf tour ever conducted on YouTube, broadcast TV, or anywhere else. This is the library and hermitage of Dr. Thomas Karmo, an Oxford-trained philosopher, polymath, and polyglot who went from elite academic life to life as a lay hermit. Dr. Karmo earned his D.Phil at Oxford in philosophical logic and formal ontology, and later earned an honors BSc in computer science and physics at the University of Toronto, Canada's top-ranked university and often referred to as the Harvard of Canada. He also studied astrophysics at Toronto, spent years in academic philosophy, and built serious interests in mathematics, astronomy, computing, languages, radio, theology, literature, and history. Before leaving academic philosophy in 1991, Dr. Karmo spent 13 years in teaching and research positions at 6 universities across 3 continents: Monash University, the University of New England, the National University of Singapore, Notre Dame, the University of Victoria, and York University. After leaving academic philosophy, he redirected his efforts to physics, astronomy, mathematics, and computing, eventually taking on both contract and unpaid volunteer work at the University of Toronto's David Dunlap Observatory, whose 74-inch telescope was once the second largest in the world and remains the largest optical telescope in Canada. Dr. Karmo works across Estonian, English, French, Greek, Latin, Biblical Hebrew, German, and Russian, and in the tour you see how those languages show up in his shelves, his liturgy, his dictionaries, his grammars, and his original language books. Beyond the books, I also asked Dr. Karmo to give us a tour of his hermitage, including his liturgical table, work desk, and sleeping loft. We talk about the day in the life of a hermit: Latin liturgy, science and math work, language study, meals, walks, evening prayer, and more. We also talk about what separates a hermit from a monk and a hermitage from a monastery. And near the end, Dr. Karmo reveals the full Latin name of the hermitage and translates it into English. One of the most impressive parts of the tour is Dr. Karmo's organization system, an extremely elaborate, time-tested structure he has used for decades across books, shipping boxes, shelf labels, paper files, hard drive folders managed via Linux, research notes, and long-term records. Near the end, he also shows us his time logging system with paper cards, Linux files, Perl scripts, project totals, and time logs going back to 1997. Dr. Karmo also tells the full story of how he built roughly 200 wooden stacker boxes by hand, loaded them into a 20-foot shipping container, and sent his library across the Atlantic, and then reassembled those same boxes into modular shelves in the Hermitage. He also explains what went wrong when ocean water damaged some of the books, what he would have done differently, and what anyone moving a large private library should learn from the experience. The tour gives a rare window into Oxford before email and before Dr. Karmo's college was coeducational. Morning mail and pigeonholes, paper notes by intercollege courier, separate men's and women's colleges, May Day garden parties, and late-night conversations. This is a rare look inside the private operating system for study of an Oxford-trained scholar. Books, notes, files, calendars, languages, and daily prayers align to focus one man's mind on the stars in the sky and the heavens above. Before we get started with the tour, a quick note that there's some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Dr. Karmo's library, plus you'll get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details of the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses and 1 program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. The second item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent. So you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the third link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The third item is the Polyglot course and is designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel, so you can read the great classic works and contemporary academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the 4th link in the description to learn about the 12 classic and modern languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the 5th link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with Dr. Thomas Karmo. So, first of all, Thomas, thank you very much for agreeing to do this and give us a tour of your amazing library.
Oh, so
And
glad to be here.
I thought we'd start with a little bit of background about you and just where you're coming from, and that can inform the rest of our tour as we go through your shelves.
Very good. Well, very good. So now, I have an unusual background. I am the Canadian-born child of Estonian emigre parents. And rather miraculously, like a number of people in the Estonian diaspora, I have managed to get back home to kind of put World War II quite behind me. I made the big move in 2018 from my native Canada to my ancestral Estonia. And I'm now happily settled at the edge of the Tartu Observatory Dark Sky campus in the village of Tõrave. Um, it's about 20 kilometers from Tartu and a long way off from Tallinn. Now, here in Estonia, I'm pursuing a lay eremitical vocation. The eremitical vocation is the vocation to a hermit life, religious hermit life. Sometimes people speak of religious reclusion. And one could pursue this formally with taking formal vows at the hands of one's bishop. But I have chosen not to follow this path. I am what is called a lay hermit, as opposed to a Canon 603 hermit. And at this point, I think it is appropriate just to cite for the benefit of your readership or your viewers 2 resources. I've tried to find resources on religious hermits, their eremitical vocation. There aren't too many of them, but I have found 2, and I would like to cite them. One is the blogspot presence of a California hermit, Sister Laurel, and she blogs under the name Stillsong Hermitage. This is instantly locatable in any search engine, just Stillsong written the way it's said, Stillsong Hermitage. She is a very notable, very astute and clear and logical theologian, a professionally trained theologian. This is unusual in the hermit community. It's unusual in the church, but she has this. And then the second person I would like to cite as someone kind of doing things along my own lines, and as for me, perhaps a kind of role model, Julia Bolton Holloway. And one can search for her. She has a Facebook page, which is quite interesting. And one can put into any search engine the phrase Julia Bolton Holloway Facebook. She additionally has a website, which is called umilta.net, umilta.net. And I spell again, uniform, Mike, India, Lima, Tango, Alpha, umilta.net. Julia Bolton Holloway, Sister Julia, she is one of the principal contemporary authorities on the medieval mystic Julian of Norwich. And as chance or providence would have it, Sister Julia and I have a common mentor or academic supervisor, the late Sir Richard Southern, the medievalist Sir Richard Southern, who wrote The Making of the Middle Ages and other very important books. He got his knighthood for very good reasons. Well, she had him, Sister Julia, she had him when he was visiting her grad school in California. And I had him as my head of college at Oxford 50 years ago. So now I think the next point to make is simply that I started out in philosophy. I got the Oxford University DPhil in philosophy with a concentration on philosophical logic. I suppose you might say formal ontology in 1979. But then I made a big transition. I moved over to STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths, getting the University of Toronto Honours BSc in 1996, with additional astrophysics coursework in 1996 through 1999. When still living in Canada, I was briefly employed under a couple of concurrent contracts, 2 concurrent part-time contracts at Canada's David Dunlop Observatory. The observatory, however, was then sold by the University of Toronto in a highly controversial disposition of property. And this triggered Canada's then largest heritage conservation case, what we might call the David Dunlop Observatory and Park conflict. And this went from 2007 right up till 2018. And I wasn't really able to move to Estonia and fulfill, I guess you might say, a long-standing dream of being in an Estonian observatory until this casework was wrapped up. In 2018, it wrapped up. In one of the photos, which I've sent, one of the still photos, I have a nice mug commemorating the big conservation battle, and I will hold it up for the camera also here. Here I am in front of a dome, which is very similar to, the instrument is actually very similar to the Terravere telescope. Terravere has a somewhat smaller aperture, but more modern instrumentation and better controls than the Dunlop Observatory had. And here the telescope is the largest in Northern Europe. Well, the David Dunlop Observatory, oddly, was almost a clone of that. And this mug is a little souvenir of our protracted conservation battle. Now, what else should I say about background? I am engaged with, of course, with theology, but additionally with cyber. I have been running Linux since 1996, so I guess I would rank as an early adopter of Linux. And for the benefit of your viewers, I would say that I would strongly recommend for anyone who has, kind of the appetite for it, or perhaps we might say, in a sense, the strong nerves. For anyone who feels up to it, I would strongly recommend specifically Debian Linux. Debian is very well engineered, has a huge number of software packages, and it is from Debian that better known varieties of Linux are derived. Mint, I believe, and certainly Ubuntu, they are Debian derivatives. So then University of Toronto degree 1996, additional astrophysics courses 1996 through 99, David Dunlop Observatory conservation case, cyber, notably with Linux. Then I should in this context also remark that I do go on and on about Linux in a rather philosophical vein at my old website, www.metascientia.com. And at some point, I think you'll be furnishing a link so that people will be able to follow that if they wish to. Now here I am, my main kind of product in work here is a big discussion of the approximately 320 visually brightest stars, a list of bright stars, which with a lot of background briefing. This is kind of a short book, and it gets updated every maybe year or two. And I have given you a link to this. It is work under the auspices of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. I was doing it for them back when I was living in Canada, and I'm continuing to do it for them now. So this is my main, I suppose, scientific product these days. And additionally, I am working on and hope to, over the coming perhaps couple of years, to post to the internet at my blogging site, blogspot, thomaskarmo.blogspot.com. I'm hoping to post to my blogging site materials related to my more mathematical work. And on the mathematical side of things, I am doing a bit of, you might call it debugging. We look at the undergraduate curriculum, we look at undergraduate discussions of, for example, the behavior of an ideal gas in a regime of constant pressure. And we find that the math is gappy, or rather, it's not quite coherent. I am working from at the moment from a very respectable textbook, which everybody uses here in Estonia, in America, everywhere, Halliday, Resnick, and Walker. And Halliday, Resnick, and Walker, unfortunately, in their discussion of ideal gas, constant pressure regime, they unfortunately find themselves taking the natural logarithm of a dimensioned quantity. And I think it would not be appropriate to really launch into a physics lecture here, but basically this is not the sort of thing that one should do. And the incoherence of taking a logarithm of such a quantity is discussed in ways that are immediately retrievable in search engines. If you put into any search engine some such term as can one take the natural logarithm of a dimensioned quantity, in, for example, cubic meters, then you will find that, of course, you can't, and it will be explained why you cannot. So I am working on cleaning up bits of the very elementary, it's humiliating to say this, but it's just basically the first year physics curriculum. I'm cleaning things up a bit mathematically. And I hope to publish on this on my Blogspot site over the next perhaps 2 years. Well, and now the last point I should say I give as kind of background is that in addition to the theology, the cyber, the astronomy, and the math and physics, I do have an interest in amateur radio and in current affairs. And in current affairs, I have reason to fear that I was kind of a bit under the microscope of our neighbors to the east of this country. When I was living in Canada, there's something very odd happened in the street one fine evening. And I have accordingly written a light-hearted letter to my presumed FSB or SBR, more likely perhaps FSB, but anyway, my presumed case officer. I've written a light-hearted letter to my presumed case officer, and this can be found on my blog spot. It is, I have a link, and somehow, when we put all this video together, I think you might be supplying our audience with the link.
Yep.
Now, perhaps that is all we should say by way of background.
Well, I did wanted to ask you about the story with Sir Richard Southern.
Oh, Sir Richard Southern. Oh, well, that's a good one. It is quite a good one, and it does link well with Julia Bolton Holloway, Sister Julia. At the very start of Michaelmas term, start of the academic year in 1974, all the people entering the middle common room, not the junior common room, people reading for first degrees, but people reading for graduate degrees, all of us, all of that contingent, we were assembled for a quite fancy-schmancy dinner with the Dons in attendance. And Sir Richard Southern gave a speech. He had a lisp. I think he's been widely imitated. I too can do. I think quite an accurate Sir Richard Southern imitation. So he stood. He spoke to this quite large assembly. There might have been 200 people in hall, in our gowns, waiting for a rather formal dinner, and he said, "If you find yourself overwhelmed and burdened by the problems of research, you can come to us for consolation." And at this point, a few of the Dons who knew it was coming sort of kind of tittered. And then he said, "The ancients had a well-defined rhetoric of consolation." And this brought the house down.
Could you explain that last part about
Oh, of course. The ancients. He
rhetoric
said
of
the ancients
consolation?
had a well-defined rhetoric. The idea is, we will of course console you if you come to us in your grief and misery. We will of course console you. We will do so, however, in very formulaic terms. Don't expect a whole lot of help from us.
Nice.
Yes. It'll have all the plausibility and all the helpfulness of something you might read in, I don't know, Cicero or Cicero, if you really want to be fussy with your pronunciation. It'll have all the convincing weight of any dead Roman, whatever we can offer you.
Can you also tell the handcuffing story?
Oh, but of course. I mean, it's like I could talk forever. The handcuffing story, that was when I was doing the casework, and there was one particularly hard time in the David Dunlop Conservatory conservation effort. We had 77 green space hectares in play, and of this green space, in the end, about 45 hectares were saved, 32 were lost, and a developer in cahoots, I suppose, with the University of Toronto as the vendor, a developer created about 14 streets and about 600 units of housing. Well, in the midst of this terrible conservation case, the most weighty case in Canadian conservation work anywhere in the country, I know this because I examined what the other cases were. In the midst of this case, the University of Toronto decided, the University of Toronto decided that it had to remove all scientific equipment from the observatory, and that was, or at least as much as could be carried, all portable scientific equipment, and this was legally okay because surely any lawyer would say movable chattels can be taken. They stretched it a bit. They took some things which were maybe in a kind of legal gray space, but basically they just took whatever could be taken. And I was filming, and the University of Toronto had brought in, had sent away its own security guards, and now the security guards of a real estate developer were in place. And it was raining, and I was depressed. And I said to the new guard, "Look, I really have to take pictures now of everything that's happening here. This is a very serious conservation matter, and could I please stand out of the rain, sheltering in the porch, as I have done on previous days?" And the security guard said, "No, you can stand in the rain." And like a fool, I cannot imagine how I could have been such a fool, but idiot that I was, and I guess in many ways still am, I said, "Oh, really? This I think we can discuss with the York Regional Police." That was a very foolish thing to do. So, of course, I phoned the police with my cell phone. The police came promptly enough. They, of course, heard both sides of the story. And of course, they said that I had to leave. And I said, well, no, I mean, look, I mean, this is a major conservation case. I have to take a pictorial record of the scientific equipment that's being moved out. They said, no, you don't have to take a pictorial record. I said, look, it's my civic duty. I'm very sorry, but it is my civic duty to create a photographic record. No, it is not your civic duty. You must really understand that it is my civic obligation to take photographs. It is not your civic obligation. And at that point, one constable took me under the armpits, another constable took me under the knees so that I was kind of suspended. And then I was put into the police cruiser. I was not told that I was under arrest. There's nothing of that kind, no question of reading Miranda rights. I was simply put into the cruiser. And as a kindness, this is a very significant kindness, they put the cuffs on in front, with my hands in front of me, rather than as is usual in criminal proceedings with my hands behind my back. So I was dumped into the cruiser like a dead coyote. And then I felt very odd. I had this horrible tingling sensation in my body. I thought, oh my goodness, now what happens? I really do have a clear civic duty, and the civic duty is just not to die. And then I don't know what happened next. I just have no memory of what happened next. But when my memory resumes again, I presume after a blackout of maybe a minute or so, then I recall that I was sitting upright in the back seat and not feeling terribly uncomfortable. And then I did the right thing. I said, there was a constable in the front and I was alone in the back. And the constable had, of course, a radio. And so I said, "Nå sin målen ut konstabligt accusis, ja kyllon se väl ut, se on täielik Kilo Golf Bravo, KGB." And the constable said into his radio, "He's speaking a language we cannot identify." Yes, that is correct, a language we cannot identify. And then I said, "Et maintenant je suis près des constables, c'est une situation épouvantable, c'est lamentable, c'est insupportable. Les gendarmes." And to this, the constable said, "Well, he's now switched over to French." That is correct. He's switched over to French. The next thing the constable said was, "Well, he hasn't done anything." Because you see, now the thing about constables is they hate paperwork. They have too much paperwork. And this suddenly, because I'd used first Estonian and then French, it had the smell of something very serious. I think the fear of the constable, maybe at some subconscious level, but in any case, this fear would have been that this could turn into a case involving not only the York Regional Police, but the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and maybe even some consulate or embassy. So, of course, he said he hasn't done anything. Hasn't done anything. Maybe we should take him home. And then I managed to kind of squeak in English, "Yes, home." And then indeed I got taken home. So
Oh.
that's okay. That's that's one of my police stories. Jeepers. Not to be tried. I think your viewers don't play games with the police. I would urge your viewers, don't do this. If an emergency arises, then you have to, but try not to.
So I think one of the most distinctive things about your library and what immediately jumped out to me when you first sent me your photos is the way you've labeled the bookshelves here. So maybe you could say a little bit about the system that you use for, what are these hieroglyphics here?
Oh, yes, well, of course, of course. Now, the hieroglyphics are actually timestamps. I made a large number. In fact, I made with my own fair hands maybe about 200 or 210 or so, what I call stacker boxes. I did this anticipating a move to Canada. I moved to Estonia from Canada. And each box, when it was packed, ready for ocean transport with my chattels, each box I marked up with a timestamp indicating the moment, right down to the minute, in the moment in universal coordinated time when the box became ocean ready. I here would like to add, I think, just for the benefit of our viewers, if anyone is contemplating building bookshelves, I would strongly recommend doing it this way. Make stacker boxes, then assemble them into modular shelving. It's ever so convenient if you find yourself living first in one place and then in another place. So those are timestamps. It's just to facilitate the move. All the materials, they went from all the boxes, 200 some boxes, they went, plus of course other stuff, they went from, in a 20-foot shipping container, from Toronto by rail to Montreal, from Montreal to Bremerhaven, and then in a second vessel from Bremerhaven to the Estonian principal freight port, Muuga, on the Estonian north coast. And we took in seawater, and here I would, or ocean water, and I would also recommend, I think could say for the benefit of readers, if you're sending books overseas, do better than I did. Put them all into plastic bags and only then into wooden crates. Because you do not know what will happen to your shipment. Your 20-foot container may well be on the deck, as mine was, and once it's on the deck, it may well be exposed to Atlantic waves simply crashing over the deck, water going in everywhere. I lost maybe a few tens of volumes. So those are the hieroglyphics. Those are just to help administer and track the shipment. They don't look very good. Martha Stewart would strongly disapprove. And I already have brown acrylic paint, and I really want to paint over the hieroglyphics. But you yourself, Timothy, you indicated that you rather like the look of them. And so I thought, right, fine. When we go onto camera, let us simply have the hieroglyphics preserved and let me paint them over later. So that's what those are. I could also perhaps remark at this point that there's something which is not hieroglyphics, but still pertains to the overall arrangement of things. If this were all happening within North America, it would be appropriate to arrange books under the Library of Congress classification system. However, the Library of Congress system is really local to North America. And a more thoroughly international system is the so-called UDC, Universal Decimal Classification. And I have tried to basically arrange all the books, not generating anything you can see in hieroglyphic terms, but still, there's this underlying arrangement that things proceed in the order of the UDC formalism, which is basically the bad old Dewey Decimal System, but massively upgraded. It's Dewey Decimal on steroids. So we start with information technology, including librarianship and cyber. We proceed into philosophy and theology. Then we're in mathematics. After mathematics, we're in physics. Then we're in other natural and exact sciences. Then we hit linguistics and literature, and finally history and geography. So I guess, well, there's that also, but nothing you can see. I do have to put UDC numbers onto spines, but onto book spines, but that work is in the remote future.
So what is the bottom line, if I'm reading this correctly, is OR for Ocean Ready at 2018.
Exactly,
October 15.
precisely. And then the boxes also have, as I'm now recalling, not having looked at this closely for ages, but now I'm recalling, of course, I also put on 4-letter identifiers. Here we have HNNN. And this, again, is something which might be useful for your readers to know, or your viewers to know. If you have to organize a very large number of things, like perhaps files in a computer, or photos in a photo album, or simply boxes in a shipment, it turns out to be very useful to code each item with at least a sequence of 4 letters, because that gives you 26 times 26 times 26 times 26 distinct codes. But it's about 500,000, just short of 500,000. 500,000 possibilities. And then you see you can group things which are very similar by using the letters which are very close together, letter codes which are very close together, like HNNN. If it really has to be adjacent in the shipment for some reason to a box with some closely related thing, like maybe it's a photo enlarger. You've got some of the parts in one box and some of the parts in the next box. Well, if those boxes have to be kept together, then they could be coded HNNN and HNNO. And if you have very disparate things, which certainly should not be close together in the shipment, then you do well to code them with utterly different codes. Like, for instance, dictionaries. A box of dictionaries might be coded JPRS, and then a box simply of shoes could be coded in some utterly different way, perhaps with a code starting with a W. Make the two codes, in other words, alphabetically very, very far apart in the sort order which would be imposed if you did a computer sort on all the codes. Yes, so that's, yes, oh boy. Yes, heavens, I'm glad you asked about that.
So could you explain how you came to these two specific four-letter strings?
Oh, good point. Yes, good point. There's no art, no secret, nothing there at all, no algorithm. It's simply a matter of saying, well, what are my broad categories? You do need, paper and pencil. You do have to think a bit, but you simply ask, well, what are my broad categories? One broad category might be books in science. Well, those you might say, well, okay, all the science books, they should be grouped as HN, and then the remaining two letters could be chosen in some convenient way. But let's say all the science books would be HN something something. All the math books, not quite empirical science, but math, those could be maybe HM something something. Things which are not books at all, but maybe simply idiotic little articles of clothing, they could be coded in some utterly different way. X something something something. Not constructing a formal algorithm, but simply working out the broad classification and a few of the subclasses. You can sort of figure out what letters to use. And of course, a great many letters will be left unused since you have a universe of 500,000 codes. But that's an advantage because then you will never, how to say, you will never run out of codes. You're most unlikely to run out of codes.
Where do you keep your master list of codes?
Well, for this move, it was simply on paper, and I found I never really had to consult the list. I was ready for anything because, how could I know what would happen with customs? But the Estonian customs just waved the shipment through. So for this particular operation, moving, it was only clipboard and pencil and paper, maybe I have it filed somewhere, but paper never subsequently consulted, never needed. But um, with other things, it's a matter of the Linux computer. I have lots of computer files. Well, those have to be organized just as much as boxes in a shipment have to be. And there I use the codes quite ruthlessly. And if I do a directory listing, that's like in Microsoft language, that would be listing the contents of a folder by name. If I do just an ordinary listing by name, as opposed to a listing by date, then the computer will itself generate a list which is rationally arranged if the codes have themselves been rationally assigned. And then, now I have to maybe construct an example a little bit off the fly here, but suppose now I have
Well, you used the codes on the images you sent me, so you could use that as an example if you want.
Oh, yes. Well, but now I don't have these are codes, however, for the shipment rather than codes from the computer. So what I think I should do is not perhaps directly stumble around trying a little inadequately to answer this question here, but rather I should send you a screenshot or a photo
Yeah.
of a good Linux page in which I have computer files. I'll select some directory which has quite a large number of files in it, and then take a photograph of the directory listing. And I might add here that always when I create computer files, this maybe doesn't apply quite so much to boxes and a sea shipment, an ocean shipment, but for computer files, it's very useful to have the four-letter code and ensuring that the file comes up in the right place when you do a sort by name in the computer, then four underscores, and then a very descriptive file name. And the file name could be ever so descriptive. The computer will ignore it because it will only sort on the initial four letters. So the sort order will be exactly what it ought to be logically, and yet the file names will be adequately descriptive. If you have adequately descriptive file names without these four-letter prefixes, then you will get chaos once you simply direct the computer to list the files, because all it's able to do is list them alphabetically. So, for instance, dog food would, because it starts with a D, dog food would come a little after. Well, would come before. Well, would come before, let us say, parasites of dogs, and parasites of dogs, for its part, would come a long way after anything which you might have started with, let's say, the letter B, like, for instance, Bulgarian dog breeds. So the computer sort will generate just a hodgepodge.
So with this code here, why is there the APOC afterwards?
And I can't remember. I simply can't remember. Because I haven't visited. But I think I do know. Oh, yes, I think I do know. Yes, okay, yes, indeed, I know. I had so many boxes, 200, and I had so many categories of things at that point that I found it advisable to have not just a 4-letter code, but an 8-letter code. I have only, I think, maybe once in my life, with this terrifying transatlantic movement of chattels, found it advisable to reach for an 8-letter code. I
And when
guess
these were in the 20-foot container, what did you use to prevent the books from jostling around or spilling out from this?
Everything was nailed shut.
Okay.
The boxes had covers, and the idea would be, first of all, you would pack the box, then you would put in crumpled newspaper or something similar to prevent the contents from sloshing around. And ideally, really, the book should have been put into plastic bags even before going into the boxes, so that step I omitted, to my grief. And then there's a kind of front panel of a very cheap laminate, the kind of thing which should be bought in Canada from I think Home Depot. So one simply nailed the whole thing shut. And then there were additionally, as you can see, there are holes. You can see 2 little holes, and those holes at ocean shipment time, those holes were used for passing kind of thin rope. I wouldn't exactly say string. String would be a bit feeble, but more like a thin rope, which would go through perhaps a 3 millimeter or perhaps a 1/4 inch hole. And it proved to be the case that if you have a box filled with books, which are of course very heavy, if you have a box filled with books and you have such a loop of rope running through one pair of holes and another loop of rope running through the other pair of holes at the other end of the box, then the whole thing becomes easily lifted, even by a single person, a person working alone. And then the holes, they serve an additional purpose. There are holes even, though they don't quite show up in this photograph, but there are also holes in the long side of the box. And these holes, apart from being helpful for making improvised string or rope, rather rope handles, they're additionally useful for fastening boxes together. If you want to create modular shelving, you can, if you wish, pass a bolt through matching holes. You've got 2 adjoining boxes. You want them to stay firmly adjacent to each other and not to wiggle around. Even if you have, let's say, a mild earth tremor, you don't want the boxes to move relative to each other. So you make them into a rigid assembly, or at least you can potentially, if desired, make them into a rigid assembly by passing a bolt through the holes, linking 2 boxes together.
So are these the 2 holes you were referring to that you put the rope through?
Exactly. I put the rope through those, and if you had a very elaborate piece of modular shelving with, let's say something maybe 5 boxes wide by 4 boxes high, then you could also pass bolts through those holes to kind of cement or screw the whole assembly together.
I was just confused if this is covered with that laminate. How do you get
Exactly, it
the
is. Yes, precisely. You got it.
then how do you get the rope into these holes
Oh,
and
you put it first. Oh, you put it first
oh,
before
so
you nail
you
the cover
actually
on.
put rope in all of these holes in all of these boxes.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Wow,
I can't
okay.
remember if I did rope for all of them. It could be that I eventually was running out of time, and maybe some boxes had to go to sea without the handles, but at least I did what time permitted. Surely I had many tens of boxes at least, maybe a couple, maybe 100, maybe 150, but I really don't know. I had at least a great many boxes duly equipped with their rope handles. And always the idea was always to put the rope handles on as a kind of almost final, but not quite final final step. And then the final step was to nail the cover on.
It looks like this set of shelves right here is the modular design,
It is indeed. It is indeed. Yes, exactly.
but the rest of the shelves
The
are...
rest are custom built, or largely custom built. The modular shelving proved to be exceedingly useful because my contractor, this room was the post office of the village before I bought it. It was the post office of the village. Then it was briefly rented out. I was briefly indeed a renter of the room. Then I bought it from the landlord. The contractor who eventually converted this public room into a studio apartment, he found that it was desirable to make the built-in shelves only up to a certain height. They had to go up to only within about 1 meter of the ceiling, and then the highest meter, that was made with the modular, what I call the stacker boxes. So you can see exactly, that's good. Yes, you have precisely the right photo. So you can see the stacker boxes. There are 2 rows of stacker boxes, 1 row right up against the ceiling, another row just below that. And then when you go further down, starts, as you can see indeed from the large timbers, what in American terms might be considered 4x4s or 2x4s or something. The large timbers, you can see that is where the contractor started his own work, making built-in bookcases. And it all fits together. If you have stacker boxes, you can kind of mix and match, and you have endless scope for maneuver.
It looks like you have a little seating area here and some interesting stuff on top. Could you talk a little bit about that?
That's true. Yes, that is true. This is my great Soviet glory. This is a Soviet, I believe it's Soviet coffee machine. It is made from an obsolete plastic called Bakelite, and it might be from around 1960. Kind of when President Kennedy was about to assume office, perhaps from roughly that era. So it's a glorious hand-cranked coffee grinder. And then, as you say, there's a seating area. You can see a coffee table toward behind the dried flowers, and toward the background in the photo. You can see a seating area which has the candle that I use for liturgical purposes. I say the office of the hours, at least on many days of the week. I say Laudes Matutinae and Vesperae. That's just the morning office and the evening office, and also Completorium. And I say this in Latin using universalis.com. And it's very useful then to have a liturgical table, and that is my liturgical table. And I use beeswax candles as is appropriate in liturgy. And that is a at the moment, rather worn down beeswax candle. So that is the seating area, and that is a good place to serve people tea or coffee. And I think I cannot too highly urge on people the importance of having a good reading chair. And that chair, which is now in the foreground of the photo, that is my reading chair. I got it quite cheaply. I think I paid maybe 35 euros, and then I had to also pay transport. I got it used, and it is a good quality chair. And it's the most delightful thing. You can simply sit, with, let's say, this wouldn't do for math really, but and certainly not for cyber. But if you simply have, let's say, something in popularizing science, it is so good just to sit in a really proper armchair with a good strong light over your left shoulder. So that is the main feature of the seating area. There are also, of course, 2 other chairs which look rather pleasantly old-fashioned. And you can see here even my college photo. Yes, there's my college photo above the globe, taken in the very same semester which Sir Richard Southern told us all about the miseries of research. So, yes. Now,
what is
else?
this thing here?
What is this thing now? Which thing?
The black
Can you
thing?
say? Oh, the button. That is not interesting. Unfortunately, that is simply banal. That is nothing but a fan. Where here, it gets warm briefly in the summer. We are capable of having summer weather, even though we're at the latitude of 58 degrees 16 minutes north, almost exactly the latitude of Churchill, Manitoba, on Hudson Bay. Nevertheless, despite our latitude, we can have hot days in the summer, and then a fan is, as the clinicians would say, a fan is indicated. So that is all it is, and I hate the look of it, and so I have simply covered it up with a black shroud. Yes, today
We're talking about this thing because it looks like a almost like
Oh,
a
this!
metal.
Oh, but this, of course, sir, you weren't referring to the hideous black shrouded thing. To this, rather. This I would again recommend to your viewers, to your audience. This is an ergonomic chair on which one sits kneeling. It encourages good posture.
Hmm. And it looks like you don't have a side table for your armchair. So where, if you have a drink, where do you put it?
Oh, yes. Well, I think I simply had to put the drink down on the carpet.
Oh,
But I tend, well, I do sometimes have a drink, I guess, while sitting in the armchair. I will have maybe coffee or decaf or something sitting in the armchair. Um, a side table might be desirable, but I don't, I suppose, well, I suppose I could put a drink onto the liturgy table with the candle. And also beside the liturgy table, there's a little table which is currently unencumbered. I suppose a drink could go there, and that table could also sit on one's lap. It makes, as experience has indeed shown, it's shown that it makes a perfectly reasonable lap table, especially if you put a cushion
hmm.
between it and your knees. So I suppose this could be done too.
Do you call
Yes.
this your office or your study or something else?
Oh, but I have a name. I have a name. I have to check with, actually, I have to check with at least one of the two theological authorities I mentioned earlier in this chat. And then I have to check with my bishop, and maybe even I should check somewhere else. But I do have a tentative name. It is Refugium Mariae Ancillae Veritatis. This means the refuge of Mary, handmaiden of the truth. I also have a frivolous name for this whole setup. It's not at all a respectable name. The frivolous name is, I can say to people, I have said to people, this is the Academia Gustaviana, because you see, everybody will at first think, well, Academia Gustaviana, this must be a graceful reference to the founder of Tartu University. Tartu University is 1 year older than Harvard. It was founded in 1632. And so everybody will think, this is a reference to good old King Gustav Adolf. And then I go on to explain that this, of course, in calling it the Academia Gustaviana, I am paying a graceful tribute to academician Gustav Nahn. Now, I don't know how well Soviet humor flies here, but you see, the thing was, Gustav Nahn, academician Nahn, was an eminent party theoretician. He was not only a communist, he was a believing communist. Most people around here were radishes, kind of red on the outside, white on the inside. Well, guess what? Gustav Nahn believed all this rubbish. So I say this is the Academia Gustaviana, and then if I'm not shut up at that point, then I will add, well, the Academia has two basic branches. One is the Alexander Stepanovich Popov in Imelene Songarliku Radio Institute, the Alexander Stepanovich Popov Institute of Heroic Radio, because I work in ham radio, you see, and Popov really was a contemporary of Marconi. He doesn't get sufficient credit for the work he did in physics of radio around 1895. And then the other branch of the Academia Gustaviana is the Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky Nimelinas Socialistico Matematica Institute, which means the Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky Institute of Socialist Mathematics. And here I would really recommend to your readers and viewers, I would really recommend, by all means, do a YouTube search for the Tom Lehrer song on Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky. It's a patter song. It's very, very good. Nikolai Ivanovich Lobachevsky is his name. Hi. It's all about mathematics and how you can copy other people's work, and it's glorious. So these are my frivolous names. No, I could also make one further remark as you panned in to the shortwave radio. There, that's it. Yes, exactly. That's so good. Yes, that's it. Exactly. The shortwave radio. This is a very happy thing, and I have learned now from experience how you can tell if your visitor, if you have a visitor in for, let's say, maybe coffee, how you can tell if your visitor is a true diplomat. I mean, really, professional diplomat, somebody who works for the foreign ministry. I had such a person once. And he made a beeline for this instrument. He didn't look at the books. He didn't look at the desks particularly. He looked at this instrument. And that is only the sign of a diplomat, because if you're in diplomacy, radio communications are a matter of life and death. And if you're visiting some capital, as a tourist, and you happen to run across an embassy building, then one thing you definitely want to look at is the roof. Are there antennas on the roof? The more there are, the more serious the embassy takes itself. He made a beeline for this thing, like as fly to honeypot.
What did he do once did he touch it?
Nothing
Or
much.
did he
Nothing
just
much.
look
Just
at
ask what's this, or nothing. Just ask what's this. And of course, I explained that it's a radio of rather low quality. It is, in fact, a very modest general communications receiver from about 1981. Correction, about 1980. About 1980. The tuning arrangement is the so-called Wadley loop, which we hear very little about nowadays. It does manage to be stable. It doesn't drift in frequency, in other words. It does have a digital readout, which was perhaps to some extent a luxury in 1980. And it did see very good service in the Falklands War, because I do try to follow public events, and I was in Australia when General Galtieri invaded the Falklands. And then, of course, there was the Falklands campaign. And in my office in the philosophy department at Monash University, I had a window that opened. I could let down very easily out of the window. I could let down a few meters of copper wire. And that was a perfectly sufficient antenna to pick up the BBC, even in the daytime, with this receiver then duly sitting on my desk. And it was the most engaging thing. Just, turn the receiver on every hour, kind of on the hour, just see what is happening with the campaign.
So how much of a distance do you think there was between your antenna hanging out of your window and the
the BBC relay. I think not much distance. I think. In fact, I'm certain of this. The BBC, the Beeb, it has had since at least the 1930s. It has had powerful transmitters right within Britain near Rugby. I think it's in the Midlands. But I'm really certain that the Beeb had a relay in some rather convenient place like Singapore. And from Singapore to Melbourne, where I was, that's not such a great hop. That might be 5,000 kilometers, if that. And it's even possible they had a relay station right on the Australian continent. And with even a poor quality receiver like this rather sad little thing, if you are in the right frequency bands, you can easily cover 5,000 kilometers, even in the daytime. In the daytime, you just go to the 19-meter band, and then you can get nothing's guaranteed, but you can often get a perfectly usable signal. Have a little bit of fading. It won't be quite as good as a local kind of FM station, but it will be perfectly legible, perfectly intelligible. Yes.
Do you know what
I wish I had a better receiver to show you. Oh, dear.
You know what the model?
I'm not going to get the Nobel Prize for this receiver.
Are you working on the Nobel Prize?
Not. I am working on the correct discussion of a first-year undergraduate topic, namely the expansion of a gas at constant pressure. The volume and temperature are allowed to vary. Pressure is held constant. You have to show that you have to show that volume is oh heavens, what is it that you have to show? Let me not even try to say. Well, shall I try to say? Let me try to say. Have I got the right tape here? I probably have the right paper in front of me. Yes, of course, exactly. The work done by the gas. I'm an idiot. The work done by the gas is given by none other than the product of some constants plus the temperature, the absolute thermodynamic temperature. Work is given by the product of a couple of constants, a couple of physical constants, plus the temperature, thermodynamic temperature, plus the logarithm of the ratio of the final volume to the initial volume. This is so, my goodness, I mean, it is so
sounds
low
kind of fundamental.
rent. Yes, it's so low rent to be working in this kind of thing. But do I care? It's like that thing which is in the Mikado. In the Gilbert and Sullivan, the Mikado says at one point, "It revolts me, but I do it."
Then before I ask my next question, can you just give the model number of this thing if somebody wants to look it up?
Oh, but of course. I do not recommend this piece of equipment. Wadley loop, not recommended, but the model number, for what little it is worth, it is D like Delta, X like X-ray, hyphen, 300. And there's also a kind of manufacturer name on the front panel, realistic. So I think we would say this is a realistic communications receiver in the specific model Delta X-ray hyphen 300. And such things can be readily found. I think I once did check the secondhand market. I think they're not rare at all. They can be scooped up for some relatively modest sum of money. eBay might have them.
I was just thinking, with your background at Oxford and then University of Toronto, which is sometimes called the Harvard of Canada.
Oh, there's a story about that. Oh, there is a story.
Yeah, tell
about
that story.
Yes, there was an academic conference, undergraduates, I think, anyway, students all together. And the people from the University of Toronto said at this conference, well, we call it the Harvard of the North. And some people from Harvard said, oh, wow, you must be so proud. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. So, but it is a school of some eminence, but of some eminence, but it certainly is not in the league of Harvard. It just is what it is. Heavens, we all do what we can. I know where it stands in world terms. I do know where it stands. It got a strong rating, not for teaching, but for research. And in research, one league table in recent years put it at number 13 around the world. Of course, Harvard is way ahead of that, far, far, far ahead of that. And similarly, Stanford, MIT. But anyway, what can you do?
Yeah. The next thing I wanted to ask you is if you could just you talked about the hours, and maybe you could talk about just like as a hermit, what is a day in the life?
A day in the life of, well. There are good days and bad days, but a reasonable day would involve the literature of the liturgy of the hours from universalis.com in Latin, and then
Do we start with what time you wake up and then what time you do each of these things?
Of course. But it's not. It's the opposite of glamorous. It's exceedingly banal. I get up at the rather embarrassingly late hour of maybe 8:10 or even 8:25, but that would be quite an embarrassment. I often am a bad citizen, and I'm perfectly capable of arising at 8:25. Then after shower, breakfast. But this is so banal. There used to be a glorious Swedish muesli. You have to say around here it's Swedish, so it must be good. But that is no longer sold in my supermarket, so I have instead a Danish kind of ecological muesli to which I add cut up dried apricots and nuts and raisins and kefir, or I think in America it's called kefir. And then I make a smoothie.
What is that first ingredient? Muesli?
Muesli. Oh, muesli. Heavens. This is similar to what is in America called granola.
Granola. Okay.
Yes. But I'm certain that in American supermarkets there will be products which are literally labeled muesli, and this is spelled muesli, and it's really a German word, muesli. And muesli is the invention, I think maybe 19th century invention or early 20th century invention of some rather important, I think, Swiss nutritionist. So that, you see, is breakfast. And then I will also make a smoothie out of a single orange, a single lemon, all put into the blender with ice. This, it turns out, makes the most glorious smoothie. And then I will have tea, except in Lent, I restrict myself to coffee. But otherwise, outside Lent, tea, which is Darjeeling in the morning, a kind of El Cheapo Darjeeling. And then I check the BBC for current affairs.
What kind of coffee?
Good point. What kind of coffee? Beans, but nothing fussy beyond that. Simply whatever beans happen to be Arabica, as distinct from Robusta, and are not sort of outrageously under roasted. If it just looks like normal roasted coffee beans, that's it's, as long as it's Arabica, that's good enough. It used to be, by the way, the case here in Soviet times. Life was very tough, and people had to roast their own coffee. I think they couldn't buy, I rather suspect they couldn't buy Arabica. It had to be Robusta, which is bad. And then you had to buy the beans green, and you took them home and you roasted them in a frying pan. But anyway, those days are long gone, so I just buy an ordinary roast and grind it up in that glorious Bakelite plastic Soviet hand grinder in Lent, that is coffee, otherwise tea. Then, after BBC and the necessary check of emails, then morning liturgy, and then I fear, my goodness, this is turning into rather confession now, it's turning into St. Augustine. I then wallow for a while in YouTube, and I found you through YouTube wallowing, and I wallow particularly in YouTube discussions of private libraries and detective work. Sherlock Holmes is, or things along those lines. Those are wonderful. And then I also find it very soothing and helpful to look at YouTube videos of owls, and also rescued dogs. And then on a bad day, I will be in depression because I suffer from depression simply in the wake of World War II. And then I look at bad things from like World War II vids. By the time all this is done, it's pretty well. There may or may not be time for the horari judicium major, which is the time logging of the previous day. If that doesn't get fitted in before lunch, then it has to be fitted in later in the day. And I will show, I happen to have handy, I was expecting we talked about this, but anyway, I do have it handy. This is the formalism of the horari judicium major. I buy cards of business card size, business card stock I buy from a photocopying place.
Could you hold up that one more time? I didn't get it.
Oh, yes, horari.
No, if you could just hold it up to the camera
Oh,
again.
but of course, exactly. This is easy, yes. So here is the horari judicium major means the major time court. I have a major time court and a minor time court. I'm very, very fond of all things legal and indeed constabulary. So I, of course, have private courts. And so this is the morning. This is one of the cards for the time court. And in the time court, I log what I have been doing during the day. And in this particular card, I have marked that it was not a very good day. I spent 12 minutes only on things liturgical before lunch. Yikes. I did horari judicium major. I did laudes matutinae and no theological reading. So that was not really terribly bright. But anyway, that's what it was. And then there was a bit of just maintenance, kind of sorting papers or indeed doing the previous day's time court. Then it was time for lunch, and lunch around here is very interesting. We have a cafe right in the observatory in the main building. It's a very small village. It's a village of maybe 200 people, 250 people. Nevertheless, we have a cafe, and one goes into the observatory cafe. Sometimes I find myself sitting alone. Sometimes I find myself having a rather banal conversation about something maybe that has been in the news with somebody. Sometimes, however, we have scientific conversations, and you can't tell what kind of a conversation you're going to have. It's Estonian roulette, so it's really, really good. It's kind of has this delightful element of unpredictability. Then I return to my desk. On a good day, I can do a little bit of Russian because I am fond of languages. My mom was a philologist and trained as a philologist, and I too am fond of languages. And I have Estonian, apart from Estonian and English, I have reasonable French and rather bad German, and now I'm trying to add Russian. And then, of course, there's the Latin and the Greek and indeed also Hebrew, biblical Hebrew. So on a really good day, there might be time for a little bit of Russian, and I certainly study Russian simply standing in the observatory lunch queue to everyone's great delight. Everybody knows everything about everybody around here, and so people, of course, notice that I'm studying Russian. And then if prompted, I will explain that I have to do this so that I will be properly articulate when we all get deported on the day of deportation, on the day of deportation. I'll be able to say things like, Kak dela, господин polkovnik, how are things going? Heavens, you can't even say this in English terribly well. How are things going, kind of gentleman colonel? if you have somebody of colonel rank, handling the deportation. And then after lunch, there will be a nap, embarrassingly, and maybe a bit of more Russian study. Then starts the science work, at least on a good day. And I try to do the science work when my head is clearest, and this is right after afternoon nap. That proves to be a very good time to work on hard things. Maths is oddly draining. It's strange that something could be so draining, but it really is. Do it for an hour, and you feel kind of like a wet dishcloth, all kind of dripping and soggy. And then I go for a walk in the glorious observatory grounds on at least a good day. Then I return to my desk quite refreshed, do more maths. Then it's time for supper. Then I have to follow current Estonian affairs, and this is done from our equivalent of the Toronto Globe and Mail or Helsinki Sanomat in Helsinki, or indeed the New York Times or the Guardian in the English-speaking world. Our newspaper of record is Postimees, so we'll spend 40 minutes or 45 minutes on Postimees. Then it will be possible to do a bit more science work. Then I can fit in Vesperi, the evening liturgy, evening prayer. And finally, at the very end of the day, the last thing really that has to be done in the day is, at least on a good day, and some days are good. The last thing is a complen, what the English call complen, but in Latin it's completorium. And this again is in that site universalis.com. I might add, it's very somehow soothing to do all this in Latin. I don't like praying in English because I think of English as the language of school principals and the language of the horrible David Dunlop Observatory heritage conservation case and other difficult things. And the Estonian community, the Catholic community here in Estonia is very small, so we don't even have everything well translated and readily available. But Latin works just fine. It's somehow very, very soothing. You might think, well, Latin, kind of the language of the oppressors, the language of the people who utterly destroyed Jerusalem, like leveled it flat. Our Lord said, not one stone will be left standing on another, in reference to the temple. Well, he exaggerated a little bit, but not much. The Romans really did literally tear things down, not just set them aflame. So you might think in all this, it would be depressing saying the liturgy in Latin, the language of the oppressors of the whole Jewish nation. But in fact, somehow it's soothing. I think, I don't know, if this one thinks of, well, okay, fine, it was the language of the empire, but it was also the language of Aquinas and St. Francis of Assisi. And, well, we just survive. So the last thing in the day then is completorium. Yes, and I sleep in a loft. This glorious apartment. It has a very nice sleeping loft, from the parapet of which I took that photograph, which gives a kind of bird's eye view of the whole workspace. Yes, exactly. You can see the parapet on the left.
So you're sleeping up here.
Up here, exactly. Yes, up here. Yes, on a mat. It is good.
So how is your life different from before you were a hermit?
And
when did you become a hermit?
When did I become? I think it wasn't that long ago. I can't put a date to it. I can put a date to my being received into the church, or I can, at least put a year and a month. I was received in 1983 in the month of December. As for becoming a hermit, that simply dawned gradually. I think it's been about 10 years, but there's no moment of a lamp being switched on. It's rather kind of just day gradually breaking. It feels somehow, at least on good days, when I'm not kind of tangled up in depression over World War II and the horrible things that happened to my family and so forth. When I'm not tangled up in that in those, I guess, in inner demons such as those, then it feels, being a hermit just feels liberating and more real. I think maybe that's somehow the world. It's more real than other stuff. I just look at what's in the newspaper and what's on television, and I study or what's in the newspaper, at least television. I don't have. I look at what's in the newspaper, and it seems so somehow contrived and artificial, and sort of kind of futile, like a lot of people going around saying things in 500-word articles that could all be condensed down to 10 words. And the hermit life, with particularly the Liturgy of the Hours, that feels just like the right thing, the real thing. It's sort of like, in this is safety. There's safety nowhere else. There's not safety in NATO. There is not safety in drone warfare. There's not safety in the police, though they do their best. There's not safety in any of that, not in political institutions. But in the same life of the church as would have been immediately recognizable to a hermit such as Julian of Norwich, or indeed would have been immediately recognizable to the people who were pursuing solitary vocations in the Egyptian desert in the time of Saint Anthony. All this just seems somehow like real. What we have now, what we see in the newspapers, sort of like froth. I think actually, frankly, I think it's all going to just collapse somehow, but I don't know if it will collapse in our own lifetime or if it will maybe happen 100 years from now. This we can't tell, but I don't think it has a future.
Could you say a little more about what happened to your family in World War II?
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Of course. I mean, without going into lugubrious detail, I think, all families have a certain number of corpses, and we have two. There was on my father's side of the family, there was a person um, approximately contemporary of my father, who was simply liquidated. There was a big arrest. There was a huge arrest with about 10,000 people, all rounded up at the very kind of toward the end of the first Soviet occupation. The roundup was on the night of the 14th of June, 1941, and it was quite possibly at that point that Dad's near contemporary and a reasonably close relation of Dad was rounded up, and others too. His young son was rounded up. The family story is that the young son, that they were given 20 minutes to pack to go to Siberia. They had 20 minutes to pack, and the little boy couldn't find his other shoe. So the family story is he went to Siberia with just one shoe. So he went to Siberia. His mum went with him to Siberia, but the head of the family, who got liquidated, he was of course separated from them. He was just eliminated, and because he was in the Home Guard, we have to this day we have a formal military, but we also have a Home Guard, which is a paramilitary organization, and a great many people belong to it. I don't, but I'm a little bit old and I don't have good vision, and there are better uses for my time, even from a national defense perspective. But many people do belong. From this building, for instance, it's a very common thing. So it was no great offense that Dad's relation committed, but he was in the National Guard, and that was quite enough to cause him to be shot. And there's an unpleasant sequel to this in the time of Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev. It was Glasnost and Perestroika. I used to make fun of Glasnost and Perestroika, and I said, oh, it would be ever so nice to have a pair of dogs. You could call them Glasnost and Perestroika, and then you could call them in the public parks in Toronto and attract much notice in the no-leash parks. You could say, Glasnost, Perestroika, and they both come running, in the time of Glasnost and Perestroika, people started inquiring about their deceased relatives and what had happened. And the survivors in that branch of the family, they believed that they got lied to, even though it was Glasnost and Perestroika. They were given a date for the execution, whatever it was, 1941, whatever it was. They were given a date of execution which they had reason to believe was false. but you can't prove things. And the KGB archives went over the border. They of course went back to Russia when Estonia secured its independence. So this is kind of bad. Well, that's one side of the family then. That's one corpse. And the other was simply on Mum's side of the family. There was Mum's close relation who simply saw what was coming and ended himself. He left a note and he explained that he knew what was coming and he couldn't take it. I suppose he hanged himself, but I don't know exactly how he did it. But you see, it's like this in every family here. Everybody's got stories. And then Mum and Dad met up abroad, and Mum had a rather narrow escape. She knew that she couldn't stay in her hometown, which is in the extreme southeast of Estonia. She couldn't stay in her hometown. The Red Army was advancing. And she then fled with my grandmother, her mum. They fled. They got some help from the retreating Nazis. Although they were Nazis, they were rather helpful. They said, "We'll give you a lift." They had some kind of pickup truck or some similar thing, some road vehicle. And Mum and Grandma were given a lift. And then the Nazis said, "Now, look, we can't stop because of you, but we're going to get to a curve. And when we reach the curve in the road, we'll give you," they're heading for the West Coast, roughly. When we reach the curve in the road, you will have to jump out. We'll be slowing down to take the curve. And that'll be your cue to jump. And I managed to tell them, when the jumping time was at hand. And so Mum and Grandma simply jumped, and that was that. And then they got to Baden Harbor. They got a ship to Germany. Mum at this point was so utterly exhausted, although she was a devoted daughter. She was so exhausted at this point that she didn't have the strength to look after her own mother. Her mother, my grandmother, was somewhere down, below decks, and Mum was on the deck as a young person, and she didn't have the strength to go below deck to see how Grandma was getting on. And then they arrived near Rostock, and that was kind of okay for a little while. And then there was a group of Estonians near Rostock, and among them was a physicist. My experience indicates strongly that physicists are practical. If you're in a bind, for instance, in a war, you really want to hang out with physicists, and Mum's physicist was just fine. So he said to the other Estonians in the group, because he could understand what was happening. He said, "Look, the Red Army is advancing westward. They are not going to stop at the German frontier. They will try to take as much territory as they can, and they will in particular take this region. They will take Rostock. So we cannot stay here. We have to get out to Denmark." And out they went, and they got the last ferry out of, I presume it was Rostock, whatever the appropriate port was, but very likely it was Rostock. So they got the last ferry out, and when they pulled out of the harbor, the sky was already full of Stalin candles. The Red Air Force, it would drop magnesium flares on a city which it was preparing to bomb. So the city would be all lit up with burning magnesium coming down, I suspect on little parachutes. So that's what they saw, but they'd already put out to sea. So this was this is sort of bad. And then Mum and Dad met up in the displaced persons camp in Copenhagen, and Dad was offered. He translated for a Canadian delegation. The Canadian embassy people came to the DP camp, and they were inviting people to emigrate to Canada. And then Dad had English, so he was able to translate. And then the people from the Canadian delegation said, "Oh, but Mr. Karmo, what about you? I mean, surely you should also put in an application." And Dad had been trained as an agronomist. He in later life was an agronomist of substance. He helped found the low-bush blueberry industry in Nova Scotia as a specialist in apiculture and beekeeping. He was a provincial apiarist. But anyway, Dad then said, Dad said, "Oh, no, not me. I mean, I wouldn't want to go to Canada." But they were rather insistent. And so he indeed put his name down. And then he got at least two offers. There's one from, I think, the federal government in Ottawa, and another offer from the provincial government in Nova Scotia. and he took the provincial offer. And then he crossed on the Empress of Canada in 1947. Oh, heavens, suddenly being nervous now, suddenly in all this television work, this Zoom work, I might be getting my years wrong. He crossed, I still think, yes, in 1948. Sorry, I think it was 48. And then Mum, for her part, her visa had to be arranged, even though she married Dad when they were still in Europe. But then she got her visa straightened out and indeed crossed on the Gripsholm in 49. I hope I have those years right, Gripsholm. So they were very, very, very terrible years. And all these things, you see, they leave a footprint. This is, well, heavens, what can I say? I'm without being terribly preachy. I don't like what's going on now, and it sort of smells familiar. Yes, and if we have a war, well, then we shall have a war. And then I shall have to be ever so polite to the local Russian colonel when he comes to deport us. Yes. Well, maybe I'll be polite. Maybe I won't be too polite. One thing I could do, if the invading forces come, they will come up the highway which links Volga with Tartu, and that is a kilometer from the observatory. So I think one thing I could do is simply hoist up my crucifix, stand in the middle of the road as the tanks advance, kind of in the manner of that gentleman at Tiananmen Square. I could stand in front of the tanks and hold up the crucifix, and the Russian troops, being kind of, there's a word for this, muzhiki, they won't necessarily be very bright. They'll be quite terrified at the sight of the crucifix, and then there'll be a problem of insubordination within the ranks. And I suppose I would get kind of mowed down or shot or something, but it would be a kind of resistance. And I will have other ideas. I mean, if this situation gets worse, I will think of other things too. I will think of many a thing. Many of us around here will be taking to the woods, and if the Russians think they're going to have an easy time taking this place over, they can reflect that they didn't have an easy time of it in the late 1940s or the early 1950s, and what we did once, we can do again. Boy, oh boy. Well, heavens, end of rant. I think. Oh dear. Anyway, the war, as you were asking about the April War, and it really wasn't good. And it was not good. And every family, you see, it was like that for every family. People went into exile. All families got kind of ripped to bits, like half the family in Sweden, half the family in Estonia, half the family in Lakewood, New Jersey, the other half in Estonia, half the family in Toronto, the other half in Estonia. It was just normal. Boy.
Well, I think that's a good place to wrap up for our first session here.
Oh,
and we
thank
can get
you. Yes,
into
I'm so glad you asked all these questions. This was exciting. It was exciting. It's well, what can one say? I mean, I've had grim experiences with television, and this is basically television, but it was still fun. Oh dear. So
I'd love
thank you
to
for
see
being
a
patient.
photo of the sleeping area.
Oh, but that's easy. Of course, send you a photo of the sleeping area. What could be easier? Good.
Do you ever read
good.
up there in the loft? Do you read?
No. I believe in, well, I go up to the loft. I sometimes pretend that I'm traveling by air in luxurious arrangements on Imperial Airways in the 1930s, going from Croydon down to India. And then as soon as I hit the sleeping mat and pull the blankets up, I turn off the light, and that is that. And I never read in bed. But I don't want to deprecate the practice of reading in bed. I think many people find it helpful.
So you have to climb up a ladder to get up there.
Oh, no, simply stairs. Stairs. I was prepared. I was really quite prepared to have a ladder built, but I had a very good contractor. We didn't even need a professional architect. He was able to work things out, and he found a way of wriggling in a perfectly reasonable staircase. Not terribly steep, not very wide, but not hopelessly narrow, and not really as steep as a staircase might be on some small vessel at sea. It's just more or less a normal staircase. So I'll send pictures.
Yeah, I'd love to see the pictures of the stairs and then going up
Exactly,
to
the stairs and then the mat arrangement.
because
Yes.
when I actually looked at this photo, I thought this looks kind of like
Oh,
a
true.
ladder.
Yes, exactly. One might well think, and my initial conception was that I would indeed have to have such a ladder. And then my very, very astute project manager said, "Oh, well, we can manage the little ladder. We can actually put stairs in," and he did.
Okay, so we're back now for session 2, and we're going to start off with a few housekeeping points. The first one being the physics problem you referenced in session 1. So maybe you could, and we have a new image here, so maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Yes, very good. Well, I think I would like to talk a little bit, just a tiny bit, about for a minute or so, about the detailed nitty-gritty of the kind of work I do. This is not going to get the Nobel Prize. This is actually my attempt at cleaning things up mathematically in the first year undergraduate curriculum. Here I find myself working from a book which on the whole is really very good, Halliday Resnick Walker, edition 10, extended version of edition 10. It's on the whole very good, but it occasionally does things not quite well enough from a mathematical standpoint. And in particular, these really quite distinguished authors, they unfortunately find themselves taking the logarithm of a dimensioned quantity. They're working on a gas problem. It is sample problem 19.02. We're given 1.0 moles of a diatomic gas, oxygen 2. This gas is held at a constant temperature, 310 kelvins. It is, however, allowed to change in volume. It's allowed to expand against a piston, which is weighted down a little bit with rocks or lead pellets. It expands from an initial volume of 12 liters to a final volume of 19 liters. The question now is how much work is done by the expanding gas? And unfortunately, Halliday, Resnick, and Walker do what I think a great many authors do, namely they write natural logarithm of V, natural logarithm of initial volume, natural logarithm of final volume. But for reasons which have been I guess, rather well discussed in the literature, this is mathematically incoherent. The only thing you can legitimately do is take the natural logarithm of a dimensionless quantity. For example, the ratio of 19 liters to 12 liters. That's a pure number, and it makes sense to take the natural logarithm of that. So I work their sample problem 19.02 in a very careful way. And here I think I don't really have to say anything very much beyond the fact that in trying to be careful, I apply the so-called U substitution, which is standardly taught in first year calculus. You really do need a U substitution. You have to make sure that you're operating not just with volumes, but with the ratio of two volumes. Then you are taking the logarithm eventually of a pure number. And I would like to remark here also that I've in this picture, I show the kind of, you might say, offending sample problem. The sample problem, as worked on this page, doesn't actually involve directly taking the logarithm of a volume, but in a couple of pages back, in setting up the theory, the authors certainly do commit that mathematical error, and this is what has triggered my work. Also, I want to remark, just for the fun of it, that here is something which I would urge everyone who has a private library to get: a sacred pencil. This is my sacred pencil, which never leaves this room. It has a brushed steel barrel. It's a glorious thing. It might cost 20 euros in today's market, and it's worth every penny. If you have a sacred pencil, then you become more careful with your mathematics work. I also want to say, just for the fun of it, that here I have 3 colored pencils of the brand Call Erase, and they are erasable colored pencils. It turns out that this also is extremely important, extremely helpful, at any rate, in studying math and physics. One finds,
Can
for
you spell
instance,
that brand name?
oh, yes, but of course, Call Charlie Oscar Lima. Then I think there's a hyphen, and then it's just erase, E-R-A-S-E. Call hyphen erase. There may be
Okay.
other erasable colored pencils on the market, and I rather think that nowadays there are actually erasable leads for a mechanical pencil, but I found that col erase does work. You just buy a box of col erase pencils in blue, another box in green, another box in red, and the 3 boxes will last you for maybe a couple of decades, because how often do you need color? It's mission critical, but you don't need it all the time. And finally, I think I just want to remark for the fun of it that this calculator sitting on top of Halliday Resnick Walker, this is a glorious old thing. It's from about 1988. Works just fine. Solar-powered calculator. Great fun.
Okay, so the next topic is we were going to revisit your daily routine.
Yes, thank you. Yes, very good. Now, daily routine. There's not much to say here. It's not a glorious, imposing daily routine of the kind that many hermits, religious hermits, have. On a good day, and maybe 2 days out of 3 are good, when I'm not really burdened with anxiety and depression, or perhaps by terror, just seeing what's on the news. On a good day, I do a modest private liturgy. I use Latin. I use universalis.com in its Latin option. You could also use iBreviary on the internet, same capability. They also offer Latin. And then I do just 3 parts of the 7 or 8 part formal Office of the Hours. All the parts would be recited in a monastery. But I do simply Laudes Matutinae, which I do, that's morning prayer, and I do this a little bit before noon, having previously kind of got up and had a nice healthy breakfast with muesli and kefir and a fruit smoothie, and having examined the news, and having also typically wallowed a little bit simply in recreational YouTube. Anyway, Laudes Matutinae. Then in the afternoon, then I proceed to lunch in the observatory main building. In the afternoon, it's on a good day, it's science work. That is when my head is clearest. Then in the early evening, I find I have to read the newspaper. I don't watch conventional television, but the newspaper it is necessary to read. Then more scientific work. Rather late in the evening, often quite late in the evening, is evening prayer, vesperae. And finally, after sort of silly housekeeping things, at the very, very end of the day, when there's nothing else left to be done at all, I extinguish all lights. I have simply the beeswax candle, which I have used also for the earlier parts of the daily liturgy. I have no lights, just the beeswax candle, or perhaps a globe lit from within by a light bulb, but nothing else. And then I say completorium, that's night prayer. And at this point, that being said, then I crawl up the stairs into my sleeping loft, ye old sleeping loft, and recline on my glorious sleeping mat. I grip a small crucifix, but I tend not to think of religious things all that much necessarily. One thing I like to do is simply to imagine that it's the 1930s and I'm helping to prevent World War II. I'm doing my best to help prevent the war, and I'm flying from someplace important to someplace else very important on Imperial Airways in great luxury, with a berth at 10,000 feet, a sleeping berth. And that is the daily routine.
Do you think you would have worked on the Manhattan Project?
Oh, never, never, never. Oh, heaven forfend, no. Oh, no, 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 no. And I have something horrible here to report. I really knew slightly a person who had worked on the Manhattan Project. He did not strike me as a tormented soul. He didn't look at all like a character out of, Dostoevsky or anything. He didn't really bring up the fact that he'd been on the project, but he had been on it as a very young person, and then he was in retirement at the David Dunlap Observatory in Canada just before the observatory got sold. Heavens, what can one possibly say? I could go on about the Manhattan Project, and I could go on about Hiroshima. I think I will make just one point. The whole military, or you might say strategic, or perhaps tactical utility of the Hiroshima bombing. This was examined. There was a report. Around 1946, the question was considered, was this bombing actually useful in terms of the overall American war effort? When it will be recalled, Japan had already been suing for peace. They've been to conduct peace negotiations since May of the year of the bombing. Well, a report was compiled under the Truman administration. The report, for some reason, is not in the Truman Presidential Library. I believe it is rather in the Eisenhower Library, which I believe also is in Abilene, Texas. And the report is damning. It says, well, nothing that much was achieved by bombing Hiroshima. Japan could have been induced to capitulate without that. So goodness, oh my goodness, the Manhattan Project is so, oh dear, yes, this is very bad. Well, I can't say more. I shouldn't say more. I should not say more.
Okay, so we have our third point here. The four-letter prefixes. You sent over an additional screenshot and photo here. So do you want to start with this screenshot here?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I'd love to. Now I must pull up. I'm a bit of a fool here. Now I have the screenshot. Good. So now, the matter of four-letter prefixes, this is used to help sort things in a natural order, so that the alphabetical order of the sorting by name, if the names, I mean to say, of whatever items you're dealing with, there might be files in a computer, there might be paper files in an archive, there might be boxes in a large ocean shipment, as when you're shipping maybe 200 boxes of your personal chattels. No matter what the items are, one not only uses descriptive file names to keep track of what everything is, but additionally one has a four-letter prefix. And the four-letter prefix is designed so that things which have to be kept close together do get kept close together, and things which have to be rather far apart in terms of their logic are rather far apart. Now, I also will quickly remark that I have in the upper left-hand glass teletype. Linux is all about glass teletypes. These screens, they simulate the ancient Digital Equipment Corporation VT100 terminal from the 1970s, 1980s. So in the upper left-hand corner, simulated glass teletype, simulated VT100 terminal, I have simply some files coded for examining, for studying popular hymns. And here it is rather useful to keep two things rather close together. Anima Christi Sanctifica Me, that's a St. Ignatius Loyola hymn, often sung in Latin. And then there's Ave Maria, which of course is sung in Latin. And to keep these two Latin things together, reasonably close together, I start their codes with A. Then we have two other hymns, which should be kept reasonably close together, but should be separated from the Latin work. Be Still My Soul, that's hymn which is set to Sibelius's Finlandia, and something relating to Fra Giovanni. This is actually good as well. I perhaps need not go into that, but for some reason it seemed appropriate to group those together. And then there are other things which are rather unrelated to the A series and to the E series. And finally, I will remark, in yet another glass teletype, here I have directories, or in Microsoft terminology, folders, but in Linux we say directory, directories related to physics studies. And here I have been working over the years in making various initiatives and various forays into the Halliday-Resnick textbook, which used to be Halliday-Resnick, now has become Halliday-Resnick-Walker, and also into a very old textbook by Sears. And to keep the Resnick stuff, the Halliday-Resnick stuff together, and the Sears stuff also together, I use N codes in the one case, O codes in the other. And then there's something which is Sears, but is not exactly the same kind of Sears as the first three Sears. The first three Sears are are from one kind of textbook, and the last Sears is from another kind, even though it's still Sears at MIT as the author. So again, I try to sort of bring adjacent things together and keep things that are a little bit disparate separated. I also want to remark, just for the fun of it, finishing off this whole topic, that here I have two clocks. Timekeeping is tremendous fun. It's good to use network time protocol. That's what I use. If you need microsecond precision, not nanosecond, sorry, it's not millisecond precision, but microsecond precision, then you will use precision time protocol. But this is not needed in ordinary civilian life, and I don't need it. So it's just network time protocol. But here I have two clocks. One gives local time, the other gives universal coordinated time. At the moment, local Estonian time is 2 hours ahead of universal coordinated time being in red. Then I have a clock which simply shows where on the globe the sun is at the given moment shining. And then for fun, I have a whole folder of photos for emotional uplift. And this would also be, I suppose, rather a good case study in four-letter prefixes, grouping like things together. And I have a folder specifically for Sherlock Holmes, and this is one of my many Sherlock Holmes pictures. This is the classic illustration by Paget in Strand magazine when the stories first came out. Here is Holmes in his at his chemical workbench. And right beside that, you can see actually a four-letter code in the file name. Right beside that is a photograph of a law library in Sweden. It's just for fun. It serves as a reminder, I think, to me and indeed to our audience, that the whole matter of running something like a Linux workstation has every affinity with detective work and with law work. Indeed, I would venture to suggest that a law firm would be very well advised to adopt my particular four-letter prefix formalism.
Could you explain what this wooden thing is on the page?
Oh, yes. Now the wooden thing. Oh, good point. Good point. Good question. This is a photo of a Swedish law library. The photo, I couldn't quite fit everything in on my limited screen real estate. And the wooden thing at the very front is a judge, if I recall correctly, it is a judge's gavel.
Oh. I and so for universal time, that's Greenwich. That's basically
Exactly. It
Britain,
is Greenwich,
London.
yes. Though Greenwich is the archaic term for this. Strictly speaking, in strict accuracy, there used to be something called Greenwich Mean Time, and then it was superseded by the international standards authorities. It was superseded by Universal Coordinated Time, but there was almost no difference. If there was a difference at all, it was at the millisecond level. So one used to speak of GMT, Golf Mike Tango. Now one speaks of UTC, Uniform Tango Charlie. Um,
And it's sort of a
and
legacy of the British Empire.
exactly, it's the legacy. Exactly, it's the legacy of the empire. And unfortunately, this is not good. Unfortunately, the dear Beeb, which is in so many respects so helpful, the BBC. I use the BBC constantly. I've used it since I was maybe 12 with one kind of equipment or another. I'm constantly using the BBC. And unfortunately, good though the BBC is, they rather perhaps chauvinistically, they have even recently, perhaps even now as we speak, they refer to GMT, and the correct terminology, as approved by standards bodies, is UTC. GMT is gonzo, it's UTC that is now used.
So that T in the middle between the date and the time and then the Z afterwards, could you just explain?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. There is an international standard. This could be researched, I think, very easily in for instance, Wikipedia. And I discuss this also on my own website, metascientia.com. I have an essay. I'll later, I think, supply links. Readers will somehow see links. I will say now that I have on my website, www.metascientia.com, I have essays on chronometry. I have essays on various aspects of information technology, including chronometry. And in the chronometry essay, I draw attention to the international standard for date stamps. This has been formalized, I think, basically in Geneva. And
ISO.
Yes, and so the convention is you first of all have 4 digits for the year, then you have 2 digits for the month, then you have 2 digits for the day, then you have T merely for cosmetic purposes. T is nothing but a separator to make things easier on the eye. Then you have 2 digits for the hour, two in the 24-hour clock, of course, 2 digits for the minute, 2 digits for the second, and then if you're not concerned with milliseconds and the like, then you simply add a Z or a Z, a zebra. So the T, like tango, that is purely cosmetic, and the Z or Zulu, I think we should say the Zulu, the Z or Z or Zulu at the end. That means that the whole timestamp has been written in universal coordinated time. And
where do you
this,
put the milliseconds if you do want to add
oh,
those?
if you do, I forget. I simply forget. But I think, well, this is a guess. I hope I'm not saying this wrong, but my guess is that after the seconds, you add a dot for a decimal, like a decimal dot, and then you can add further digits to your heart's content for milliseconds. And indeed, if you wanted, I suppose, even microseconds. I should add here a very interesting point about chronometry. There is UTC has to kind of keep step with what we actually observe with the sun moving across the sky and as the Earth rotates. And a horrible truth, which has emerged only in the last maybe 80 years, if that, maybe the last 50 years, a rather recently emerging horrible truth is that the Earth's rotation is not uniform. So the authorities who take care of UTC, they aren't actually strictly in Geneva, they are in Paris. It's the Bureau International des Poids et Mesures, BIPM. Bravo, India, Papa, Mike. BIPM, they will make an announcement every now and again, and they will say, look, folks, look, world, because the Earth's rotation has been not terribly uniform, and because we have to keep UTC rather nicely in step with what we actually observe as the sun makes its apparent course across the sky, we are this year, 3 months from now, we are going to add a leap second to the year. It's very embarrassing that this should have to be done, and it's caused great angst in the in IT community, where even milliseconds can be important, as in financial trading, and the fact that sometimes we get leap seconds inserted at the command of BIPM in Paris. This makes life very hard for system administrators. And this problem was discussed a couple of years ago perhaps, and I think a solution has been found, but I don't know what the solution is. All I think I am going to do is take UTC as my computer displays it. I'll just live with that. And then what precisely UTC means and whether it has leap seconds inserted every 3 or 4 years or so, I will try not to worry about.
So I wanted to make a note about one other thing, which is I don't think you ever explained why you use the letter N as the sort of default, and my guess
Oh,
would be
good. Yes,
it's
and that's a
halfway in
this is
between.
a very good question. This is an extremely good question. Why N? Why not start from A? The reason for this, in general, I do tend to start from N, and the reason for this is that you can be working on something. I mean, as it might be, you might be studying chronometry, and you have sort of good basic notes on many aspects of practical chronometry, like, for instance, the work of BIPM in Paris. And then suddenly you think, oh, wait a moment, I have to dig a bit deeper. I've got to go into the foundations. Because clocks run at different rates, time runs at different rates, depending on the strength of the local gravitational field. This is a discovery, a very alarming discovery, very unsettling discovery of general relativity, Einstein's 1915 theory, not the 1905 theory, the 1915 theory, the scary one. And you might well find that having done quite a lot of work, having created quite a lot of computer files on very straightforward straightforward things concerning the day-to-day or at least year-to-year work of BIPM in Paris, suddenly you have to think about general relativity and time dilation, time contraction, specifically in a gravitational field. That's foundational work. So the Paris stuff, the routine stuff, if that's coded with N, then you can put foundational work a bit earlier. You can code it, for example, with something starting with E. And indeed, you can maybe you have to do terrible foundation work on general relativity in your studies of chronometry. So have the files, the working notes for that, coded with prefixes that start with E, and then maybe later the kind of tension is slightly lowered. Things are a little bit more relaxed. You find also you have to consider a few points from Einstein's 1905 theory, special relativity, in which clocks do indeed proceed at varying rates, but it's not. But gravity doesn't come into it. It's just a matter of if you're in a spaceship moving at a constant speed and I'm on the ground, then your clocks run slow with respect to my clocks, and my clocks also run slow with respect to your clocks. That's not the gravitational effect. It's mathematically much easier. That shouldn't be lumped together with the very banal materials relating to BIPM in Paris, but neither should they be lumped together with the general relativity stuff. So if general relativity was coded with E, then let the less demanding special relativity stuff be coded with F. And maybe there'll come some really hideous thing someday. Maybe general relativity itself will fail some test. General relativity has been probed and probed and probed, and so far nobody has found anything wrong with it experimentally or observationally. But who knows? We now have a terrible conundrum with dark energy and dark matter. So maybe someday somebody will say, good heavens, general relativity is simply wrong. And in that case, if general relativity got coded with E, maybe something still more fundamental will be discovered. Like maybe the young, maybe she's already born, the young dear Alicia Ulhak will discover something that overturns general relativity. Will exhibit general relativity as merely a special case of something far more general, and then we will have to have not E, but maybe, who knows, D as a prefix. If we get horribly foundational, we eventually hit A, but I think we can kind of hope that things never reach that desperate condition. Yes, that's it. I've never found this I've hardly ever found this 4-letter framework to fail me. The only time when it really seemed to be not quite safe was when I was preparing my ocean shipment and had to be prepared for detailed queries from Estonian customs when my shipment landed in Muuga Harbor. The customs authorities say, wait, my shipment right through, but how was I to know that would happen? So then on my stacker boxes, my shipping crates, I really did use 8-letter codes, but maybe that's the only time in my life I've had to use 8 letters. If you have 4 letters, you do, after all, have about 500,000 combinations, just short of 500,000, and that should be enough. Yes, so my experiences on the whole with this system have been happy so far.
Okay, so here's the photo that you took actually shows the full gavel that I was asking you about.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, wonderful.
So we can now go to the books here, which are just starting with this wall right here, right?
Very good.
So if you see this bright yellow book here, that lines up with the bright yellow book right there. So
exactly, precisely, yes.
So
yes. Polish
that's
edition, Łukasiewicz, yes, exactly.
This is the first shelf, and there's going to be 2 photos for each of these wide shelves here. So as
Exactly.
we go
Oh,
through, you'll see
I
that.
should maybe interject. I might at some point, I'm hoping at some point to add, as this project matures, I'm hoping to add even the very high shelves, but I thought I'd do the really important stuff first on the middle shelves and the low shelves. The high shelves contain cyber, and cyber is rather dry, and my goodness, in some cases it's very dry. Like I have stuff on on the obsolete operating system OS2. How can that be important? It's not very important. So I guess I just hope to get back to that. But this is where we indeed are at the moment. We're starting with the beginning of the important stuff.
And I think probably people notice first that you've got a number of Oxford publications, and we can see on the spine, it looks like the ones that are quite old have the Latin, and then it turns into English at a certain point, and there's also a shield, which then turns into um, to this logo. So I don't know if you know anything about
Oh, yes.
those
Oh, yes.
design
Oh, yes.
elements.
Of course, because I could talk forever. Here we have the very first thing is just really very dull. It's just Plato in English, the standard, a very standard one-volume translation of all of Plato, printed on very thin paper, onion skin paper, and then also very banal, just Plato's Republic in English, with now. But here we do have something interesting on the toward the end, toward the lower end of the spine. We have the Open Book and Triple Crown. This is the formal kind of coat of arms of Oxford University. And the Open Book bears an inscription from a psalm, which is, at least in one numbering of the Psalms, I think Psalm 22, Dominus illuminatio mea. That's what they put onto the university arms. The Lord is my light. It goes on, Dominus illuminatio mea quem timebo. Or in bad pronunciation, which is very prevalent, Dominus illuminatio mea. The Lord is my light. And then there are the then there are the triple crowns. And in the next book over, we start actually Greek sources. So here we have again the university arms, but a little bit simplified with the open book, the triple crown, but not the surrounding wreath. The spine is titled in Latin, although the book itself, the text itself, is in Greek. The text is the Greek text with a Latin preface, where the editor simply describes how he's tackled textual problems, reconciling divergences among different manuscripts. So Platonis opera, the works of Plato, and then a whole bunch of dialogues are listed. For instance, Socrates' Apologia, his deathbed scene, apologia in Latin. And then the very same thing, Platonis Opera with now the brown covers. These are very ancient. I
Could
got
I
them
just
second.
ask
Oh,
you to pronounce all of these on the spine just so people can
oh,
hear
well, but now I'm not sure I
the
can,
proper?
because you
Oh,
see,
okay.
yes, I really think that I'm going to blow it if I try this,
Okay.
because I can't quite see everything clearly enough. Theaetetus I can read, Sophista I guess I can read, Politicus I can read, and Apologia, of course, I did read, and two others I cannot very easily read.
Okay.
I think, however, I could perhaps meet the kind of the essential requirement for reading the next from the next volume, which is very easy, Works of Plato, Volume 2. Um, m- um, Parmenides, I suppose we would have to say, accented correctly in Latin, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe Parmenides. Then Philebus, I guess, or Philebus. Again, I'm not sure, because it depends, you see, whether you have a long vowel or a short one. Symposium, Phaedrus, Alcibiades, in good Latin pronunciation, Alcibiades, not Alci, Alcibiades, unus and duo, and then Hipparchus, and then Amatores. And yes, and well, you can see how that goes.
Do you have any thoughts on just sort of the tradition of, even if something inside is in Greek, the language surrounding it and on the title would be in Latin?
Oh, yes, yes. I do have a thought. I think this is a good way of proceeding because anybody who is working from the Greek will also have Latin. The normal thing, in any course, in any classics department, you place just as much stress on Latin as on Greek, or at least not much less, if less at all. And you do tend to start with Latin. And also it is a nice way of getting out of something troubling, kind of Anglo-Saxon cultural imperialism. We try to not use English if we don't have to. Now I should also perhaps remark that, like a fool, I had Volume 5 shelved upside down. I cringed when I did this. There's no good reason for that. I'm an idiot. That's all that is. And now, after all that Plato, I had to decide what of Aristotle I would keep and what I would give away. I eventually got myself to the point around 1980 where I could read Plato without a crib, just with my grammar book open and my lexicon. But now my Greek is very rusty. And when I was at Oxford, I worked not on Plato. I didn't have an examination paper in Plato. I had one on Aristotle, and most of my Aristotle I had given away. But I thought, I suspect to Tartu University Library. But I thought, well, let me simply keep the Metaphysics. It's the most interesting of all of Aristotle's stuff, and frankly, I think he's more fun than Plato. He strikes one as a scientist. He's just a very odd scientist. He's sort of very odd, but I mean, he is kind of one of the scientific community. I don't think one would really say that of Plato, but Aristotle, yes. Aristotle is sober and kind of meticulous and, what can I say? He was the child of his times. But there's one sentence, the very first sentence of the Metaphysics. Now, let me try to say this from memory. I hope I have this right because I haven't been here. I haven't rehearsed this or anything. But I believe the first sentence is epistemetis esti he theorei to on he on kai ta hyparchonta to auto. And this means there is a certain scientific discipline which studies being as such and the attributes which belong to being as such. And much was made of this by Aquinas, and much of this is made by, I guess, very conservative Catholic philosophers, at least in recent decades, though I would say, not to perhaps terribly good effect. But it is a very deep sentence, and I think that there will someday be some kind of branch of, it'll be sort of like mathematics, but not quite. It'll be kind of like logic. It really will be the study of being as such. One of the points which has to be made about being as such is that there are different kinds of being. There is the sort of being which is had, the sort of existing which is had by a rope, and there is the existing which is had by a knot in a rope. The knot exists, the existing of the knot takes place in and through and by. The knot exists in the ropes being knotted. So it's a kind of derivative being. I published a paper in the very widely read journal Analysis when I was still in Oxford. I published a paper called Disturbances. This was in Analysis around maybe 1977. And in this, I cited some work of Aristotle on living things. And I said, well, for Aristotle, a living thing is logically very much the same kind of thing as a knot. It is a thing which has derivative being. But Aristotle doesn't himself say derivative being. And I was fortunate enough to chat with the quite eminent, chat briefly with a quite eminent British analytical but also Catholic philosopher, Peter Geach, logician philosopher. And Peter Geach said, I can imitate his voice quite well. I can imitate him just as I can imitate Sir Richard Southern. I explained to him, that in my view, in my view, as indeed in Aristotle's view, a human being is the same kind of thing as a knot. A human being is a disturbance in some underlying matter. A human being, in fact, migrates through a consignment of matter, just as a knot might migrate through a rope if it slips along the rope. Moves from one end of the rope to the other. Anyway, hearing all this, Professor Geach said, I imitate, he said, a human being is very unlike a knot. And I thought, well, that's Professor Geach being silly. But now I think, no, Professor Geach was actually right. If only I hadn't if only I had written a bit more in analysis back in the journal Analysis back in 1977. There are good reasons, which I will not spell out here, but they have to do with causation and different senses in which a thing like a wave can be in some underlying matter. It's basically a matter of, this can maybe be analyzed in terms of entropy. It certainly can be, something can be said in terms of causation. There are very good reasons for saying that a human being does not have the kind of derivative existence that a knot has. So anyway, you see, I'm still rather fond of Aristotle, and I don't want to give Aristotle up just for sentimental reasons, I suppose. I just want to have this book on my shelf. And right beside it is another very thin Aristotle, which goes very well together with Metaphysics, his so-called Categories, also De Interpretatione, but that's rather dull. Categories is the real prize. That's a very slim volume. And besides that,
did these come with dust jackets or?
oh, I think they do not, but I wouldn't quite dare say that in court. I do try, unlike one of your recent library curators, I do try to retain dust jackets, and I have even now some cellophane. I believe dust jackets should be kept. The part of the craftsmanship which went into producing the book. They can sometimes be of a very pleasing design. They're in any case of great historical value, and so I don't think I've thrown out many dust jackets. And indeed, nowadays I have some cellophane ready for conserving the dust jackets I do have. And if I were in America, I would try buying a really good dust jacket preserving solution from the firm called Brodart. Brodart, specialist in library supplies. Bravo, Romeo, Oscar, Delta, Alpha, Romeo, Tango. So I think that the brutal truth is that the Aristotle came without dust jackets. The Platos, many of them are very, very old, pre-war, or maybe even pre-World War I. And these very likely were published without dust jackets.
Was this your college years when you acquired some of these?
Oh, yes, exactly. I was in that college. Yes, exactly. 74, Michaelmas term, 1974, to the long vacation, the summer kind of break of 1978. Those are my years, almost exactly 4 years short of maybe 6 weeks or 2 months. Yes, and in that period, yes, these acquisitions.
Do you have any thoughts on the different colors? There's like the brown and then there's the blue.
Oh, yes, I think, well, the blue really is preferred. The blue is, as people say in medicine, indicated. Blue is indicated, like, gastric lavage is indicated. Prefrontal lobotomy is indicated. Blue is indeed indicated because it is the color associated with the university. It's Oxford blue. There's also a color called Cambridge blue, which is lighter. Cambridge blue is more like the color of the sky. So it would be advisable for the university press, Oxford University Press, to bring such editions out in indeed Oxford blue cloth binding, and I think that's what they now do. But it's not what they did in maybe 1920 or 1910 when those brown jobs came off the press.
I mean, they looks like there's actually two versions. There's this higher quality orangish one
Oh,
here,
that is true.
and then
Oh,
these are like
that's
paperback,
very
like
true. Oh, that's very true. But I suspect that I raided Thornton's, which used to be, maybe they still are, who knows, Thornton's, the bookseller on Broad Street. And then it was just hit and miss. What would you find in Thornton's? Big secondhand book dealer, and gloriously chaotic, like something out of maybe Lord of the Rings. You would simply snap up whatever you could find. And I think, it probably was like like this. That 1 month I went in and Thornton's happened to have 2 Platos, and then in another month I went in and they had a different Plato from roughly the same period, and it had maybe been more exposed to sun in its former homes, and therefore it's more faded.
Could you pronounce this scriptorum piece?
Oh, of course. Scriptorum classicorum bibliotheca Oxoniensis. So that means the library, the bibliotheca, the Oxonian or Oxfordian, you might say crudely, the Oxonian library of classical texts. Genitive plural, scriptorum.
And we actually have one here that does have its dust jacket.
Oh, that's true. This is, however, not now in that series from the Oxford University Press. It's from a different series. And it is true. That has its dust jacket. That is very, very true. And now here, I think maybe we can't say an awful lot. Collingwood is interesting, but I haven't studied Collingwood deeply. I did a lot of work on Aristotle, Collingwood not. My impression was that he is worth reading. There are lots of people there are lots of dead philosophers who could be safely neglected, and I don't think this can really be said. It cannot be confidently said of Collingwood. And I read one book of Collingwood's, I think, rather carefully. He was also a historian. He was, in his day, in the 1930s, he was a leading historian of Roman Britain, and he had, he's what they call an idealist. It's kind of this very muddled idea that the world is somehow reality is made of ideas. And and in this rather perhaps unfortunate context, he did have a most arresting thought concerning the nature of the work of the historian. And he said, what the historian does when successful is he literally recreates the thoughts he thinks. He literally succeeds in thinking the very thoughts, in performing, I think he would say, the very same mental act as was performed by some long dead, for example, Roman. Hadrian, Hadrian had some thoughts when he built the wall between, basically, roughly at least, between England and Scotland, Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian, as a military strategist, had some thoughts, and the successful historian will perform the very same mental act as Hadrian performed. Now, I don't know really what even a mental act is. I have no idea what consciousness is. It's the whole matter of everything connected with philosophy of mind is very, very frustrating. And it could be that Collingwood was simply just stringing words together and not saying anything that really had a definite meaning. But this is not certain. He should be studied. It could be that he was saying something coherent. So I keep him, I keep him out of, we have a good word in Estonian, aukartus. This doesn't, it's like some things in Estonian, they don't translate well into English. Aukartus is kind of the sort of reverence you might feel for somebody who is perhaps very distinguished, like a prime minister, or very old, like somebody who's 99 and is still going to the local sauna on Friday nights. Or you might have it when you simply contemplate some very penetrating physicist, like, for instance, Einstein, or a less cliche example, Oliver Heaviside, electrical theoretician, Victorian. We see aukartus when I think of Collingwood, and that is why I have hung on to these books and do not wish to, in my own lifetime, do not wish to be parted from them.
Do you want to move to the next photo?
Oh, but of course. This is great fun. Now, this is great fun. This is now one of the deepest philosophers ever, and yet he is not a household name. We find repeatedly that some people get the credit they deserve. Some people get more credit than they deserve. An example of this might be Thomas Alva Edison. Some people get less credit than they deserve. An example of this from electrical engineering would be Steinmetz, who ran rings around Thomas Alva Edison. And fortunately, we use alternating current today thanks to the mathematical abilities of Steinmetz. had it been Edison who took all the engineering decisions, our electrical systems would be in a very unhappy condition.
What do you think of Tesla?
I think that he might be just hyped. I have come across somewhere, I haven't studied Tesla, but I have come across somewhere somebody who really is likely to know what he's talking about. I think a very eminent professor of electrical engineering, one of America's maybe 5 top people, still alive. And I think I read him saying, "Oh, there isn't much in Tesla. It's kind of like an urban myth that Tesla was awfully deep and made profound discoveries." After all, you might say, I think this does make some sense, because if Tesla was really that profound, then other people would have found the stuff again. I mean, electrical engineering, electrical theory, electromagnetics, it's an open book. Anybody can read the book of nature. It's not like, only one person has the brain capable of doing it. If Einstein hadn't discovered time dilation in 1905, somebody else would have. Poincaré was close. I think Florence was close. So goodness, yes, so that is Tesla. But Frege, he is, I guess not, how can one say, what is the right word for this? He is underappreciated in at least general culture, and among professional philosophers he gets his due, thanks in part to the very excellent work of Sir Michael Dummett as a commentator.
How do you say his full name?
Oh, yes, of course. Frege, Gottlob Frege. And Sir Michael Dummett is, I guess, just as you would expect. Yes, Michael, and then Dummett with a double M and a double T. So Frege, being of extreme importance, being the founder of modern mathematical logic, being the person on whose foundations it was possible for Gödel and Turing to do their work. Frege is of such importance that I really, really do not want to be parted from these books. So I guess I want them to stay with me until I'm dead. There. And now the rest, the rest is maybe, well, there of course you see Dummett, 2 volumes, and then a further volume of Dummett's, more mathematical than philosophical. Then we have a person who is, in his own lifetime, immediately saw the importance of Frege, Lord Bertrand Russell. So Bertrand Russell was really, well, what can one say? I mean, he wasn't, kind of like clear like Frege, but at least he saw the importance of Frege. And for this reason, I guess for this perhaps somewhat sentimental reason, I keep in my permanent collection, the stuff that I don't want to donate, I keep in my permanent collection 2 volumes of Russell, and the big thingy, the big great magnum opus, Principia Mathematica by Russell and Whitehead, that I perhaps would rather gladly keep, but I have public duties. I mustn't be hopelessly selfish and hanging on to things. And Principia Mathematica has to be in a university library. There can't be too many copies of this in Estonia, or even in kind of Northern Europe. It's not such a widely held thing. So I donated my copy. I'm quite certain to Tufts University. Then next we have Ramsey. Again, he saw the importance. He worked with Russell. He died young. It was a sad thing. He died young. I met his widow. Incredible. How could I have met his widow? I met his widow. He was active in the 1920s. I met his widow in the 1970s. She was very nice. And he was, I guess we might say, a philosopher of mathematics and a mathematical philosopher, like Frege and like Russell. Now, next, we come to a book on which I haven't done that much work, but there was a Polish tradition in logic. There was Frege, and then in that same, you might say, school, there came, as a disciple of Frege, Bertrand Russell, and the prematurely departed Frank Compton Ramsey. Then there was a Polish school, which flourished between the world wars. And the Polish school, I think we can, in part, perhaps, thank the Polish school in logic, or at least the Polish tradition in hard science and exact science and logic and mathematics. We can thank the Poles for perhaps the survival of, maybe the survival of Britain in World War II, but at any rate, for the overall shape of World War II. The Poles, not exactly the Polish logicians who are represented here, but people who were their near colleagues, Rzewski, I remember as a name. The Poles were adept not both in logic and in the rather allied field of cryptography. The Poles cracked the Enigma machine, the German Enigma machine, in its earlier variations. They were eventually defeated by Enigma, but they were defeated, I think, in the later 1930s, when the Germans added more rotors and maybe the plug board, and things got combinatorially too elaborate. And then the Poles, because they had a good history of working with this most challenging kind of quasi sort of logical problem, the Poles then shared their knowledge with the British. On the strength of this collaboration, the British were able to get their own cryptography work going at Bletchley Park, roping in, of course, one of the really famous logicians, Alan Turing. So that is the Polish stuff, but I haven't studied it all that deeply. And in particular, one thing I really have not studied, but I still want to keep just for sentimental reasons, is Łukasiewicz, the most eminent of the Polish logicians, Łukasiewicz's commentary on Aristotle's logic. And here I have a rather sad point to make, which I think Łukasiewicz does not make. I suspect he does not make this point, and he ought to have made it. Aristotle is gappy. Even within his own terrible self-imposed limitations, Aristotle is gappy. He has the so-called square of opposition. He says, well, we can examine the logical relations among all S's are P's, no S's are P's, some S's are P's, some S's are not P's. Well, what about only S's are P's? I mean, we should have some discussion of that. And also, what about what about all but S's are P's? Only S's are P's. That means if you're a P, you must be an S. Heavens. Only bachelors are male. We really treat even simply the logic of two terms, just S's and P's, with adequate thoroughness. We have to have all S's or P's, no S's or P's, only S's or P's, and all but S's or P's. Ultimately, we need not Aristotle's square of opposition, but an octagon of opposition. It could be that somebody in Victorian times worked this out, or at least worked part of it out. And then I wrote a little article on this in the Australian Logic Teachers Journal, which I guess got ignored. But still, there you are. So Łukasiewicz, not quite satisfactory, but he is fun. And the Poles generally are, of course, fun. Poland is, as a nation, Poland is seldom dull.
So I was putting into AI what would be some fun examples of Polish logic. And I don't know if you have any that come to mind, but
Oh, well, the future sea battle, propositions about the future, three-valued logic. The Poles are more famous for that than for anything else, and AI will have picked that one up, I think.
yeah, it said something about that, but it didn't seem like it would make sense to. It just didn't make sense to me immediately.
But it's an elementary thing. The standard example, the textbook example, is there will be a sea battle on this spot tomorrow, and somebody in Poland, I'd rather think it was Łukasiewicz, but I might be wrong. Somebody eminent in Poland said, look, we need three truth values. We must say some propositions are true, others are false, but others are indeterminate. And this particular proposition about the future, it is indeterminate. There will be a sea battle on this spot tomorrow. On the other hand, the proposition either there will be a sea battle on this spot tomorrow or there will not be a sea battle on this spot tomorrow, although it's about the future, it is determinately true. And then the Poles worked out, they tried to work out, and maybe successfully did work out, three-valued logic. So that's not a very, well, how can one say?
Modal.
I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, the AI is saying it contributed to foundational work in modal logic, computer logic, but modal logic is really the key subtype of logic
Now
that
I did
handles
not
uncertainty.
know. Yes, now that is interesting. I did not connect in my own mind the poles with modal logic. That is really more, but I may be simply forgetting something from the history of logic now.
It's hard to believe they were the first ones to,
Well, somebody had to be
the
first,
genealogy
and
there.
frankly, I don't know who was first. And there may have been something done already before the war, 1930s. There will have been something. Goodness, I mean,
Well, there were a couple other examples that also came up. One
Yes.
is Tarski's truth sentence.
Oh, good heavens, of course. Oh, yes. Oh, that's actually the most, maybe, that is the most successful, eminent, and glorious thing in the whole Polish achievement is Tarski. Oh, goodness, yes, okay, I really should have. I'm an idiot. I should have mentioned
Do you want to
Tarski, of
say it
course.
yourself?
Oh, well, of course, I will say. Tarski he's got various papers, but he has above all a paper called The Concept of Truth in Formalized Languages. And this introduces the idea that we can not only have a completely formalized language with logical symbols, we can, and also kind of a regimented vocabulary, everything just built up with logical operators out of primitive symbols. But we also can have a language which describes that language, a meta language. And then and it can likewise be formalized. And then in the meta language, we can explain, I've forgotten many details here now to my shame, but we can explain in the meta language in mathematically rigorous terms what it is for a sentence to be true in the original formalized language. So the whole concept of truth can be given a formal definition. And this really, I guess, underlies Gödel's incompleteness of mathematics result, which I'm
You
not
remember
really.
when President Clinton said it depends what your definition of
Oh,
is
yes. Oh, heavens.
is?
Oh, that's so awful. Oh, that's so awful. It depends on how you define is. Yes, exactly. Oh, was that ever bad? That's one of the lower moments in the history of the White House,
I wonder
history of
if
the Oval Office.
he knew it was a reference to the to some of this stuff, but so what came up in the AI is snow is white, quote, snow is white, unquote, is
Mhm.
true if and only if snow is white.
Oh, well, that's indeed the case, and that is indeed
And
Tarski's
that's
own
called the T
example.
schema.
Yes. Oh, yes, yes, and that is indeed Tarski's own example. The paper was in German, the Weiss, but that's his own example. However, it's very hard to convey the force of this out of context because it looks like a banality. Of course, it's true that
Well, let
the
me give you the other one that I think might
Yes.
help,
Oh,
which
yes,
is
yes, yes.
the liar's paradox or liar sentence,
Oh, yes.
which is
Good,
this
good, good.
sentence is false.
Is false. Yes, quite so. Yes, quite so. I think the Poles worked on that. The paradox itself goes back to the ancient Greeks. The paradox is mentioned by no less an authority than St. Paul. But I don't know if St. Paul really understood at all what he was referring to. Um, um, uh, the uh, the Greeks presented in the form of Epimenides the Cretan, the guy from Crete, saying all Cretans are liars when he is himself from Crete. And this paradox can be spelled out and examined and how can we say, presented and varied in many, many, many different ways. We have to think, for example, what are we going to make of the sentence, this sentence is true? What's the truth value of that? Is that one true or false? The Poles, if I recall, were indeed interested in the liar paradox. So I think AI is quite accurate in citing that in connection with the Polish school.
There's another piece which is, or just explanation, which I thought was good. The paradox forced logicians like Alfred Tarski to build strict rules about when language can talk about itself.
Oh,
This
yes.
became the
Oh,
modern
yes.
theory of semantic hierarchies.
Yes, absolutely true. Yes, absolutely true. That's accurate. That's perfectly accurate.
And I
And that's not
also,
misleading.
your Cretans, there's a somewhat famous quote in, I guess, Titus 1:12,
That's it. That's Paul. Yes, poor Paul. Oh dear. Yes, that's
One
it.
of them,
Yes.
one of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said the Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies.
Exactly.
This
Exactly.
widely believed to quote the Cretan poet Epimenides.
Right. Exactly. That is it. That is it. That is the bit from St. Paul. I have not studied well, I haven't studied the epistle even really. I've read the epistle, but I haven't studied it. I have no idea whether Paul was writing tongue in cheek, whether he was writing in a model and simply saying, naughty, naughty pagans, look at how bad they are. Look at what, for instance, they say about their own island of Crete, or whether he was making some quite intelligent and subtle point. I have no idea what he was doing. He was a highly educated person, but he wasn't educated in philosophy. He had studied under an eminent rabbi. So who knows? And what I think you'll have eventually biblical scholars. You've already, I think, had dealings with biblical scholars, with real biblical scholars, and you may have dealings with more. And someday you might run across somebody who can actually pass an expert opinion on that passage from Titus.
Yeah, the pastoral epistles are the first and second epistle to Timothy, and then epistle to Titus, and they're often grouped together into a bundle of those three.
Yes. Well, that
So
certainly sounds right, but I can't comment
yeah.
intelligently. Yeah, I just can't.
Okay, well, I just want to
yes.
ring a
Go
bell
ahead.
for me.
Yeah.
I wanted to read one other thing about Tarski. So
Oh, yes.
1933, the concept of truth in formalized language. This is the original statement of the semantic hierarchy solution. Language cannot consistently define truth for itself. Truth must be defined in a higher level, meta language. And so there's the object language, the meta language, and then a meta language. And you need that kind of hierarchy in order to handle the liar's paradox.
Yes, well, that sounds right. Yes, that sounds right. AI, I think, has got it right.
There's also a Gödel quote here, his 1931 incompleteness theorem. Gödel encoded statements like, this statement is not provable. Self-reference arises inside formal systems. He showed that, or how that happens, self-reference. So the problem of self-reference is a maybe even a perennial problem.
Yes, well,
I am
think
that I
now
am.
Yes,
From the Old
goodness.
Testament.
Oh, sorry, say again?
I am that I am.
I am that I am. Oh dear, oh scary, oh scary. That's truly scary. Yes, that's truly scary. That's, oh dear, that's scary.
That's Exodus
Book of Exodus. Yes,
3:14.
that's Exodus. That's truly scary. That's, yes, heavens. That's maybe the
Where God
scariest thing
reveals
in the Old
himself to
Testament.
Moses.
Oh dear, yes, that's the scariest thing in the Old Testament. Yes. Anyway, it was Gödel indeed was interested in language, talking about language. He took care not to construct a statement saying that that very same statement, is false, and he in fact was concerned not in at least the bit you mentioned. He's concerned not with exactly truth or falsity, but rather provability. In fact, he eventually comes to the result that there are that in any mathematical system meeting reasonable constraints, that every statement that is provable is true, but there are also true statements that are not provable. Yes, so only the true is provable in an adequate system. Only the true is provable, but not all the true is provable.
Do you have any interest in Escher?
Escher. Oh, let me see.
The
Escher. Oh.
artist.
Yes, but only I haven't thought much about Escher, but it is interesting because Escher has drawings which represent things that are in some sense impossible. And
There's
I
the
have
book Gödel, Escher, Bach. And
that also, but I have not
that's what I was
read. I
thinking.
believe it's
Okay.
good. I believe it is good, but I have not read it. Yes. Dang. Yes, but I haven't read it. I don't own it. Neither do I own it. It's the sort of thing which would be very good to read and work on, but one only has time for so many topics. And I feel that my own mission in life, such as it is very modest, and it is simply to clean up bits of the physics curriculum and also to work on just on kind of the popularizing accounts of bright stars. That is my mission.
Let me just read one thing from the Wikipedia for
yes,
Gödel
yes,
Eschenbach.
oh, yes, yes,
An
yes.
Eternal Golden Braid, 1979, by Douglas
Yes.
Hofstadter, is a book about the intellectual themes common to the lives and works of logician Kurt Gödel, artist M.C. Escher, and composer Johann Sebastian Bach, and shows the thematic connections among mathematics, symmetry, and intelligence. Through short stories, illustrations, and analyses, the book explains how systems acquire meaningful context from the meaningless elements that compose a system: self-reference, informal rules, isomorphism, the meaning of communication, how knowledge can be represented and stored, the methods and limitations of symbolic representation, and the notion of meaning.
Yes, there. Well, that kind of fits with what little I know of the book, and I guess maybe the praise that I've heard of it.
Won a Pulitzer and a National Book Award.
Oh,
for
good for it. Yes, good. A Pulitzer for something in exact science. That's really good.
So, is there anything else? This bright yellow book caught my eye, so I don't know if there's anything
Yes,
about that.
Worcestershire selected works, but I have not even worked from that.
Okay.
I have it out of, piety, I guess, for Poland as a nation, but I have not worked from it at all.
Okay. Any other books here do you like to highlight?
Oh, I think not in this section. I do, however, want to make a brief remark about Bach, and I suppose this does touch, on Gödel and Escher. Something very good has been said of Bach, and this is that Tchaikovsky speaks to Tchaikovsky, Beethoven speaks to humanity, Bach speaks to God. Because there's a kind of sort of encounter with sort of a sort of theological encounter in math and logic. And I suppose also in mathematical physics, also there. But let us say if we just take maths and logic, there's a sort of philosophical, there's a sort of theological encounter there. There's a theological significance to math. It's as though we are encountering the very mind of God, and this same idea of the theological encounter is what we get in Bach. That's why we prize Bach. That's why we prize him above even, for instance, Beethoven.
Do you know the mathematician who's the most prolific mathematician? He traveled all around.
Oh yes, Erdős. But of course, I never met him. I simply know of him in the way one knows of people from Wikipedia or YouTube. I saw a wonderful YouTube article, YouTube kind of cadre, we'd say, I suppose, in this language. In Estonian, we say cadre, a kind of wonderful YouTube, so to speak, reel, a short reel, on Erdős. It was wonderful. He lived
Which
out
is
of a
spelled
suitcase.
ERDOS.
Yes, exactly. Yes, precisely. And there are some special Hungarian, there's at least one set of special Hungarian diacritical marks there somewhere.
Yeah.
The
There's
Hungarians, sort of like dots, but I believe they aren't quite.
Slashes. They're sort of
Exactly,
bottom
slashes.
left to top right. Slashes.
Exactly. Wee little slashes. Those are distinctively Hungarian, and they are not to be confused with the German or indeed Estonian or indeed Finnish umlaut. They're quite sui generis. Or sui generis, I suppose.
He would,
Sui generis.
so Erdős would refer to the book, and just reading from, I just taught something about him a month or so ago.
Oh boy!
And
oh boy!
I want to just read from his Wikipedia about it.
Yes, of course.
He had his own idiosyncratic vocabulary. Although an agnostic atheist, he spoke of, quote, the book, a visualization of a book in which God had written down the best and most elegant proofs for mathematical theorems.
Yes, that's it.
He used the book expression since at least the late 70s. Lecturing in 85, he said, you don't have to believe in God, but you should believe in the book. He doubted the existence of God. He playfully named the SF for supreme fascist, accusing him of hiding his socks and Hungarian passports and of keeping the most elegant mathematical proofs to himself. When he saw a particularly beautiful mathematical proof, he would claim, "This one's from the book," and that later inspired a book titled Proofs from the Book. And he had a
Yes,
whole
yes, yes.
system for incentivizing people to solve certain problems with putting bounties on the problems and
Quite so.
encouraging the development of better proofs that were sort of book worthy. And so
Yes.
you had mentioned the idea earlier of the book of nature, and that's a historical idea you don't hear about as much anymore, but it's the idea of there's the book of scripture and the book of nature, and scientists
Yes.
are as theologically engaged potentially as regular theologians, but instead of studying scripture, they're studying the scripture of nature. And so the microscope and the telescope and other instruments are their way of studying the book of nature.
Oh, yes, yes, this is
And even
accurate. Yes, this is
mathematics is sort
accurate.
of its own realm.
Of course, exactly. This is so accurate. Yes. Oh, Dersh is very good. There's a right way of presenting a proof. I do, I do think, I think of God as being strangely forgiving. People do mathematical physics with the most awful gaps and muddles and hand waving, and for about 2 centuries, calculus was on no solid foundation at all. It was just a miserable thing. Leibniz and Newton, they really, they did what they could, but they were the children of their time, and they did not do calculus rigorously. And it was finally, the right way to do calculus was worked out by about 3 people in the 19th century, chiefly Weierstrass. At least Weierstrass, I guess, is maybe the most prominent. And this is very much a matter of finding the book. But it's odd that somehow, heaven should be so forgiving. Although people work not really finding the book, they still get answers of a kind. They don't totally flop. I mean, because even with the very inadequate calculus of Newton and Leibniz and their successors, the Bernoullis, same problem, people still solved problems in fluid mechanics. They did quite a good job on celestial mechanics. They eventually were able to, I guess, maybe with rather primitive calculus, at least do something with the theory of heat. And we find this also in undergraduate teaching, and with maybe the less successful of our teaching assistants and professors, the people at whose hands we suffer. The guy behind the lectern, he may not know his stuff all that well, but you still have to listen to him, and you will still get something out of what he says. The book of nature, how can one say, kind of like heaven's word, is accommodating. It's tolerant of ineptitude, inexactitude. Although we shouldn't celebrate ineptitude, we have to, of course, overcome it. But what can one say? It's maybe a truism in a way that you can get the right answer with not terribly good reasoning. Well, indeed, my physics problem of work done by a gas expanding under constant temperature. I mean, that is an example of such a thing. Halliday and Resnick, generally very good authors, they get the right answer. There's a mathematical problem in their chain of reasoning, but the answer's there. Nature's oddly forgiving that way.
So is there anything in this photo you'd like to highlight?
In this photo, yes.
I noticed this
Yes.
intuitionistic
Oh,
logic,
yes, that's
and you got a couple other
extremely
books
important.
on
Yes,
that.
that's extremely important, but it's a thing I don't have time to study, and therefore I want to simply donate the book. It has to go, at least I hope Tartu University will accept it. It connects with the, not exactly the Frege commentary work, but the mathematical work of Sir Michael Dummett. And there was a school of mathematicians, I think maybe already before the war. There's a school of mathematicians in the Netherlands who produced what they called intuitionism. And intuitionism was an attempt to put mathematics onto a very unconventional foundation. And the intuitionists said mathematics is something intuited by the human mind, and in fact, it's a matter of mental constructions, human mental constructions. What on earth does that mean? Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but at least that's what they said in the Netherlands. That's what they said. And this stuff, it might be, there might really be something in it. So I don't dare, I wouldn't like to see it neglected. So this book has to be donated with great care to some library, which is sure to take it, but I think our local university library is rather liable to take it gladly. So yes, so there is that. You were also wondering, is there anything else that I could perhaps cite or somehow point to? Reference a generality in that stack of books to be donated. That is by Professor Geach, who said accurately, though I thought at the time he was silly, he said accurately, a human being is very unlike a knot. Then we have, I think I want briefly just to mention that we have here Wittgenstein, and Wittgenstein surely is worth taking seriously, but I've never understood him. So, well, what can one say? Now, oh, sorry, not to be donated. No, I see. It's filed upright. Yes, sorry, my bad. My very bad. My very, very, very bad. Of course, Wittgenstein I want to keep, baffling though he is. There really might be something worthwhile in him. So I keep him, and he's not to be donated. And also that book on intuitionism, I now realize, we had the photo rotated, and then I thought, well, this is a book horizontal, because the books which are prone and horizontal, they are for donation. But now I realize I did want to keep intuitionism. Maybe someday I can do something with it. So, right. So this book I should hang on to during my lifetime. Then after my death, some sensible person can figure out what to do with it. Now, I also do want to note that there are books here by Prior. Prior is not a household name, but he is really wonderful. New Zealand mathematician, not New Zealand mathematician, New Zealand logician. He served in the Royal Air Force in the war. Then he went off to Oxford. He became a fellow of Balliol. He died, unfortunately, rather young. And I have somewhere a framed photograph of Arthur Prior, which I got thanks to the widow of Frank Plumpton Ramsey, who died in the 1920s. Prior, although not a household name, he is a very interesting logician. He doesn't have at all the depth of Tarski, yes, he doesn't have the depth of Tarski, but he's simply fun. He's somebody who so enjoys logic as a subject, including its rather obscure, perhaps pre-modern exponents. Like, what did the Victorians do in logic? There was a guy who created a machine for solving certain logic problems, purely mechanical. It should have been electrical, but it was purely mechanical. Poor guy, he didn't think of relays and electromagnets. Well, this is the kind of thing, the Victorian logic piano. This is exactly the kind of thing that Prior would cherish and discuss. And beside Prior is an eminent logician whom I met once just at the lunch table. And, well, what can you do if you just meet a person once? But anyway, still an eminent person from Harvard, W.V. Quine, not long dead. He lived to a ripe old age.
Jasper's autograph.
Oh no, that'd be, well, that wouldn't be told. Oh dear, oh no, no, good grief. Oh dear. Oh dear. But it's a very interesting kind of, how can one say, it's an interesting study in intellectual inheritance and intellectual generations. First came Frege, Gottlob Frege, who founded mathematical logic, proceeding out of almost nothing at all. There's almost nothing before him that he could build on. There's Boole and Boolean logic, but that was very restricted. So there was Frege appearing out of nowhere.
What about the syllogism?
Beg pardon?
The syllogism.
Oh, well, of course. Well, that's medieval and ancient logic. Aristotle devised the syllogism, but the syllogism, well, what can one say? The syllogisms are built up from all SSRPs, no S's are P's, some S's are P's, some S's are not P's. That's the whole syllogism, Barbara, Calara, and Dario, the whole weary thing. It's so inadequate, even in its own terms, it's inadequate because it doesn't do only, it doesn't do none but. And in any case, it was Frege. It was none other than Frege. He had nobody to help him. He devised he discerned, he noted the necessity of going far beyond syllogistic and being able to handle even inferences like every critic admires every novelist. Therefore, if at least one critic is a novelist, then at least one critic admires himself. You might call this an inference in relational logic. So anyway, generations, you see, and intellectual inheritance. We have first Frege handling the very difficult problem of relational logic with great brilliance and having really nobody before him to help very much. Then Frege had a very distinguished pupil, Carnap, who was the most prominent figure in the Vienna Circle, this group of logical positivists, so-called, who were working in Vienna between the wars. Well, the very young Willard Van Orman Quine, later kind of gloriously, I suppose you might say, associated with Harvard, but as the very young Quine was a pupil of Carnap's. So you see, it's a kind of intellectual progression. Frege taught Carnap, Carnap taught Quine. And
Genealogy.
Quine, yes, exactly, genealogy. Exactly, that was the word I was looking for. Yes, exactly, genealogy. And Quine taught, well, he taught Donald Davidson, I guess. Anyway, I don't even want to think about who might be working now, but no, I suppose my list of three, Frege, Carnap, Quine, I suppose that list of three could be extended in one way or another. And all three of those, they're very, major figures. It's interesting. So I keep Quine, again, from a sense of maybe in a sense piety. I don't know that I'm ever going to have very much time to work on Quine, but I don't want to part with these books. I did, put in quite a reasonable effort on Quine back in the day, 50 years ago. I just want to keep the stuff around.
It doesn't seem that useful for the observatory work you're doing.
Oh, no, indeed not, indeed not. Logic is I wouldn't exactly say it's a dry subject. Mathematical logic is interesting, and Gödel's result is surely deep, and Tarski is deep. But you can't do everything, and I don't feel that this is what I am personally called to do. Sometimes we are called, as it were, by heaven, whenever we're called to do things which are not glamorous. Logic is indeed glamorous, but what's the point of glamour? Well, logic can be glamorous, it can be glamorous, but what's the point of glamour?
When did
And
you find your calling?
I had it as a kid. I was always doing, Dad asked me at the age of 5 what I wanted to be, and I said a scientist, and he was rather disappointed in this, and he wanted me to be a doctor. He was visibly disappointed, but, how can you take a kid of 5 seriously? And then I kept doing experiments at the kitchen table, though not terribly good experiments, but I did this and that, and I had 2 chemistry sets, very poor telescope, access to a microscope, which Dad, as an agronomist, was able to borrow, a really good microscope, and other things. And I was really very much bent on a career in science until I was in grade 11. Then I had an English teacher who was conspicuously good. She really should have been a university professor, not working in the Nova Scotia high school system. And under her influence, I gravitated to humanities. Then I enrolled at the House University in September of 1970 with the intention of studying English. At the university, predictably enough, I discovered philosophy. I was in the kind of intense math stream. There was an intense math stream taught by Professor Max Edelstein, a mathematician of real substance, to whom I'm really, really eternally grateful, more grateful than I am to any other teacher. But although I was in that math stream in the second half of first year, when second year rolled around, I decided I wanted to be a philosopher. Well, then I simply studied philosophy, and then I decided that I wanted to kind of, escape Canada. Dad had a very good idea. He said, "Do you not wish to go to the Sorbonne?" But anyway, that was very sensible of him. But it didn't work out that way, and I made my own decisions, and I got offered a place at Cambridge, and I got offered a place at Oxford, and of course I took Oxford, and I put down as my first choice of college Merton, my second choice was St. John's, and maybe
Why
the
is
third.
that? Of course.
Oh, sorry. To what proposition? To what proposition did I stick the tag? Of course.
Oxford versus Cambridge.
Because Oxford has is although Cambridge is preeminent in hard science, I was not at that point drawn to hard science. I was still like an idiot drawn to philosophy. That's the whole sad thing. I thought that my calling was in philosophy, and in philosophy, Oxford was maybe still is preeminent. So that was why Oxford. Yes, that's why I said, of course. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
So
So anyway,
continuing your story, you were looking at
yes.
different.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So then I had I you had to choose 4 colleges, and then if you were lucky, you would get admitted to 1 in your list of 4 in Oxford University, federated university system of colleges. So I made my first choice Merton, my second choice St. John's, my third I think Balliol, and I forget what the fourth was. Oh, it might have been it might have been Corpus Christi, but I'm not sure. In any case, I was declined. I was declined by Burton, and I was picked up by St. John's, and this was quite good. I do not at all regret going to St. John's, insofar as but as as a choice of Oxford College. Of course, I regret going into philosophy, but as a choice, or somewhat regret going into philosophy, but as a choice of college, I think that was perfectly reasonable. I do not regret that college choice one little bit. I have a college story about the relative eminence or lack of eminence of St. John's. It's again a Sir Richard Southern story. In Oxford, the colleges are ranked by the Norrington table. In my day, at least, they were. Very likely they still are. And it's a matter of great importance how high your college stands in the Norrington table. How many people finishing their first degree at your college get first class honors as opposed to second, or heaven forfend, third. So there's one year when St. John's did very, very, very badly. They were almost at the bottom of the Norrington table. They were in the very same bracket as a place notoriously undistinguished, namely St. Edmund's Hall, known locally as Teddy Hall. And in Teddy Hall were, for example, studying a son of the Philippine dictator, Ferdinand Marcos, a son of Ferdinand Marcos, accompanied by athletic friends. I think they were bodyguards. He was accompanied by athletic friends. That was Teddy Hall. Well, anyway, it was a disgrace. We were languishing as a college at the bottom of the Norrington table, and the president, or Prezi, he was universally called Prezi called a meeting of all the undergraduates, not the graduates, not people from the middle common room, just undergraduates. Well, fine, but I really wanted to see what was going on, so I went into there's a minstrel's gallery at St. John's, a gallery that overlooks the hall, the dining hall. So the undergraduates assembled for a presidential harangue in hall, and upstairs in the minstrel's gallery, looking at this scene, this swelling scene, says Shakespeare somewhere, the swelling scene. Looking at this was the professor of engineering, Motz, an Austrian, Professor Motz, and I was there, and then there were maybe 4 other people or 3 other people. There were a bunch of us, all very curious. And Prezi, oh, it was perfect. Prezi, it was Hollywood. It was totally Hollywood. Prezi paced back and forth in his harangue on the high table podium where the Dons have their dinner. He paced back and forth under the portraits of distinguished people from the collegiate past. And in particular, the most distinguished person in the history of the whole college is Sir William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, who I think maybe came to an unhappy end under Cromwell. In any case, Prezi walked back and forth in this complete Hollywood scene, and the afternoon sun was streaming in from these gigantic windows in the dining hall. And Prezi said of the college, he said, "Now we are groveling in the dust beside Teddy Hall." And then he just, and at another point in the harangue, he gestured to the portraits hanging above the high table. And he said, "My predecessor, William Lord." Well, this harangue had the desired effect. In the next year, we weren't at the top of the Norrington table, but boy, were we high up. I think we might have been number 4. And moreover, I think we stayed way up high for years and years, and maybe we still are way up high. It's the most remarkable thing. So I don't at all regret being at St. John's. Oh, boy. So that was, you see, that was philosophy. And of course, Oxford, it's the natural place to study philosophy. And then, yes, and then after that, I got, I had a wonderful supervisor for the Aristotle part of my studies, John Ackrell, the leading, perhaps I think the leading Aristotle scholar of his time, maybe leading in any country, in fact. And he was really very humane and very kindly and very precise. He was just, everything was right. He, in fact, was rather like, I think Aristotle in his own lifetime would have sounded rather similar to John Ackrell. And John Ackrell actually was an alumnus, now that I recall. John Ackrell was an alumnus of my college. Boy, that's good. So anyway, I had then, philosophical studies in Oxford. Then I had the extraordinary good fortune of getting a position, not a good position, but it was a position at an Australian university. And you might say, well, this isn't, what's good about that going down under? But in this particular university, Monash University in Melbourne, there was, and I think still is, a logician of great eminence, a much, much better logician than I. This person is called Ian Lloyd Humberstone. Humberstone. And the usual search engines will no doubt reveal a number of publications from Lloyd Humberstone. Well, of course they do, and I've done it. I've checked. And he was really exactly what I needed, and what for some reason I've not managed quite to get in Oxford. A real logician as a kind of mentor, a really, really astute logician. So there were these happy years at Monash, then also happy years at University of New England in Armidale in New South Wales.
Is Monash University close to any city people would know?
Oh yes, of course. It's in the suburbs of Melbourne.
Okay.
Melbourne being the principal city in the state of Victoria. Yes. So Monash, very happy intellectual experience. Then, but I still had something on my conscience. I was working with Lloyd Humberstone. I was eventually awarded a postdoctoral fellowship, and I was supposed to be working with Lloyd Humberstone on a book, a joint book, which was to be called Shorter Introduction to Tense Logic, the very branch of logic which was cultivated by the wonderful Arthur Prior. And I had indeed what I still think was a really very good idea for the scary logic of relations as cultivated by Frege, but kind of elaborated with the logic of time indicators as done by Arthur Prior. And somehow I didn't push myself hard enough. Lloyd Humberstone was not sufficiently demanding, I suppose, perhaps for his part. I don't know. But anyways, the book never got written. And chunks of it exist in manuscript. And my good idea for quantified time indicator logic, and indeed also quantified modal logic, this good idea never got to print. This is the biggest blot on my conscience. This is worse than my wrongly thinking that Professor Geach was being silly in declining to assimilate human beings to knots in ropes.
Are there any
that was
fun
Monash.
little jokes or
Jokes about Monash?
anecdotes like the Liar's
Could I
Paradox,
think of
but for
anything
time
funny
logic?
about? Oh dear, could I think of anything joke-worthy about Monash? But I think not really. Not really. The only thing I can think of is a remarkably sad moment when I was leaving Britain. It's a terrible thing to go down. At least, if you love your university, and of course, many people do love Oxford. So if you love your university, it's a very, very sad thing to go down from it. It's a wrenching thing. And oh my goodness, I saw Sir Richard Southern in the quad a few days before going to Australia. Sir Richard Southern knew perfectly well that I was going to Australia. And he said, because you see, we made fun of each other. Unfortunately, I don't know how that happened, but it was the case. I made fun of him publicly in front of his face, and he made fun of me. The compliments were mutual, as Rumpold would say in the old television programs, Rumpold of the Bailey. The compliments were mutual. We made fun of each other. So anyway, I'm sure Sir Richard knew perfectly well that Sir Richard Southern, that Prezi knew perfectly well that I was going down to Australia. So he saw me in front quad just a few days before I was going to board the flight, and he said, "Oh, Thomas, let me shake your hand. You're an intrepid man, and now you're finally off to New Zealand." So that was going down, and then what was very wrenching also was going through customs, exiting the United Kingdom. I had to kind of explain to the customs officer who was stamping my passport upon exit. I had to explain to him, what I was doing going abroad to another country. And I said, well, I'm going down to Australia to teach philosophy. And he thought this was awfully funny. It was so humiliating. Like, oh dear. It is really the country, where everybody is called Bruce, and you spend a lot of your time maybe going down to the beach and eating curried prawns. And when you're at the beach, you might perhaps look at the Sheilas. They're not girls, they're Sheilas. You might look at the Sheilas. Australia's like that. I didn't want it rubbed in at that particular moment, a difficult moment. And then looking out of the aeroplane window and seeing the white cliffs of Dover. I had a window seat and I saw the white cliffs, and I thought, that's it. Now I'm leaving the United Kingdom. I mean, that's worse than going down from Oxford. I mean, one can not only love a university, one can love a country. And I was leaving this country that I indeed loved. So that was difficult. Well, and now I have my funny little story, you see, about Sir Richard, about Prezi, Sir Richard Southern, Prezi. I had that. I have this sad little, or perhaps slightly droll story about the customs officer, immigration officer at Heathrow Airport, but I haven't anything terribly funny. I don't recall anything terribly funny about Australia.
Was the overall climate at Oxford kind of like that, where there was a making fun of each other and kind of
Oh, of
competitive?
course.
Has that changed, do you think?
Well, I hope it hasn't changed. I hope it has not. I doubt that it's changed. I doubt that it's changed. I think Oxford changes slowly. My guess is that a lot of what goes on in Oxford, a lot of what went on in Oxford in my day, I think would have been perfectly familiar to the young John Henry Newman in the 1830s. For instance, that I used to gather with my two of my three best friends. The third lived out of college, but I had two friends who were in college, and we could easily gather, who lived right in college, one of them right on front quad. So we could easily gather, and we'd meet at maybe, after the day's work was done, we'd meet at maybe 1 a.m., and then we could talk until maybe 4 or 5 in the morning. We talked. I used to sum this up, that our discussions were all about money, sex, God, and death, which is accurate enough. And what I think is that this would be not at all foreign to John Henry Cardinal Newman, if he could travel in a time machine from the 1830s over in Oriel College, down in Oriel College. If you could travel in a time machine in Oriel College to the other, to the other side of High Street, up to St. John's, and move forward a century and a half, he would find the whole thing familiar enough. And of course, everybody made fun of everybody. It was so good. Like, you'd go into the porter's lodge and you'd hear somebody say, of Mr. Colvin. Colvin was one of the leading lights in the senior common room. Colvin, the historian. You'd go into the porter's lodge to collect your morning mail from your pigeonhole, and somebody would be saying to somebody else, "Oh, I see Mr. Colvin is lecturing on something obscure tonight."
I was just
Oh
putting
boy.
into ChatGPT when women formally entered
Oh,
male
yes, good
colleges, and
point.
it says
When did they? Because
1974 was the first.
But that's not right. That simply isn't right. It's not 1974. It was later. It might be 1982 or 1984 or maybe 1990. It's not as early as 74.
It says
Um,
among the first were Jesus College and
mhm.
Rodham College.
Yes.
It says in its 1974, several historic male colleges began admitting women.
But it doesn't explicitly commit the error then of saying that St. John's was in that grouping.
No. So I
No,
was just
okay, good.
wondering, you were at Oxford right around that time, it sounds like, when
Yes, quite so, but it wasn't an issue. I think nobody was at all perturbed by the fact that some colleges are admitting women. I don't remember this thing even being discussed. And I think if it had been put to a popular vote, the idea would have been approved. People would have, seen no harm in it. I mean, obviously, there's no harm in it. But in my day, it hadn't happened yet. So the college was completely male. Um, Mom and dad came over. Parents would sometimes come over. Well, mom and dad came over one Christmas. The college was almost deserted, but not quite deserted. And mum was very curious and indeed rather anxious to see what the college was like. And then breakfast was served, not in the dining hall, but I think actually in the Minstrel's Gallery, where I sat with Professor Motts and a few others observing Sir Richard Southern give his harangue. Breakfast was served in very modest terms to a very small contingent of people, but among them were mum and dad who'd been put up in a guest room. And then mum kind of observed the whole scene, and she said something which was so accurate. She simply said, "Oh, yes, I see now. It's just like a school for boys. So just a whole bunch of boys together." And that's how it was. And I don't think this was toxic, but on the other hand, that women are now around the place, I think that does no harm at all. It will do some modest amount of good, and it certainly will not do harm. Yes, and in my day, my goodness, in my day, it was like, sort of like this. That there was there were two emigre Estonians in other colleges, two other Estonians born in exile. One of those was the physicist Ado Pilt, who was in Keble, so a guy. But then there was also Kadri Rifelin, who studied. She was admitted to her women's college to study English. She switched to law. Then later, she became a philosopher. She entered philosophy, and I left philosophy. Go figure. But anyway, things were very kind of formalized and regimented back then. So there were women's colleges and there were men's colleges, and one would kind of visit country at St. Anne's. And there was
were
a
there
joke.
mixers or?
Oh, no, 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 no. One would simply send Kadri a note, or she would send a note. She might send a note. She might send it because everything was done by paper mail. There were endless notes moving around everywhere. Now we have electronic mail, I'm sure, but back then your pigeonhole was awash every morning with paper notes. So you might go for your morning paper mail, and you see a note from Kadri. Oh, what fun, Kadri! And via the inter-college courier. And Kadri might say, "Oh, Thomas, could you come round for tea on Thursday this week at 4?" And then, of course, I'd scribble a note in reply, and it would go off in the college courier. Yes, of course, Kadri, see you on Thursday. So that was how it was. And then we would sit, in each other's rooms. And there's nothing improper and nothing policed or regimented at all about this. Nobody thought, that people would be up to anything improper that would be ludicrous to entertain such a suspicion. So that's how it was, but it was regimented. Kind of the men were in their colleges and the ladies were
What
in
about
their colleges.
parties?
Oh, parties! Oh, well, did we have parties? I suppose we. Oh, of course we had parties. I threw a party. I even threw a party. I threw a party once. It was for the 1st of May. It was because May Day, you see, is a huge thing at Oxford as also in continental Europe, including in Tartu, in both universities, huge thing. Tartu University, just like Oxford. So on the 1st of May, I threw a party. I managed, I think, to get permission to use the college gardens. It was a garden party. And I suspect, although I cannot remember now, but I suspect that we had mixed company. It's the sort of thing you did. I mean, why would you have just guys at your party? I mean, of course, you send out an invitation to St. Anne's, and you might send out another invitation to Somerville, and then there's
If you sent an invitation to like St. Anne's, would it be to every single
Oh,
woman
heaven
there, or
forbid!
the
No, no,
head? Was
because
there
there
a
might
head
be
of the?
400. Oh, there might be 400 and people you wouldn't know. Oh, no, no. You send an invitation to whatever friends you might have in St. Anne's.
Okay.
Yes, and of course I had Kadri as a friend. I still have her as a friend, though we haven't communicated for maybe some years now. I have to renew this relationship, but I had Kadri as a friend already at Dalhousie. She was a bit ahead of me academically. She was 1 year at least ahead of me. She did an English degree at Dalhousie. She went off to Oxford in a blaze of glory, and this made me more determined than ever, I think, to go off to Oxford. And of course, once I was in Oxford, then of course I could just once again have lovely chats with Kadri. So it was like that. I think it was like that with at least all the gents and all the ladies' colleges. One always had some friends in the ladies' colleges, and one was always having them over for tea. They would have you over for tea, or you would have them over for tea, one or the other.
What would you eat?
Oh, good. Oh, that is good. Yes, exactly. Because well, actually, there's a covered market, and you could do sumptuous stuff, I suppose. But at least in my kind of grouping, we didn't do anything elaborate. What we did was crumpets. At least that's one thing you could do. You could do bickies. You could just get biscuits, but that's terribly low rent. And better than that is to get crumpets. And everybody, or at least most people, was very common to be in a room which had been built maybe before the war and had a fireplace. And because the times had moved on, the fireplace would now be bricked up or kind of boarded up. And in the fireplace would be inserted an electric fire with little toggle switches. You could switch on 1 bar or 2 bars, and then you had an electric meter in your closet, which you had to feed with 10p coins or 5p coins to keep the electricity on. And then a very normal thing to do was to fire up your electric kettle. You could maybe offer people sherry, maybe, and then it was very proper to toast crumpets. And the way you did this, you didn't have any longer a coal fire. That was 1930s. But what you did have was your electric fire, and you would make little hooks out of paper clips. You would stick these hooks onto the grill in front of the glowing bars, and then you would impale the crumpets on the hooks. And this worked just fine. You'd have correctly toasted crumpets, not too dark, not too light, and gloriously hot. And of course, the butter would just melt into them. So that was tea.
Wow, that sounds good.
Yes, it was good.
You've got Frankel here, and you've got Peel.
Oh yes, oh yes. You know what they say in America in Starbucks? They say, "Oh, please, don't get me started." That's what they say. So
That
now,
almost sounds like a Valley Girl accent.
what is Valley Girl? What is that? That's a TV show
It's like Silicon Valley. It's a little bit of a humorous thing, but I was
on
actually going to ask you
television.
earlier if you had an American accent
Oh, did I have it? Oh, well, I don't know.
or if
I
you
don't
can do
know.
one.
Well, I can do one. Yes, I can certainly do one, but I'm not sure how good mine is. I can try doing, because I watch, you see, little excerpts from television on YouTube, and I greatly love the excerpts from a program called Golden Girls. So I think, do Blanche Devereaux. Um, Rose, says Blanche, getting ready to go out. Rose, how do I look? And Rose says, well, all right, I guess. Blanche finds this quite unsatisfactory, and she turns to Dorothy. Dorothy, how do I look? Blanche, you look more beautiful than any woman ever has or ever will. Why, thank you, Dorothy. So you see, I can maybe do some American accents, but I'm not sure how convincing they are. Oh dear, I once discussed this with the constabulary, and they said, well, my American accent is not quite convincing. They would be the sort of people who really could, judge this. Oh boy. And I've noticed people who are thoroughly British or properly British, they have a very hard time going American. I was I was watching a play in the theater, which was sponsored by the Burtons, Richard and Elizabeth Burton. They kind of helped create the theater, the more eminent of Oxford's two glitzy theaters. And there was a play, and it had gangsters in it, and a gangster says, 1920s maybe, gangster says, Merle, just put the car in the garage.
Sounds
I
like
believe in
Elvis.
America it's a garage. In Britain, it's a garage. So things go wrong when people try to. It's an American accent. It's not always easily done.
Hmm.
Goodness. So
Do you
anyway,
want to
that
say
is what.
anything about Frankel or Peel?
Of course, exactly. Well, exactly. So please, don't get me started. They say in the Seattle Starbucks. So first of all, Franco, I really think that he is extraordinarily good. I haven't tried reading Adler, and I haven't really read Freud. I've only read about Freud, but what I've read about Freud strikes me as perhaps somewhat silly. And by contrast, Frankel is incredibly good. He survived Auschwitz, and he deals with not only survival in the KZ camps, the Konzentrationslager. He discusses also kind of the problems of post-war life and how silly psychiatry can be in trying to reduce everything to primitive drives. It's not that we have a tremendous drive for sex. What we have is a drive to make our lives meaningful, to live for something, which often is a matter of living for another person, as when a mother lives for a child, for example. So these are maybe the deepest books in all of popular psychology, and I don't have everything from Viktor Frankl, and I would like to get more, and I would like to get Man's Search for Meaning in German. My German is not good at all, and it would be good to read him in the original, at least in that book. And now Norman Vincent Peale, my goodness, I mean, here it's you might say, well, this is absolutely shameful. I mean, how could one have Norman Vincent Peale? This is like having Tom Clancy on one's shelves. But in fact,
Shots fired.
sorry, say again?
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Oh dear, shots fired. How do you mean shots fired? Amplify. How do you mean shots fired?
I don't know. Some people listening might like Tom Clancy
Oh, I
or Stephen King or
see.
something.
Oh, that's it. Yes, that's it. Quite so. There will be a segment of this readership which will be quite devoted to Tom Clancy.
Probably not many,
anyway,
though. Not
well, not
many.
many. Well, it's true, not many, but there will be some. It was a little indelicate of me to cite Tom Clancy as an example. I could better have said this, like having a Harlequin romance on shelves. This
Uh-oh.
is publisher in Canada. Apparently, Harlequin romance books. I know this from at least one industry insider. Harlequin romance books are scrupulously edited. One thing they believe in that publishing house is good prose. The storyline can be as low rent as it is possible to go, but the prose has to be good.
Hmm.
No mixed
Wow.
metaphors, no split infinitives, or at least no gratuitous split infinitives. The subjunctive used where it is appropriate. Goodness. Anyway, having Norman Vincent Peale, it's a bit like having Harlequin romances. But do I care? Even in his lifetime, it was one of the great indoor sports of American intellectuals to ridicule Norman Vincent Peale. I think Thomas Dewey, some eminent public person, I think it may have been Dewey, said, I find Paul appealing, St. Paul. I find Paul appealing, but Peale appalling. And then Peale got into really hot water in the election of 1960 when he unfortunately said quite publicly that it would not be appropriate for America to elect a Catholic president. People really slammed him for that. I think Catholics and Protestants alike, they said, you've crossed a red line. And of course, I know that he has terrible problems. I know this. I have many of his books. He published a great many, and I've got maybe one out of every two. I don't know. I've got Peale upon Peale upon Peale. I know his inadequacies. Above all, he doesn't engage very successfully with the thing that Frankl is so good at: human suffering. Frankl has he has said what can be said about human suffering, and Peale, oddly, despite his very extensive pastoral work down through the decades, Peale somehow misses the boat. I think he's got in only one of his books has he got something really really good. The Story of the Dying Prostitute, that really is good. Peale was Peale was aged 15. His dad was a preacher. His dad got a phone call. He was kind of time of World War I, but they had a phone. So the dad got a phone call, and the phone call came from the red light district of, I think, Cincinnati. And the caller said, "Look, in our house, you know what that might mean. In our house, there's a girl who's dying. Could you come quickly?"
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure what you mean by that in this house.
Oh! But a house of ill repute.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Like the House of the Rising Sun,
Mm.
as immortalized by Joan Baez, for instance. Being the ruin of many a girl, and God, I knows I'm one, sings Joan Baez. So, a House of ill repute phone call comes from the house, and they need a preacher. They need the elder, the father of the young Norman Vincent Peale. And then the elder Peale goes, and he says, "Look, I must take you along with me," he says to his son. And Mrs. Peale, of course, remonstrates. "How can you take a boy into a place like that?" And he says, "Look, he's got to learn about life at some point. He may as well start now." So they went. And there's this girl who's simply, in the brothel, dying. And she said, "I've been a bad girl." And he said, the elder Peale, he said, "There are no bad girls. There are, of course, girls who've done bad things." And then he explained, as well as he could, he explained, the notion of forgiveness and redemption. Well, that, which indeed is a tearjerker, that Norman Vincent Peale handles supremely well. But he handles well. I mean, to say, I shouldn't exaggerate. He handles it well. He doesn't go into bathos or anything. He does it quite right, and I think one can feel, the suffering, the mystery of human suffering. For the rest, suffering, I don't know. It's sort of something. There are lots of alcoholics in his book. There are people whose careers are on the rocks, but it all seems somehow sanitized. It's like watching 1950s television. Nothing, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I mean, maybe I'm not reacting correctly. I'm not the world's best reader.
Well, I
So that
did
is
want
one
to.
problem.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's one of two problems. And then the other problem is it's a much deeper one. This is a very, very deep and very troubling problem. He does not succeed in addressing the problem of people who like being good. The Cambridge philosopher, Bernard Williams, Bernard Williams has a very astute and very deep point. He says somewhere, there are some people who like goodness. There are other people who like being good. It's not that they like appearing good. I mean, you'd have to be really kind of like really depraved to just want to look good, although I think there are people who sink that low also. It's not that, you've sunk so low that you as to simply want to look good, but you want to be good. The thing that really drives you is not goodness as such. You're not interested in goodness for its own sake. You're interested in being good, because then you see you're creating such a nice me. It's a me thing. Me. I am good. So, and this is a terrible trap. The desire to be good. This is a terrible trap, and this is why, indeed, our Lord says in the Gospels, I think he says, prostitutes will get into the kingdom of heaven before you Pharisees. The Pharisees, of course, were good. They were not just interested in appearances. They really wanted to be good, and they loved being good. But wanting to be good, it's not the right thing. You have to want goodness. And Dr. Peale does not draw this distinction, as far as I'm aware. He does not discuss this problem. Oh, there is one further thing, though. Yes, okay, so those are my two, criticisms of Peale. And you might say, well, with somebody of whom such damning things will be said, why bother even reading him? You see, his stuff, he talks about the importance of optimism. He's convincing about optimism, about hope, about strength. And he says, I think in various places, he says that there's only one thing stronger than fear in the human psyche. There's only one thing stronger than that, and that is faith. And faith will always beat fear out. So this is accurate. And for this reason, not only keep Peel, I even want to expand my collection. I cherish my collection. I write notes when I read a chapter in Peel, as I did just a few days ago. Yet again, I read a chapter in Peel. Then I write the UTC timestamp at the head of the chapter, just to remind myself, that at this particular moment I read this chapter. Yet again, of course, I read repeatedly. There's also a further point to be made in Dr. Peel's defense. Among his books, which are still selling very, very strongly, there is one which perhaps is not selling strongly, perhaps has even gone out of print, but is, I think, it might be the very best treatment that has ever been produced on its particular topic. He talks about sex. I mean, what an awful thing to talk about, but he does talk about it. And here, well, I guess this does kind of link up with the dying prostitute. He talks about it in ways that really are convincing. It's not so much that he manages to get into the mystery of human suffering, but at least he points out the things that he's seen in his pastoral work, he's seen and heard in his office when the wretched come to him. And what the wretched have. It's just, it's so bad. Like people just empty. It's like the fallen woman, little Emily in David Copperfield. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous novel. It's on my shelves. I've read it twice, cover to cover, and now I'm reading it again to a lady with theological interests. I'm reading it again to her in video sessions over the internet. She is in America. I'm in Estonia. We care not. I'm reading it to her, and we're halfway through. And in that novel is the
Is she the
fallen
hermit?
woman. Oh, kind of, sorta. Yes, kind of, sorta, but not in under Canon 603. I keep saying to her that she ought to be with the Fairfield Carmelites, but well, I don't know. Maybe it isn't quite her vocation, Fairfield Carmelites. So I think, well, what can one say? I mean, it just is how it is. I think hermit life is something you kind of drift into, and as I mentioned to you before, it's not something that is turned on and off. It's not like, St. Paul on the road to Damascus, that suddenly you're struck off your horse and are blind for 3 days, and you hear, you hear, who the scariest of all rabbis saying, you have been rather pricking against the goad. It's nothing like that. It's just a gradual, maybe kind of realization. And of course, and she's not old at all. She's about 40, so she's got a long way to go.
So what's the purpose of you reading it to her?
Because we both love it, you see. Because it's such a good book.
What's the title?
David Copperfield. David Copperfield.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Peel's book.
Sorry. Of course I am. But I'm just about. Sorry, it's what President Trump is pleased to call weaving. I'm sorry to say.
Oh,
Dear,
okay.
I'm sorry, but I will get back to Peel in a moment. I was just about to draw my connections. In David Copperfield, we have a discussion of sex. The fallen woman, little Emily. Little Emily is presented as a person who has been, how do I want to say, chewed up and spat out. She's been used. She is nothing now. Well, she gets redeemed, of course, but at one point in this long narrative, she is nothing. And Dr. Peel, he doesn't cite little Emily and David Copperfield, but he cites his own casework, and he succeeds in making it plain as Dickens does, and perhaps plainer. He may be the very best author in all of English on how can we say, the dark side of animal passion, of empty passion. It's not at all his normal vein. He managed to write it. He managed to get it published. He managed to get some sales. The book is called, I think, Sin, Sex, and Self-Control. It's about other things. It's also about honesty in politics. There's quite a lot in it, but there's that also, you see, in his defense. So I cherish Peel. I don't know who else in the serious Catholic world could possibly be cherishing Peel, but I do. I defend him stoutly, and I have him in volume upon volume. He's cheap enough. I mean, you can find him, I'm sure. You can find him in library discards and Goodwill Industries sales and church bazaars.
Well, There's another interesting part of Peele's backstory and just American religion in general.
Wow.
Norman Vincent Peale was the longtime family pastor of the Trump family.
Oh, yes, I knew you were coming to that. I knew you were coming to that. I'm acutely aware of this fact. This will be laid against him. This will be laid to his charge. This will be laid on the charge sheet. It'll be prominent, 50 years from now when people write the history of
Uh,
our own time.
I think a
Oh,
pastor
boy.
has to serve whoever is in his
Exactly,
flock.
exactly. You don't get to pick and choose. You help whoever comes through the door. And maybe the Trump family were helped somehow by Dr. Peel, and maybe also this unhappy person who's in the Oval Office, he may perhaps after finishing his term, perhaps something good will happen with him. Maybe he will, for instance, start reading the book on sex, or he'll read some other Norman Vincent Peale book. Some of it will somehow sink in, something. Goodness, yes. I mean, no pastor chooses well, no good pastor chooses his audience.
He also he officiated Trump's first marriage with Ivanka.
Oh yes, oh yes. I forgot that fact, but I'm not surprised. Oh dear, I didn't. Well, maybe I
I
never
think
knew that.
it's
That was.
I think it's
Boy.
less about Peele and more about just understanding. So Peele performed the wedding ceremony for Trump and Ivana. Sorry, not
Mm.
Ivanka, Ivana Trump.
Oh yes, yes. Of course,
Ivanka
Ivanka's the
is the
daughter.
daughter
Yes,
with
yes, quite so.
married to Jared Kushner.
Yes, quite so.
Ivana Trump in 1977 at Marble Collegiate Church.
Yes, exactly, exactly. Yes, yes,
But
yes,
I
yes.
think it's more telling of, or just gives a better understanding of how President Trump thinks about things, and I thought it was particularly helpful for understanding his approach to COVID because some of the language he used in the early days um, of that crisis had tinges of Peele's um, influence.
Oh
And so
my,
I
I
thought that was
never picked
particularly,
that up. And I followed the crisis after all closely, and I never picked that up. I
he said
remember, of
certain
course,
things about how it's just going to go away and it was going to
go
sort
away.
of,
Oh my. Well,
so
I
if you,
remember
if
go
you,
away. I certainly remember that.
yeah.
Oh my.
So,
Well, he didn't pick up the bleach. He didn't pick up the bleach from Dr. Peel.
okay. So we'll move along to
Yes, very good.
the next shelf here.
Mhm.
And we have a little bit more Peel actually.
Oh, yes, yes, exactly. Still more Peel. And then,
So this actually fits into just thinking in terms of the UDC. This we sort of went through math and philosophy, and so this would be considered. How do people might think of this as self-help and put under um, psychology, and so
oh,
psychology
exactly. That's
comes
exactly
after
what I did.
philosophy.
Exactly. That's what I did. Psychology
Okay.
follows philosophy in the UDC headings. So there it went. Yes. And now there's not maybe too much that I really can profitably say here. I
I
do
immediately
want to.
noticed the highly sensitive person because
Oh yes. Oh yes. Well, that's
yeah,
good. Yes, highly recommended. That's very, very worth reading.
the
I've
True
read it.
Aesthetes library tour had that, and I
Oh,
think the sequel
good.
to it.
Oh, I
But
didn't
but
know
I
there
was
was a
thinking the
sequel.
hermit sort of, is it more often that a hermit might be also a highly sensitive person and that
Oh,
leads
very
them to
likely.
the
Oh, very likely. Oh, very.
lifestyle?
Yes, those things go together very well indeed. Yes. Goodness. And oh, I love or perish. I don't. I should not greatly highlight this, but I do want to remark that Dr. Peel founded Dr. Peel along with Dr. Smiley Blanton, M.D. They jointly founded a mental health kind of clinic, which is in existence, which is working to this day. They founded it in the 1930s. It's still, I think, going strong. It's still going, quite likely still going strong. And this book, Love or Perish, is by the other part of the Peel-Blanton partnership. I found it a bit disappointing somehow. He is rather deep, but I thought in the end, oh, well, I mean, I want to read Peel again and again, and Blanton I think I've read twice from cover to cover, but I'm not sure I want to go in a third time. He's kind of what you'd expect a maybe 1950s psychiatrist to sound like. It's not awfully deep, and highly sensitive person. That I would say is deep. Um, I'm glad that the True Aesthete has this book also, and I'm glad that there's a sequel
Um,
there.
could you say just a few words about the wisdom of depression and then self-rescue?
Oh yes, that's also highly recommended. This I've read, I think, cover to cover, and maybe twice cover to cover, and certainly, and I've read chapters, 2 or 3, maybe even conceivably even 4 times, but anyway, 3 very likely. It is really, 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 really good. The MD in this case, it really does count for something. This author is manifestly a doctor of discernment, a creative, insightful doctor who is just as much at home in talking about the psychoanalytic couch as he is about antidepressants or the sleep regime. He's at home in everything. And one of his points, I think, in Wisdom of Depression, one of Dr. Seuss's points, I guess, is that depression is a kind of opportunity. Well, of course, I remember this vividly. I mean, he says that there's such a thing as a depressed response, and this is like a natural response. We need the response just as we need to feel sleepy from time to time. There are times when we need to be depressed, in a bereavement or in a major life change, or perhaps if there's some huge public crisis, something that we've worked for has come down crashing in flames. Of course, we are depressed. And nature sees to it that we are depressed, and we need the depression. But, says he, there's such a thing as the response getting stuck. And where medicine comes in is where the depressed response has not gone away when it is supposed to, and it has perhaps, in a sense, even begun to feed on itself. It's in any case, the depressed person is trapped, and then the mission of the medical practitioner is to release them from the trap. Goodness, well, what more can I say? It is uncommonly good.
I was going to say, does your how do you square your Catholic theology with sort of secular psychology and its understanding of depression?
There's no conflict. Just as there's really a conflict between Catholicism and astrophysics. Um, but there is there's a branch or a movement or a tendency in psychology which has to be avoided, and this is what we might call nothing butism. There have been psychologists, or at any rate psychiatrists, psychoanalysts perhaps, there have been people, and maybe Dr. Freud could be accused of this, there have been people who say, oh, but our um, drive toward, for example, prayer is nothing but, and then comes a long spiel. You were wounded in your childhood. It is nothing but a compensation mechanism. It is nothing but a search for the father figure you never had. Um, Everything, this could be called reductionism. There are schools of psychology which are reductionist, and which say that we are nothing but instincts and drives. There's nothing there but the ceaseless drama of, I suppose, id and ego and superego. And this, yes, well, Dr. Frankl kind of makes the appropriate points against this tendency, against this school, and this is something which is at odds with Catholicism. But on the whole, Catholicism and psychology coexist quite happily. And there are many practitioners. I mean, there's Cariati, for instance, whose book on depression I do not have, but there's Cariati. There are others. There's somebody who I think can be found in YouTube under the name Catholic Psychotherapist. There are various people who are qualified practitioners in psychology and yet are clearly Catholic.
So I was just trying to refresh my memory, and I pulled up a couple things with AI that might be relevant. One of them is Mother Teresa intense spiritual darkness,
Oh, yes, of course, of course.
dark
That is
night of the
very
soul.
interesting. That's very interesting. I haven't studied her case, and maybe there's not much there even to, examine. I don't know. It's some deep things, that you can't say much about at all. But she is of deep interest because I think she is the living proof that it is possible to want goodness without wanting to be good. At least I'm hoping that, she is the living proof of that. She suffered the depressions. She felt utterly cut off from God as soon as her actual concrete vocation with the Indian poor was made clear to her. And yet she did not retreat, she did not despair, she did not seek sort of, some kind of reductionist psychotherapy. She simply hung in there. And it's perhaps at least a good bet that she was driven in this courage, you might say, she was driven by a love of goodness rather than simply of being good. The same point, could be made, a very similar, very analogous case, and there is also of Sainte Therese de Lisieux, who we'll come to in due course. Sainte Therese suffered toward the end of her life from a feeling of being cut off from God. And she said on this that, well, I feel utterly cut off. I feel nothing. I have no emotion. I have no consolation. But it is like the sun. The sun goes behind a cloud. Well, the sun continues to shine. It's an objective fact that the sun is still there. You can't see it, but that doesn't take its reality away.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in these theological notions of sort of alternatives to our modern diagnostic and statistical manual, or ICD, classifications of psychological disorders or psychiatric nosology, and this sort of paradigm shift that happened going from especially the 1800s to 1900s, which is sort of Freud's. That's Freud is the last author in the Great Books of the Western World, Volume 1. He's sort of the end point, which is kind of interesting. But the 7 deadly sins are probably the most well-known kind of classification. I was just looking up here. It was developed by Gregory the Great. So you have pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth. And there's a pattern in modern psychology to sort of de-emphasize the moral dimension of these
quite.
experiences and disorders. And that's a real contrast to previous notions of these kind of disorders or, non-preferred experiences. And I think the understanding of depression is particularly interesting. So another thing that just came up in the little AI that I did here was the notion of the vice of despair, which
Yes,
is
quite.
defined as the
Yes,
refusal to trust in God's mercy or salvation.
Yes, indeed. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Goodness. Well, there is a very definite disagreement between Catholicism and those schools of psychology that de-emphasize the moral. If we de-emphasize the moral, or if we try reducing the moral simply to instincts and emotions, if we say, well, some people have said even things, silly things like, um, it's right if you feel good about it. How you feel about something is supposed to be the criterion, the way of deciding whether something is right or not. If Catholicism has to oppose itself to I guess those schools of psychology which de-emphasize the moral. And the 7 deadly sins, they are, I don't know how good really this classification is. We have to work on it's kind of like, it's like math and physics, actually. We have to work on our tradition and not just accept it kind of blindly. And I'm not sure how good this classification of 7 is. It stems from a slightly more elaborate classification, I think, of 8. In the Middle Eastern monastic tradition, or even the hermit tradition, I think maybe Evagrius or somebody had 8, and then Leo in Rome, or somebody, or Gregory, somebody in Rome, trimmed it down to 7. But whether it's 8 or 7, I think the best thing I've seen so far, I haven't found anything awfully good, really critically discussing and carefully discussing the 7 or the 8, but the best thing I've found so far really is suggestive, and that is my sister Wendy Beckett, who was also a hermit, the art critic stroke hermit, who died only very recently. And she has a book on prayer, which I own, and we'll come to this in due course. And she says, she makes a really very, very good point, I think. She says, oh, it's basically 2, and who cares about 7, and all this listing. It's basically 2. And on the one hand, there is, if I remember her correctly, I think there's sort of the me, the big pride, that covers anger, and it covers things which would maybe more traditionally be called pride. It's always just asserting the me, caring a great deal about the me. And then the other thing is a kind of sulkiness, just a general sort of sulkiness, and that is well captured by the traditional heading of sloth. Sloth doesn't mean being lazy. It means just not willing to be bothered about goodness, or indeed about God or morality or anything very much. Being willing to do nothing much about anything, just to go through maybe to go through motions, but not to really do much of anything. It's sort of sulking. It's kind of like, goodness, I'm learning Russian, and I had this word, a textbook is an учебник. Well, I keep saying to myself that this word would fit very well with the experience of a child in Estonian exile. I'll say this first of all in Estonian, and then I'll say it in English, and then I will make my logical connection. Kallik, söö oma učebnik ära ja siis vanaema toob sulle magustoitu. Ei taha, učebnik, učebnik. This means, you see, it's like učebnik sounds like something you can eat, even though really it means textbook in proper Russian. So this little exile Estonian imaginary 1950s kitchen table dialogue means, darling, eat up your učebnik, and then grandma will bring you dessert. And the temperamental child, the sulky child, says, no, won't, don't want to. I hate an učebnik. So that's sloth in its proper sense. You just it's not even kind of denying morality or God. It's just not wanting to deal with it, not wanting to be bothered with it. Just like as in maybe the imaginary Seattle Starbucks cafe, saying, yeah, whatever.
Mm.
Yes.
So I pulled up
So Sister Wendy, she has just those 2 headings. Maybe those are all we need, but I'd be very interested to see some really good, deep discussion of the big 7.
Yeah, I pulled up a table showing the 2, kind of comparing the 2, and you have gluttony and lust on both. You have anger, which is transformed into wrath. You have acedia, which was the other one I was going to ask you about.
Oh, yes, quite so. Yes, quite so. Yes, well, that is acedia is indeed sloth. Those are 2 words for the same vice.
And vainglory merges into pride, and then
Oh,
envy
pride.
is one that's not present in the original 8. But there's also sadness, also called tristitia,
Tristitia, yes, tristitia.
and
Yes,
that is
quite so.
absorbed into sloth.
Well, that's a good absorption. That is a good use of categories. Yes, because there is clinical depression for which a person is not to blame, but then there is also the sort of depression in which one just says, yeah, whatever, and sulks like the 5-year-old child, sulking depression. And that indeed is a species of sloth, or under its other name, acedia.
So
Arcadia, I think actually maybe it should be really, if we want to be very
Arcadia.
careful with our Latin. Yeah, but that's it.
I just want to list for the people who might not be familiar with it, often translated as spiritual weariness in works such as the Institutes and Conferences by Cassian. He
Yes.
describes the experience among monks. Symptoms include listlessness, inability to pray, restlessness, boredom with spiritual life, desire to abandon the monastic cell. He famously called Acedia the noonday
The noonday
demon.
demon. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yes, the
He
sun is
treated
high in the sky and you're bored with your monastic cell. You're simply bored. And then you say, oh, yeah, whatever.
Cassian treated this condition primarily as spiritual temptation, not a medical illness. The remedy involved perseverance in prayer, manual labor, and stability in one's vocation.
Yes, yes, that's sensible.
And then Aquinas had sadness as a passion of the soul, and that's covered in the Summa Theologica.
Yes, exactly.
Sadness, for Aquinas, sadness occurs when a person experiences the presence of something perceived as evil or harmful. Unlike Cassian, he analyzed sadness as a natural psychological response rather than primarily as a spiritual attack.
True, true, true. I have investigated. It's the passage in which all this stuff occurs is rather short, I think. So I did manage to read it, and indeed, Aquinas recommends very natural remedies for depression, exactly in the spirit of Dr. Jonathan Seuss in The Wisdom of Depression. One thing Aquinas recommends is a bath.
Well,
Yes, simply getting hot. Yes, nice, tepid water. How good could a bath be in the Middle Ages? But I guess you could at least heat up water on some kind of stove. So that's one of his suggested remedies. Um, this, I think, it's simply, I think the basic point here is depression has two faces, and we have to recognize both of them. There is the moral face, on which depression is correctly put under the heading of Acadia or Acadia, and is then regarded as a temptation in the spirit of Cassian and maybe Evagrius and indeed other, I suppose, maybe writers in the Middle Eastern monastic tradition, and then there is the merely clinical side of depression, in which you say, well, this is simply something that happens. We have a depressed response just as we have a sleepiness response, and it can get out of control. And if it does get out of control, then we have to we have to apply natural remedies such as physical exercise and a warm bath and good nutrition and maybe omega-3, it goes on. Yes.
do you want to say anything about this time management book for system
Oh,
admins?
I haven't read it. Alas, I have not read
Looks
it, but
interesting.
I do have a remark nevertheless. The publisher is of deep interest, O'Reilly. The publishing house O'Reilly publishes perhaps the best of the available computer books, cyber books.
Yeah.
At least that was the case when I was seriously in cyber 20 years ago. And the house was founded by a classics graduate. The world of Greek and Latin scholarship, it goes so perfectly well with the higher branches of cyber. If you're working with a serious operating system, a well-designed operating system, Linux, or indeed one of the traditional Unix flavors, then the work is not at all unlike what you have to do if you're working with ancient texts. My Aristotle's Metaphysics, that's totally marked up to death. So everything is marked and marked and marked and marked, and I got a special pen even for marking it. I got a ballpoint pen, a fountain pen, which I took to the pen specialists on High Street in Oxford, and I had them grind the nibs so I could make a hairline a hairline thin line. The skills which are needed in working with Greek and the Latin texts are exactly, or very close anyway, to the skills that are needed for working with Unix and Linux. And the founder of the publishing house, O'Reilly, saw this fact very, very clearly. Tim O'Reilly. He's quite likely still alive. Maybe he's still running the company. And among his computer books, of which I have many, he also published a book simply on time management. How do you cope when you're responsible for the workstations of about 25 people, and everybody is coming at you with one or another problem, and some people are coming at you with a problem for very silly reasons, which they could solve themselves. Other problems are really very baffling, and you have to prioritize, and your workplace is a madhouse. How do you survive? Well, everybody sooner or later is in that kind of position, and that is what the time management book is about. It could be read just as well by a busy parish priest or a monastery abbot or a working physicist or somebody, a NASA engineer. It could be read just as well by any of these people as by a computer sysadmin. So that is why I have it and indeed keep it there among the psychology books.
So I was actually going to say just one thing on Tim O'Reilly. He studied classics at Harvard, occasionally references Greek literature, classical learning traditions. I did want to ask you about more to flesh out the idea of the classics in Unix and Linux. But I also, there was another quote you mentioned earlier, and I looked up the source. The way I've always heard it is, if it feels good, do it. And according to the AI, that is most linked to Timothy Leary, who is a professor at Harvard.
Oh,
And
dear. I didn't know Timothy. Oh, I remember Timothy Leary from my youth, but I never knew that he was at Harvard.
I think he was
Good
actually the
heavens.
first professor to ever get formally fired from Harvard or something like
Oh,
that.
well, that's more like it, I guess. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Harvard. I've seen Harvard. Harvard is great fun. Harvard. I bombed around Harvard for a week working on the David Dunlop Observatory conservation case because we thought we might have a lead connected with Harvard University. Oh, my goodness, Harvard is so good. It feels so right. Everything about it feels absolutely right. It's just like it's sort of like, well, I guess it's kind of like like my old university in England. It's not at all dissimilar.
He's known
But
for his famous experiment called the Good Friday experiment in
oh dear,
1962.
this sounds
Part-
scary. Oh dear, what is this? What is this?
Participants in a church service received psilocybin or a placebo to test whether psychedelics could induce mystical experiences. And of course, you could say a few words on what Good Friday is, but Leary and his collaborator Richard Alpert were eventually dismissed from Harvard in
Oh,
1963. Leary was also known for his famous slogan, turn on, tune in,
tune in
drop out.
and drop out. Yes, quite so.
And he went to prison in
Oh
1973.
dear, well that's unfortunate. Well, now I feel sorry for him. What on earth
Escaped from
got
a
him in?
California prison in 1970 with help from the Weather Underground.
Oh no, the Weather Underground were very bad people. They were scary
Yeah.
people. Oh dear. But what was he in the clink for?
His later slogan was "Think for yourself and question authority." I'll look that up. What he was, I think it was drug possession.
Drug possession. Okay, well, fair enough. Oh my goodness. But oh jeepers.
So he was not the first person ever fired from Harvard, but his dismissal was the most famous faculty firing in Harvard's modern history because of the controversy around psychedelic research.
My goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff around him.
It's quite so. Well, this is he still alive? Can you see from your screen?
I'm pretty sure he's not. So he died May 31st, 1996, at the age of 75 from prostate cancer.
Oh my.
And so he went to prison for, looks like there were multiple cases, but he was stopped at the U.S.-Mexico border in Laredo, Texas in 1965. Customs officials searched his daughter's car. They found 2 marijuana cigarettes. He was convicted on the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937, sentenced to 30 years in prison.
But that's ridiculous. But that is now disproportionate. I mean, you can't just send somebody into serious prison for having 2 reefers. I mean, that's not.
In 1969, in Leary versus U.S.,
the decision was overturned.
Overturned, yeah.
Overturned the law that was used to convict him because it violated the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination. But he had
Self-incrimination,
other
yes, okay, fine.
he had other drug charges pending, and he was convicted in California for marijuana possession, sentenced to 10 years, and he had a famous prison escape. Climbed over the
dear.
prison wall,
Oh,
traveled through
dear.
Algeria, Switzerland, and Afghanistan. He
Good
was arrested
grief.
by U.S. agents in Afghanistan and returned. And then in 1973, and then he cooperated with authorities and was released in 1976.
Oh,
Nixon labeled him the most dangerous man in America.
well, that I think is an exaggeration. That's President Nixon being silly, but still, it's a sad case. I wouldn't necessarily say that prison time is warranted, but I mean, it's not. You can't just thumb your nose at the law. I mean,
Was there a lot of drug use, marijuana use at Oxford when you were
Oh
there?
no, of course not. Oh heavens, of course not. Heaven forfend. I of course not. Good grief. Good
So
grief.
would it, I
No.
guess it
was
must have
I
been
bet somebody.
different
I
from
bet
Harvard at the
somebody
time.
did. I bet somebody did. I bet somebody used it, but I never heard about it. I mean, everything. I think everything goes on in quite a big university. Everything goes on.
Do you think Harvard
but
at the time was very different from Oxford?
could have been. Could have been. Oh, could have been. Maybe there's lots of marijuana in Harvard. That could be. My goodness, that could be. It's such an empty thing. Like what kind of life can you have if your big thrill is smoking marijuana? What kind of life have you got?
Well,
You must be desperate to turn to that. I mean,
there's a
some
great
people.
documentary that just came out by PBS Frontline on
Yes.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He was at Harvard,
Oh yes.
72 to 76, and he had a very
Yes.
extensive. So he was arrested in South Dakota in 74 for heroin possession, and was involved in a fair amount of drug activity while he was at Harvard, including dealing,
Oh
I guess.
my. In other words, he was helping to get other people started with drugs. He wasn't just doing it himself. There's more to it than that.
I just want to double check that the dealing thing, but actually it says I could have sworn that was in the Frontline documentary, but there was just stuff about his drug involvement, and after his father was assassinated, that's also linked to kind of the troubles and kind of
Well, of course, so that would
maybe he
drive
was
a
doing the
person.
drugs to kind of,
Of course,
in
it's
reaction to
self-medicate.
that.
Oh, of
So
course, self-medication.
important context.
Of course. I mean, he was absolutely he was traumatized. I mean, but the Kennedys are not poor. I mean, they hang out in what is it, Hyannisport? They hang out in Hyannisport. They're rolling in money. Um, where were they for their erring son at that point? Could they not get him decent psychotherapy? I mean, of course, and trauma is trauma, but I don't know. And it's all very, very sad. And I didn't know this at all. I didn't know this stuff about Timothy Leary, and I did not know this stuff about he's health secretary, is he not? He's in the cabinet in America. Robert
So
Kennedy.
yeah, I found the transcript, and from the
Oh
Frontline
yes.
thing.
Oh my. Oh my.
So Kurt Anderson was a Harvard classmate, says the narrator, and then this Anderson guy says, I had heard that the young, cool, glamorous, preppy kids were using cocaine, and it's great.
Cocaine.
And what do you know? Bobby Kennedy Jr. is a dealer of cocaine, and it was exciting.
Dealer of cocaine. That's what it says.
And this is his first
Well, of course,
person
it is an
account.
allegation, of course, yes. But
So he says, I was buying cocaine, and I'm buying it from RFK Jr. I wondered, does he need to do this? Is he not getting a big enough allowance? Or is this a way to support his habit?
Driving him to this? What on earth?
I didn't know, but I took it as an act of performative outlawry. He's a cool cat, outlaw guy who can do this.
Wow.
And the narrator says he wasn't just using cocaine, it was speedballs, cocaine mixed with heroin, and it goes on from there. So that's what I was remembering. But there's a lot of somewhat lurid details in that Frontline documentary. But Frontline does very rigorous research. So
Well, they will have lawyers, and the
Yeah.
lawyers will be well aware. A fundamental fact in libel law is the legal slogan for this is the truth defense is absolute. If you can
Yeah.
establish in court that the thing you said is true, then there's no libel case. The libel case collapses. The thing you
Yeah.
said could be ever so defamatory, but if it was true, then you're off. You walk. You're free.
Yeah. I don't know that it could really be proved either way what he was doing at Harvard at that time. So, but there's a lot of additional details, and I think even when he went to a couple different high schools, maybe, or stuff before Harvard, and there was also issues there. So, but it was all a lot of it was in reaction to his father's assassination.
Of
So,
course, of
I think
course, of
it's
course.
important to remember that
It's quite so.
piece of
It's
it.
quite so. My goodness.
Um,
Goodness. Well, I think America does tragedy maybe better than any other country. The Russians are very good at tragedy. They're tragedy queens, but in some ways, I mean, I shouldn't be snarky, but I mean, they do have tragedy in their soul. I mean, they do have, after all, the Crime and Punishment, the novel and stuff like that. But maybe America really gets the prize just for being sort of tragic in unexpected ways. Like you could say, well, I never saw this coming, and then there it is, it hits you. I think America's like that.
Are there any of these other ones you wanted to say anything about?
Oh, well, Mõtle nagu munk is the Estonian translation of Think Like a Monk. It was a New York Times bestseller, and we're so much kind of, I guess, in the slipstream of American culture here these days. So, of course, it appeared in Estonian translation, being a New York Times bestseller, and of course, it went on to the shelves where the really hot-selling books go. We have a good supermarket right down in downtown Tartu. We have several, but there's one to which I go, which is really very good. Co-op in the Kvartal shopping center. And in the Kvartal co-op, you can not only buy light bulbs and laundry detergent, you can buy bestsellers, whatever is new and hot, whatever is really making waves in New York will be on that shelf. And so there I saw it and I bought it. And it was really rather good, but it is Buddhist. And I'm not sure I have kind of the mental energy for really going into Buddhist stuff very much. It's so exotic. I mean, there's only so much you can kind of manage. So
Could you explain the difference between a monk and a hermit?
Oh, yes, of course, of course, of course. A monk lives in a community. The technical word for this is cenobitic. Or badly pronounced, kenobitic would be better. But cenobitic, people say. And kenobitic comes from the word for community or kind of household, you might almost say, koinoibium. Kenoibium. Monks live in community. They help each other. They work out their spiritual advance in and through each other. They lean on each other. And by contrast, a hermit, some hermits choose the eremitical vocation. I feel in my own case that I have not chosen it. I was simply chosen for me. I was directed to it, I guess. Somehow directed to it, and maybe I won't always be directed to it. Maybe I'll be impelled or driven or drawn someplace else. I mean, how do we know what's going to happen to us, a year from now, 2 years from now?
Is it
But
correct to say that that's connected with you moving to Estonia and maybe the conservation
maybe
case?
not. No terribly direct connection, because I think I discerned the hermit vocation already in Canada, and then it was somewhat maybe harder to live in Canada, but I do have a standard account of this, because people, of course, ask, how does Estonia compare with Canada? And I say that living in Canada is like walking on a hiking trail uphill and carrying maybe a 14-kilogram backpack. And in Estonia, it's the same hiking trail. It's the same gradient in the upward slope, but the backpack is only 10 kilograms. It's not a dramatic difference, but there is a bit of a difference, a quite discernible difference. So I think I had the idea of a hermit vocation in Canada, and I did try to do monastic stuff. I tried to be a Benedictine oblate novice. This is a person who is not formally a monk in canon law, but is affiliated with the monastery. And I indeed was affiliated loosely with the Archabbey of St. Vincent in Latrobe, Pennsylvania. I made a wonderful visit to Latrobe. I had a wonderful person directing me who's still doing spiritual direction, still very much part of that monastic community. But somehow it never really fitted. And then I was kind of maybe in a way at loose ends, and then I never felt comfortable, I fear, simply with the United States. There's something very scary about the United States simply as a country. And then I guess I just felt gradually more drawn to the eremitical vocation. And I think I suspect, though I'm not sure of this, it may well have been that it was when I was already in Canada, when I was still in Canada, that I discovered one or the other of my two principal kind of guides or role models, because it's, of course, very hard to find a role model. And I have found two. One is Sister Julia Bolton Holloway, who had Sir Richard Southern as a teacher, just as I had him as head of college. And the other is Sister Laurel out in California, who blogs at Stillsong Hermitage, under the Stillsong Hermitage label in Blogspot. So at least one of these two I quite likely already found in Canada. And then it was just a matter of kind of light gradually sort of dawning. And I wouldn't say that anything in this is permanent. I mean, who knows what would happen even next year? Maybe next year somebody will say, like, I don't know, somebody, I mean, heaven knows, we've got people in religion around here. I mean, the Dominicans, the Taglin Dominicans, or the Taglin Order of Malta, or the Tartu branch of the Order of Malta, or somebody else. I mean, anything could happen. You just don't know. You don't even know. One doesn't even know if one is going to continue being Catholic. I mean, this we don't know. Why might it not be that one fine morning one simply wakes up and says, "Oh, but this stuff was illusory"? I mean, why should that not happen? Anything can happen. There are no guarantees in life. We don't know that we're going to live tomorrow. We certainly don't know what religion we're going to be tomorrow. We can only live in the moment. And then, I suppose, when we pray, we pray daily, deliver us from evil. We can certainly pray that. Yes, goodness. So anyway, Buddhist work, you see, Mutta Nakamunk, Think Like a Monk, and on the New York Times bestseller list. And it is good. I'm not saying it's, absolutely drop down and have a St. Paul fainting fit good, but it is good. Many readers, many of the people watching this kind of quasi-television program, many people, I think, would enjoy it.
Did you ever watch the documentary Into Great Silence?
Oh, yes, parts of. I'm not sure if I've watched the whole thing. Parts of. It's very good. It's totally accurate. It totally gets everything. It's by no means unique. There's a whole genre, just as there's a whole genre of short little clips about owls. Go to YouTube and I'll find lots of people with wonderful clips of owls. And just as there's a YouTube genre of restoring the Digital Equipment Corporation PDP-11. There's a classic computer. It's well worth restoring. It's very, very interesting from a machine architecture point of view. So, of course, there are lots of people who blog on that, or, a number of people who do YouTube materials on that. So similarly, there's a whole genre of YouTube documentaries. Some of them, some films are short, some are long, documenting life in a monastery. And they all proceed in very much the same way. There's a formula which works, which is as good as anything. You start by showing the start to the beginning of the monastic day. There's a clock which shows maybe 3:15 and people are getting up, and they're proceeding to the office of readings, which I don't even say in my own liturgy, but they proceed to the office of readings. Then they have morning prayer. Then they have manual labor, and everything is, there's a good Catholic term for this, recollected. Everything is recollected. People are centered all the time. They may not be praying formally, but they are centered, and their lives are lives of extraordinary peace and dedication.
Can you define centered versus formally praying?
Oh, of course, of course. Centered means simply that you're doing the one thing that the universe at this instant, that the cosmos requires you to be doing, and you are not at all living for yourself. There's nothing like, being good. And praying. Well, there is a kind of praying which is simply being centered. So maybe there's no sharp opposition, but there is praying which is formal. You pick up the iBreviary on the internet or universalis.com on the internet. You look at the Psalms and the Canticle for the day, for the office of the particular hour on the particular day, and you simply read it. And you know that you are saying the same words as tens of thousands of other people around the world, maybe some tens of whom might be saying it even at the very instant you yourself are. And that is formal prayer. And that, you could be centered when you're doing it, but it's too much to hope for. We can't hope to, live in a kind of a Hollywood monastery. So a lot of the time we are not centered and we just pray anyway. And sometimes it can be very hard and we still do it.
Is there a
So,
monastery that's known for being a Hollywood monastery?
oh no. Fortunately, there's nobody who sinks that low. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think. I really don't think. Um,
Do you have any
I
favorite
favorite. Oh,
documentaries
of
about
course, of
monks
course.
or hermits?
Sorry, say again.
Could you list any favorite documentaries about monks
Oh,
and
oh, oh.
hermits?
Well, I think the big prize would go into The Great Silence. That really is the kind of definitive, maybe, of the genre. It's the best of them all. But the others, the many others, they don't fall far short of that. There are many, many good ones. And I would like to cite one other. It's very short. And it's uncommonly good. I think maybe it's as much of a kind of eye opener, and you might say tearjerker in a way, as Into the Great Silence. And this is from, I will make sure now, I think if you'll forgive me, I will just for a moment go into YouTube and make quite sure that I cite it accurately. YouTube.com. Now, I think it is Clear Creek. Yes, I think this is right. Clear Creek Monastery in the American Midwest. And now I think it is Clear Creek Abbey. Yes, indeed, I've got it. Good, hurrah. I was rather worried, but I have got it. It runs to only 6 minutes, 42 seconds. It rises to the heights of Into the Great Silence. In Die große Stille or something it was, I think originally. It was German, I believe. But anyway, this one, it rises to the same heights. It's very short. It has narration. It's in that respect unlike that German documentary. And the narration is extraordinarily sensitive. And the title is, YouTube shows a picture of monks in a cloister, and the picture has the inscription "Guard the Flame." But I think the video will actually be found in the YouTube search engine by putting in Clear Creek Monastery, CLEAR, of course, Clear Creek Monastery, and then the phrase "the fire of faith." The fire of faith. It's what would be technically considered a vocations video. If there's a young man, it is an all-male monastery, if there's a young man who is considering a vocation and is perhaps feels particularly drawn to Clear Creek Monastery, then his spiritual director or his parish priest might well say, well, do have a look at this documentary, The Fire of Faith, and see what you think. There, so that is my recommendation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's on the Clear Creek Monk channel, and Clear Creek is one word.
Clear Creek, one word. Thank you. I got it by writing it as two words. The search engine is rather intelligent, but anyway, you have it. You have it better.
Okay. So what about anything about nuns?
Nuns. Oh, well, now this we will come to again, but I have two remarks about nuns. One of these 2 points we will come to again. My first remark about nuns is that there are really, really good nuns. They're tough as nails. They are really so good. They are also in America. It's interesting. Stuff happens in America. So anyway, these nuns in Fairfield, which I think is in Pennsylvania. They're the Fairfield Carmelites. Now, I will put into my search engine, and perhaps you can try also, Fairfield Space Carmelites. There, that's it. That's it. Yes, indeed. And now there are various good vids, and there's some vids, which are, of course, a bit weaker, but on the channel. But I would recommend the Fairfield Carmelites channel, and maybe one could start with two vids, the more heavily theological vids, perhaps not necessarily maybe quite so successful, but the very practical vids just about manual labor, building, working with stone, building something which will last. Not even for centuries, for even longer than mere centuries. This side of their channel, this aspect of their channel, is extraordinarily good. It gives them goosebumps. And I would recommend in this vein two vids. One is entitled To Last 1,000 Years. The blurb starts, the nuns are building a monastery to last 1,000 years, inspired by the Carmelite roots in Spain and Zaka, Zaka, Zaka. And then the other one, very much in the same vein, again about the practicalities of architecture, construction, masonry, everything, of everything that's, sort of, well, I'm going to say everything that's practical and noble. Come tour our refectory! Exclamation mark. The nuns have no electricity. They have no mechanical refrigeration. They build not with rebar. There's such a thing as construction in masonry, I think, and rebar these days. But they say we will not have rebar because it will start decaying in a couple of centuries. It won't decay right away, but it's certainly not for the ages. We want to build simply in stone. They were then told by the pertinent specialists in America, you can't do that. Nobody does that anymore. But then they found such American specialists, and they haven't got their chapel up yet, but they've got the refectory up, and they've got other parts of the monastic complex up. So those people also. Those people, yes, among nuns. I had to mention two things under the heading of nuns. So that's kind of nuns, heading alpha. I will not be coming back to this later. I don't think I will. But heading beta, it will merit a return. And actually, I've already mentioned it. It's Sister Wendy Beckett. She has a book on prayer. This prayer book will come up when we get to that part of the shelf. In any case, well, but of course she was a nun. Actually, this is maybe not the clearest thing to cite, because she was a nun and then she discerned a hermit vocation. And as a nun, she was not really very happy. It wasn't a perfect fit. She didn't find her the kind of, to say maybe rather ludicrous, rather lurid terms for salvation. She didn't find her salvation in community. It was rather, she made spiritual progress. That's the right way, the right expression. She made spiritual progress by working in solitude, eventually actually having her solitude invaded by television people from the BBC and becoming a very prominent art critic. But in any case, that was Sister Wendy. So she's not the clearest example because she started out as a nun. Her discerned vocation was not really in the cloister, and she then switched over to an eremitical vocation. So I think I would say on the heading of nuns, the only really good thing I have to present right now, the only absolutely clear, straightforward thing, is the Fairfield Carmelites.
And you had made a passing reference to alpha and beta something. I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, and now I have forgotten in my debility. But I think it was, no, I know what it was. Alpha was supposed to be the Fairfield Carmelites, and that topic I handled properly, I explained properly, and gave appropriate YouTube citations. And then beta was supposed to be Sister Wendy Beckett. And then I guess I just said, oh, well, wait a moment. I haven't got really a beta. Sister Wendy started out in monastic life, but that wasn't her, how can one say, that wasn't her true vocation. Yeah, so I've only got alpha. Alpha I have, and no beta. And there are other things related to nuns. At some point, I will, of course, come on to the person whose second-class relic I possess. Ekaterina Fyodorovna, the Hewitt, Ekaterina Fyodorovna Kolishkin, the Hewerty Doherty. Oh dear. And she might sort of count as a nun, and she of course has to be mentioned, and she will get mentioned when we get to her book and the relic in which which is in the cover of the book. But she's not kind of an absolutely clear, mainstream, unambiguous example of a nun. I think I should just leave it at that with the alpha. Of course, I could also cite Saint Therese of Lisieux, and then I could go on kind of groping, but I think just that alpha really should do.
Okay. Looks like you've got some interesting stuff here related to language, logic, and other
Dear.
mixed
Oh, yes.
items.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I think, oh dear, I just kind of groaned. There's stuff which maybe should go to the Estonian School of Diplomacy. There's stuff on practical English, like, for instance, urban idiom, contemporary urban idiom, or again, the correct use of phrasal verbs. Never use a preposition to end a sentence up with, said Sir Winston Churchill, I think, the witty Sir Winston Churchill. So there's a book on phrasal verbs. We have a school of diplomacy in Tallinn. It tries to prepare professional diplomats, to educate professional diplomats in countries which are too beleaguered and perhaps too poor to have their own schools of diplomacy. Diplomats have to be schooled somewhere. It's a very difficult thing. It's mission critical. There are people from poor countries, like maybe kind of, the sort of place that was rather satirized to devastatingly good effect by Sasha, what is it, Bar Cohen, of course, yes, Borat. So from that part of Central Asia, people come to Tallinn and they do learn diplomacy. So we have a school for diplomats, and I was very lucky once to have a visitor from that school. He examined my shortwave radio with the greatest of interest, and the language books should go, I think, to that school, but I haven't succeeded in making that happen yet. I'll find some place to park those language books. I can't keep them. I mean, what use have I got for urban idioms? Well, and then there are philosophy books which are perhaps even of some utility. The book on Parmenides, for instance, that really is important if you're teaching Greek philosophy. It's one of the standard books. And similarly, somewhere in this pile, though not perhaps not this pile, but somewhere, I do also have not only Taran and Parmenides, but I have the Fragmente der Vorsokratiker, fragments of the Pre-Socratics, Diels and Krantz, 2 volumes. That's the absolutely standard reference work for everything before Socrates, the fragments duly assembled in all their distressing and irritating Ionian Greek. It often is not even Attic Greek. And of course, I'm no good with Greek dialects. I have some things in this pile which might be of some use. They really might be of some use to somebody.
Do you know why you got this
And
one? The anaphora and quantification and situation semantics.
that really might be useful. There is something called situation semantics, and it was coming onto the horizon just when I was leaving philosophy. Or might say when I was being kicked out of philosophy. But anyway, when I was leaving, when I was making my exit, that's a good phrase. So, situation semantics, it was just becoming something. It was, as they say in America, it was becoming a thing. I don't know if it really succeeded in becoming a thing, but it sort of had promise. And this is an early work from that school, which is partly anchored in the modal logic work of Montague, and I think Stanford has a lot to do with it.
What about frame theory?
Oh, that's the same
Frame
thing.
semantics.
Oh, yes, I think it's the same thing. I think it's the same school, if I recall correctly. I don't even want to think about this very much. This is all depressing, but very likely the same school. And I think I got these books and intended somehow to work on them properly, and then just did not.
There's something called FrameNet, which is a really important project. I think it's
Oh,
Stanford.
yes. FrameNet, but what on earth? That sounds like cyber. If it's cyber, I should know about it a little bit. Is
It's
that
really
all one
important
word?
for NLP and just
Oh, really? What about, hang on, I've
Yeah.
forgotten what, oh, I see. Oh, good heavens. Well, no, my goodness. But Fillmore, I don't know at all. I only know him as a name, you see. I don't know anything about him. So maybe this is not the school of situation semantics. Maybe it's something quite
Yeah.
different.
So that's Berkeley, not Stanford.
And Berkeley. Okay, well, I can make no intelligent comment. Well, you know what Wittgenstein says, whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must be silent.
Mm.
Yes.
Now we're getting some interesting stuff here. We're in a new
Oh, yes.
territory.
Oh, yes. Well, this is very good. And this is, of course, very easy to talk about. Now, the first one I cannot really say much about. It's Bereshit, in the beginning. This is the first word of the first book of Genesis. Torah, commentarium, Rashi. I forget what Rashi means, but it's anyway the Torah, with, I suppose, our commentary. Well, it might be just, the rabbinical commentary. Maybe that's what it means. So it's a rabbinical, it's the Hebrew text of Genesis with a rabbinical commentary. And this was given to me by an extraordinarily kind-hearted person who lives right in my building. I think he's the only person I know who's actually Jewish, in any very significant sense. Well, I mean, there are other people, yes, but I mean, not, goodness, he's maybe the most Jewish person I know. And he is a serious bibliophile. Um, One at first thinks, oh my goodness, what chaos, and somehow one feels just somehow sad contemplating his setup. But on very close inspection, there really is a kind of lamp there. He's a kind of light, a kind of light shining. And he, for some reason which I cannot even fathom, he gave me this commentary. Well, I'm a long way off from working from it. I'll have to work from it, I suppose. Well, if time permits. Now, the second thing is simply the standard Hebrew study Bible, Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia. So it's the Stuttgart Biblia Hebraica, the Stuttgart manuscript. And then Reader's Edition means, it's a very, very, very good thing. Reader's Edition means that all the grammar, or nearly all the grammar, anything that's difficult in the grammar, is parsed. So at least every single verb, the great shipwreck, the great shoal, the great reef, the great misery in Hebrew. By the way, Hebrew's awfully hard. I find it very hard. But the great shoal and shipwreck and source of misery is the verb. And it is very necessary, if you're shaky in Hebrew, as of course I am, if you're shaky, it is very important to have somebody holding your hand and to identify each single verb, to say that this is a igel, or this is a gol, or it could be a hithfagel. Oh dear, I mean, it just, there's so many permutations of verbs. So it's Reader's Edition in the sense that whatever is grammatically tricky is explained with a very concise code, an extremely concise and ingenious and well-constructed code. The person who constructed that could well also go on to Unix system administration in some massive corporation. And the codes, they then are accompanied by a little card, a laminated card. So you never forget what a code means. You never even have to look up by flipping pages in this daunting book to get the meaning of a code. You simply have the card always in front of you. So it's glorious. And but in all this, I'm still in the very early stages, and I do want, God willing, I do want to switch from saying the Psalms in the morning, evening, and night prayer, the various Psalms. I want to switch from saying those in Latin to saying them in Hebrew. And experience has demonstrated that if you say the same psalm over and over in the 4-week cycle for morning and evening prayer, or the simply 1-week cycle, even better, even rapider repetition, the 1-week cycle in night prayer, when you say the same psalm over and over and over, it eventually forms a kind of track well, you might say in deprecation, you might say a rut, but really it forms a track in your brain. And it becomes, saying it becomes just as easy to understand as anything in English, for instance, or any other modern language. Let's say English. It becomes as easy as English. It is possible to think thoughts in a foreign language, and to think thoughts, to really think the thought in a foreign language, and to think it in the language simply by very patiently going through the same simple text, going through it over and over and over. This is a point which I cover partly also in my Blogspot blog, where I discuss the learning of Estonian. Estonian is well learned by just taking a simple text, like, for instance, that modern classic, which is, I guess, Seitsemändas rahukevad, the seventh peacetime summer, the childhood recollections of a very, very brave little girl growing up under the Soviet occupation. So you read it from that classic, and even if you know no Estonian, by repeating just a few sentences, with, of course, appropriate grammatical explanations and vocabulary glosses, repeating these, you eventually find yourself, even as a total newcomer to Estonian, you find yourself thinking in Estonian. Well, I've had that experience with Latin, and I hope to have that same experience with Greek, but, with Hebrew. I'm a nut. I hope to have that same experience with Hebrew, but I am at the early stages so far. And
Do
I
you
still
have
say,
any that you could recite now off the top of your head
not.
in Latin?
Well, in Latin, of course. Well, Dominus illuminatio mea, I could do that easily. Or De profundis clamavi, out of the depths I have cried. But in Hebrew, not really. Thinking in a panic, I suddenly think the Lord is my shepherd. It's not. I think, it might be Elohim. And then I certainly remember it's Rogi, my shepherd, Rogi. I think I remember that properly. But, I'm not at the stage where I can recite, to my shame. Ask me again in maybe a year and a half or 2 years, and then if I'm still alive, and if this country hasn't, been bombed flat, then maybe be able to do better.
Maybe you
Yeah.
could do one now in Latin that you're planning to learn first in Hebrew,
Oh,
and then we
first
can
Hebrew.
come
Well,
back
that
to it.
I suppose that's easy. De profundis would do well. I have done Psalm 100 in Hebrew already, and Psalm 23 simply from my reader, because of course I have a reader. Of course, the reader has Psalms of all, and those indeed I have done in Hebrew, and of course in Latin they would also be easy. But what I think I would like to do is actually, if this is maybe not too great a departure from what you were recommending, I will simply go to this morning's liturgy and remind myself what the psalm was, and then read a couple of verses from it. This is
Yeah, that'd be
undemanding.
great.
Yes, very good. So there we are. So today, morning prayer, laudes matutinae. There is the invitatory psalm, but I think I will skip. But why should I skip that? No, let me do it. It's comes on many mornings. It's a standard invitation. First of all, you say the very first thing you say, you say Domine labia mea peries, which means Lord, open my lips, et os meum annuntiabit laudem tuam, and my mouth will proclaim your praise. And it is thus translated everywhere also into English. So people who say the office in English, and of course many people in many monasteries do, that will be utterly familiar. Then we come to the so-called antiphon. Anti means against. There's the thing, well, like anticlimax. There's the climax and there's the anticlimax. So there's the phon, the thing that gets said, and there's the antiphon, which gets said kind of contrapuntally against the thing that is said, or kind of to highlight by way of a chorus the thing that is said. So then we have the antiphon. You have a choice, but I will take the one I chose this morning. Utinam hodie evocam Domini audiatis, nor lite obturare corda vestra. Oh, that today you would listen to the voice of the Lord. Do not be willing to harden your hearts. This is translated into English in pretty much the same way, harden not your hearts. Then I will just read two stanzas of the psalm itself. The psalm itself is in one numbering of the psalms, number 66. In another numbering, it is number 67. Deus misereatur nostri et benedicat nobis, illuminet vultum suum super nos, ut coniuscatur in terra via tua, in omnibus gentibus salutare tuum. Now, let me try to translate freely without looking at the English crib. The English, by the way, is alongside, but I'll try to do it without that assistance. God have pity on us. May God have pity on us, and may He bless us. May His face shine upon us, or light us up. May His face shine upon us, so that in the world your way may be known, and your salvation be known among all peoples, or you might say also among all nations. And I will say this again in Latin once again, simply to indicate how it would be done in a monastery, because it's a little bit feeble if you're not particularly competent kind of arithmetical person and you're just working alone. In a monastery, it would sound much better, because I believe I believe, well, in fact, I know, once the monks would divide into the two sides of the choir. One side would say half the psalm, the other side would say the other half. At least that's one, I think, possible way of doing it. So there'd be contrasting voices, and then the antiphon, the thing said against the saying, would be repeated. It's recommended that, or at least it's said by way of an instruction, that people working alone need not do this, but in a monastery you would repeat also the antiphon. So it would sound like this, as I try to give the impression of different voices, the beautiful contrast of the voices. I won't try to sing, though. You just have to imagine Gregorian chant. Deus misereatur nostri et benedicat nobis, illuminet vultum suum super nos, ut coniuscatur in terra via tua, in omnibus gentibus salutare tuum. Utinam hodie vocem Domini audiatis, nolite obturare corda vestra. That bit about harden not your hearts, that is quite hard hitting. The psalmist says that in reference to Meribah and Massah in the desert, when Israel grumbled against Israel's assigned vocation. But it really is directly applicable to the individual, to the individual, to the modern individual, because we often do harden our hearts, and instead of listening to God, we will listen to, for instance, some fashionable authority, religious authority. We can listen to religious authorities whom we like because they make us feel good, perhaps. We can listen to our own fears. We can listen to inappropriate advice, as when you unfortunately have a really quite bad psychiatrist. Not all psychiatrists are equally good, and you can have quite a bad one. So you can listen to, instead of listening to the voice of God, you can listen to a bad therapist, or you can listen to, other sides of your own lower nature, not even your fears, but maybe your ambitious side. There's always something. There are thousands of replacements for the voice of God, and many of these can be very good counterfeits. For instance, they can make you feel ever so austere and holy, when God, in fact, is not like that. God, in fact, has a sense of humor. Yes, so goodness. So there you are. Now, should we move along a little bit?
Well, before we do that, I wanted to just, since we're getting into languages, I thought it might be useful for you to just give a list of what are the various languages you've studied, and that might just be helpful as we
Oh, but of
go
course, of
through.
course, of course. Oh, exactly. Of course, very sensible. So now, the story is this: that I had Estonian as my first language, but now I speak it to my shame with a very slight but annoying and perceptible accent. And I don't know how many people by now, maybe 10, have said, "Oh, you have such an interesting accent. What kind of accent is that? Are you Finnish?" Or they'll think something else. It is the most distressing thing. So anyway, my first language is Estonian, and then when I went to school at the the age of 5, I learned English. And this is extremely pleasant and exciting. You would think a child, especially perhaps a rather sensitive child, you would think a child would be traumatized, but no, not at all. I picked up English hand over fist, and by Christmas, school started in September, by Christmas of that year, which was 1958, I was welcoming visitors to welcoming the audience to the school's Christmas concert. I had a little speech and I had to have gestures. I had to raise my hand kind of in a gesture of extravagant welcome. Welcome, welcome, everyone. I don't know what else there was in it, but it worked. So then I learned to see English. Then I had atrocious French in high school. Then I had somewhat better French in university. I worked in France. I visited France in 1970. I worked in France, in fact, helping to restore a monastery in 1972 and again in 1974, doing sort of some manual labor, but also helping with the monastery stuff. And
So you're actually involved in monastery stuff quite early in life.
oh yes, but did it sink in? No, I think it may be the reason that I'm so rather in your face Catholic now. The reason might be because of the prayers of the long deceased Mademoiselle Blanchot, and Mademoiselle Denis. Oh dear, I haven't had that thought before. But now I have this thought. It's a scary thought. Because you see, when I went to the monastery, I was a doctrinaire atheist, and I explained my religious views in rather bad French. But if nobody else, if nobody around you understands English, then you're kind of forced to improve your French. So I remember explaining my rather doctrinaire atheist views, and I think Madame Suzanne, maybe it was Madame Suzanne. Yes, exactly, it was Madame Suzanne, not Suzanne Denis. It was Mademoiselle Blanchot. Mademoiselle Blanchot said to the table, the big dinner table, at which there's some rather important guests, I think. It might have actually been somebody from the St. Pius X movement, because we had that. It's the kind of thing you would expect in that place, scary people. But anyway, we had. I explained my atheist views in rather poor French to the table, and Mademoiselle Blanchot said, "Oh, il est égaré, le pauvre," which means, "Oh, he has strayed." He has strayed, the poor one. She really was. She was sad. She was sad for me. She wasn't condemnatory at all. She was simply sad. So I had no real interest in Catholicism at that point. I thought Catholicism was simply, was about as meaningful as, I don't know, as meaningful as what? About as meaningful as maybe, well, heavens, what can I think of even an example? I mean, it was just about as meaningful as some strange stuff that would come out of California. Scientology, maybe. It was about as meaningful as Scientology. But nevertheless, I was in the monastery, and now in retrospect, I have immense veneration for Mademoiselle Blanchot, for Mademoiselle Suzanne Denis. I think maybe they both have interceded for me. I wouldn't put it past them, because they were rather militant, when still in this life. They were rather militant, and people don't change. So they maybe have indeed been busily interceding. Oh dear, what a scary thought. Go on to television.
When you said you were a doctrinaire atheist, who were the big sort of atheist writers who were
but
influencing you, do you think?
there weren't. I wish I could say that there were, like Sartre or somebody, but that is not the case. There were no great writers. I simply was atheist, and that was that. Until one day, one afternoon, when I was in a forest fire, and then I thought, oh, wait a moment, I'm not really atheist. This is just a pose. My life wasn't in danger. It was just a forest fire. No danger to life, but you don't want to be in a forest fire, even if you're comparatively safe. You really don't want to be there. Helicopters were coming in. They're dropping water and stuff, and then in this crisis, I just realized, I'm not atheist. I was just putting it on.
How old were you?
I was just about to leave for Oxford. I was on the very verge of catching the plane, the
Wow.
flight. Yes. The Air Canada DC-8 jetliner service to London, England is now boarding at gate 15. That kind of thing, Halifax International Airport. So it was a few days away from that. And there it was. So how old was I? It had to be the summer of 74. So of course I can say, did I leave before my birthday or after? Because my birthday is in July of that. I think though I'm not at all sure of this. I rather it could be that I left just before my birthday, and if that is the case, then it was 20 and just turning 21.
So we talked about Estonian first, then English, then French.
Yes,
then
exactly. Estonian, then English, and then French. And my French is not really awfully good at all. So I would not like to lecture in French, but of course I can carry on, with everyday life in French. So I'm at the European level of maybe B1, maybe B2, but I don't think I'm as exalted as C1. That would be way too much to hope for. And I read French, with easily enough. And there are words which I don't understand, and then I have to circle them in pencil and realize that I have to go back to them later. So it's a bit of a drag. And
what
then
kind of stuff do you read in French?
Saint Thérèse de Lisieux. And there's another saint, actually a hermit. Yes, basically, essentially a hermit. He tried to found an order, and he failed. And this is he's now either blessed or outright a saint. Charles de Foucault, who had two hermitages in what is now Algeria, what is now the Republic of Algeria, and one of those has a hermit community, and to this day it has such a community, or maybe not even hermit community, just a cenobitic community, monastic community, I think, rather. So his dream of founding a monastic order has come to a kind of fruition after his death. So I have a book about him, not by him, but about him, the standard book about Charles de Foucault, in a very old edition. It's published around 1925, maybe 1922, just a few years after his death, or you might perhaps say his martyrdom. So this I have. So these are what I read in French, and I've toyed. Oh, and I have Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. I have Le Petit Prince. It so happens we have in this country, in school, we have an A language and a B language. Well, we have three rather young people in the family, in the big extended family, which is a source of endless kind of doing and coming and going and gift buying and conferring and everything. So I have in the big and lively family circle, there are fully three young people. They are all taking French as their B language. They, of course, have English as their A language, but French is language B for all three of them. So I gave all three of them for Christmas Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's A Petit Prince. And then I thought, oh, well, I mean, I have to have it myself, obviously. So I ordered from France and got a copy of my own. And I desperately want to read it, but it's a matter of finding time. And where do you find time? So yes, I have to get to it.
So
So
you
that's what I
mentioned
read.
three names there, and I was wondering, a lot of people are going to have trouble spelling those. So if you could
Oh,
spell
yes,
those.
of course. Now let me proceed carefully. Sainte Thérèse de Lisieux is simply found by putting into a search engine Thérèse. Don't even bother about the accents. Don't try getting the pronunciation right. Just type Therese. And then, just not to confuse her with another very exciting saint, a Spanish saint, just to avoid any possible confusion, add the city or the town in which she was active. That is the town of Lisieux. Lisieux. Good. And of course, all the search engines, all the obvious places will immediately pull her up, and there's a huge literature on her. But I have her collected works in French. And this turned out to be not expensive at all. It's a cheap paperback, badly bound, just paper and glue. But it was not expensive, and I think if I handle it carefully, it will not fall apart. So that is then an author. Then we have Charles de Foucault, and this is again easily spelled. Charles, like Charles de Gaulle, I think with an S at the end, Charles. And of course, there are endless people in France called Charles, but he was of noble extraction. And if you're of noble extraction in Germany, you are von something. And if you are of noble extraction in France, you are de something. So he's Charles, Charles, de, which is spelled D-E, Delta Echo, and then Foucault. And that is, I think, rather easy. Foucauld. When on television, one becomes nervous, but as I know from experience, let me, however, see Foucault. I'll make sure that I have not erred in my nervousness. Yeah, what's happened here? Yes, I did err. It's a bit err. How very, very lamentable. Okay. Charles de Foucault, Charles, DE, like Delta Echo. And then Foucault ends with a D like Delta. And the correct spelling is F like Foxtrot, O like Oscar, U like uniform, C like Charlie, A like Alpha, U like uniform, L like Lima, D like Delta. Foucauld. F like Foxtrot. There. So that is the French reading, such as it is. And this is very slim, but it's not a good idea to read in translation if you can help it. And there are, but I also have another book, which I certainly have been using and in French, and the number of words which are unfamiliar is not too high. I had to circle the page maybe 4 times, but you can live with that still. And this is a book on prayer by Lustiger. L like Lima, U like uniform, S like Sierra, T like Tango, I like India, G like Golf, E like Echo, R like Romeo. Lustiger. And this book is certainly available in English. I first read it in English, and in English it has the approximate title First Steps in Prayer. And in French it's Premier Pas. But I think it quite suffices just to say that the key word in the title is prière, Priere, neglecting the accent. It'll come out shortly in search engines, so put the accent in. And then also pas, which means steps. Première, first, steps, pas, de prière, or en prière, one or the other. First steps in or of prayer. So that is the French reading as it is. And there's more now, which I really do want to get. I want to read Victor Hugo, Les Misérables. I think many people, would say, how could you possibly live without having read that? So I do want to read it, and I want to get it. And I want to get it, I think, in 2 languages. Maybe the right thing is to get it in Estonian, if possible, and then in French, and then really basically to read in French, but use the Estonian as a crutch when necessary. And then I also really want to get the book which has influenced me, I fear, more than any other, even though I read it only in Reader's Digest condensed books. In English, I read it in Reader's Digest condensed books, and as a very small child, and the influence was profound. And I want to read it in the original. It's about the life and work of Madame Skłodowska-Curie, Marie Curie, Marie Skłodowska-Curie. It suffices really just to write in English, and put it into any search engine, Madame, Madame, and then Curie, Curie. Discoverer of radium, on rather happy conversational terms with the eminent Professor Einstein, a wonderful experimental physicist, and just, oh heavens, how can one say, just everything about her life is so, my goodness, it all utterly
She have 2
fits,
Nobels.
oh, exactly 2. I've got exactly how many
Very
people?
rare.
She got 2, yes, exactly, she got 2. Though they're for very much the same work. It was, in both cases, radium. Basically radium. There's also polonium, and I suppose radon, but goodness. So 2 Nobels, and everything in her life story, which was written up by her daughter, Eve Curie. It was written up by her daughter. Her daughter died in our own day. Her daughter's been dead only maybe 15 years, 20 years. And the book was, of course, a bestseller. It got into Reader's Digest condensed books in English. Everything fitted. I saw this as a child. The account of the miseries of Poland, exactly paralleling the miseries of Estonia. The fear of the Russian school inspector. The yearning to escape from her particular branch of exile life. The departure for the Sorbonne. Well, Dad, of course, did indeed say, well, would you like to go to the Sorbonne? And of course, I did not. But still, the idea, the very idea of escaping from your particular difficult bit of the world. In my case, Estonian exile, and in Canada, and in her case, simply Poland, but Poland under Russian occupation. The escape. Then the zealous, how can one say, consumed by study, working until one could work no more, because indeed that was how I had to work when I was trying to get into Oxford. I had to do that. It wasn't easy. Just everything, or almost everything. Well, of course, there's no religion in it, but it's.
Why were you
it's
so dedicated at the time?
Oh, well, I just was. I mean,
Your parents maybe encouraged, or?
Oh, well, I mean, my parents had to put up with me. I don't know. I suppose they encouraged me, but I was, first of all, I was simply dedicated to science because it's what I wanted to do. Then, when I was in my undergraduate studies in Canada, I worked furiously to get into Oxford because Oxford represented an escape. I found, I think to this day, indeed, I find Canada somehow oppressive. Canada, it's been wisely said by one of the best authors Canada has ever produced, Robertson Davies. Robertson Davies says, well, Canada is the country which nobody wants to be in. The people in Quebec, in New France, in the 1600s, these people were in New France because they were oppressed to the point of unbearableness. They were oppressed to the point of agony by their seigneurs, their lords in France, in Normandy, I think, in most cases. Anyway, they were oppressed to the point where even crossing the ocean was better than carrying on. So that was the beginning. Then there were the so-called United Empire Loyalists. There were the people who really didn't like the American Declaration of Independence, and they were kind of sort of persecuted by their neighbors. They were made to feel very, very uncomfortable. And of course, the compliments are mutual. I'm sure they said many a rude thing for their part. So they, soon enough, after America declared independence, they found it advisable to leave America. And what could they do? They had to go to the backwoods of Ontario for the most part. So they were unwilling settlers in Canada. Then came the people who were oppressed by the Tsar, the people who found in Manitoba and Saskatchewan a terrain and a climate ever so similar to what they had experienced in Ukraine, but with Queen Victoria in place of the Tsar. So, of course, they were rather unwilling. It was just, crossing the ocean was better than being under the heavens, the local nobility, and the Tsar and the commissars and the village constable, and anything would be better than that, and so on, and so it went on. It went on like that. It just kept going on like that. It goes on to this day. So I felt very somehow uncomfortable in Canada. I had to escape. My parents were fond of Canada, but how's that even possible? They really liked Canada. They genuinely liked it. They had passionate views on Canadian federal politics. I mean, oh goodness gracious!
Why not apply to Harvard?
Oh no! That's in America. I mean, you can't. Well, I know Harvard's very good, but I mean, I wouldn't really have quite thought that until I saw it with my own eyes, and that, after all, was recently. I saw it in the David Dunlap Observatory conservation case, at some point around maybe 2009. That's when I saw Harvard. I didn't know it was awfully good until then, and I think actually it's probably too good. I think I wouldn't make it. The standards would be too high. They'd be too awfully demanding. They'd be awfully competitive because it is America, and it wouldn't be a good fit at all. Now, that's what I think. So, anyway,
Okay, so we've
escape.
covered Estonian English
Yes,
and
exactly. So
French.
I've covered Estonian and English and French, and then now what came next? Oh, but of course, when I was finishing off my undergraduate, I embarked on something which I would earnestly recommend to any young person, and this is, for heaven's sake, by all means, immerse yourself in the dead languages. You could do Greek first, and that's what I did. Toward the end of my undergraduate time, I started on Greek. I used a book which I've now lost, and I have to order a replacement copy somehow. Paine, Paine, Beginning Greek. There are surely better books, but Paine's Beginning Greek is very congenial because he starts you quickly on actually reading Greek, and he starts you on the very right thing, which is St. John's Gospel. Do Koine Greek, and later, only later, once you're halfway through the book, then you do Xenophon's Anabasis. So that's proper Attic Greek. So Greek then, toward the end of my undergraduate career, and then I picked away a bit at it also in Oxford, and then also in Oxford I kind of started Latin. Then I did Greek very rather zealously until I got to the point where I could read Plato with just the lexicon and the crib, though I've forgotten a lot of that now. But that was the Greek. Then there came the Hebrew, started, as I say, in Oxford, then kind of forgotten, left to lie fallow for a couple of years. But then not only did I have the extraordinarily helpful Lloyd Humberstone as a colleague, as a logic colleague at Monash, I additionally had the equally, or maybe about equally, anyway, the extraordinarily great fortune heaven decides these things, I think. Heaven decides. I had the extraordinary fortune, or you might say extraordinary providence, grace, whatever you call it. Anyway, I was so happy to have one of the most eminent teachers of Latin in the English-speaking world, Gavin Betts, Betts, B like Bravo. Gavin Betts has a deceptively simple book called Teach Yourself Latin. There used to be a book which was very bad called Teach Yourself Latin. And Gavin Betts, when I had him, I simply enrolled as an auditor in his course. I decided, I really had to do a proper job in Latin. And of course, then I did. Gavin Betts, he said, well, we really need a good basic Latin book. He thought there was a real need for this in the market. And so there was. There are books like Wheelock on Latin, but I really think that Gavin Betts is the right thing because he covers all the essentials in his book called Teach Yourself Latin. He covers all the essentials, and he does it in the scope of maybe 150 or 180 pages in a slim paperback. How is this even humanly possible? But he did it. Every nuance that you'd be likely to know, and everything which is superfluous or kind of gilding the lily, maybe duly de-emphasized, just the right exercises. And what this means is that you can, in 300 hours of private study and it's not at all demanding. It's not at all like mathematics. It's not remotely demanding. In 300 hours of private study, working the perfectly simple, straightforward exercises and noting very attentively, of course, all the points he makes about, conditionals, the subjunctive, all this, you'll be perfectly well equipped. After a mere 300 hours, you will be able with confidence to go to authors. Of course, he has, I guess he has also extracts from authors, but real authors, just pick up your Caesar. I think the right course of study is probably Gavin Betts, 300 hours, then do Caesar Stipello Gallico, at least one book thereof. Give that maybe, 80 hours or something. And then you could go on to a poet. Actually, well, you have to do Virgil sooner or later. Well, why not just be brave and do Virgil? Do one book of Virgil. And Gavin Betts equips you for that. If you want a less kind of steep uphill course after finishing Gavin Betts, you could go to a Latin reader, much in the spirit of my Hebrew reader. And I have, though surely other such things exist, but I have a truly wonderful reader which was used in Canada. Imagine, it was used by the province of Ontario in the 1950s. I think it's called Living Latin. We'll come to it when we come to my linguistics books. Living Latin, and that has good selections from serious authors and very astute commentary. You will, of course, no matter what author you have, you will want to get an edition with commentary. You need about half the page to consist of Latin. Sorry, you want half the page to consist of Latin, the other half to consist of commentary, or perhaps the top 2/3 could be, or the top 3/4 could be Latin. The bottom quarter could then at least be commentary. But you do need the commentary. So you could have a reader with appropriate commentary and big slabs of Cicero in the correct pronunciation, or Cicero if you're not quite correct, Cicero, and then you could have Sallust. So that was Latin, and I got up to the point, I know where I was academically, I got to the point of being ready to embark on serious third-year undergraduate Latin, though I never did so embark. And I find Latin, of course, pleasant for the liturgy. Now, what next? So I would earnestly recommend dead languages. And then next I did German.
Could you say before we get to German, could you say the work by Caesar again?
Oh, yes, of course. De Bello Gallico. It's his commentary on the Gallic War. He basically conquered France. I mean, that's quite a large thing to do. Imagine conquering France. He conquered France.
It's a very I misheard what you said, but that's like sort of the most famous starter reader that you do.
Exactly.
There's a lobe of it, the Gallic Wars.
That's exactly. Of course, it'll be everywhere. But better than the lobe, I would say. Lobe has just the English translation on the opposite page. But better than lobe, I would earnestly say, is some old edition, such as would have been used in posh, fancy schmancy English public schools, Eton, Harrow, Rugby, Winchester, around maybe 1950. Or indeed 1930, where the commentary is very long and all the grammatical nuances are carefully explained. Why is it that here Caesar uses the subjunctive, where he could have got by with an indicative, that kind of thing? Yes. So yes, De Bello Gallico, the famous sentence, the most famous sentence in all of Latin, though it's as dry as dust. I think it's Gallia est omnis divisa in partes tres. All of Gaul is divided into 3 parts. Oh boy.
And
I'm
so
not
you were
saying
going to
that
get
he's
to
not a
German.
deep author. Sorry, say again?
No, finish your thought. We were going to go to German next.
Oh, of course, exactly, of course. Yeah, well, there we are. Yes. Oh, I think I finished my thought. I have no good thought, except that he's not deep. Caesar is the opposite of deep. He suits very well the kind of people, in fact, particularly perhaps boys, who are being trained in a very posh English public school for careers in the military and politics, and who are not going to think a single really original thought probably in their entire lives. So for people of that type, Caesar fits just fine. And he's been used for that purpose as a training author since ancient times. I bet the ancients already read him for that very pedagogical purpose. And surely the medievals, and of course the moderns. Nothing ever changes, really. Costumes change, nothing else changes. So, goodness. Now, yes, German. So now the story with German is this, that I made an effort at the very end of my undergraduate days, but it didn't really stick terribly well. And then I got it to kind of work because I had I had serious surgery. And before the surgery, I thought, oh, I'm dying, but did I care even? It was just not good. And then I had the surgery, and then I recovered quite nicely. Well, in fact, I made an excellent recovery. It was just transurethral resection of prostate, if the truth be told, and that's banal. It wasn't heart surgery. And I had a period of convalescence. And then somehow I felt not quite up to trying to do astronomy, or indeed, more heaven forfend, math, and not even cyber. But what I did have the strength for was simply a language. German, which I had tried before, after all, and hadn't got very far with. I traveled a little bit. I saw München. I saw Wien in the glorious summer of '74. Before I went up to college, I saw München. I saw Wien. I saw Stuttgart. I saw Innsbruck. I saw Basel. I saw Bern. I saw Zurich. I saw this and that. But did the German stick? Not really. And then Well, I mean, those were happy times. Goodness, I did have a sentence. I could say, ich kann alles sagen, was ich sagen will, aber die Antwort kann ich nicht verstehen. I would say that to people, to strangers. I can say anything I want to say, but I can't understand the answer. That was maybe kind of an approximation to the truth, at least, I guess. Those were happy times, though. Should I explain how I saw the Swiss? I think I should.
Yep.
I think I may get away with it. Yes, Switzerland, it's so good. It is to die for. Oh, is it ever good? With my poor German, I nevertheless, I really like Switzerland. I was at the shore of a great lake. It might have been the lake which is kind of adjacent to Geneva, but it may not have been. Geneva is, after all, Francophone, really. It may have been Zurich or Basel or Bern. I can't remember, but it was the Swiss Independence Day. And I think I will remember this forever. There's a huge crowd on the bank of the lake, and they're silent because they're Swiss, of course. They were silent. They were as silent as Estonians and Finns. And a rocket went up over the water. Ptsung! And then poof! The rocket exploded in a great shower of sparks. And all the crowd, so disciplined, they all said, ah. And then again, darkness, silence. 60 seconds later, maybe 60 seconds later, up goes another rocket. Pachung! Poof! And again, the crowd says, ah. So that was so good. So I like, well, good heavens, what can I say? When, of course, around here, we kind of, sort of don't exactly like German things, but one also admires German things. So I was determined in my convalescence, with, of course, happy memories of, among other things, travels in Switzerland. I was determined to learn German, and I did get it up to maybe B1 in the European Union Languages Competence Classification, maybe up to B1. I think I'm better than A2. I can kind of read German on the internet, and I had a very good book, and it is awfully therapeutic when you're not feeling terribly well, and you've got a blanket over your knees, and you're weak. I mean, it's such a consolation just to picture the Rhine Valley and white wines, and the book had such good pictures. I could relate to everything. I mean, my goodness. There's a picture of people looking very morose and serious, as though they are watching an execution, perhaps, a public hanging. Or maybe they were just watching a war crimes tribunal, kind of about to deliver its sentence. They're all looking very morose. And the caption underneath explained that this was an open air concert of Mozart. And so I thought, oh, this is so good. Like, this could be absolutely Estonia. I mean, these people are just like Estonians. It's so, so good. And when you're, when you're convalescing, and you can't do terribly much of anything, and you just have a blanket over your knees to keep warm, this kind of thing, it's so soothing. Just color pictures of life in Germany, and you learn this and you learn that. It's so good. I do remember, however, more vividly my first exposures to German at the end of my undergraduate days, because then we had what was called a language lab. You went into the language lab and you would listen in headphones to recordings, and the recordings utterly reinforced all the stereotypes of German culture. Achtung, Achtung, ein Mercedes 200 wird gestohlen. Attention, attention, a Mercedes 200 has been stolen. And then there's the male voice who says, with a tone of infinite condescension, he says maybe to some British person perhaps, he says, Haben Sie Zentralheizung? Do you have central heating? And then there's the lady who says, and of course in the language lab, you repeat this over and over and over to drive it into your brain. You repeat the tape. There's tape, magnetic tape. Jetzt wird gekocht. Jetzt wird gekocht. Jetzt wird gekocht, which means it is being cooked now. And then the very best thing was, was, again a male voice, was? Der Zug fährt nicht pünktlich ab, which means, what? Is the train not leaving on time? So you see, that's German. It's fun. I'd really recommend German. I'd
What's
really,
this
really
book
recommend.
that you've been using?
Oh, I forget.
We'll get to it maybe.
But no, I remember perfectly well. Treffpunkt Deutsch. I think it's Treffpunkt Deutsch. Surely it's Treffpunkt Deutsch. But we'll get to that when we get to the linguistics books. Anyway, I'm almost certain it is Treffpunkt Deutsch, and it is now outdated in one quite relevant respect. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it per se to our viewers because there's been a language reform in Deutschland. They have, of course, reformed the language. In Germany, we clear the snow before it hits the ground because that's more efficient. So, of course, they have reformed the language in just the last couple of decades, and they've replaced either all or at least many occurrences of the long S, that scary thing that looks like a beta. They've replaced it with simply a double S. And I really think one ought to just get a modern book because that reform comes up everywhere. It touches every sentence, I suppose, or every paragraph. It would surely touch every paragraph in the newspaper. But anyway, I'm quite sure mine was Treffpunkt Deutsch, and all one could say here by way of recommendation is just get a book which goes through the grammar systematically. And how could these do it be anything else? Since it's German, if the author is German, of course it'll be systematic, and make sure that it's got good color pictures of things like a very sullen and sorrowful crowd listening to an open-air concert of Mozart. Make sure that the reading selections touch on interesting and gruesome topics like the Dritte Reich, and make sure it's got a vocabulary in the back and grammar tables. And I suspect any German textbook would meet these modest requirements.
Are there any German classics you want to read in German?
Oh, well, there's Viktor Frankl. And oh dear, that's a very good question because I have no inclination to read
Goethe.
Goethe or Schiller. And on the other hand, there might be some
Nietzsche.
point. Oh, heaven forbid. No, I've read Nietzsche in English. Oh, no. I've read it in English. That's totally scary. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. I mean, that even, heavens, I think some of the people who are in the Dritte Reich read Nietzsche. I guess, I guess apart from Viktor Frankl, I do want to be able to read the really hideous things. I've dipped into Mein Kampf in translation. I found it vulgar, I think. I think maybe vulgar, and it's certainly silly. But of course, a great many things from the 1920s would be vulgar and silly. It has been totally torn to bits.
Hegel.
Brilliantly. Oh, no, heaven for him. That'd be infinitely worse. That'd be infinitely worse. Oh, but there's something I really could read, much on these lines. I really would like to read the Communist Manifesto.
Marx.
Exactly. Surely he wrote in German. What do you think? It was probably German first.
Yeah. Marx and Engels.
Yes, Engels, Marx and Engels. Oh boy, so I certainly want to read that. I guess my desires are rather dark. I want to get into the Communist
Luther.
Manifesto and the original. And oh no, who cares? I don't think. I mean, oh dear, no, I don't think. Oh no. No, I mean that's kind of you see. I have a kind of emotional reaction to the Lutheran Church. It's kind of sort of wonderful, but it kind of also isn't. It's very, very hard to articulate this in accurate terms, let alone in charitable terms. Even being accurate is hard. It's sort of like there's so much theological depth, but there's something. I don't know. It's like, is it that they're all like me, my salvation, me and God, the great me? I have to get myself into heaven by utterly. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it is. Maybe it isn't even that. I can't be accurate, but there's a little voice inside which says, in the limited time you have, don't bother with Luther. There are other things you can read.
Luther
Yes.
famously translated the Bible.
Oh, of course he didn't. He established modern German. I mean, he set the norm for what would be considered good German. Of course. I mean, his nation owes him a great debt of gratitude. It's just a personal thing. I wouldn't say, to our viewers, avoid Luther. I wouldn't say that even to any Catholic. Oh, Luther, how wicked! Don't spoil your equilibrium by reading such a tricky author. No, I wouldn't say that for a minute. It's just me. I just don't feel comfortable with Luther. I feel that in my particular case, Luther is not quite the right thing.
So, are there any other languages after German?
Oh, yes, good point. Because then, of course, there was the Hebrew. And the Russian. Well, but the Russian is in awful shape. I've been picking away at Russian for 10 years, and I know I have to do better. And I take my Russian, it's what's called, at least in Estonian, my conspect. I suspect this will be called in Russian grammatice conspect, summary of grammar. I suspect grammatice conspect. So I take my conspect into the lunch queue in our local cafe in the observatory main building, and I poke away at silly little YouTube things like Urusha, or Urusha, Ju, and then Russia, Jew Russia, you might perhaps say. And she has wonderful, silly little easy vids with easy stories like Babushka ikot Vasya, Grandma and Cat Vasya, easy things at even the A1 European Union competence level. So I poke away at Russian, and well, I don't know. My guess is that I may be able to get it to work, and it's just I'm not finding enough time for it. It's not easy. German is actually awfully easy. Well,
There's
a
some interesting
dreadful-
videos of Putin when he was speaking pretty fluent German.
In German. Oh, of course, he was in KGB. He was a podpolkovnik, lieutenant colonel, as you might perhaps say. He was a lieutenant colonel. So it was maybe a middle-ranking position in the KGB, and of course, he had German. He was in East Germany. Oh dear. Well, there's a dark theme. My goodness. Mr. Putin. I tried writing him open letters. I said, that he could really achieve peace by going into religious seclusion, and I said that the monastery of Alam might be appropriate, but also very appropriate is what used to be called Petseri, when the Estonian line of control was kind of east of where it is now. Now it's called Pechori, and it's Russified. But Pechori, I mean, he could go into religious reclusion at Pechori. He surely would have enough resources to protect himself from his enemies, and then I could come and visit him in Pechori, because that would be a rather easy train ride. I'd be in the train for an hour. I could afford to do this. So be easy. I could bring him books to read. We could sit and talk. We'd have tea. It'd be a totally different kind of life from what he has now, but it would be honorable, you see. It would be honorable like not Saint, but you know what I mean. Benedict the 16th. It would be like Benedict the 16th stepping down. That took guts. He did good. He did real good. Goodness. So, a Tsar is capable of doing real good. But I think maybe I think it would be advisable if I watched Putin speaking по-русски. Yes, that is actually a good goal. Not only must I be able to read bits of Mein Kampf and bits of the Communist Manifesto in German, I should also be able to understand at least something of the Tsar when he's speaking to the camera.
What about
Yes.
Mandarin?
Not. Oh, I have indeed thought. I have thought idly. I have thought how exciting it would be to learn Mandarin, but there isn't time, and China's so far away. And if there's any language after Russian which cries out for being learned, it isn't even Mandarin. That's not the next priority. The next most important thing would be Finnish, and I have Finnish dictionaries, and I've poked around in Finland for 3 weeks in the summer of 1990, and of course I kind of sort of cope with Finnish as everybody in Estonia can, but I couldn't say that I have Finnish even to level A1, and that would be the next priority. And maybe after that it would be appropriate to have Italian, which after all is sort of, just a dialect of Latin, kind of. And only once all these obligations have been discharged would it be appropriate, really, I think, to embark on Mandarin. And then, it would have to be maybe 120. And how likely am I to be alive at that age? I mean, not at all likely. Yeah. Boy.
Finnish is considered one of the most difficult
Oh, yes, of
Um,
course, exactly. But, Finnish and Estonian, I don't know, Finnish might be harder than Estonian. I don't think there's a
Hmm.
huge difference. Or
Okay.
they're very similar. Finnish just sounds, you know what Finnish sounds like? It sounds like sometimes like rather silly Estonian, like when you count down. I count down from 10 to 0 in both languages, and you'll see what I mean. First Estonian, then Finnish. 10, 10, 9, 9, 8, 8, 7, 7. But now it gets silly, like, kitty and horsey. Kuus, kuusi. Viis, viisi, neli, neljä, kolmi, kaksi, yksi, null, nolla. Oh, dear.
I put it into AI and it says the relationship between Finnish and Estonian is similar to Spanish versus Portuguese or Dutch versus German.
Oh, yes. Well, I can't comment on Spanish and Portuguese, and I have not adequate knowledge, really, I have no real knowledge of Dutch, but I really do think that, yes, Dutch and German, that would fit. That would fit
Hmm.
quite well. Yes. Oh, boy.
So
Oh,
we've
boy.
now covered your 8 languages, if I have my count,
Oh, yes,
or
except
7.
except some of them are other, stupidly done. Yes, whatever.
Hmm.
I don't even want to think what the number might be. And, goodness, but the 3 dead languages, you see, I would recommend to any young person, anyone in his 20s, I would most earnestly say, yes, make it a hobby. If you have several decades of life ahead of you, decide first whether you want to do Latin or to do Greek. The arguments are equally strong in both cases. Do one, then do the other when you're in middle age, and then once you're in maybe rather serene old age, then tackle Hebrew, and your world will be so enriched. Yes, goodness,
So the list that I have here is 8 total. So Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Estonian, English, French, German, and Russian.
I guess so, if Russian really counts. But oh dear, but my Russian is so bad.
I meant to ask you for Russian, are there any classics in particular you would
Oh,
want to
classics.
read in
Oh, yes,
Russian?
of course. Yes, I would like to. Yes, indeed. I've got Tolstoy on pacifism. He has an essay on pacifism. Then there's a wonderful Tolstoy short story on the man who wanted to be loved for himself alone, but nobody loved him just because he was himself. People loved him for different reasons. The Death of Ivan Ilyich, short story. Then there's Vojna i mir. How could anybody not aspire to read Vojna i mir? Particularly because I think the first huge slab of it, I think, simply starts in French. It goes on and on and on in French, and then it turns into Russian, and War and Peace. Oh boy, Satayarahu, we would say in this country. Oh boy, and then even that's not all. I really would like to read Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment. I tried, I think, actually reading in French translation. I don't even know if I finished. I don't think it did me much good, but when you're old, you can read things with more profit, perhaps, than when you're an idiot, age 21. So there is then Crime and Punishment, but that's not all. Notes from Underground. There's The Idiot. There's so much. The only thing, the thing about Russian though is it is depressing. It's a very tragic country, and it's tragic in quite different ways from America. It's not very similar to America. I don't think it is as a nation, and endless philosophizing becomes wearisome. One very nice thing about the English authors, I think all of them really, all the English authors, all the great English novelists, I think one very nice thing about them is that they do not philosophize. Um, Even our great Estonian novelist, we have a great definitive novelist, Anton Hansen Tammsaare. Well, he philosophizes exactly as the Russians do. I think he learned it from them. And this is wearisome. And the English, by contrast, I can sum up David Copperfield, the whole moral of David Copperfield. It can be summed up in 4 words. Stuff happens. Get over it. Oh, that's 5 words then. Okay, stuff happens. Get over it. The message, being basically that life throws all kinds of curveballs at you, and you can't predict a whole lot, and you just have to be brave. You just have to put up with things. That's all. And the Russians, by contrast, they philosophize. So I have the ambition of reading the Russians, a bit at least, and indeed wallowing in the philosophizing. But at the same time, on this whole project, I have some reservations.
Are there any other books here you'd like
Oh,
to talk about?
Solzhenitsyn. Oh, sorry, I did want to add, sorry, Solzhenitsyn, Mission Critical. I certainly would like to read at least excerpts of Solzhenitsyn, at least parts in the original. Gulag, Archipelago Gulag. Yeah, good. Oh, sorry, but I cut you off there. You had a question.
Were there any other books in this photo you wanted to touch on?
Very lightly, very slightly. One, of course, needs a study Bible, which makes due reference to the archaeology and also makes due reference to textual problems. And that is, in my case, served, I think that purpose is served well enough by something that I've only started working on, namely the so-called Catholic Study Bible. And I have it in a very recent edition. It is, I think, far from flawless. There really could have been a tighter copy edit in the long essays, giving context and background, because, of course, you need those very badly. But the essays, they sometimes just look as though somehow they weren't quite adequately edited. It's as though, something happened at that publishing house, with which Oxford is connected. Something happened at that publishing house which would not be allowed to happen in, for instance, Knopf in New York, or maybe University of Toronto Press, or maybe even that purveyor of bodice ripper trash, which is Harlequin. Harlequin, I think, does a better job with copy edit. So, but anyway, it is what I use, and I haven't major complaints, and maybe it's the best thing available. I don't know. It's at least, it's maybe about as good as just about anything. So now you also need the Gospels in parallel, the three synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. You need those in a parallel text setting, so you can see how each of those three evangelists has handled his subject matter, and indeed what is happening also with John. I have a kind of comparison, a comparison of the three synoptic gospels. It is in some respects very wonderful, but there's a technical problem with it. I got it cheaply, $50 or so. It wasn't very expensive. And it is a classic. It's been around. It's American, and it's been around since maybe the time of World War I or time of Woodrow Wilson. It's been around forever. But there's a technical problem. It has been reproduced with a rather cheap photolithography, I suppose, technology. So the print is slightly blurred, and this matters very badly when the print becomes very small, like if something is set in 6-point type. And that does happen occasionally. There's, of course, as you'd expect, scholarly comment, which is potentially important. That can be set in classical ad size type, the dreaded 6-point, maybe 6-point pike, I don't know, but even 6 points. And that really doesn't bear up well when your photolithography technology is blurring things. So I'm disappointed, and I would say to our viewers, to our audience, I would say, well, you of course get, parallel Matthew, Mark, and Luke, but try to get it in something better than this, in its ever so pretentious fake leather binding. Don't get this one. It comes from India, and my experiences with India have been quite happy. I've had fully two very solid Latin grammars, reference grammars, which were reproduced, I think, American classics in their own day, and they were reproduced in India and sold for a quite modest price, and the photolithography technique was good enough. But in this case, no. So be very careful. Now, we next have, of course, you then need just a straightforward Greek New Testament with English interlinear, and that purpose is served by this utterly standard thing. Then I have a grammatical commentary on the Greek New Testament, which I never use, but I have to get a fresh copy of Payne's Beginning Greek and refresh my Greek knowledge, and then this grammatical commentary will be of some use. Then there is, for some reason that I simply forget, why do I have in glorious red covers a further Greek New Testament? Why, oh why, oh why? Why did that happen? I know not. I can't recall. And it was for some rather good reason, I think, that I got it. I just don't know. And then there's also a Greek New Testament, which I got kind of by accident. I think it was in some book sale, and it has the advantage of being very compact. One might well find it advisable to put a Greek New Testament into a backpack. We have a big Pilgrim's Trail, which runs for 400 kilometers because it's very, how can one say, it's very sinuous. It kind of goes in big curves. So despite Estonia being a small country, the Pilgrim Trail is 400 kilometers long, and one might well backpack parts of that trail. I've walked 30 kilometers of it or so, 30 or 20. I should walk more, and then this would be perfect for backpack use, especially on such an occasion. Well, then I have the Biblia Vulgata, and this is well, what can one say? I mean, I think one ought to have the Vulgate handy, and I do occasionally crack it open. And well, it just is mildly useful. I don't know why one would really want to wallow in the Vulgate. Better to wallow in the Hebrew, but anyway, or the Greek, for the New Testament. But anyway, I do have it, and then I feel, sort of like properly Catholic. I could hold up my head, I think, against against these people who insist on the Tridentine Mass. Then I have a hideously worn Estonian Bible in the grand old Estonian translation, which was published first around maybe 1735, the notorious, we might say, Tor Halle translation in archaic Estonian, but it helped shape the Estonian language. It's full of Germanicisms. The people who wrote it were German. Nevertheless, it was revered, and it was revered down through the generations, and there was nothing else until the other Estonian Bible, which we've already passed, the one which came out in the 1960s. I don't think there's anything else before then. It just was the Bible, kind of like King James in the English world. Now,
You
my next
mentioned the term Tridentine Mass, and I think
Oh,
some people
yes.
aren't going to be familiar
Oh,
with it.
yes, of course. If you're a radically traditionalist Catholic, you will say you will become rather strident, and you will say, "Oh, the new Mass, the Novus Ordo." You actually should say Novus
With
Ordo.
Vatican II, which is kind of like
Exactly. Vatican II, people bewail
60s and
Vatican II.
that
People
whole time period.
bewail Vatican II. They say, oh, how awful is Vatican II? With the priest having to face the altar. They quite neglect to point out that the priest faces the altar just as the congregation does, for the excellent reason that our Lord is present on the altar. Why not have everybody looking at our Lord? And he's in the middle of the community. But the Tridentine people say, oh, the best way to do it really is to face east and have everybody, including the priest, facing east toward Jerusalem. And then, of course, it's ever so good to say the Mass in Latin. And then, of course, if you're into that kind of thing, I think this has an element of wanting to be good, being ever so concerned with being good and not just being interested in goodness. Well, anyway, I shouldn't be too hard on the Tridentines and the Tridentine people. And one thing now I could at least say is that since I have the Vulgate, and since I do crack it open sometimes, I could kind of hold up my head if discussing things with the Tridentine folks. And now I also want to remark, I think we're maybe coming to the end of what could usefully be said, but I also want to remark quickly that from the Anglican world are some wonderful commentaries on the Bible. And I don't know about Leviticus, well, that is mildly useful, I suppose, but what really is very useful, at least in my circumstances, are the Cambridge Anglican commentaries on the Psalms. They're detailed, they're scholarly, they're at the same time very sensitive to the actual needs of the ordinary person in the pew. So, and I have Psalm 1 to 50 and 51 to 100, and I have to get the third volume for 101 to whatever it is, approximately 150. I still have to buy that. That's, of course, easily done. Abe Books, for instance, abe.com will work just fine for that. There. And now I think I don't have too much maybe to say about the Jean Vanier commentary. So I think that is perhaps the point at which to declare this shelf done. Let me see. Is there anything besides Jean Vanier? Oh, but I know there is. Oh, I know there is, and it is rather
I just
important.
wanted to make a quick note
Oh,
on
yes.
the Tridentine Mass.
Oh,
So,
yes. Yes.
as you said, sometimes called the traditional Latin Mass,
Mhm.
and it's sort of the newer one is called Norvis Od Ordo.
Novus, yes, Novus. We actually should pronounce the V like a W, but many, it's very common in church circles to subtly mispronounce one's Latin. Yes, there you are.
And so
Yes.
that's and then the etymology of Tridentine is
Oh, from the Council
Trent.
of Trent. Yes, the Council
So
of Trent. Yes.
so a very important council in 1570.
Exactly. Well, the Council of Trent started in the time of the Reformation. It was in the 1500s. I think 1500s rather than 1600s. But of course, Wikipedia would instantly answer that one. It is, in any case, a direct response to the Reformation, the Protestant Reformation, and then the Council of Trent was sort of reaffirmed, you might say, by the very conservative Vatican I, which broke up rather suddenly in a kind of political emergency. Somebody was, I think, invading Italy. Some might say that God, as usual, had a sense of humor. And then came Vatican II, which was quite an earthquake in the church. So it's really a kind of the two councils of vivid historical memory are Trent and Vatican II. And of course, the people who favor the so-called Tridentine Mass think that Vatican II got theological points wrong, and that we really should be returning to the old Reformation era Council of Trent. Yes. Goodness, but I'm not a specialist in this stuff. I mean, I hope nobody's really taking notes in our audience and trying to learn stuff from this. You really want a theology professor for this, not some idiot of a layman. Well, now, book recommendations. So now I would very much recommend a non-Catholic author, Thomas Cahill, historian. He has more than two books, but these two, one of them touches directly on the Old Testament, the other directly on the New. And I've read both of them. Of course, certainly cover to cover, but maybe largely cover to cover more than once. These are books, one just comes back to. One underlines, perhaps one marks passages in pencil. He is very sensitive to everything that one has to be sensitive to the archaeology, to the textual problems down through the centuries and millennia, problems of text, problems of interpretation, what these actually really very baffling libraries of books have to say to the modern world. How can they possibly be received by people brought up on what? It used to be the Ed Sullivan Show, but now it's much worse than that. I mean, people brought up on, well, what? You could think of something on
Game of Thrones.
Thank you. That's it. Good. Exactly. Game of Thrones. Good. So now, so that is Cahill, earnestly recommended. Now, you also need a Bible atlas. I don't know if mine is a good one or not so good. I got one anyway. It's been quite a while since I cracked it open, but I have it. And then the Bible as history. This is very well done. Ian Wilson is a kind of, I think, lay Catholic apologist. He manages to be deep, and I think on the whole he avoids being credulous. Of course, it's so easy, to look at the archaeology and say, "Oh, now we have found solid evidence of the Habiru in pharaonic Egypt. Now we have found actual suggestive archaeology indicating that there really was a crossing of the Red Sea." And people can go on and on and on about this, even if they don't go so far as to say the universe was created. What did they say? 6,000 years ago. Even if they don't go to that extreme, they can still go gaga over the archaeology. Well, Ian Wilson, I think, is reasonably careful with the archaeology. I didn't find anything which seemed to be false or special pleading. He was simply, he's nice. He's careful as you could be, and of course he's only a layman. He's not a professor of archaeology, but he was good. So I like him, though I haven't read him for a long time. Have to go back in. And here's another book which I greatly like. I have not. Yes, this I've done cover to cover, but not, I'm quite certain, but not recently. It is a light thing. It's a Time Life book, what can you say? But it's kind of like Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. You can learn a lot from Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. So also can you learn a lot from Time Life books. My late dad was a tremendous fan of Time Life books, and he bought many series, including a series on kind of the emergence of man. There's also something also very good, Great Ages of Man, from which I have retained at least one volume. But on the emergence of man, there's such a wonderful account, so easy to read, so accessible, and so free of credulity and kind of, in your face, kind of fundamentalist special pleading. Just a very honest, low-key attempt to say what can be said about the Israelites. One of the points in this book is really very startling. It is a very frightening point. I haven't seen it made elsewhere. Heaven knows if it's true, but it's at least a suggestion. The horrifying suggestion is that Moses, Moshe, was actually given the divine name. He was literally given it. I am who I am. And then this will also have kind of links with that, I suppose, kind of as yet to be successfully constructed academic discipline which studies being qua being, as Aristotle says, being qua being, and the attributes which belong to it in so far as it is being. I am who I am. I am the existent. I am existence. I am being. It's the Hebrew. Of course, I've looked at the Hebrew. The Hebrew is it's not grammatically difficult. In any case,
the King James is "I am that I am."
I am that I am. Oh dear, that's ambiguous, I think, to the modern ear. And I forget simply what I decided was the actual correct translation. This is it's a hard thing to say. It's like the solution to the diplomatic problem of Schleswig-Holstein. There were Victorian diplomats who pondered the vexed question of Schleswig-Holstein, which has gone to Germany in some decades and has gone to Denmark in others. The question was pondered, and one British diplomat said, well, there were only 30 years ago, or 20 years ago or something, there were only 3 people in Europe. There were only 3 diplomatists in Europe who had worked out the solution to the difficult problem of Schleswig-Holstein, solution fully consonant with international law and all treaties and everything. Only 3. And of those, 2 are dead. Well, I was one of them. I'm the last one living, but I've simply forgotten. So you see, you can kind of make up your mind about something fairly momentous, like the solution to the Schleswig-Holstein problem, or the correct translation of that terrifying phrase from Exodus.
What does that translate to? The problem, the diplomatic problem.
It's the problem of Schleswig-Holstein, SCHLEWIG, and then comes a hyphen, and then Holstein, as in the Holstein cow, much beloved, for instance, on Nova Scotian dairy farms. The Holstein is the breed that has the white and black patches. Schleswig-Holstein. And this could also be found simply by Googling on something like Danish-German border, because it's a border problem. What treaties are to be interpreted in what way? So you could be the last living person to have figured out the Schleswig-Holstein conundrum, and now you've forgotten it. And I guess in the same way, I thought I kind of had a look at really how this translation problem from Exodus should be handled. But can I remember it? No. Boy, oh boy. Oh, and now the last thing, which bears mention, I think this is the last, Crossan, the historical Jesus. I've read this only in part. It is, however, promising. Crossan is at Notre Dame, where indeed I was also for a year in a postdoc when I think, mishandled Aquinas, and I kept thinking that a human being was logically similar to not. Aquinas was very interested in the study of being, qua being as such, just like Aristotle.
Could
I
you
mis-
define that briefly, like what being qua meaning means?
I could only define it with examples. There is such a thing as existing or being, and there are many things that exist, but they do not all exist in the same way. A knot exists in a quite different way from the rope in which the knot is tied. A hole exists in a different sort of way from the metal bar in which it is drilled. A wave in a field of waving grain blown by the wind, or even better, the wave which people can make by raising their arms and perhaps their placards in an American football stadium. They do the wave, and the wave moves across the stadium as people move their arms. A wave, this kind of wave, has a very different kind of being from the grain that the wave is in, or indeed the people that are doing the waving. The wave exists, it has only derivative being. And then there's also kind of abstract being. Abstract being is enjoyed by mathematical objects. The number zero certainly exists, and it exists independently of human minds, and it has many interesting properties. For instance, it is the number that would correctly enumerate the set of thinking humans if all humans were to be destroyed. If we had, let's say, a pandemic which wiped humanity out, then the number zero would continue existing merrily independent of the thought of human mathematicians, and it would be very appropriate of many interesting properties, one of them being that it has no multiplicative inverse, and another property being that it correctly denumerates the set of thinking human beings. So there's abstract being, there's derivative being, there's abstract being, and then, I incorrectly thought that even a human being enjoyed mere derivative being, and Aquinas and Aristotle are firmly in the opposite camp, and Arthur Geach firmly in the opposite camp. And somewhere in all of this, you see, there is in principle, I think, possible. Well, indeed, I've said enough to indicate that, of course, one can create some kind of intellectual discipline which studies being as such, though I really can only illustrate it with examples. I say, well, there's this kind of being and that kind of being. Indeed, Aristotle says the very same thing. He says, "To on legetai polahos," being is spoken of in multiple senses. So I think that's the same thing. And then, of course, he tries to catalog the multiple senses as best he can. And then Aquinas tries the same thing as best he can. And they're both rather handicapped by not having any math at all, no significant mathematical education at all, either of them. And moreover, not having the tools of modern logic. So they're rather badly hobbled. But you see, all I'm trying to say here, I think my main point simply should be that the Time Life book has a startling, a terrifying indeed suggestion, which was that the deity revealed itself to Moshe in Sinai. It accurately gave its name. However, you translate the grammatically not very problematic Hebrew, whatever the translation may be, that was really the name. And then, says the Time Life authors, the Hebrews, being of course none too bright and worshipping the golden calf and grumbling in the desert and deciding they wanted to have kings because everybody else around them had kings. Why can't we have kings? So they did all kinds of things very, very badly. And of course, what they managed to do was simply forget the meaning of the name. They remembered the words, nothing else.
So
And
I just
this
wanted
makes-
to maybe add my own
Oh,
definition
do
of being
please.
qua
Yes,
being.
do please. Oh, please. Yes.
I looked
yes,
it up with AI, and it's a phrase that
Yes.
comes from Aristotle in the Metaphysics.
Quite so.
He writes that metaphysics studies being qua being, Greek to on
Heon, yes.
meaning being considered simply as being, not any particular kind of being. So what does it mean to exist at all? What properties belong to anything that exists, regardless of
Mhm.
its type? So metaphysics studies features common to all beings, such as substance, identity, unity, causality, probability,
Yes.
sorry,
Well,
possibility and actuality,
whoa,
not
yeah.
what is a tree, what is a number, what is a planet.
True. Oh, true, 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 true.
So all
It's
of the
yes.
examples you gave about various kinds of things that can exist, those are all kind of fall under the umbrella term of being qua being, which is covers all of those things and looks
Yes,
at what
exactly,
applies to
exactly.
all of
Yes,
them.
yes, yes, exactly, exactly. I think one would, however, want to kind of urge, as a maybe a corrective to AI, that uh, indeed, Aristotle pointed this out. I said it, I even said it as it's said in the text, to on legatai polahos, being is spoken of in many senses. There's no single kind of word, or at least there's in no very useful sense, a single word, so that you can say everything that the number zero, an abstract thing, or the wave in the waving field of grain, or the metal bar in which the hole got drilled, that all of these things, there's no useful sense in which all of these things have being in the same sense. They somehow have being in related senses. And part of the task of metaphysics is just to catalog the various senses. It's just do a taxonomy. It's kind of like what we do in biology. We classify the Lepidoptera, or in geology, we classify the rocks. So we have to classify the senses of being. Oh. On causation, by the way, I think it's maybe just worth sneaking this in. My fundamental error in thinking that even a human being is logically kind of parallel to a not. A human being exists simply in the something 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 of some proteins, maybe organic molecules, maybe, just as a knot exists merely in the being knotted of a rope, or a hole exists merely in the being punctured of a bar. My error in this, my fundamental error, was neglecting causation. You brought up causation, or AI brings it up, and that indeed is a key point in what we should consider metaphysics. There is a causal difference, a causation level difference between a thing like a human being, and a mere knot. Um, in a world in which everything just happened and nothing was made to happen by anything else. That is a kind of conceivable world, but it's a conceivable universe, but it's not the universe we inhabit. In such a universe, there would indeed be no interesting logical difference between a human being and a not. But in our universe, some things happen because other things happen. There are relations of causal priority. And often we can say, if this thing were not here, then if it were to be the case that this thing were, let's say, removed, if it were to be the case that this thing is removed, then this other thing would behave in a radically unexpected way. Like, for example, the planets don't just happen to circle the sun. If the sun were to be removed, if the sun were to be suddenly annihilated, the planets would all take off in straight line trajectories, essentially straight line trajectories, with each straight line being geometrically a tangent to the planet's current approximately circular orbit. We do not believe in our universe. It's a very difficult question why we believe this, and this is more epistemology, theory of knowledge, perhaps even than metaphysics. Why do we believe? Why? How can we possibly even be justified in believing that if the sun were removed, the planets, for their part, would move differently? They would transition to straight line trajectories. Why do we believe this? Why do we think that if the sun were to be annihilated, why do we not think that if the sun were to be annihilated, the planets would merely continue on their current merry, approximately circular courses? Yes. So causation indeed, as AI correctly points out, we have to say something about causation. And it was because I neglected causation in speaking with Professor Geach, and because I neglected causation at Notre Dame when I had the postdoc at Notre Dame. It was because of this that I erred so badly. I've got to publish something, I suppose, on this, just as maybe a short note. Maybe I can write a note in analysis saying, I heard this from Professor Geach, and I thought he was silly in 1977 or so. I thought he was silly, and now in 2026, I see that he wasn't silly. He was probably right, or at least he's closer to the truth than I was. Jeepers, there you are. So that is it. But imagine the idea that the Israelites could have been told the actual name of God in terms of the theory of being, and then they simply forgot it and retained nothing but the words. There were nothing but a kind of, abracadabra to the thick ancient Hebrews, but being loyal, trying to do the best they could, and having a priestly tradition, they at least retained the words. And then much later, Aquinas, worked on the words and, of course, tried to come up with something. And now we have tools which Aquinas didn't have. We have at least better logic, better formal logic than he had. Maybe not perfect, but much better. And maybe someday I would hope that somebody could be listening to this kind of television thingy, that somebody will listen to this thingy and say, well, I want to try to work on this problem. Maybe there's somebody, like wonderful young Letitia Ulha, who's listening to this in Karachi, and she is going to embark on the problem, and she will go off to Notre Dame just as I did, but she will achieve at Notre Dame what I did not, and she will make real progress, and then the name of God will be further illuminated. Oh, dear. Well, there. Yes, end of rant, I think I have to say.
Okay, so we are back here for session 3, and we've got a bunch of interesting things here. Maybe we could get started with this set, the Summa Theologica.
Yes. Well, now, what could I usefully say about this? I've read only a small fraction of the Summa. I had a year as a postdoc at Notre Dame, University of Notre Dame in Indiana, in the United States. And I tried to make sense of Aquinas's uh, dissection of being. He sort of started from Aristotle, and then he said, well, we could use this to actually give a rational explanation of some points in Catholic theology. But this work was really, I think it's fair to say, a failure. And I haven't read deeply in Aquinas, though I want to go further. There is something I would recommend to our audience. I don't own it. I used to have a copy, and maybe I've now donated my copy to Tartu University, and then I suppose I should maybe buy a fresh copy if I can. Something I could recommend to our audience is a book by Geach, who said a human being is very unlike a knot. Professor Geach with another eminent Catholic philosopher, Elizabeth Anscombe and Geach. And their book, which I recommend, is called Three Philosophers. And the three they have selected are Aristotle and Aquinas, and then the founder of mathematical logic, Gottlob Frege. And I think, largely on the strength, actually, of Anscombe and Geach, I think that Aquinas really is worth studying, and that my failure to extract anything good was my fault. It's not Aquinas' fault, it's mine. I do now want to make a further point about Aquinas. He would agree with Professor Geach that a human being is very unlike a knot. And now I would like to explain why a knowledge of physics, actually of modern physics, relativity, at least special relativity, why that is useful, maybe even essential in carrying on Aquinas' own project. If we think of something which clearly has merely derivative being, I've mentioned knots before as having merely derivative being. A knot can slip along a rope. I've mentioned holes. A hole can be pictured as migrating through a metal bar. Well, now let me now consider another kind of derivative being, simply a bump, a little hump. Imagine a planet which is very, very cold, and we beam a laser at the planet, and the laser beam strikes the surface. We are far away from the planet. Maybe we're even half a light second away from the planet, half the distance from here to the moon. We're a long way away, but we have a very powerful laser in this thought experiment. We beam the laser at the surface of the planet, and where the laser warms the surface of the planet, the material on the planetary surface slightly expands. There's a little raised bump. And then if we move the laser a bit, that bump subsides. The material rapidly cools again, and the bump is gone. We have to picture the planet. It's best to picture the planet as having an utterly level surface, except where we create the bump. Now, if we move the laser, which is far away, I stress, from the planet, if we move it on a pivot at some fairly modest speed, maybe it swings through an arc of 30 degrees in half a second, then the laser will whiz the kind of impact point of the laser will whiz across the planetary surface at a prodigious speed, in fact, faster than the speed of light. It'll move, as it were, from west to east at some speed much greater than just 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, the limiting speed of light. And the bump, which the laser temporarily produces wherever it hits the surface of this very, very cold planet, that bump will likewise move. And the bump will move faster than the speed of light across the planet. Now, does this contradict Einstein's special theory of relativity dictum that no thing can be accelerated past the speed of light? Well, it does not, because the bump is not a thing. It has mere derivative being. And in terms of actual special relativity, I guess the thing to say is that this moving bump cannot carry information. It cannot be a signal. There's no way of communicating information faster than the speed of light.
What's the
bump is
distance between the laser and the planet?
Yes. Oh, well, so it has to be prodigious. I haven't actually done a calculation, but it would be easy to do a calculation. Just think, the length of the arc traced by the swiveling laser
But if it's
equals.
far enough away, the light will never reach.
Oh, no. Let's say it's just, it's half a light second away. Well, the light will indeed reach the planet easily enough after half a second. If
Oh,
it's
okay.
light comes to us from the moon in about 1.25 seconds. In half a second, the light will indeed reach the planet, but the laser is moved on a pivot so that, as it were, when it's in the far, let's say maybe far north of the planet, we pivot we turn the laser on its pivot so that, first of all, the bump is in the far north of the planet, and then it goes whizzing down the planet toward its equator, and then it goes whizzing still further until it hits the far south of the planet. So the light is always reaching the planet, and we just have this bump which is moving faster than the speed of light. How can I say,
But
so
the
to speak.
energy is getting spread out and dissipated the faster you move the laser.
Yes and no. It is indeed, no part of the planet ever becomes very hot, because the energy is, how can I say, the laser beam is moving the impact point of the laser is moving very quickly. Still, there's enough of an impact. The impact, well, how can one say, if you have if you track the impact point of the laser over a distance of 1 kilometer, it'll take some finite time for the impact point to travel that kilometer. It'll be maybe a picosecond, but there'll still be some finite time, and this is enough for the planet to react. It's enough for the planet to warm a little bit. I'm only saying I don't want to produce a dramatic change to the planet, just a little warming, just enough to deform the planet a wee bit locally, to raise a little local temporary hump.
I'm afraid we're getting a little far afield from the books here.
Yes, well, that is very true. Anyway, my point, however, yes, my point should simply be that Aquinas is quite right in saying, in pointing to things which have a merely derivative being. This hump is an example, and it has to be contrasted with a thing like an actual wave, a physical wave. The sort of thing that we have in wave mechanics. A wave can carry information. A wave in, for instance, water. A wave cannot travel faster than light, and it is a thing which does not have derivative being. And to kind of bring out properly the difference between these two types of traveling thing, we need not only well, we need at least some physics, or at least physics greatly helps, how can one say, elucidate the situation. So the Aquinas' project has to be carried forward by people who are literate in physics as well as in philosophy and logic. This is simply my point. And I didn't think of this when I was at Notre Dame. I didn't think of this. I didn't think of any of this. I didn't think of questions of causation and transmission of information, and therefore I screwed up on Aquinas. But I keep Aquinas on my shelves, and maybe I can someday go back.
You've got the Quran here.
Oh yes, but that I never got very far with the Quran. I think I was given it by some street preacher in Toronto, and then I tried reading it, but it was somehow a bit dull, and you can't read everything. So I just thought, oh fine, and I'm not going to try. Gandhi, which is Gandhi, right beside the Quran. Gandhi is more fun. That Gandhi, his autobiography. This I've read from cover to cover, and it is gripping. Yes, and the early Christian fathers, I fear I can't really comment on that. That's just the kind of thing which ended up on my shelves for some reason. It's good to read the fathers. One certainly wants to read, for instance, Cassian or Evagrius Ponticus, on the 7 or 8 deadly sins, which we discussed before. And there are many, many other wonderful things in the fathers, and they come up in liturgy if one is so so conscientious as to do the so-called office of readings, which I don't do, but the fathers are in there pretty well every day. There's a rather, a decent, maybe a 2-page extract from one or other of the fathers. So goodness, yes.
And then you've got this large collection of your work here.
But this is simply,
sorry.
this is, yes, this is simply Thomas. Exactly. This is Aquinas again. The Aquinas that I really use and feel comfortable with is the Aquinas in the small volumes, which were published in Spain, maybe 50 or 60 years ago, 50 maybe. And then these huge bound volumes, I got those because I was very gung-ho about Aquinas. Sancti Thomae Opera means simply the works of St. Thomas. So there they sit in all their 7-volume glory, but I fear largely untouched. And right beside them is Thomas is Aquinas in English, and this, well, what can I say? I mean, it's best to read in Latin, and Aquinas's Latin is extremely easy. It's eerily easy. I think he's the easiest author ever to write in that language, but still, sometimes one stumbles a bit, and so it's helpful to have English as a backup, as a crib. And then also, Aquinas has a bit of a following here in Estonia, although our Catholic community is very tiny. So right beside the English Aquinas, there are 2 volumes, which have come out under the guidance and, well, I guess I'm maybe authority or something, under the guidance of a guy, a quite young guy, in Tallinn. So, and then as you can see, I have Thomas A Kempis in Latin, simply a photocopy. And A Kempis is very, very worth working on, but I don't think I've ever significantly been in the Latin, and even in the English, I've just been in there kind of occasionally. There's also, among these books, there's also Thomas à Kempis in English. And then we see other things. Goodness. Oh, now this is important. The science of the cross. This is extremely important. This is something on which I've only recently embarked. It's the final work by Saint Edith Stein, who was murdered in Auschwitz, Carmelite nun, convert to Catholicism from Judaism. And she was the personal assistant in her earlier years. She was the personal assistant of the phenomenologist philosopher Husserl, and she is considered a very significant philosopher in her own right. Well, to make a kind of beginning, at least, on Blessed Edith Stein, I have her last book, the one she finished just before they took her off to the concentration camp, and it is on St. John of the Cross. But it says things of interest about Edith Stein herself, and I thought, well, that would be at least an introduction to her thought. Maybe someday I can go further. Also, I do want to remark also, I have a little bit of sort of how can I say conservative Protestant theology by a relative who self-published, Jan Rande, 2 books there. I have 3 of his, but the third one fits elsewhere in the collection. And then I have books on scientific atheism. I have not done much with them yet. It's again a matter of just finding time, but the Soviet Union had a religion. It was scientific atheism, and if you weren't of that religion, you were made to feel a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't that you necessarily go to Siberia, but you weren't quite respectable. The really respectable thing was to be a scientific atheist. So I have these 2 books, and one of them is a university textbook in Estonian. The other is just a popularizing book in Estonian. The popular one of those 2 I've had a bit of a look at, a little bit, and it seemed to me disappointing. It was a bit like reading Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great. I've done that, read part of that in a bookstore, and in the end I didn't think that he made the case for atheism very persuasively, but well, I could be wrong, and it's easy to be uncharitable. I think that God, assuming there is a God, God wants us to probe and think and write books on such topics as scientific atheism, and indeed to examine everything. What have we got brains for? Now, I also have the collected works, the entire works of Sainte Thérèse de Lisieux. Œuvre complète just means collected works. And this I got rather recently. I've only done a little bit in it so far, and I am handicapped to some extent by finding on every page maybe roughly four or 5 or so unfamiliar French words. But well, I'm determined to make further progress, and she is wonderful. She's classified as a so-called doctor of the church, in other words, a theological authority, even though she had very little, if any, formal theological education. She's, well, goodness, what can one say? She's exciting.
How did you discover her?
It's the thing that simply is kind of, I think that it's the kind of thing that is familiar in the Catholic world. Somehow she's familiar in the way Augustine is familiar. If you go into, if you just ask people after Mass, have you heard of Augustine? Well, most people will have. They'll be able to say something. Wasn't he the guy who wrote the Confessions? Didn't he have a kind of sexual addiction? Did he not have a very elaborate kind of path through some quasi-Christian branch of faith into the church? People will know a little bit, and it's the same with Saint Therese. If you ask just after Mass, in America, for instance, where your French culture is not that familiar, if you simply ask, well, who was Saint Therese de Lisieux, or if you say, who is Teresa of Lisieux, then people will say, oh yes, wasn't she the one who had a theology of being childlike and of having a very kind of simple and trusting relationship with God, and not wallowing in our sins. Wasn't she the person who said, if you fall down, well, you should be like a little child who falls down. The child falls down and is not injured. That's how children work. They're resilient. So this much, I think, will be common knowledge in a parish. So it's Saint Therese de Lisieux is just, so to speak, in the air. Everybody knows a little bit about her. And then I found that I could get her collected works easily enough, I think, from Amazon.fr, the French branch of Amazon. And they weren't expensive. They weren't expensive at all. I paid maybe, 30 euros, 20 euros. It was
I don't know.
easy.
I don't know if you've got a couple close-up images.
Oh,
Would
yes.
you like
Oh,
to
yes.
those?
Well, yes, I think maybe this is the time now to discuss these. Now, among all the theological books, there is one which is much more important than any of the others. Well, I shouldn't say much more, but, well, how can I say? It has a special place. It is unique and distinctive. And this is Goodye's 50 Meditations on the Passion. One needs a book of meditations on the Passion, and different people will have different books. And I'm not saying Goodye's is necessarily the best there is. There must be lots of such books. However, this is what I have.
What does SJ mean?
Oh, Society of Jesus. That means he was a Jesuit. He was an archbishop in India under the British Raj, but he was additionally a Jesuit. And he wrote his meditations, or published his meditations, rather. He published them. He wrote them maybe around 1910, published them later, around 1920. And these now are so intense that I visit them only during the Triduum. Basically, I visit them just during the Easter Triduum. That's to say, Holy Thursday, Good Friday, and Saturday, Holy Saturday, and I suppose maybe Easter Sunday also. The meditations hit extremely hard. I think I would like to maybe simply read a bit from Meditation 53 on the right-hand side, the open side. He, of course, contemplates the actual final, the moment of passing in Meditation 52. But in 53, as you might recall, a Roman soldier pierces our Lord's side with a lance, and at this point, blood and water flow out. So Meditation 53, it's all divided into points, the Ignatius Loyola method of point-guided meditation. But point 1 is simply development of points scarcely needed. And then 2 is the climax on his side and ours. And then the 3rd is from a hymn, much favored, much used by the Jesuits, Intra tua vulnera absconde me, hide me in your wounds. And then come the facts, further points, unus militum, good or bad, because the gospel says only one of the soldiers. So now the meditator asks, was it a good soldier or a bad soldier? We don't know. People differ. Unus militum, good or bad.
What does it mean to hide in?
Oh, to hide in the wounds. This means that we take refuge in the Passion. When our lives are difficult, we don't try to solve problems on our own. We don't try to kind of attack problems like Marines somehow attacking Carg Island. We simply say that we have to surrender the situation to our Lord, and we, in that sense, hide within his wounds. Whatever we can bear, no matter how bad, whatever we may suffer, is nothing at all compared with what he suffered. And indeed, one of our principal duties in this life, I guess at least in our prayer life, one of our principal duties, though I'm not good at performing this duty, but one of our principal duties is simply to console our Lord. We're not the center of the universe, and so we simply have to realize that our own place is very subsidiary, very marginal, and all we can do is hide ourselves in his open side.
So what is the perspective of this sentence? Is it Jesus saying it to you, or you saying it as a prayer to
Oh, saying the ordinary parishioner saying it as a petition to our Lord. I speak, or somebody, anyone, any ordinary person speaks and says, "Oh Lord, hide me in your wounds." So our Lord is being addressed, and the one speaking is the ordinary parishioner.
And is that generally how all of these are phrased when it's in that's what's intended when it's in italics?
Oh, not necessarily, actually. It's simply it's in italics simply to signal that it's a bit of Latin, and then the perspective and significance has to be gathered from context. So in meditation Roman numeral 1, the facts, point 2, lancia latus eo saperuit. This is simply a quote from the actual narrative, well, I suppose the Vulgate Latin Bible narrative of what happened. Um, uh, but it's also a quote, well, actually, strictly, it's a quote from one of the Psalms or possibly the prophet Isaiah. Um, no, hang on. No, it actually is an account of what happened. Yes, what happened in the Passion. Lancea, that's with a lance. Lancea, long A, with a lance, latus eius aperuit. With a lance, he opened his side, meaning he, the soldier, opened his, our Lord's side. And then this is simply quoted. It's just a phrase. I'm quite sure it's just straightforwardly a phrase from the Vulgate translation of the Gospel of John. And then Bishop Goodye adds one terrible word simply to enforce the horror of what has happened. Opened. It's the sheer horror of it. This, ranks. It's like Auschwitz. It's like with a lance, the soldier opened his side. It wasn't that he just, kind of inflicted a wound. The side was opened surgically. And then the third one is a quote, which I'm quite sure that this is a quote from one of the prophets or the Psalms. It's an Old Testament quote. You're kind of supposed to sort of pick up where things come from, I guess, without having them really explained. But I'm quite sure this is from the Old Testament. They will look on the one they have pierced. I think that's from Isaiah. Isaiah after about book 40. There are two Isaiah authors, apparently. They're distinguished in language. There are various ways they're distinguished, and they wrote at different times. So strictly, this is Isaiah. But it's all part of the Isaiah tradition in prophetic writing. They will look, it's the future tense, videbunt in quem transfixerunt. They will look upon the one they have pierced. There. Yes. So, well, this is, of course, too intense to be contemplated readily. But during the Easter Triduum, it can be contemplated. And this one is a very good point, Roman numeral 3, Mary looking on. Thy own soul. Now, we simply have to recognize that this is a quote from one of the synoptic evangelists. I think it's Luke. And this is where Christ is being presented in the temple and as an infant, being presented so that he can have the ritual circumcision on the 8th day after the birth. And this infant is presented in the temple, and he is held by a prophetic individual, Simeon. And Simeon utters a prophecy to Mary, to Our Lady. He utters a prophecy, and he says, thy own soul, well, or thine own soul, I suppose really it should be thine own, or maybe thy own soul, well, one or the other, your own soul, a sword shall pierce. In other words, Simeon says, this child, this infant, will become a sign for the rising and falling of many, and Mary, your own soul, shall be pierced as by a sword. He means this metaphorically. He doesn't mean that Mary will be literally opened with a sword or a lance, as our Lord was, but that metaphorically the sword will pass through her soul. And then Goodye adds a very terrifying point number 3. And so with all the saints, all. This means that all the saints suffer this. There's always the, how can one say, the sword. It goes through you. It goes through them. Yes. So.
Could you read the Latin and translate it from part 2?
Oh, but of course. Continua exivit conforta me, and I wrote in what the missing word is. Continua exivit unda, I think, conforta me. A wave continuously spewed forth, and then a little bit is omitted, comfort me. Then the next is sanguis inebria me. May the blood inebriate me. May it quite overcome me emotionally. May the blood inebriate me. Et aqua lava me, because from the open side there flowed both water and blood. So the blood, let it overcome me emotionally, let it inebriate me. And the water, let it wash me. Et aqua lava me.
Do you want to say anything about the...
Very little, very little. I think I shall omit commentary on the handwritten notes here, but only remark that it is often useful to highlight one word, especially in something like a book of meditations. So all 3 points in the colloquy are touch on love. We have gratitude for what has been done for us on the cross. So that is point 1, our love in gratitude. Then 2 is our love in sympathy. We simply sympathize with the passion. And 3 might be our love, but it might also be our Lord's love. It is in any case love in outpouring. There's literally, physically, the outpouring of the water and blood. And this is the kind of the embodiment, the physical embodiment of our Lord's love, in which we are directed to share. Now, yes, and now we come to something which is less heavy, though in its way still perhaps a bit daunting. I discovered, really is the thing one has to discover, it's not that every Catholic in the pew will be kind of familiar with Ekaterina Fyodorovna, the Russian exile, self-taught theologian and religious foundress. She left after the revolution. She worked with Dorothy Day in New York and worked with the poor in New York. She moved to Canada a little after the war and founded a kind of quasi-monastic community, which is still going strong. She is not a Catholic household name, and I discovered her because I was living in Toronto, and her movement has a little branch house in Toronto. I guess maybe in that way I discovered her. And then I would talk occasionally with the branch house, and I would buy their books. There are a great many, and this thing can be researched in the easiest way on the web. Simply put in Madonna House Apostolate. And then there'll be information on Katerina Fyodorovna, Catherine de Hewitt Doherty, as she would be called in English. There's information on her, there's information on her movement, there's information on her many houses around the world. There are 1 or 2 even in Russia now. And I got to know her maybe through the branch house in Toronto. I would buy the literature. I have several books of hers. It's like Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. I have a Norman Vincent Peale run of shelving. Well, likewise, I have Anna Katerina Fyodorovna run of shelving in English. And then one day, I had the odd sense that right in my room was sitting Katya Fyodorovna. I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything, but I felt, that she was there, and it wasn't particularly frightening, but it's just odd. I don't think I've had this kind of experience anywhere else. But anyway, she was simply there. Well, I explained that for what it was worth. Things like this can come not from heaven at all. They can come actually from mankind's ancient adversary. it can often have that source. But anyway, it did come, for good or ill, it did come, and I explained it, this feeling that she was right there in the room with me for a couple of minutes. I explained this to the nice ladies at the Madonna House, the Madonna House Movement branch house in Toronto, and they then somehow gave me the relic. I didn't ask for a relic; they gave it, and it's what is called. This is kind of rather ghoulish. It's what called this is ghoulish. Catholicism is seldom dull. I think that's one thing anybody would say. It's seldom is it dull. You have first class relics, like if one had a bit of Katerina Fyodorovna's hair or a fingernail clipping, this would be a first class relic. If, on the other hand, it's a little scrap of textile from clothing she wore, then it is a second class relic. Well, this is a second class relic, so there it sits. So that is well, what can one say? I mean, I'm awfully glad to have it. And the biography, by the way, the biography is really very good. It isn't what is called hagiographic, where you simply idealize the subject. The biographer tries to portray Ekaterina Fyodorovna with all her faults, warts and all, and of course she had lots of faults. So she's portrayed, warts and all, and her difficulties with people in authority. It's all set out, and it's so well written. If one is not interested in theology particularly, one might be interested in this simply as a human document, just as kind of yet another good biography, like the many good biographies which exist of Churchill. Why not have a Katerina Fyodorovna biography? So there you are.
What is the proper storage for a relic?
Oh, good question. Oh, very, very good question. I really should check with, oh dear, I haven't even asked myself that question. I had not asked myself that question. I simply put the relic where it is now. As you can see, it's perfectly safe. It's not likely to get lost, but but there may be some prescription for storing such a thing, and I may be in breach of the prescription. I Nobody's asked me this ever, and I now realize I'm going to have to consult. Well, I can consult at some point. I can consult kind of diocesan authority. I can consult the archbishop, the bishop. I'm sorry, our bishop. I can consult our bishop, and then I can find out if I'm in breach of rules. There is something really, though, more to be said about storage of relics. It is often the case that relics are put under the altar of a church, or into the altar of a church, and I wouldn't the least bit mind if after my death this relic were transferred to some Catholic altar, under the stone, as it were, to some Catholic altar, maybe in Estonia. It could go to my own parish in Tartu. It could go to some other Estonian parish. I wouldn't mind in the slightest. Yes, just as long as it doesn't get handled carelessly, I guess, after my death.
I used to, when I was a kid, I used to collect baseball cards.
Oh, yes.
There are baseball cards that will have a piece of a baseball bat or a piece of the player's jersey.
Good.
You would generally store it in a hard plastic, sort of baseball card specific container, and it would have a screw on each of the four corners. So I think they got the idea for those kind of cards from maybe something like this.
Oh, very likely. I didn't know that at all. I'm supposed to know a lot about American culture, but of this I did not know at all, that player relics were part of the card swapping culture. I'm sure these cards would be very highly treasured, and a kid wouldn't casually swap a card with, I don't know, a Mickey Mantle relic. He wouldn't casually swap it for another card. Surely not.
Yeah.
Hang on to it for dear life. Yeah, my goodness. My goodness. Yes, well, there we are. I guess the whole a point which maybe could be made is that in the Catholic world, material things are taken very seriously. So relics are taken seriously, holy places, of course, the Eucharist. somebody said somewhere, some Catholic theologian or Catholic apologist wrote somewhere, it might have been Chesterton, somebody wrote at any rate, God likes matter, he invented it.
Yes.
This is to be distinguished from a kind of attitude, of kind of religious stance which distrusts matter. There is a kind of stream of a kind of school of religious thought which holds that matter is in some sense evil, and we are really spiritual beings. We are souls, and we happen to be temporarily imprisoned in our bodies. This is a line of thought which Aquinas opposes quite vigorously. He says, "My soul is not me. I am, in some sense, a composite of body and soul." But I think the right way maybe to say this is that I am like a wave, not like that derivative being thing, that bump, but rather like a real wave, a true wave carrying energy and information. I'm like a true wave moving through organic matter. I ingest food, different atoms from my body at different times, so I move through a universe of organic and inorganic chemicals as a wave might move through a pond or along a pond. And then I'm certainly not the matter temporarily in my body. I am like a thing which sort of is maybe in some way logically prior to the matter. But to spell all this out, one would have to talk of causation. And Aquinas, in any case, does say, and I think successfully, and this is close to the heart of really the Catholic thought, I am not a soul. I am a thing which is kind of body and soul. I am not a spiritual being. In particular, not a spiritual being imprisoned in my body. My body is itself a holy and wonderful and remarkable thing. Yes. So, goodness. So that's kind of, well, that's sort of how I suppose how Catholicism works. Matter is venerated on its own, of course, on its own terms. It cannot be idolized, but it is nevertheless venerated. And with that comes things like the bit of cloth, the second-class relic. Oh boy.
Is there anything on this shelf you want to?
Oh, I fear not really. No, I think I have nothing interesting. Oh, but I do have something interesting to say. Yes. Simply on the Liturgy of the Hours, there's a very good author whom I've even met socially, and briefly at least have met, Father Timothy Gallagher. He might be in his 70s now. He's not very old. And he has at least two really wonderful books on praying the Liturgy of the Hours, how different people do it, in particular the laity, why it kind of grows on you, because grow on you it does. You know, at first it's sort of difficult, and then it becomes not difficult. Things change as kind of as the months go by, so to speak. And then also I would like to remark that here is a book in French, which I first read in English, Premier pas dans la prière, First Steps in Prayer. And this is by a Jewish convert to Catholicism who eventually became a cardinal, Cardinal Lustiger. And it is an extremely good book in much the same genre, much the same kind of book as Father Gallagher's books. It is again, like Father Gallagher, Cardinal Lustiger writes about how can one say, about the familiar and rather formal side of prayer. Why it is good to pray before having a meal. Why it is good to pray our Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, etc. Why that is a good thing to be praying. And how
Would you
one can
translate this title literally?
Oh, yes, of course. Premier pas, first steps in prayer. And I'm quite sure that in Amazon or other booksellers, it will come up in English translation under almost exactly that phrase, maybe quite exactly that phrase. First steps in prayer. There's also de Caussade, whom I've read, I think, only in part, and I have to return to. This is a major 17th century theologian. He's basically about surrender and trust. Rather like Saint Thérèse de Lisieux, they're not dissimilar at all. Now,
What's in this white box here?
oh, the white box contains, I fear it doesn't contain anything very dramatic. It's just a missile, which was given to me by one of the people in the David Dunlap Observatory Heritage Conservation work in Canada, given to me maybe 15 years ago or so. And the box contains what was the standard Canadian English language missile. But I try not really to pray in English, well, as far as I can avoid it, I try not to pray in English. English is kind of the language of scary people, like school principals. I had a not happy experience with a school principal, so when I was a kid. So that kind of thing, English has unhappy associations. So that's all. That's all that is. Alas. Well, but the person who gave it to me was wonderful, Jane Beecroft. She was a real conservationist. She was one of the main heritage conservationist authorities in Toronto. So I'm very glad to have something to remember her by. Now, here we now come to important things. There's the best edition of the Rule of Saint Benedict, Benedict of Nursia. Not quite the founder of monasticism, but the person who is the principal authority for monasticism in its Western form. And he wrote not long after the fall of Rome. He writes in a Latin which is obviously not quite classical. It's sort of somewhat debased, a rather debased Latin. It stands to the really good Latin of Cicero or Cicero, as you should rather say. It stands to the good Latin of Cicero rather as the English of the New York Times now would stand to the English of John Ruskin, or the English of, well, maybe even Milton. So somewhat debased Latin, but of course it's a central document in monasticism. And this Rule of St. Benedict in that paper cover that marked 1980, that is probably the best edition of the rule. It has enormous, very extensive appendices and essays and discussions of all kinds of things. Who wrote before Benedict? Who influenced Benedict? Why it is now believed that Benedict copied very large chunks of his rule out of a less satisfactory and quite long-winded writer called the Master. Why the rule is of contemporary relevance. And just everything. It's so good. It's really the be all and end all. And of course, the Latin text is given. Right beside it is Norveen Vest's workbook, Preferring Christ, which is perhaps the best practical workbook for living and meditating on the rule. Then there's also another quite useful kind of workbook style of resource, Joan Chittister's commentary on the Rule of Benedict. And now I think these are the points of real interest here. Other things are of less interest, perhaps. Here's a book, Catherine's Friends. That's about not about Katya Fyodorovna herself, but the people she read or knew. She was quite close friends with Dorothy Day in America, and she read, I guess, Berdyaev and other thinkers. So the book picks out about 8 people, roughly 8, who are close influences on her. Now we come to something very important. Walter Chisek, With God in Russia and He Leadeth Me. I would recommend, if people are keen on book recommendations, then I would recommend buying both of these, but really concentrating on He Leadeth Me. Walter Chisek, trained as a Jesuit, it was his ambition to assist the Russians in their agony, assist them. Under Stalin, assist them, give them pastoral support. His ambition was fulfilled in an unexpected way when World War II broke out. He was in Poland, but he was in the eastern part of Poland. Therefore, his part of Poland got absorbed into the Soviet Union, and it was easy enough for him to pass himself off as an ordinary manual laborer and work, I guess, east of the Urals, work in some utterly scary part of Russia. And then he was discovered. He was then imprisoned in Lubyanka. The authorities in Lubyanka prison in Moscow, he was accused of being a Vatican spy, he broke under interrogation. So you see, this connects very closely. This connects with the Meditations on the Passion by Goodyear, who was also Jesuit. Father Chiswick broke under interrogation. He signed the stuff he was given to sign, the big stack of paper full of lies. He signed what he was directed to sign. Then
Was he
he
tortured?
no. Oh well, except in the usual, not in dramatic ways. He was not tortured with the rubber hoses or the cigarette burns. He was only tortured, if you might, well, I suppose you might call it torture. He was in a sense tortured by being interrogated for long periods and being interrogated unpredictably. I knew a prisoner of conscience when he was released. I knew Tiit Madison a bit, and Tiit Madison, I think, had 42 consecutive days of interrogation in the Estonian part of the KGB. So with Father Chiswick, it was the same sort of thing, kind of interrogation marathons. They just went on and on and on. I don't know whether you'd quite call this torture, though. It was a psychological operation, but they didn't get terribly physical. And eventually he was sentenced, to labor, and then he worked and he's in the camps, and he survived all that. Then eventually there was a thaw in Russia under Khrushchev, near Nikita Sergeyevich. There's a thaw, and then he was kind of restricted in his movements, but wasn't in the Gulag. Then he got warned a bit by the KGB, but nothing really, nothing outrageous happened. He was just the usual kind of sticky, nasty stuff, but nothing, no rubber hoses. And then
Explain how the rubber hose thing works. And
it doesn't. Oh, the hose doesn't leave bruises. You see, or it doesn't break bones. I think rather, it doesn't break bones. So they can beat you with rubber hoses, and then there are no broken bones. So they can say, "Well, look, we didn't go too far. No bones were broken."
where do they hit you?
Oh, I don't know. Oh dear, I don't know, but I could imagine. I think they hit you pretty well everywhere. You'd get it on your chest, your back, your legs, wherever.
What about for the cigarettes? How does that?
Oh, cigarettes. Well, I think the traditional thing was to put them into arms, I think, but I don't have any actual cigarette stories. I simply believe, I don't know quite why I believe this, I simply believe that cigarettes were used by the KGB. Um, I don't know that they were all that much into torture, really. It wasn't quite like, there was the case of the American prisoner of war in Vietnam who blinked. He was filmed by his communist captors, and he blinked at the camera, and the blinking spelled out in Morse code, Torture. So he, I guess, really did suffer what would be straightforwardly considered torture. And the KGB, I think that, well, they would often simply shoot you. They'd liquidate you, but if they didn't liquidate you, then it was more psychological operations. And then you were just, you just worked and worked and worked, and then you might die or you might not die. And if you didn't die, you might eventually get out. So, no, that's just squalid. Yeah, it's just squalid. So, but anyway, Chiswick broke under interrogation. He was not literally, not in the most classic, straightforward Hollywood sense, tortured. He did break, and he analyzes the theological kind of significance of the breaking. This is the key point in He Leadeth Me. There are about maybe 4 pages where he analyzes that. How can you live with yourself after you've done such a thing? You've signed. How do you live with yourself afterward? And the answer is, well, you just, you don't try to, well, how can I say, if you really hate yourself for what you did, that's a sign that you're quite proud. The me has been humiliated. The great me has been humiliated. So you don't want to go there. Goodness.
What
So,
about this last? We kind of skipped over a monk.
oh, but of course. Oh, yes. Well, what can I say? A monk in the world, Wayne Teasdale. It's good, but it's not. How can I say? It's not a major document of the past century the way Walter Chiswick is. Father Teasdale. I think it's Father Teasdale. I suspect he's Father Teasdale. He lived, maybe still lives in Chicago, and he deals a lot with homeless people, and he writes in very good ways about the homeless. They're very varied, and some homeless people are rather saintly, and some are rather rogues in their way, and they're generally entertaining. It's kind of, you might say, it's a bit like the Catholic Church itself. The homeless are seldom dull. So it's a happy book. How can you be happy talking with homeless people? But, well, what can one say? It is possible to be happy. But the homelessness in Chicago is not at all as terrible as labor in the Soviet Gulag. So, different people write different books, and Teasdale's not a bad book at all. But I'd still, if I had to take something to a desert island, I'd take He Leadeth Me. By the way, With God in Russia is the first of Father Chiswick's two books. He described events in With God in Russia. He was eventually freed. There's a deal with Uncle Sam, and he was put onto a plane and taken to America under roughly the time of John F. Kennedy. With God in Russia is the first book Father Chiswick wrote, and that is rather factual and doesn't deeply probe the theology of what happened to him. So it should be regarded as a lead-in to the actual book of deep significance, He Leadeth Me.
What about spiritual combat?
Scupoli. I've tried reading a bit of Scupoli. He's widely recommended, and he is good. He is an Italian, and he talks about how to handle, for instance, our failures. The whole theme of what you do if you break under interrogation would be very much a Scupoli theme. He had, however, a comparatively tranquil life. He lived in Italy. I mean, what can happen in Italy? Maybe you get to meet Garibaldi or something. It's not that bad. And you get to listen to opera. You get to listen to Verdi. I've read parts of the Spiritual Combat. I want to go back to it. I keep it as a reference. And what more can one say? It's just a good book, without being an utterly profound book. It's just a good book. And now we have Father Nowen. Everybody, yes, I think maybe everybody in the pew now does know about Father Nowen. He's not long dead, and he wrote wonderful stuff. I knew slightly a person who was a kind of spiritual directee of Father Nowen, and I've also walked around the very place in Richmond Hill, Ontario, which houses not only the David Dummett Observatory, but also a branch of a charitable organization to which Father Nowen was attached. And his books are really very, very good. He manages to discuss in an appealing way the very topic of Russia. He's not a Russia expert, and he didn't have, scary experiences of Russia as Katya Fyodorovna did, and again as Father Chiswick did. But he did manage at least to visit the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, the great gallery, the Hermitage, and he saw the Rembrandt painting, The Prodigal Son, and he spent hours looking at the painting and meditating on it, and he paid, I think, a repeat visit to the painting. I know this, yes, of course he paid a repeat visit, and he writes it's maybe one of his most wonderful books is simply the one called The Prodigal Son, which is a set of meditations, you might say, on Rembrandt. So he's universally, I think, by Catholics in the pew, people in the pew will very, very, very many will have heard of Father now and will own a few of his books, will revere him. So goodness, yes. And now, what do we do now? Now, let me see what we have. Oh, yes, now we come to, I think I should maybe kind of move us along a little bit. Father Teasdale, words. The inner life. Yes, okay, that's another good book on meditative spirituality. Bianchi founded a monastery about 60 years ago. He's likely still alive, but he cannot now be at all young. He might be around 80. And his monastery, I believe, is still going strong in Italy. So if you want careful meditations, one theme he's very good on is the desert. The desert, I think he says, it sort of interrogates us. You go into the desert and questions you. It's just empty. The blazing light and the rocks and this question, just this endless question. It questions. And then maybe we can find maybe we can eventually succeed in articulating the question the desert is posing. Maybe we can, in some sense, answer it. So the desert is a place of affirmation. So this he's very good on. Now, I think I will perhaps skip a few books which are very good. Surviving Depression, obviously that's good. Loved as I Am, and obviously good, but the titles speak for themselves. So these I think I will skip. They're simply typical good books by good recent books, and there are many good recent books from Catholic publishers. Now here we have bound volumes of the Estonian Catholic newsletter in exile, Maarjamaa. Maarjamaa means Mary's Land. Estonia is kind of canonically called Mary's Land. And this newsletter was put out by Vello Solo, whom I knew reasonably well. I guess I knew him a bit in exile, when he was in exile, and of course I was in exile. Then Estonia became independent. He left Canada, and he went to Estonia, and he's much remembered and revered, and he died just a few years ago. Well, when in exile, he put out a letter and a newsletter. The newsletter is extremely good. And he also had a publishing house. The publishing house is called Maarjamaa. And Maarjamaa brought books out. I don't have, I think, very handy any of his books. I mean, you can't collect everything, but they were very good. They're very small. You see, they're so compact, such wonderfully compact little paperbacks. And then I speculate here, I didn't try this stunt myself, but I do speculate that that if you were from Toronto, you might have a book from the Maarjamaa publishing house, and you could put it into your cabin baggage, and then you'd fly from Toronto to Helsinki, and then you'd take the ferry from Helsinki to Soviet-occupied Estonia, and you'd have a big suitcase, and then you'd have your little cabin baggage, and the KGB people or the border control people, they would open your big suitcase, and they'd look and see what was in the big suitcase. And of course, they're very worried about forbidden literature being brought in. So of course, they'd poke around in the big suitcase, and then they'd kind of look in your cabin baggage. Thus, I speculate they'd look in your cabin bag and they'd see, oh, just pajamas and some underwear. Well, we're not going to be so brutal and coarse as to grope around in those. But because the Maarjamaa books were such compact paperbacks, they were the size of Reader's Digest magazine. They were so compact that they could go into your pajamas in your wee little kind of carry-on satchel. I think that was the idea. It'd be exactly the sort of thing that Vello Solo would think of doing. He was like that. He was good. He was tough, and he was ingenious. There's nothing like ingenuity. He translated Pascal's Meditations, Pascal's Pensées. He translated a letter from an Italian Jesuit to an Italian patron when the Italian Jesuit was working in Estonia, when part of Estonia was under Polish rule, just before the Swedish came in. So let's say around 1590, 1600. And there were other wonderful things that he translated. So, or published, published in these wee little paperback formats. So, so people who had a kind of intellectual bent and were interested in Catholicism could read one thing and another from that most resourceful publishing house. There. Now we come to Vello Solo had, I guess, a fairly tranquil life. Now we come to somebody who really was martyred, and he is the only Estonian saint. He's now, I think, canonically, I think he's a blessed, and then there's a further stage of beatification which awaits. This was Bishop Edward Profitlich. Profitlich was arrested in, I think, 1941, and once a month, in the very church, the very cathedral in which the arrest was made. So, so to speak, breathe his air. Everybody breathes his air. Small country, everybody knows everything about everybody. So, so that was Bishop Profitlich, and he was tried on trumped-up charges. He, I think, like Father Chisek, was accused of being a Vatican spy, basically being a spy. and he died of the hardships of the Gulag before he could be actually executed. He was sentenced to be executed, but the authorities were unable to carry out the sentence. He died first. And now we had a very moving canonization, a kind of open-air mass for Bishop Profitlich, it's only months ago. It's not even a year. We had this is in Italien, so everybody, of course, went, and there was a huge, huge kind of crowd. Even though this is not at all a Catholic country, but still there was a huge crowd. So this was what it was. And then, of course, one has to have stuff on Profitlich, and I have stuff on Profitlich. Some read, mostly so far unread. We just do what we can. Oh, and Profitlich, he had the very great distinction. I think, anyway, it's a great distinction. Pope, the Pope who preceded Pius XII, the Pope who died just before the Hitler War started. That Pope, if I recall, corrected Pius. Oh, is it Pius XI? I might be wrong, but I think nevertheless Pius XI. That Pope, the one who died in 1938 or 39, that Pope promulgated an encyclical in German. The title is Mit brennender Sorge, with burning sorrow. And this was a denunciation of the Reich. And he caused this document to be read in all churches up and down Deutschland, in every German church, on, I think, Palm Sunday. And because it happened in every single church, and right on Palm Sunday, the Reich couldn't do a lot about it. They just had to kind of let it go. It denounces the Reich, and Profitlich, for his part, was instrumental in either himself translating, because he was German by birth, either himself translating or at least having Mit brennender Sorge translated in Estonian. It's Põleva murega, with kind of burning worry. I think that would be the literal English. And this fact that he caused Mit brennender Sorge to be duly read in Estonia, where there were not a few people who, after all, were rather sympathetic to the Reich. This infected most countries. Everywhere there are people who are rather kind of kindly disposed toward the Reich, and that he caused this thing to be promulgated at that time. I think right in the formal, official then magazine of the Estonian Catholic Church. This is a great service to local Catholicism. So that is Profitlich of happy memory. Now we move along, and I come to there's stuff on the church in Estonia, which is an interesting topic, but I've covered the most important things. Profitlich is the most important thing. Vello is the second most important thing. So I will simply move along now. I will not dwell, perhaps, on the church in Estonia. I do, however, want to mention here the biography, or rather the private journals. It's not the biography, the very intimate and very private journals of Pope John the 23rd. The Architect of Vatican II. This is a remarkable book. It was a library discard, Journal of a Soul. It was a library discard in Toronto, basically a discard. It was on the 50 cents a volume shelf. Put your coins into the bowl and take the book. So, well, I'm a little sorry for the library that discarded it, but boy, oh boy, is it good. John the 23rd had a rather tranquil life, like Vello Salo. It wasn't a life with the horrors of Chisek or the Father Chisek or Bishop Profitlich. However, his life was not easy. He was an ambassador. He was the ambassador of the Holy See, the nuncio of the Holy See to France. During the war, he served in Turkey. Then he became a senior ecclesial authority in Venice, and in rather old age, he rather unexpectedly became Pope. And the Journal of a Soul documents his day-to-day struggles. They are very uplifting. He was a person of great warmth. He made friends with the Soviet ambassador in Paris. They got on, I think, rather well. I mean, I wouldn't say, they were absolutely quite drinking buddies, but they got on quite well. And then there was the workman in Paris who was renovating, I think, the Vatican nunciature, the Vatican embassy. And he was, and the workman banged his thumb or his finger or something with a hammer and said, "Oh, merde!" But he didn't say, that's what he should have said. "Oh, merde" means, oh, what, I mean, that's, the S word, the common S word, oh, excrement. He should have said that. Instead, he swore theologically. And then, you see, then the nuncio, Roncalli, as it then was, the future pope, he simply stuck his head out his office door, I guess, and he said, "Oh la 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 la, qu'est-ce que vous ne pouvez pas dire merde comme tout le monde?" This means what? Can't you just say shit like everybody else? So, see, it was fun. So it is very much to be recommended. Journal of a Soul. I don't know if it's still in print, but there must be secondhand copies everywhere. The bowl. I do want to draw attention to the bowl. It is so useful. Experience shows that it's ever so useful to have a good ceramic bowl. You can get such a thing cheaply from a thrift shop. A good ceramic. This might be Chinese. It's not an antique, but it's just a nice Chinese bowl, and then fill it with lengths of ribbon. And experience shows that it is very, very, very useful to have bookmarks ready to hand, so that if you're ensconced in your armchair and are reading something and now time has run out and you have to attend to duties, you can mark your place properly, rather ceremoniously, with a real bookmark in ribbon, rather than just with a torn strip of newspaper. It makes a difference. It's just like having that which I mentioned already, that sacred pencil, the brush, the pencil which I had in other places, among other places, I had it beside the Meditations on the Passion by Goodyear. It's so useful to have a pencil with which, exactly, that's the pencil. So useful to have a mechanical pencil with which you can mark things in a way that allows erasure if necessary. And the people who inherit your books after you're dead, they can then use the eraser if they so desire. So you want a good mechanical pencil, you want a fine armchair, you want a good desk lamp, sorry, not desk lamp, you want a floor lamp throwing a light strongly over your left shoulder, and you certainly want a bowl of bookmarks. There. So that's the bowl. Now, this is a happy thing. It sort of works, but it needs really the capacitors surely the capacitors should be replaced. This is a tuner amp, which was Mum's and Dad's pride and joy. It's from 1968, and it has the great distinction of having discrete components, not integrated circuits. Therefore, it can be easily serviced. You can just swap out an individual transistor if necessary. I even have manuals, including a full circuit diagram somewhere. I have even that. And above it is a rather banal thing, CD player. These are books to be donated. These should go mostly to Tartu University Library, except for things on English language like slang and euphemism. Those could go to the Estonian School of Diplomacy, as we try entirely in educating people for diplomatic careers in underprivileged countries like maybe Uzbekistan. They tend to send people to us, I guess, to get an education in diplomacy. So these kind of books maybe should go there. The Dictionary of Disagreeable English. Surely an Uzbekistan diplomat would do well to brush up on this particular topic. Chomsky, John Lyons, well, that might instead go to Tartu University Library. There. Now, I think maybe we should move on a bit. Good. Oh, yes. Now we come to the Black Library. This is morbid. The titles, the spines, they say it all. The world of espionage is squalid. It is sad, and beyond that, it is squalid. However, there is something, you can find something positive in a great many things. And in the world of espionage, what is positive is the dedication to finding things out, ascertaining the truth. It's like math and physics. So for this, I guess sort of driven by this, I think, desire to have uplifting things on my shelves. I have these books. Spycatcher, that the British government tried to suppress. It has uncomfortable truths about counter espionage. And there is one book which I would really actually recommend to our viewers. Many of these things are obvious. Like, of course, you want a history of MI6. But what really could be recommended is Secret Service by Christopher Andrew. This book discusses, I wouldn't say in a terribly, in the best of possible ways. It's very diffuse. It's very scattered. It's not well organized. It doesn't hang together necessarily very well. But it gives wonderful anecdotes of how some things actually do get done in MI6 and in the Mossad. Christopher Andrew, I think, has Mossad connections, and maybe to some limited extent also with Uncle Sam. And the anecdotal stuff is lively. For instance, one learns, or at least, of course, you never know if anything is quite true, but at least this might be true. It is at least asserted in this book that in the private office of the very head of MI6 is a console, and if the head of MI6 presses a button or toggles a switch of some kind on the console, he's in immediate touch with something awfully important. I think it might be Tel Aviv, it might be the head of the Mossad, it's something like that, something awfully important in the Middle East. Just press a button and you're connected. So, oh, I do beg your pardon. Secret Service is actually a history of MI5 or MI6. What I meant to commend, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. What I meant to commend was rather Secret Wars, a little further along. That's it. Yes, Secret Wars. That's the one. That is the one which has anecdotes about the Mossad and selected branches of the British intelligence community. Well, selected aspects of the British intelligence community. And then there's, of course, stuff on cyber, Black Code, I've partly read, and it's believed to be good. Cyberspace in Peace and War, I think I have not yet read, but I do want to read. The whole matter of cyber is actually very gripping. Forget about espionage, but just as a general topic, cyber is well, the correct side of cyber, where it's really good, well-engineered cyber, Unix, Linux. This stuff is, it speaks, it kind of comes from a place of logic and order. There's such a thing as the dignity of computing. So that's maybe partly reflected here. Total War 2006, library discard, haven't read it yet. Day After World War III speaks for itself. One learns from this that Uncle Sam had printed cards ready, change of address cards, in the 1980s. And the idea was that after World War III, World War III might last 6 hours. Well, after it's all over, then Uncle Sam will have these change of address cards which can be sent out. They're ready for people to use. They can say things like, "Hey, Martha, this is Merle. I've now moved. This is Ding Dong." It'll be lucky if people find potatoes out of the scorched earth. It'll make Germany in 1945 look very mild. Now, governance of Britain, that's kind of fun. Partly read it. Harold Wilson, Prime Minister Wilson, An Insider's View. We have some stuff on just Soviet, or Russian rather, Russian political economy, main cities, industries, organization of corporations, principal articles of export, all that kind of very important, although perhaps rather dry stuff. Putinini said this is the Estonian translation of a bestseller, Putin's People. I've read part of it. I should go back. Heavens, one just feels very sorry for Mr. Putin. I wrote him an open letter. I said, look, really now, it would be best to just go into religious reclusion. You are, in some sense, practicing in the Orthodox Church. Religious reclusion would be indicated, and you could do much more good for the world through religious reclusion than you could now sitting in the Kremlin behind your absurdly long table. And I said, look, you could go to religious reclusion in Valam, Monastery of Valam, or alternatively, you could go to Pechori, but it used to be Petseri. And then if you're in Pechori, it's so close to Estonia, who come and visit you on the train. I could bring books for you to read. We could sit, we could have tea if the authorities will let me across the Russian border. And you surely, said I, you surely have enough resources to protect yourself. You resign your position, you go into religious reclusion in a monastery, and people cannot get to you. You have resources to protect you to that extent. Well, anyway, I certainly got no reply to that. He's just a very sad person. So I guess we maybe have to know a bit about him. And more books to be donated. I don't think these bear much comment at all. They're just dull stuff on the kind of general thing that would be on anybody's bookshelf. Dictionaries, those could go maybe to the Estonian School of Diplomacy. Railway stations, what can you do with this? I mean, this happens to everybody. We just all accumulate things which are not terribly useful to us. And now I do wonder if we're perhaps approaching the end of our time. This is now the point at which the topic quite shifts. We come to the end of this stuff, which in one way or another, I suppose you might say, is related to humanities, and like hitting kind of a brick wall or something, we're suddenly into mathematics. Should we do that in the next interview? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
Very, very good. Good.
Okay, so
Where should we get started here? You've got a interesting.
Yes, a quote. Yes, a quote. We're now about to enter the mathematics part of the collection. And here I want to go into less detail than we did for theology, just to pick out a couple of highlights. And before we even enter the collection, really, I'd like to make a preliminary remark, or actually a few preliminary remarks. And my first one is that mathematics and the other exact sciences, they have to be seen as a vocation. There is a religious hermit who has really pointed out very successfully, elucidated very successfully the theological, the religious, the faith dimension of art. That's Sister Wendy Beckett, kind of universally mourned. She passed away not that long ago. And somebody, I'm not quite the right person, I think, to do this. I'm not good enough in exact sciences, but somebody really should develop the point that the exact sciences also have a faith or theological dimension, certainly no less than art has. And all I can do really to introduce this vast topic, which is beyond my abilities, I suppose, all I can really do here is show a quotation from the very young Einstein. He was, when he wrote this, he was aged 18. And I think I will read it in the three languages. I printed this out for benefit of family members maybe 15 years ago, and fortunately I still have the printout. So there it is with my special brush steel barrel mechanical pencil and my 3 erasable colored pencils. Einstein wrote at that very young age, die anstrengte geistige Arbeit und das Anschauen Gottes Natur sind die Engel, welche mich versöhnend, stärkend und doch unerbitterlich streng durch die Wirren dieses Lebens führen werden. Hinkelene vaimne töö, Jumala looduse vaatamine on neid inglid, kes stressitavad, julgustavad, kuid tagasiastumatud karbid saavad olema minu teejuhtideks läbi selle elukära. And this, I think we could translate as strenuous intellectual labor and the contemplation of God's nature are the angels which, consoling, strengthening, and yet implacably severe, are going to lead me through the tumult of this life. He wrote this, I think, maybe even before he renounced his German citizenship, and I think before he started his studies in Zurich. It was he was prescient. Now, I also want to remark that a key point in the study of the exact sciences is that we have to do it without trying to compete against anybody. The universities unfortunately encourage competition. If you get some wonderful prize, then dear little Sabina is not going to get it. It's kind of the thing is played as a zero-sum game. And in many universities, things get even worse because the person doing the teaching is also the person doing the examining. These functions really must be separated. You must be the ally and friend of your teacher, and you are up together against a common kind of adversary, the external examining board. But in very few universities is this the case. Oxford, of course, separates teaching from examining, but most universities do not. So the prof who teaches you is the one who assigns you a grade, and then the grade is a thing of dread, and people will haggle over minute differences in grade, tiny differences in grade point average. This is all simply a parody of what education ought to be. So we must resolutely say to ourselves as soon as we embark on exact sciences, I am not competing against anybody. And then, in my own case, I draw some consolation, some solace from the thought that what I do with my very, very exceedingly modest work in mathematics, it's a bit like it's kind of guerrilla mathematics. We had a very kind of respectable guerrilla tradition here after everything collapsed in 1944. People took to the woods. There were guerrillas. The last of the guerrillas finally.
What do you mean by
is-
here?
Oh, in Estonia, sorry. Estonia. Yes, yes. The same would hold also for Latvia and Lithuania, all three countries. And I think there may have been some kind of guerrilla activity, also partisan activity in Ukraine. Um, but really, Estonia is all I really know about. So one can do math in the spirit of the old 1944 through ultimately perhaps 1978 Estonian guerrillas, the so-called forest brethren. One works in one's own bunker and one does one's own thing, and one tries to simply resist the kind of, well, I don't know, the kind of competitive and sort of university nastiness that in the outside world.
What do you think
Uh,
about the larger kind of national security implications of mathematical competition and, countries or teams of mathematicians competing with mathematicians or engineers in other countries, other militaries?
Oh, well, now there are indeed security implications. There are. This was demonstrated in the most vivid way by Bletchley Park, the code-breaking establishment of the United Kingdom. It was a matter of the most extreme importance for, at any rate, the Battle of the Atlantic, that German codes be broken, and they were broken. And the suggestion has been made, though this is contested, the suggestion has been made that because Bletchley Park was successful in breaking the Enigma and I suppose also the Lorenz German ciphers, because of this, it has been suggested the war was shortened by 2 years. If it wasn't shortened by 2 years, I think at least significant numbers of lives were saved. So math is indeed of security, well, what can I say, national security importance. Goodness. The whole matter of Bletchley Park, that is a source of, I suppose, inspiration. There were people who were very determined, and there's a kind of courage which you need in math work. You just have to believe that you can get an answer. And these people believed, and in the end they succeeded. So goodness, yes. This incidentally is why I also have that, or at least part of the reason why I have that dismal black library with books on surveillance and counter surveillance and the history of British intelligence and the history of aspects, I suppose, also of American intelligence, surveillance, counter surveillance, that whole thing. It does bring to mind the extreme importance of getting things right and not overlooking subtleties. One needs to do this in intelligence work, one needs to do it in mathematics, and mathematics itself has a kind of sort of tie to intelligence efforts. course.
How do you feel about math Olympiads?
Well, that is competition, but I think that's not such a bad idea. The math Olympiads are a big thing here. In fact, we have Olympiads in Estonia. We have Olympiads in many subjects, even in history. This is a history Olympiad, and I think that this is a good thing because it's more in the character of a game than of young people clawing each other, trying desperately to get to the top in a zero-sum game on which their careers depend. The Olympiad is more like a sport. It's sort of like, what the Olympic Games, I guess, in physical sport ought to be. Perhaps
I think in China they use some of that stuff for admission to the most elite universities, and so those kids are
yes, well,
competing.
that's no longer so good. That's perhaps not so good if your performance in the Math Olympiad decides on your university place. That's no longer so healthy. That kind of calls to mind the scary thing which used to be present in Britain, maybe still is, I don't know, the 11 plus. Kids aged 11 were put through exams on which their whole subsequent life trajectory depended. Because if you did well in the 11 plus, you got into a grammar school or a top-notch school. Then, whether your family was rich or poor, you could, in any case, independently of family finances, you could hope to get a place in Oxford or Cambridge and an appropriate scholarship if you did well in the 11 plus. And if you did badly in the 11 plus, you might find yourself in the vocational stream of the school system. So it really was a matter of some kids being left behind. I guess the Math Olympiad, it's maybe a bit of a double-edged sword. Yes. Well, goodness, what can we do?
So where did you want to go next?
Well, I think now I would like to make one further preliminary point before we go into the actual math book spines. Um, in the particular case of math within the exact sciences, it has to be cultivated as a craft. There's such a thing as good pottery and bad pottery, a skilled potter and a potter who merely throws stuff together to make sails. There's such a thing as good cabinet work and bad cabinet work. And in math, we have to, at all points, make the exposition logical and clear and unambiguous and not even capable of being misunderstood. We must not write so that we can be understood. We must write so that we cannot be misunderstood, as indeed some Romans said with reference to just ordinary prose writing. Write so that you cannot be misunderstood. So math must be practiced as a craft is. And in the ideal university, I suppose people would be encouraged to even do such things as cabinetry alongside their math. And I took a photo of my dad's cabinetry work, which I think is the next photo in our series. Yes, exactly. That's good. So here you can see, I think this counts as an example of good craftsmanship. He surely had very limited tools. It was 1952 or so when he made this desk over in Canada. And he didn't even have hardware. Well, maybe he couldn't quite afford, hardware, the normal brass pulls, which would go onto desk drawers. So even the drawer pulls he made himself. And you can see from the kind of places where vertical elements join at the joints, you can see that he worked with great care. He could have nailed this desk together much more crudely and more quickly, but he chose to do it well. Now, I think that, all that being said, maybe we should just move forward in the series of spines. And our first math spine book photo is rather dull. Now, I think maybe we want to move forward another photo. Yes, good. That's it. Yes, good. Exactly. So this is rather dull. Here we simply have books for pre-calculus. and what can one say? But I do want to make one small remark. The yellow book toward the right edge of the photo by Holder, it's really pre-calculus, only the word calculus comes up in my photo. Ah, that's it, a primer for calculus. That's good. There are surely many such books. I could remark for the benefit of our listeners that Holder is just fine. I mean, it's not a pre-calculus. It's not a hard thing to teach. It doesn't really have vast pitfalls, unlike calculus, which is bristling with difficulties, conceptual difficulties, deep difficulties. Pre-calculus is straightforward. Surely there are many, many good books on it, and I can say without any hesitation that Holder is just fine. What you need to know, it's all set out. Now, if we move forward, we now come to, well, wearisome things perhaps on statistics. That's often, in my limited experience, that tends to be taught not terribly well. They're conceptual difficulties, and these get brushed under the carpet, and everybody's just anxious to get the right answer. That's all. Now, next, we have, having passed pre-calculus and statistics, we now have calculus itself. Calculus didn't even get put onto a properly rigorous footing until the 19th century. It's been around since the 17th century, only in the 19th, due largely to the efforts of Weierstrass, but there are other people too, I guess, Cauchy, maybe a couple of others. Only in the 19th century did it get put onto a rigorous footing, and the most scary point that I know of in this area of conceptual difficulties in calculus is that something called Fubini's theorem, which is invoked universally by every engineer, I mean, everybody, no matter how you're applying calculus, it could be to a very banal kind of problem, but you always find yourself, you very frequently find yourself liable to be invoking Fubini's theorem. Well, the scary thing is that Fubini's theorem, which just says that in multivariate calculus with nested integrals, you can change the order in which the integrals are nested. This is called changing the order of integration. The scary thing is that Fubini's theorem was proved properly, rigorously, only in the 20th century. Goodness, it might have been the 1940s. It's really shocking. Well, calculus can be taught and is taught indeed in bad ways, without rigor, by people who are anxious just to get the answer. And I have a book which tries to be rigorous. It's better than many introductory calculus books. It makes some sincere efforts at rigor, and with its admitted deficiencies, I still find it a book that I like working from. Maybe 25 years ago, I worked from Salus and Hilla, the calculus book, in its 5th edition. Then, maybe somewhat more recently, I used and wore down absolutely to bits, I guess, kind of physically wore out the 6th edition. Then a couple of years ago, I thought, oh, well, fine. I mean, I may as well get something which isn't totally worn out because, you're a book that you use constantly. You have to treat as a workbook. You're always writing in it, writing endless notes in it in pencil. And then the book, it'll only take so much physical punishment. So I thought, right, a couple of years ago, I thought, right, I must get the 10th edition, some more recent edition. The 10th was affordable. So there it sits, the 10th edition. And I'm not saying that this is a brilliant book. The professional mathematicians would say, well, if you're really going to study calculus, you should use Spivak or you should use Tom Apostle. But Salus and Hilla, with their deficiencies, they are sufficiently rigorous not to be really disappointing, and where they are a little bit careless, one can fill in the gaps. So it's kind of instructive to use this, so to speak, kind of grade B book. And I have indeed a few close-ups from Salus and Hilla. I think now the next photo in the series will be, yes, good. So here are my 3 editions with my precious mechanical pencil. And following that, I have I have the most recent, I have my most recent, my 10th edition, open to a place where there's indeed a problem. a difficulty. This is the kind of thing which comes up when you're using grade B books. dt, d big T by d little t. Big T is a vector, is a tangent vector, and it's being, and somehow, in some sense, some vector valued function is being differentiated with respect to the variable little t. Well, that's fair enough. Also, however, on the very next page, we see dt by ds at the very top. Yes, at the very top of page 729, there is dt by ds. But there's no explanation given by these authors, Sallis and Hiller. They don't say, well, now we have two rather closely related functions, and we're going to differentiate them both. And one is a function of little t, which could be thought of as time, and the other is a function of little s, which could be thought of as position. None of this is spelled out, and you're supposed to simply work out their intention. And the discussion is conducted largely in the bad Leibniz notation from the 17th century, which is used everywhere, and particularly, I guess we could say textually, we could say in some irritation, particularly where calculus is a tool for engineering work. Leibniz notation proliferates, and what we really have to do is to rewrite Sallis and Hiller using a respectable notation, the differentiation notation of Laplace. Now this is such a daunting task that I couldn't really write the clean working out right in the book. I do try to make such a textbook as Sallis and Hiller a workbook, but really there's just too much to write. So the trusty pencil, which you see in the photo now toward the right edge of the photo, that pencil had to go into my archive. I keep a special archive whenever I have a really nasty problem in a book that I'm working on. Then I timestamp. I write in the book not the notes, which get the problem straightened out. I simply write a timestamp. So I was working here in the year 2025 on May the 15th at Coordinated Universal Time 17:59:30, and then again a couple of hours later at Coordinated Universal Time 19:51:30, and finally everything became all right. So I wrote in 100% rectum in Latin, from meaning, okay, correct. I finally got everything to work out, and then I said fakey, which means I did it myself. And then I have a note saying I did it in the diary. There's a terrifying kind of MI6 CIA sort of thing, the diary, the master diary, which goes kind of minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, month by month. It goes back several years. It goes back by now, maybe 5 years or so. So the work got done, and it got done successfully because I rated it at 100%, and it went into the diary. And now there's more. Another part of the work I had to get some help. So I wrote in not only the timestamp, but I additionally wrote in Latin non facie. I didn't do it myself. I had to look at the book. I had to use the book as a crutch. Then indeed I did it. And because it was not easy at all, then I had to put in one of my ritualized exclamations for success. If I succeed in something rather mild, I will write huzzah with perhaps one exclamation mark, or in a more extreme case, 3 exclamation marks. If I do something which is harder and still get it right, then I can write hurrah. And then finally, if something is really quite scary, and nevertheless I did eventually manage to get it, maybe working over a couple of days, but still did get it in the end, maybe having to look at the book for help, then that is marked with a Laus Deo, praise to God. So this is Laus Deo stuff. And I think I don't want to really go here. It would not be appropriate to go here into the details of how I rewrote the Leibniz notation stuff in Laplace and got, in the end, the expected result. But I do want simply to show, as my next photo, the page from the diary to which I refer in the book.
I just wanted to ask you, these are all, you add sort of these section markers
Oh, yes, exactly. Components of acceleration, that's coded with a little marker 2, and then at the top of the page is a number 2, which indicates that this was work done in kind of the late afternoon of the 15th of May, 2025.
And
I couldn't do it. That's where I couldn't do it on my own, and so I had to write known facie. I tried to do it on my own. Then I stumbled. Then I had to see how Salas and Hilla, and their admittedly not very good notation, did it, and then I got it right.
and where did you get the hurrah, huzzah, and the hurrah?
Oh, I
Where'd you get that
invented it.
from?
Oh, I invented this. I invented this. There has to be some way of cheering oneself on, and you need different styles of cheering, because if you revisit a problem a year or two after you've worked on it for the first time, you have to have a reminder as to whether the success you enjoyed was success in something pretty obvious, or whether, on the contrary, it was success in something rather challenging. And that is the point of having huzzah in the first instance, then hurrah, and finally, in a quite extreme case, laus deo.
And do you use one exclamation point for each of
Oh,
those?
good point. Yes, I'm a little fuzzy. Maybe it's not terribly well codified, but I think if it was a big success but not earth-shattering, then I might write Laus Deo with a single exclamation mark. If it's still better than that, a bit better than that, then it would be Laus Deo with 2 exclamation marks. And if it happened to be really very gratifying, so that one would, feel happy about it the next day even, then it should get 3 exclamation marks. And this then makes it possible to pick out what in one's work is important. And there you can see I did the same thing. Yes, yes, good, that's good, yes, good. I wrote Laus Deo in. I have, for my own work, it'd be awfully nice if I had a teacher. Well, guess what? I don't have a teacher. But I do have a red pen, as well as my ordinary pencil. So in the red pen, I pretend that I'm the teacher, and I give myself admonitions. Fortunately, here in English, I think that's good. There, I wrote Laus Deo in red. That's the teacher kind of applauding. And higher up on the page, I simply wrote instructions to myself saying what I have to conceal. Yes, conceal Salas Hill and another author, 10th edition. At first, conceal all my own papers. I have to conceal everything and then try to get the answer.
Hmm.
And then I did indeed, with everything concealed, write down in my Laplace formalism, better than Leibniz, I did indeed write down the correct definition of the curvature function, and was able to confirm at 2025-0502, oh goodness, yes, now we scrolled up. But yes, but that's it. Yes, I was able to confirm, as you can see, at 2025-0502, universal coordinated time 190730, I was able to confirm that what I wrote down was correct, because it does match something. Sorry. I confirmed that it was correct because, yes, the 3 dots represent because. It was correct, and I knew it was, I believed it to be correct. I had adequate authority for thinking it correct, because it matched work that I had done in the huge diary stack of papers, like a knee-high stack of papers. It matched work that I had done somewhat earlier. I was working here on the 5th of May, 2025, but it matched what I had it fortunately matched what I had done on the 2nd of May, 2025, in a series of papers from which one had to extract sheet number 2. That's the point of : 02. It's sheet number 2 from the 2nd of May. And it's about 1/5 of the way down that sheet. In other words, at 0.2, kind of like that means 20%, 1/5 of the way down. So then I wrote down mercifully the right, I did get the right definition, evidently, for curvature. And then I wrote further stuff for the unit tangent function, took a derivative in Laplace definition, in Laplace notation, applied a definition correctly, I guess, and finally got what I believed I should get. And then I wrote in, or pretending I'm my own teacher, I wrote in red ink, Laus Deo, with 3 exclamation marks, and then I gave the reason. This merits a Laus Deo because, 3 dots, it is consistent with, it's kind of congruent with, the thing Salas and Hiller write in their less satisfactory notation. And then I quote precisely in corner quotes. I use corner quotes to indicate when I'm quoting exactly from some authority. Let the authority's notation be even quite bad, but whatever it is, I quote exactly. So there's this thing which sits in scary, not sufficiently careful Salas and Hiller, and it is evidently the same as what I got. Yes. Oh boy.
So I'd like to clarify this notation up top.
Oh yes, yes. So this is diarium, meaning simply diary, diarium, and then at, and then
And
the
there's a
time
squiggle
stamp.
before.
Oh, yes, good point. Oh, good point, good point. The squiggle simply means there's a whole bunch of other stuff to locate diarium in my overall collection of paper and electronic files, but I'm not going to bother giving the full location. I can figure that out.
Okay.
Because basically the way this goes is I have a both for electronic files in the Linux machine and in the organization of paper files, I have sort of a top level, which is sort of workspace. Then workspace has subspaces, one of which is private studies, another is clients, a third is public documents, but anyway, private studies. Then that has a subspace for for science, all branches of science, even life science. Then that has a subspace for mathematics. And then the mathematics subspace has a subspace for rather basic calculus. And all that is simply abbreviated with the wavy line, the squiggle. Because I
And
say
then the diary is, you have a diary within each of these areas, like basic calc.
Good question. Yes, good question. Good question. Oh, yes, I said the wrong thing. Yes, I said the wrong thing. I didn't quite explain what the squiggle abbreviates. The squiggle doesn't exactly abbreviate the exact science area. It abbreviates rather, heavens, I hope now I'm going to say it right. It abbreviates within the general studies area, as opposed to, for instance, the public documents filing area. It abbreviates within the general studies area, overall administration of studies. These could be studies in exact sciences. They could, for some reason, be studies in life science. There might even be studies in theology, whatever it is, just studies. And the whole thing is administered by the diary. And then the idea is that, let's say, maybe 5 years from now, I have to visit this stuff again. Well, I won't remember very much, but I will remember at least that I was working in my latest edition of Salas and Hiller. I can certainly find the place in Salas and Hiller that I was working on. In Salas and Hiller, there'll be a pencil note referring to the diary. And because the diary is organized extremely carefully and chronologically, then I can find the pieces of paper that I need to find. So
So
it's kind
every
of like
single,
MI6.
okay. How is it
Oh,
like
yeah.
MI6?
Yeah, oh, well, it's like MI6 in that every piece of paper counts. Every piece of paper is potentially a matter of life and death, and therefore must be retrievable.
And how did you discover, like, how did you know that about MI6?
Oh, good point, good point. I don't know it. I simply speculate. I am very curious about MI6, but there isn't much to be found in public sources. The closest I've come is MI5. That's internal surveillance in the UK, and MI5. It is, I think, a matter of general public knowledge that MI5 have a very good library, a paper library, and with paper files. And it's also, I think, common knowledge that even in the late 1940s, the paper files had dossiers, quite unpleasant when you think of it. They had dossiers, paper dossiers, on about 30,000 people residing in the UK, a huge number. And now this is something that the MI5 hasn't quite wanted to happen, but it has happened. Somewhere on YouTube, there is actually, and I've seen it, there is actually a video of the Library of Paper Dossiers. It's been automated now, so somebody simply gives a reference number of some kind. It might well be a date, a year, month, date, hour, minute, second code, very much like mine. It could be that. In any case, there's a code, and somebody in MI5 can now say, "Oh, we're interested in Timothy Bullingham, a bit of a loose living person in Cambridge in 1952 who might have had something to do with Burgess and Maclean. Let's pull up his dossier." And then they type in, I think, into some kind of console or computer interface, they type the reference code, and then this is what is filmed. It's filmed. The film can be seen on YouTube somewhere. There really is a robot. There's a kind of thing, a mechanical retrieval system. There are rails, I think, fixed in the ceiling of the great MI5 paper library, and some carriage moves along the rails and picks out this 1952 dossier, puts it into some kind of basket, and then it's conveyed upstairs to whoever has the clearance for reading it.
So your diary is organized by timestamp, and all these papers are strictly in a single sort of container or file cabinet, or
Exactly. In fact, if the brutal truth be told, at the moment they're in a pile about knee high, but I made a successful retrieval today for the purposes of this photo. I retrieved the correct paper from last year, and everything is organized strictly chronologically, and I could, if necessary, create also a finding aid, what archivists call a finding aid. I could create a finding aid in the computer, so that if there were some extremely important topics, then I could put their particular timestamps into the computer. Once something's in the computer, it's, of course, if it's a Linux computer anyway, it's very rapidly searched. There would search routines in Linux. And like the grep tool. And then I could, knowing my topic and having a finding aid in the computer, I could get the timestamp. But I find at the moment that I can keep things sufficiently under control without really the help of the computer. I just have the necessary timestamp references written into my books, and then on the strength of the timestamp written in the books, I can go into the right spot in the diary and pull out the relevant sheet of paper.
And so could we then talk about this second part of the code after this ...
Oh, yes, quite so, quite so. So now that is a timestamp, and now the rest is an explanation, a kind of memory aid on what this thing actually is. Also, if I made some mistake in filing, maybe I got papers out of order in the diary, the huge knee-high diary stack, then I suppose this might help recover from confusion, though I've not had to use it so far for recovery. But this now is simply an explanation of what this particular paper is. It's actually Salashyla and a third author, Etgen, Salashyla Etgen, edition 10, page, LK is Estonian for page, LK is short for lehekülg, which means page, page 0728 at 0.7, meaning it's 70% of the way down, page number 728, and the topic of which I'm addressing, 70% of the way down that particular page, is kappa for space curves. Kappa simply measures the curvature of a curve in a plane. We could call it the curvature function. How severely does, how violently does a curve turn? Radius of curvature, basically. So that is a little topic description. And then finally, : 01 means it's the first page in this series on Salashyla Etgen 10, page 728, 70% of the way down the page. And it sometimes happens that I get well and truly stuck on a problem, and then I can be working at it, beavering away at it for even maybe 10 working days. Things can get awful. And then there'll be not only page 01, there'll be page 02, 03, 04, and I think sometimes I've gone as high as maybe page 30. It never gets as bad as page 100, but I might have, in an extreme case, 30 sheets where I'm trying this thing and trying that thing and just getting sort of frustrated and fed up, but I do the best. Well, I just persist as much as I can. You have to persist. At this point, it's also appropriate to say that the thing we need above all in studying in the exact sciences, and perhaps particularly in mathematics, we need continuity of effort. We have to be able to figure out 2 years down the road what we had been doing 2 years ago, revisit it, pick up maybe where we left off. So it's an archive is essential.
Did you learn that from a mentor, or how do you know?
No, oh, I wish. Oh, I wish. I mean, my one effective mentor, as we'll come to quite soon, my one supremely effective mentor was Professor Edelstein, but even from him, I did not learn this. I learned it simply the hard way. I tried other systems and they didn't work, and now this system evidently does work.
Do you ever meet other people that have systems like this?
Well, I wish. Oh, I wish. We have a Friday village sauna in Finland. It's the sauna, or I called it English a sauna, but that's mispronounced. The sauna in Finland, the sauna here. We have a village sauna. The village sauna is attended by the one principal research mathematician in this village. And he and I brought a blackboard into the fireplace lounge in the sauna, and sometimes I do talk a little bit about math with in the sauna, but this couldn't really be described as a mentoring relation. It's not easy, I find, to talk about math when you've got only a small blackboard and when people aren't really in the mood anyway terribly for math, and when the light isn't terribly good. All things, as Shakespeare says, all things do conspire against me.
So on the top right corner of each page, it'll be colon, colon, 02, 03, 04.
Exactly, exactly. And fortunately, it never gets as high in my own experience, which now extends over some years. It never gets as high, fortunately, as colon, colon, 99. Things seem to finally somehow taper off, or at the very worst, around maybe colon, colon, 31. That would be an extreme case.
And you'll write the full thing at the top of each page.
Of each page, exactly, of each page. That is crucial, because otherwise, if you don't write an identifier, an adequate identifier on the top of each page, sooner or later, pages will get shuffled, and then there'll be chaos. You won't know quite what goes in what order.
So the timestamp stays the same for all 30 pages?
Exactly, exactly. Yes, exactly. That identifies, you might call it a task identifier. The timestamp is a task identifier, and if the task is really very horrid and it's generated 30 separate sheets of paper, each of those 30 sheets will still have the very same timestamp. There. Well, that was fun. My goodness, that was fun. Now, moving right along, I want now to point out the most important thing in the math collection, and I say this now with a view even to my heirs. Suppose I were to die, tonight or something. Well, then my heirs, they could, I suppose, throw lots of stuff into the trash if they want to be rather careless. But there's one thing which they really have to take take great care over, and that is the Edelstein textbook. You can see after Salas and Hilla comes a book which I haven't used at all, some Piskunov, translated from Russian into Estonian. Then there's an actually Estonian mathematician, Kongro. We'll skip those. But now we come to simply in paper covers, in 2 copies in paper covers, the Edelstein textbook. Now I have to explain. My first degree was at Dalhousie University in Canada, Dalhousie University in Nova Scotia. Max Edelstein was a survivor of the Holocaust. He lost most of his family in the Holocaust, but he was himself, at the time of the events in Europe, he was himself studying in Jerusalem. So the Holocaust was far away, and he survived. He then made his way somehow to Canada, arriving, I think, at Dalhousie University around maybe 1964. That would then be about 7 years before I met him. And he is responsible for not for founding the math department. Dalhousie University is by now nearly 200 years old, and of course it has always had some kind of math department. But it was he who founded mathematics as a research discipline at Dalhousie. Before him, math was just a thing which was used by the engineers, the physicists. It was rather utilitarian. As a branch of mathematics being built up seriously and actually attracting at one point a really world-class worker, Laurel, the credit for this goes to Professor Edelstein. And now my story with Professor Edelstein is as follows. I entered Dalhousie University in September of 1970. I took calculus as everybody else did. We're all just put into a big lecture room, big auditorium, maybe all 200 of us or something. And it was not particularly inspiring. It was not unlike, in fact, it was not unlike high school math, and high school math in Nova Scotia, I fear, was not well done. Well, the math department, under, I guess, the inspiration of Professor Edelstein, the math department said, now, after the first semester's over, we're going to pick out a cohort of about 10 students, about 10, and we will offer them an intensive training in math for the second half of their first year. And we will offer them, in fact, two things. There'll be a general seminar, which turned out to cover set theory. A wonderful, very practical thing. It was so good. I mean, very, mathematically useful thing, set theory. We got exposed to it in just the right way. So there was that seminar, which might have been called something like Topics in Mathematics. And then there was analysis, no longer calculus as taught to people who drink a lot of beer. It was the real thing, the analysis, calculus conducted in full rigor. That then was taught by Professor Edelstein. There were about 10 of us, as I say, and I remember as clearly as if it were yesterday Professor Edelstein introducing the epsilon delta definition of a limit. And he said in his very kind of thick Mitteleuropa accent, he pleaded with the class, using, of course, just surnames, Fullerton, Gaptil, Karmo, you give me any epsilon and I can produce a delta. And then he said, if you do not understand this definition, you stay outside mathematics. And there was no exam. There were no midterms. There were no assignments, really, in the conventional sense. There's only one thing we had to do, and this was to write the textbook ourselves. So, of course, I wrote the textbook, as everybody else did. We had to do it, each of us writing his own textbook. And Professor Edelstein gave us Spirit Duplicator Ditto Machine, kind of like mimeograph. He gave us Spirit Duplicator notes. So he would say, well, now, you must next prove this theorem. To prove this theorem, you will find it useful to prove this lemma. And then, of course, we simply had to construct the proof. So this I found extraordinarily difficult. And I thought, how on earth am I possibly going to survive this course? I mean, this is simply absurd. It's so kind of infinitely harder than anything I've ever done in my life anywhere. But anyway, survive it I did. And I wrote the book. And I have now the book open to a couple of pages. If we perhaps advance now to the next slide or next photograph. There, good. So here we are. I didn't even do a title page for it. It simply says notes, rather unimaginative. It simply says notes for Math 151, Professor M. Edelstein, Dalhousie, 1970 to 71. And there is my address. Oh dear, so ridiculous. Okay, there's my address in the dormitory, in the dorm. And the very first thing is we're introduced to the real numbers. And before we can even discuss the real numbers as such, we need the concept of a field. So Professor Edelstein simply gives the standard definition of a field, kind of a mathematical structure with multiplication and addition operations on it, and an additive inverse, a multiplicative inverse. And the definition is given. He must have simply given us the definition. We had to start somewhere. He has to take the credit for that. So it's definition 1.1 at the very outset. And then we had to start proving various properties of fields. I guess I thought, well, my goodness, what is this? Like, this is mathematics? It's like nothing like anything we've ever done in school. But anyway, it was survivable. Now, I think, very briefly simply look at simply a random page from the middle of the book. It goes on and on. I mean, it was no small thing writing this textbook. I had to write maybe 150 pages, and there's a lot of work. You don't just going to write easily. We have now somewhere in the, yes, here we are. So now we're having to prove various things. By this stage, Professor Edelstein has formally defined the natural logarithm, and we have to prove, among other things, that the natural log of 1 is none other than 0. Well, that's rather, I suppose, a notorious fact, and it gets a short proof. Now, if we move forward again to the very end of the book, so now, at the very end, it simply ends without any ceremony whatever. We're simply doing something about uniform convergence. To my shame, I even now forget the definition of uniform convergence. But anyway, that's where we were. Theorem 5.50. That was the end of this daunting exercise, this daunting half academic year. And you will notice that I wrote everything on computer paper. On the right, you see computer printout from an ancient line printer. These were the days when the computer center, when the computers were kept in air-conditioned rooms. There were not even $1 million tools. They cost in the tens of millions, I think. And at least big ones did. And the Dalhousie University Computing Center was continually spewing out paper, so you could help yourself to as much paper as you ever wanted. And of course, we're all quite poor, and so one simply got reams and reams of computer paper from the computer center, and on that I wrote Professor Edelstein's textbook. And at the very end, he offers suggested reading. There's only one book in the suggested reading, and it doesn't ring a bell for me at all now. Well, now the next thing to be said. Yes, well, that is the book. So I would recommend this. My goodness, I cannot recommend this method too highly. I have never heard of it being used anywhere, not even in Oxford or Cambridge or Princeton or anywhere. But my goodness, does it ever work? When you have to write the textbook, you will understand the textbook, or at least you'll know what you don't understand.
How did he come up with the idea to do that?
Oh, search me. Well, he was brilliant, so I suppose brilliant people come up with ideas.
Maybe
but,
he
you know,
wrote
I,
a textbook and he got such a good experience writing it that he decided to have everyone else do it.
no, oh, but we all did it simultaneously. I mean, there were about 10 of us, and
No, I'm
and
saying
so-
earlier on in his life.
Oh,
when
earlier
he
on in
had
his
to
life,
write a
that
textbook.
could be. Yes, oh, that could be. Oh, that really could be. That really could be. Perhaps he had to write a textbook. It also might be the case that this extraordinarily efficient teaching tactic he had been exposed to when he was studying at Jerusalem. That is possible. Late 1930s. There may have been someone very brilliant there. I think his university was called the Technikon or Technion, but I might be wrong. And I do know that it was on a place called Mount Scopus, so not quite in the old city, kind of a bit outside, maybe whatever there is by way of ramparts. Yes, a bit outside that. I think you sort of stand on Mount Scopus and you look down across a valley, and then you see the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the place where the Wailing Wall is, and the rest of the of classic Jerusalem. Well, even this is not all, though I've now said a good deal about Professor Edelstein, but even this is not all, because I never forgot him, and I went back to math eventually. He was quite visibly. He was quite sort of upset in a quiet way when I indicated that I wanted to study philosophy, not math. In my second and subsequent years, he knew that this is my projected course of study, and he was not happy, but he wasn't demonstratively unhappy. And in the end, of course, I did go back to math, and I think I made the correct decision in going into philosophy because I just wasn't good enough in math. He believed in me. Hardly anyone, very few people really have believed in me. He did, but he believed in me. He had, I think, the fault of believing in me a bit too strongly. He sort of said something like, I met him at the maybe in the summer vacation. He said, "Now, Karmo, you must begin this number theory. For number theory, you want, and this and this and this. And now maybe you want also to start looking at Hilbert geometry. And then I said, well, my actual intention is to major in philosophy, or words to that effect, something to that effect. And I now think that he believed in me too much. A teacher can easily do this. A teacher can easily fixate on a pupil and believe that the pupil has extraordinary gifts, which the pupil, in fact, lacks. So now I did the right thing, I feel, in going into philosophy, but I also did the right thing in abandoning philosophy, well, being thrown out of the profession, I suppose, but still, in one way or another, abandoning it, and then proceeding into the exact sciences and doing quite a bit of math in middle and old age. This was, in my case, the right trajectory. And what has happened to the other people in the class, I wish I knew. I don't remember their names except for Guptill, or Fullerton, which I imitated. I imitated the Professor Edelstein too. That's a made-up name. Guptill is a real name. There was a Guptill, Guptill, and Guptill was the son of, I guess, an eminent physicist. The young Guptill went off to Princeton. And maybe he's still alive. Maybe he'll be watching this video at some point. Maybe he'll get in touch. I don't know. But, well, I just wish I knew. But I, for my part at any rate, although I forgot my classmates, I never forgot Professor Edelstein. And I hung on, despite moving from country to country, I hung on to the textbook that I wrote. And the textbook now, after somehow, it really should be published. I think it fits a niche which no book currently occupies. It's a niche which is meant for the book that starts from the definition of a field, proceeds rather early into the construction of the reals as a particularly interesting field, the real numbers, a very dramatic and interesting field. It constructs the reals, if I remember correctly, anyway, the exposition, they're constructed from convergent sequences that are introduced as the limits of convergent sequences. And then, with all this groundwork laid, one eventually proceeds to differentiation and finally the Riemann integral. And then indeed the topic which my theorem 5.50 brought up, uniform convergence. I don't know quite why that's at the very end. This is a niche in any case. I've never seen a book try to introduce mathematics in this way to people who have nothing but a high school background. This book, therefore, has to be published. Now, I don't know what has happened to Goptil. What did he do after he was in Princeton? Is he dead, maybe? And what about the other people in the class? There's a lady who was wonderful, but I can't remember her name. Well, maybe I'm the only person still alive from that cohort. Or perhaps, although others are still alive, I'm the only one with a copy of the book. And I know my copy was reliable because I got an A+ in the course, and Professor Edelstein was perfectly pleased with my work. So it is my responsibility to get that book into print somehow, or at least, get it conveyed to my heirs. And I did what I could. I first of all copied the book, photocopied it sedulously, every single page. And I copied it several times, and I sent one of the copies, I kind of hope I sent one of the photocopies to Professor Edelstein's surviving daughter, who is herself a mathematician and is in Canada. She's on the west coast of Canada. And then I sent also a copy to Dalhousie University, to the math department, explaining what this was. And quite likely Professor Edelstein's daughter, Lea Cachette, and also the math department at Dalhousie, they quite likely have retained carefully what I sent them. Still, we mustn't take chances. And if I were to die, let's say tonight, then my heirs really would be, I would urgently ask my heirs to, for heaven's sake, please take very good care of the copies I have, and perhaps to convey one of them to the math department here in Tartu University, and then with the with the request that if at all humanly possible, somebody try to make a book out of this, a printed book. And if I'm given years and strength, maybe I can produce a book. I know how to do it. I just transcribe what I did back in 1971, and transcribe it in camera-ready form with the LaTeX typesetting system, mathematical typesetting system. This is the kind of thing which everybody uses, everybody knows. And once this camera-ready copy, then of course one can go to any publisher, and surely some good publisher would take the book. It'd be Springer Verlag, I don't know, somebody. So now I never then forgot Professor Edelstein, and to my great surprise, kind of providence rules our lives, I guess. I didn't read the Toronto Globe and Mail very sedulously. I would read it hit and miss. And one fine day, it was more hit than miss. I actually picked up the Globe and Mail 23 or so years ago. I picked up the Globe and Mail, and there was Professor Edelstein's obituary, which of course I clipped and I keep, as you can see. And the obituary was written by his daughter. I didn't even know he had a daughter. Well, he's got a daughter. So then the daughter, Leah Cachette, herself a mathematician, I corresponded with her, and she, in an act of extraordinary generosity, I cannot believe that people are capable of this generosity, she sent me 2 books from her distinguished deceased father's personal library, and they are in the next photo. Now, if we maybe move forward to the next photo. There, yes, so there they are. So one of these I've opened, and it has Professor Edelstein's Ex Libris with his dates. As you can see, he was born during World War I. My goodness. So there. So yeah, this is a friendly, nice little private letter to me from mathematician Leah Cachette. So that's so 2 books. So I greatly treasure those, though they have suffered a bit when ocean water went into my 20-foot shipping container between Montreal and Bremerhaven. There. Now, that, I think, nearly exhausts the topic of mathematics, because after this, what can one say? There's no point in spelling this out at inordinate length. So I simply remark that after Edelstein comes, and other things in rigorous first-year calculus, notably Spivak, which I have worked on pretty hard, then there come topics in advanced calculus. There's a wonderful book which I would recommend to everybody, but it's so famous, maybe my recommendation would be superfluous. Div, grad, curl, and all that. A low-key, non-rigorous, but conceptually very illuminating discussion of multivariate calculus by a guy at MIT, I think. Yes. So, and then there are, of course, many other things on multivariate calculus. And the items which are spiral bound, they are of great importance, because I know that I have to understand, I have somehow to master at least one topic in the 3rd-year syllabus. I did 3rd-year courses at University of Toronto, but what does that count for? Very little. I have to go back and properly work on at least one 3rd-year topic, and really do it to death with endless kind of sheets of paper in the diary. And that topic, on which I've already done some work, that topic is differential forms. One of my teachers, when I was a thick and rather undistinguished student at University of Toronto in the 1990s, one of my teachers said something cryptic but very suggestive. He said, basically, it is not the functions that are the natural objects of integration. Rather, it is differential forms. Differential forms are the natural objects of integration. I have also seen it said, I've read it in print, I've read on the internet, I've read that differential forms are of great importance in thermodynamics. They make maybe the difference between really understanding thermodynamics and just understanding it stupidly, as I did. I tended to get at University of Toronto. I got some A's, some B's, and there were several C's. And maybe thermodynamics was a course in which I got a C. I sank in 2 instances. I sank as low as C minus. I just don't seem to learn things the way my peers do in classes. I just work along different lines, and I have to be true to my own kind of, I suppose, my own specific calling. But I know that I must work on differential forms. I know that it must be true that they are in some sense the natural objects of integration. It must be true that they are crucial for thermodynamics. And I bet they will also be necessary for not for special relativity, but if I ever got that far, for general relativity. If I could ever get that far, then they very likely be needed there. So those spiral bound items, they are lecture notes. I tried and tried this thing and that thing on differential forms, and oh boy, was it bad. And then I found something that did kind of work. These days, the internet, that actually makes our lives easier. From the internet, you can see what people are giving out, what the profs are giving out as lecture notes. And many profs, at least in mathematics, many profs produce very good lecture notes. Perhaps every bit as good as established textbooks, perhaps better because they explain things, more slowly and carefully as lecturers have to. So these are lecture notes, and I've already worked on them a bit, and I think I'm basically at the point where I say to myself, well, a differential form is a very special kind of function. It is a function which takes a real and delivers not a real. It doesn't take a real number and deliver a real number. No, a differential form takes a real number and delivers a function, which for its part takes a real number and delivers a real number. So a differential form is not a real valued function on the reals. It is rather a function valued function on the reals. But I've got to really, really kind of, well, what can I say? I've really got to do a lot of labor on this. I think I might get, it's easily 100 hours of work. Yeah, it's coming up, I hope. There. And on linear algebra, there is one thing. Oh, yes, there are maybe 2 remarks that should be made. Frege and Beauregard on linear algebra. Wonderful book. Linear algebra is foolproof. It's not like calculus. It doesn't bristle with deep, subtle difficulties. It's a kind of subject which teaches itself. And I wouldn't say that Frege and Beauregard is an awfully distinguished book, but it's just fun. The idea of matrices and how matrices correspond to turnings and shrinkings and stretchings of shapes in the plane, or indeed bodies in Euclidean 3-dimensional space. This is explained with nice diagrams, beautiful, clear expository paragraphs, nice examples. You don't have to kind of, you're not sort of fighting for your life in reading Frege and Beauregard. So it's no doubt there are many other books equally good. Also, I want to remark that I very recently acquired the book by Naheen, The Story of Square Root of -1. This really, it looks deceptively simple. It looks like a piece of popular science, what we would, yes, popularizing work. But in fact, it goes deep. It's not, I guess, sufficient as simply a textbook on the complex plane, the thing you do next after you've done the real number line. But it's still, well, what can one say? It, I think, really shows what heroic struggles people went through in the 17th, 18th centuries to grope toward the concept of a complex plane. It explains why the concept is so useful. And Naheen, incredibly, he is not a pure mathematician, but a professor of engineering, electrical engineering. And what is still more astonishing is that he is rigorous. He's not one of these people who just wants the right answer. He says, well, the math works thus and thus. It's sort of like Feynman in as an expositor of physics, the celebrated Feynman lectures. Naheen is a person who works in the spirit of Feynman. He's incredibly good. So I really would recommend this book, which I barely glanced at so far, but I have to tackle, of course, the complex plane, and this will be how to tackle it. That'll be one of the tools. Now, for the rest, I think I want to just skip the rest. Of course, there's a book on topology, and of course, I've done a bit of it, and of course, it was an eye-opener and exciting, and I thought, oh, topology, what wonderful stuff, but goodness, I think if I went on, I'd just go on and on. Oh, sorry, there is still a little bit. Rotman and Nebo, and I was rather a bad citizen. I photocopied Rotman and Nebo, where I should have shelled out $80 or so and tried to get a copy. But that was what I used in alongside Professor Edelstein for basic set theory at Dalhousie University in the second half of my first academic year, and it is a very good book. Also, really quite wonderful is Hatcher on the foundations of mathematics. Things like the attempt to construct mathematics solely on the basis of set theory. This is the program of Bourbaki, and the Russell Whitehead program to construct mathematics solely from logic. They tried heroically. Frege tried before them. Frege's construction collapsed in a contradiction. Russell Whitehead avoided the contradiction, but they paid a very high price, and in the end, the axiom of reducibility. And in the end, you might say, well, why bother? I mean, just do it from set theory, because the axiom of reducibility is maybe it's just kind of set theory in a different guise, in different garments. But anyway, the book goes through these various difficulties, and it is really very, very nice. I had it actually from the philosophy department at Dalhousie University in my last year of undergraduate. The department had the late Professor Peter Scotch, who was great fun, and he taught a course on philosophy of mathematics, and that was the textbook. I do also want to remark Boulos and Jeffrey. Everybody probably wants to have Boulos and Jeffrey. It's the book that goes through Turing machines and the limitations on computability, and the celebrated result that there are problems which cannot, even in principle, be solved by a computer, no matter how huge the random access memory, no matter how huge the sequential access storage, no matter how many registers, no matter how large the finite number of registers in the CPU, no matter how powerful your computer, the computers at your disposal, there will be always some problems which defy computation. Well, and here I do have a remark. This is not original with me. This is, I think, a well-known point, but I dearly love to see an extended discussion of it from somebody. I'm hoping one of our readers will take this point much to heart. Of course, Professor Turing's result on uncomputable numbers, I mean, of course, this is a profound result. Of course, it is very famous. But the result, it could have been had from elementary set theory. I don't want to denigrate Professor Turing at all. It was right that he should have had a most elaborate construction via the problem of machines that predict the behavior of other machines, a most elaborate construction showing that there are inevitably some problems which a machine cannot solve. But the fact that there are problems which cannot be solved by any machine, this fact emerges already in the most elementary way. It emerges in grade 10 terms, if grade 10, if at least, set theory were to be taught, elementary set theory were to be taught in grade 10, it would emerge then, because the number of real numbers is non-countably infinite. It is non-denumerably infinite. It is of a very high order of infinity. And on the other hand, the number of possible machines, every machine has just some finite number of registers, and a finite number of a finite number of steps in its program, a finite number of lines in its program, in its machine table. So the number of machines is not of the same order of infinity as the real numbers. The real numbers form a very vast infinite set, a non-countably infinite set. The number of finite machines, the total population of finite machines, is only countably infinite. So, of course, there have to be problems which cannot be solved by a machine. So goodness, and right, I mean, this point is not original with me, but what I'd like to see a discussion of it somewhere. There are so many things which ought to be discussed and are not discussed. Boy, well, that now utterly exhausts the topic of mathematics. And now we have simply very banal things, all kinds of books to be donated. Here I see there are lots of books on philosophy. Good, well, that's fine. Somebody can have them. Tartu University, probably. And after all this, what else do we have? What is our next photo, I wonder? I think very much more of the same wearisome stuff, I think. Yes, still more books to be donated. Prologue programming for artificial intelligence. That was before the current ideas on artificial intelligence emerged. There was a so-called Japanese fifth generation computing project in the 1980s, and it was supposed to be based on logic programming in the Prologue language, and it was quite unlike neural networks as we have them today, and it ran into a dead end. Well, that book is a relic of that period. Eino Kaila, Reality and Experience, the Vienna Circle. The Vienna Circle had an exponent in Finland, very near Estonia, Kaila. So I suppose Kaila, 1930s person, his memory must somehow be preserved, so that book has to go somewhere. Again,
What about this creative and critical thinking book?
Oh, dull. Oh, dear. Oh, that's boring. That's very, very boring. It's just one of these endless books which get churned out, which is supposed to teach undergraduates in maybe their second year critical thinking. And then when it's exposed to things like the ad hominem fallacy and the problem of begging the question, these are topics which I don't know if it's even necessary really to go through them with students. I mean, it's kind of obvious, that you mustn't assume what you're trying to prove. That's begging the question. It's rather obvious that you have to deal with the argument and not with the background of the person putting the argument forward. That's heavens. That's the ad hominem fallacy. I mean, these fallacies are obvious. This whole classification and this whole kind of study of critical thinking. It comes from the Middle Ages or even earlier, and our predecessors, our medieval predecessors, weren't all that good. So goodness, some things are so obvious you don't really want to belabor them in the curriculum. But somebody's got to get the book. I mean, I could start throwing books out. Boy. And now, yes, more stuff that is rather dull.
Medieval philosophy there.
Medieval philosophy, exactly. An anthology. Medieval philosophy might be fun to work on. At least I have as I mentioned earlier in this series of interviews, I have the nagging feeling that there really is an awful lot in Aquinas. And I had this feeling because I've worked through, I think many times, I suspect many times, I've worked through the book by Anscombe and Geach, Three Philosophers. They say, well, we must really examine Aristotle, Aquinas, and Frege. And they do so in really gripping terms. So I think that at least the medieval philosophy of Aquinas should be examined. And then, how could one leave Aquinas' contemporaries utterly unexamined? So goodness, this stuff does have to be done. In my day, there was no examination paper in medieval philosophy, as I recall, at any rate. There was no examination paper in medieval philosophy for the Oxford B. Phil. There are all kinds of things available, but not that. I did the examination paper in Aristotle.
What's this game of language book about?
Oh, game of language. Oh, that's game semantics, so-called, and I can't recall at all how that works. And Hintikka is the most distinguished philosopher from Finland. Jaakko Hintikka. But search me how game semantics works. If I tried to say anything, I'd be an idiot. So I think whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must be silent. That's a quote from Wittgenstein. Now, that exhausts, I think, that dreary stack of books to be donated. And here is the beginning of astronomy. As you can see, I have lots and lots of back issues of Sky and Telescope. Sky and Telescope is appropriate for amateurs. But then, of course, I suppose, an amateur. And also, it does cover news. If anything important happens, like somebody constructs a really interesting simulation of a population 3 star collapsing into a black hole, the very earliest stars, which didn't have any elements in them heavier than helium and perhaps lithium. If some really big thing happens on the theoretical front, or indeed the observational front, Sky and Telescope will report it. So it is an exceedingly useful publication, and I have endless back issues. Now I read it digitally, but these back issues I have from the days when the internet was not such a big deal, and I don't have to throw things out. So there they sit, depressingly enough. And moving forward from them to the next photo, we have the beginnings of amateur astronomy. The guide, heavens, imagine calling your book The Guide to Amateur Astronomy, but it is quite a good book. Night Watch, Terence Dickinson, very good basic guide to the night sky. Then there's a book on exploring the universe through binoculars and small telescopes. These are happy things, and amateur astronomy is not at all to be ridiculed. Quite the contrary. I go out. We have an amateur astronomy plaza here at the observatory here, near the big telescope tower. There is an amateur plaza, and sometimes when I'm not under terrible pressures from duties, I go out with, at any rate, binoculars. I have very good binoculars, 11 by 80s, and I simply spend an hour under the sky, and never have I regretted spending that hour. It is so good simply to look at even very, very simple things, just to say, right, well, here is Orion. Here is the belt of Orion. Here then are Zeta, Epsilon, and Delta Orionis. And these 3 stars are not all equally distant, and one of them is vastly further away than the others, although the 3 appear to be equal in brightness. One of them is vastly further away than the others, and radiates with the power of some 100,000 suns, and is therefore notable. It's a notable star, not only within our own pathetically local population, but within our overall galaxy. So with reflections such as these, one can commune with the stars. It's kind of like, I suppose, sort of like communing with trees. Like trees are mystical, and stars even more so. You just look at them and they're sort of saying something, but what is it that they're saying? They're sort of saying something like, please study us. So please study us. Don't just take us for granted, I suppose. It's very hard to convey at all in words what their meaning is, but it's like that deep quote from Einstein with which we started. It's the same sort of thing. Goodness, yes.
So we've now completed the main wall here.
Exactly. This is it. There are a few dictionaries under the coffee table, and there's a book on simply a cyber book, and papers awaiting sorting in my coffee mill, and things of this kind. But we've really completed what absolutely had to be done. That main wall. That, as it is in your formalism called Room 01, Case 01.
And so we'll next be moving on to your modular
Exactly, the modular construction, the stacker box construction, which is room 02, case 01. And then, of course, we shall finish with room 02, case 02.
All right, so we're now back in session 5, and we're starting with the. Actually, let me start with a wide shot. So
Good, yes, good.
we're back now for session 5, and we're switching from the main area to this set of modular bookshelves here on the right. And so
Exactly.
we're gonna. I thought there was another image of I wanted to show. Yeah, so this is a better view. We'll be starting up top left here, and we'll make our way through to the bottom here, and then we'll go through this set of shelves opposite that wall of books right here, and that will wrap up the main sets of bookshelves. So let me move over to the close-ups now for up here.
Good. There. So here then is rather perhaps dull stuff on astronomy, ancient magazines, popularizing work. All serious observatories have their popularizers, and the David Dunlap Observatory had a quite distinguished popularizer, Helen Sawyer Hogg, who ran a column, maybe a weekly column, in the Toronto Star called The Stars Are for Everyone, and she also produced this book. She was a tough lady. I never knew her. She passed away in a high old age just before I really started my connection with the David Dunlap Observatory. But I gather that she was really good. And one says, oh, damn, are you ever good? She would climb to the summit, practically, of the dome at risk to life and limb. She would expose photographic plates of globular clusters. She was working on our library variables. She would hand the exposed plates down to the night assistant in a handbag, lowering them on a rope. She wouldn't even bother climbing down herself. Simply the plates would come down in a handbag at the end of a rope, and then a fresh plate ready to expose would go up on the rope, and that would be her night. Well, she was good. Now, here are then more popularizing things, Time Life books. They're actually quite good. They have no math in them, but they're still good. And still more popularizing stuff. And now, perhaps a bit more respectable, the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, amateur organization, but they do try to be serious. And I do for them every year an article on the brightest stars, partly in collaboration with Professor Richard Gray in America and Father Chris Corbally, connected to the Vatican Observatory Research Group in Arizona. So I do the Bright Stars article, and there's a long supplement on bright stars on the internet, and I'll have a link to the internet version, which is book length. It's about 220 pages. I'll have a link to that internet PDF in a Blogspot article, which I'm creating on this whole library tour.
Could you say a few words about that Vatican Observatory?
Oh, Vatican Observatory. Oh, of course. Vatican Observatory Research Group. The Vatican Observatory, well, the Vatican, to its shame, imprisoned Galileo. It was then, in subsequent centuries, very sorry for what it had done, and it founded an observatory. And the first steps in stellar spectroscopy were taken by the Vatican, by Father Zecchi. Well, then the Vatican Observatory, it established itself eventually outside Rome in Castel Gandolfo. Then, however, in recent decades, it expanded further. It set up a good telescope in a dark site in Arizona, and it now is a small but interesting observatory. It's rather similar, actually, in size and scope and ambition to the old David Dunlap Observatory in its heyday and to Turavere right here in Estonia. Maybe 10 or 15 or so PhD people, I guess, and support staff. And Father Corbally is one of the 15 or so astronomers, doctorally qualified astronomers attached to the observatory. And he and I have been in correspondence for a very long time, maybe for 20 years. We had a common mentor in Professor Garrison. Father Corbally was Professor Garrison's student. Later, I was Professor Garrison's student.
I mean, I guess I haven't heard of a lot of like scientific activities run by the Vatican. So is that observatory sort of unusual, or are there other analogous?
Oh, other analogous. Well, there's nothing closely analogous. There is the Vatican Academy of Sciences, and this brings in specialists in all scientific fields, as any national scientific academy does. And the members of the academy are not necessarily deeply embedded in Catholic life. Anybody who's sufficiently eminent, I guess, could be invited to be in the academy. And that's maybe all I know, at least that's all I know about the Vatican's scientific work. On the one hand, the observatory. On the other hand, this rather secular Vatican Academy of Sciences. And I do not know of any other, let's say, laboratory facilities. The Vatican certainly is not running a particle accelerator.
The whole idea of an Academy of Sciences at a national level, why would the Vatican have something like that if it's sort of duplicative of, I mean, is it scientists don't really live in Vatican City, right? So why would
Oh,
they?
exactly. They don't. But the Vatican has to tap into expertise. It has to be able to consult, for instance, when questions of medical ethics arise, stem cell research, cloning, including, heaven forfend, potentially cloning of humans. The Vatican must be able to find out what the current directions of research are, what breakthroughs have been made in the last year or two, and as for medical ethics, so for practically all areas of science. The Vatican, for instance, has recently had a strong need for climate scientists because Pope Francis brought out his encyclical on climate change, Laudato Si, and this encyclical, the assembly, the putting together of this encyclical, although it's under Francis's name, it required a great deal of backroom work from scientific specialists, not necessarily Catholic at all, but simply people who are PhDs and do research in climate science. So then the experts need to be on tap, and you can't even quite predict what experts you need. So, from year to year. So the right thing is to have a science academy which brings in basically all experts, the best you can get.
Wow.
In all fields.
Is there anything on this?
On this shelf? No, I wouldn't say really, no, except that here is more popularizing work from our own people. Einasto is the currently, you might say, the dean of Estonian astronomy, and he was one of the people, perhaps the principal person, who detected and started mapping the web structure of the universe at the largest scales. This started in 1977 with a conference in Tallinn. Surprisingly, the International Astronomical Union was able to host a conference right in what was then the Soviet Union. And at this conference, Einasto, this was one of the venues, I guess, at which Professor Einasto began unveiling his work. So this was sort of groundbreaking, maybe a bit perhaps like the Belgian priest Georges Lemaitre, who came up with the Big Bang Theory in the 1920s. Einosto has a kind of popularizing work on large-scale structure of the cosmos, and, well, what can I say? It's shelved there. And this is also perhaps rather dull. IRAF is used for extracting spectra from raw camera data in basically, I guess, all American observatories and in many European observatories. So there's an IRAF tutorial, but that's sort of predictable. Now, what can we next say? Now we go forward. Oh, here's a mildly interesting thing, dome notebooks. I did so much work in the dome at the David Dunlop Observatory. It's very grueling stuff, though it is kind of also magical. The whole world feels asleep. Time even feels as though it's stopped. And there you sit, looking at a wee little puddle of light on a TV monitor, making sure that the starlight is going down the slit into the spectrograph, and you're monitoring to make sure that files are being correctly recorded by the computer system. So it is, I find, maybe not everybody does this, but I, at least for my part, find that it is very prudent to keep a dome notebook in hand. Not to by hand, not to rely exclusively on what the computers are doing, where they are logging everything. And these are my dome notebooks. And I have somewhere a close-up of one of these, a little spread. Now, if we could, yes, good, excellent. So that's good. So this is just a typical night. The year is 2002. The month is January. It's Friday/Saturday, the 18th and 19th. And the site is the David Dunlop Observatory. We're at the 1.88 meter telescope, which was the world's second largest when it saw first light in 1935. Now it might be number 200 or so, number 150 or so in the world. It no longer counts as big.
That's the diameter.
And 1.88 meters. Yes, that translates to, I guess, 74 inches in imperial measure. So it's very comparable with Turavere, which has 1.50 meters, and smaller even than the Hubble, which is about 2 meters wide. And the really big telescopes these days, not even the absolute biggest, but the really serious ones, they have an aperture of 8 meters diameter. They're bigger scopes. 10 meters has been achieved. 30 meters is, if I recall correctly, still under construction.
What's the limiting piece of that?
Limiting piece of that. Now, let me see. Can you maybe rephrase the question a bit? If
Yeah, I mean, why
amplify?
can't you
Yes.
just make one the size of a football field or something?
Oh, good point. Yes, good point. Oh, but you can. The only constraints are budgetary. People have figured out apparent limitations, apparent bottlenecks arise, and then they are overcome by the ingenuity of the engineers. So it used to be that people would say, oh, but we cannot really cast a mirror much bigger than what we have at Mount Palomar, which is about 5 meters. We can't go much bigger than Mount Palomar because, after all, how can you handle a piece of glass which is 10 meters across? Well, this problem has been solved. You make the mirror in segments, and then you have little electromagnetic actuators which carefully align the segments and adjust their alignment from minute to minute, or even perhaps second to second, as the night progresses. And by segmenting your mirror, you can make it, if not quite the size of a football field, at least the size of a very, very generous American sitting room. I don't think that any real fundamental limitation is known. Mind you, this applies to mirrors. In the case of lenses, there is a limitation. You cannot make a lens more than very roughly a meter in diameter, because the lens has to be in one piece. You can't segment it. And a one-piece lens, if it's made, let's say, 2 meters wide or 5 meters wide, it will start sagging under its own weight. It'll start deforming.
Because glass has that sort of liquid property.
Oh, exactly. Oh, exactly. Glass is, I suppose, rather nasty, and the tolerances you have to achieve are exquisitely fine. You cannot really allow your mirror to be deformed by even as much as 1 micron, and that would be 1/10 the diameter of a bacillus, or roughly 1/100th the width of a human hair. Even a deformation of 1 micron, 1,000th of a millimeter, even that deformation is intolerable. If you
Wow.
deform by 1/4 of a micron, I guess you can get away with that. So, yes, goodness. So now I maybe should move us along a little bit
Yeah.
here. And then one makes a note on the condition of the sky and the air. It was clear at sunset. The ordinary forecast from Environment Canada said 30% chance of evening flurries, then clearing. Well, as one works, one of course is paranoid about the weather, so it's necessary to go out of the dome onto the catwalk every half hour anyway, scan the sky, also keep constant watch over the satellite photo to see if any clouds are moving in. And one also has to devote some attention to the radar photo from Environment Canada, or its Estonian equivalent, because radar shows where there is precipitation, and precipitation can come up suddenly, and then you have a real emergency. You've got to get the dome closed. Well, then came the setup, ye old setup. We had a very normal grating, 600 lines to the millimeter diffraction grating. We used our normal slit in the spectrograph, 303 microns wide, in other words, about 1/3 of a millimeter wide. And we were centered on a kind of maybe yellowish wavelength, or kind of, well, yellowish or bluish anyway, not a reddish wavelength. And then the tilt of the grating had to be recorded just for prudence, and the focus position of the camera, or the spectrograph, I forget which. And once we have the setup done, then we take calibration frames. It's still twilight. You have to scramble like mad. Twilight is particularly stressful because you have to get all the necessary things done. Get your notebook updated, make sure there's enough liquid nitrogen to keep the camera cold through the night, and many other things of this kind. Once the calibration shots are taken, then the twilight is sufficiently far advanced that the first stars are beginning to appear, and you can hopefully embark on your program. It might make sense to arrange the program so you have some very bright stars first. When the sky is still deep blue rather than black, you can begin taking your data. Goodness, now I don't know what more should be. Oh, well, maybe a little bit more could be said. What on earth did we do here? Oh, yes, okay. N stars. Well, that's interesting. So these were near stars, N stars. NASA wanted N stars. It wanted systematic observations of nearby stars because back in those days it was hoping to launch the terrestrial planet finder. And this project got cancelled, but when it was still a going concern, preparatory work had to be done, and we were one of the observatories getting near stars data. In particular, I can see here, in particular, near star number 1 was Henry Draper, H.D. 9407. It's very similar to the Sun. It's a G65 star. Our own Sun is a G25 star. And I guess I didn't. Somebody was at fault. Maybe me. We worked in pairs in Canada. We worked in pairs. Somebody was at fault. Very likely me. We almost overexposed. So I had to make a note in our first exposure that we were going dangerously high. And we had taken, just before doing HD 9407, we'd taken a wavelength a wavelength measuring spectrum, a standard spectrum, against a lamp of known wavelength properties, an iron argon lamp. So fear, it doesn't mean be afraid, be very, very afraid. It means rather iron argon. And the normal rhythm is you take an iron argon exposure for calibration purposes, then you take your program star 3 times. I hope that's what we did with dear old HD 9407. Yes, and then again, yes, exactly, that's it. And then again, a calibration exposure. And that is the rhythm of the night, if nothing bad happens. Of course, bad things often happen. Equipment breaks
What does
down.
that lamp look like?
Oh, good question. I don't think I've ever really seen it, but I think I can guess what it looks like. It's like what they call in university labs, in undergraduate labs, maybe also high school labs, a discharge lamp, a small glass tube, maybe let's say 5 centimeters long, not 30 centimeters long, maybe 5. It would look a wee bit like a very, very old-fashioned radio tube. And when a high voltage is passed through it, it's not rocket science. It's just got basically just 2 electrodes, and you have a very high potential difference, voltage difference between the electrodes. When the power is applied, the gas inside glows, and that's all there is to it. Doesn't glow, you wouldn't want maybe to read by it, but it's quite bright enough to put light into the spectrograph and generate an artificial rainbow, whose particular lines are of very well documented wavelengths.
Mm.
Now, I think maybe we could move on a bit then. This was good. I'm glad we did the dome notebooks. Now, this is again banal. Oh, how banal. Just stuff, elementary textbooks. Measurement of Starlight, however, is good. This is a very fine book on the history of photometry, which was not really a specialization of the David Dunlop Observatory in my day, but is important. And Earnshaw visited us at DDO. At the very time we had a visitor also from Estonia, Kalju Annuk from Türavere. He was visiting the Dunlap, and so was Professor Earnshaw. And we all had a wonderful dinner in the home of the associate director on the observatory grounds. That was my happiest night, or one of my happiest nights anyway, in the whole observatory. Understanding Variable Stars is also good. This is a Toronto authority, John Percy, I guess now recently retired, and I had the book. The book got damaged when ocean water entered the shipping container between Montreal and Bremerhaven, so I had to get a fresh copy. But anyway, there you are. I've got a fresh copy. Now, next. Oh, yes. Now, this is not so banal. Now, this is not too banal at all. Here we have the Bible for astrophysics, Carroll and Ostley, and we have it even in 2 editions. Everybody has this. I've got it. Everybody has it. Now we next have Karttunen, Kröger, Oja, and Poutanen, and Donner. This is a fine Finnish book. Then there's stuff by Shu, a major authority. He worked out that spiral arms in galaxies are the effect of a kind of density wave passing through the galaxy disk. Then we have, but I've never met him. Then we have the MK process, the Morgan-Canaan process, and stellar classification. This was a collection of essays put together by my mentor, Professor Garrison. And there's also a Festschrift for Professor Garrison when he went into retirement. So these things are fun. Then we have stellar interferometry, which I want to learn more about. This book is a bit above my level, but I have to return to it. Now, I think maybe this is about all we want to say on astronomy. I could, of course, talk all night, but what would this achieve? Not too much. There's, of course, a little bit of stuff on space exploration and so forth. How could there not be? Now, we next move, I think. Yes, the bracing timber. There you can see the construction of the shelving, the modular shelving.
That looks like a... What kind of screw head is that?
Oh, and I do not know. Well, it might be Phillips, but I really don't know. I never really examined closely the details of construction. I left it all to my project manager, and I just stood aside. Didn't touch a screwdriver or a drill. Not in Türavere. I made the boxes myself in Canada, but in Türavere I did sweet kiss all, I have to confess. Project manager did it. Now, here we have, first of all, maybe rather dull things, fundamentals of physics, high school physics. Then we have the books I helped to edit, copy edit, Physics 11, Physics 12. In Canada, there are textbooks for Ontario High School, then various Estonian physics textbooks, which I've acquired for little or no outlay, but haven't really examined yet. Estonian school books. Then something really quite useful, Life of Einstein. And Einstein is inspiring beyond belief. He is so incredibly good in every way. Everything about him is wonderful.
Wow.
The science, also the public involvement, he did everything right. Handbook of Physics, haven't used it yet, but I got it for next to nothing at a thrift store in Tartu. How could such a thing end up at a thrift store? But it did. Now, here is something advanced. Oh, yes, exactly. It's a Handbook of Physics. Good. Now, we next, I think, just sweep forward. Yes, here we have various books, including now at last the one I'm really working on and which I enjoy sometimes picking little holes in. Halliday, Resnick and Walker, Extended Edition, 10th edition. This is used, I suspect, by now in most countries as the first year undergraduate book. And it is thorough, it is clear, and when it errs in ways that are interesting. And now I don't want to belabor points, but I want to remark that in my Blogspot essay, I pick two holes in Halliday, Resnick, and Walker. On the one hand, I find that they are in discussing the expansion under constant temperature of an ideal gas, they are taking the logarithm of a volume. That's mathematically incoherent. You can take the logarithm of the ratio of two volumes. That's a dimensionless quantity, a pure number. And there indeed is the place where they commit this shocking sin. It's the there's the cover. Here's the cover of the guilty book. And as you can see, maybe I've written in red pencil at the bottom of this page what has gone wrong. And then I have in my own private notes, there you are, in my own private notes, I do it the right way. And this involves basically, not to belabor a point, it involves a U substitution, rewrite the integral with a U substitution. And then when you've got the U substitution, the right U substitution made, you find that you are taking the logarithm merely of a ratio of two volumes, and everything works out properly. And then I said in Latin, praise to God, Laus Deo, when that was done. And the other hole I pick in Halliday, Resnick, and Walker is that they, well, maybe they can't really be blamed for this, but they present temperature as a fundamental physical quantity, and it is not really. Temperature is really best presented in units of reciprocal joules, as an Oxford physical chemist, Peter Atkins, points out. And here I've opened up Peter Atkins's book to the right page, to the correct page. And there is the bit, as you can see, the pencil is pointing to the bit, and I've also put it into a box for emphasis. Even the Kelvin scale even is misguided. The reciprocal of temperature is more meaningful, more natural as a measure of temperature, the reciprocal of temperature, and then that turns out to be in units of reciprocal joules. So the joule is kind of close to fundamental. The Kelvin is not. Goodness, and would you expect Halliday, Resnick, and Walker to discuss this delicate conceptual point? Well, I think this may be asking a bit too much of them. But anyway, I take some I suppose, some glee in picking holes there. Now, I think that maybe exhausts that. Now, I think if we just move along, we find completely predictable dull things. Oh, the question of taking the logarithm of a volume, of that mathematical sin. It is surely discussed by the American Nobel Prize winner Bridgman. I found that Bridgman's stuff is available for free off the internet. This book is about 100 years old. And I also find that I have among my books a Soviet treatment of the very same topic, translated from Russian into Estonian. But I haven't yet looked to see what Bridgman does with this problem, and much less what the Soviet authority does. I haven't checked either of them yet. And I did find a good authority elsewhere who, of course, confirmed basically what needed confirming. Fyysikaliste suuruste mõõtühikud ja nende dimensioonid. The units of measurement of physical quantities and their dimensions. Lev Sena. I don't know who Lev Sena was. I hope he's good. I'll find out someday, hopefully. Now, we move perhaps right along. So there you are. There's physics and more physics, undergraduate physics, and still more. And now eventually it gets a bit better. There's now kind of second year or third year stuff, classical dynamics, mechanics. I didn't do well in mechanics. I think I got a C+ in mechanics. I was all over the place with grades at the University of Toronto in the 1990s when I changed careers from philosophy to physics. I was all over the place. Sometimes I get very good marks, and oddly, in the laboratory part of second year, I was kind of the leader of the class, but I had also C+ in classical mechanics, C- in quantum mechanics. Thermal physics didn't go at all well. That was the C+. Other things might have been sort of A-, B+, just all over the place. It's just madness. I think I don't learn physics the way other people do. I think that's part of it. I just don't fit well with an institution like University of Toronto. My method of learning is different from what the profs and the teaching assistants are expecting. Goodness. Well, now we have quantum mechanics. Cohen Tanucci, at least one of those. I think Cohen Tanucci. I think that's the one. It's multiple authors. I think Cohen Tanucci got the Nobel. I might be wrong. I think it was he. And it is surely a very, very good book, although I was unhappy when I struggled with it 20 years ago. Now, I think this is perhaps all that can usefully be said here. There's, of course, stuff on optics. But I think I will just skip over this. Oh, Hecht. Maybe not quite skip over. Hecht is great fun. He has a wonderful book, a major textbook on optics. He's kind of the optics guru now, I suppose. He has a book on optics, which has gone into maybe its 5th edition. He has also Schaum's notes. You might say, well, Schaum's notes, that's El Cheapo, that's low rent, but not in the case of Hecht. I mean, if he did Schaum's notes in optics, they must be good. I've read some of Hecht. I've worked on him a bit from what I've worked on. I really would urge our readers, I think our audience, I'd urge our readers to take him seriously.
Can you say a bit about Schaum's?
Oh, Schaum's outlines. Oh, yes. Well, a little bit. They are considered a kind of down market resource, and I suspect that there will be students who use Schaum's outlines to try to find the answer to something set on a problem set. You're given forever, you're constantly being given a problem set. You have 2 weeks to work on it. It's not easy. There might be 12 questions, and there will be a terrible temptation just to not only consult your classmates to figure out how to do the bloody thing, but additionally to see if you can find the answer in a place like Schaum. I suspect that happens. Yes, but Schaum is at least thorough, and it's, of course, wonderful to give students worked problems with all the steps shown. Although there are students who use Schaum irresponsibly, there surely also will be many who use Schaum correctly, namely, look at the problem, get the answer, and then get the answer yourself, and then check your own work against Schaum. I must say, though, that I haven't done very much with any Schaum outline, not an awful lot. Now, also worth remarking, this is the Peter Atkins who points out that that natural unit for temperature is not the Kelvin, but the reciprocal joule. And right beside it is another superb book on popularizing thermodynamics, The Refrigerator and the Universe, Goldstein and Goldstein. These are really wonderful. Now, for electricity per cell, got a Nobel Prize. He detected observationally the 21 centimeter hydrogen radiation in radio astronomy, which was theoretically predicted by Hulst or van der Hulst. So this is fun. And here now I think we come to the end of physics. Now we have that perhaps rather pleasant topic, which is meteorology, It's atmospheres, stars have atmospheres, planets have atmospheres. We live on a planet. We can look at atmospheres. It's kind of fun. And then we have life science, a wee bit of life science. A bit of chemistry, Kemiateatmik, that just means kind of a reference book of chemistry. General chemistry, university chemistry. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A tiny bit of geology. What can one say? A little bit of biology, which I haven't studied much. Goodness. Now, I think moving right along, we now have soon we come to the end of what we might call science in even a broad sense, and we come rather to a lower portion of the bookcase. Here we have a very good popularizing book, Bill Bryson. This is really good. Book of Science Fair Projects. Haven't worked on that, but I should work on it. Other more or less, I suppose, delicious things. Planting and maintaining a tree collection. That's very interesting. John Barker, I knew him well. 2 billion trees and counting. Forest conservation in Ontario. This impacted directly the David Dunlop Observatory Heritage Conservation case, in which Dr. Barker was very active. Now, we next have Estimetsat, Estonian forests. Landforstgarten, German stuff, which I haven't looked at all. Well, what can one say? Anyway, dendrology, you might say, silviculture, forests, woodlands, they are fun. Now, more stuff, just trivial kind of popularizing medicine, how to look after yourself, basically, how to eat right and how to exercise. Then we have workshop techniques. Now we're getting into practical stuff, just more sort of engineering. And yes, working with plastics, working with metals.
These books are great. The How Things Work.
Ah, thank you, Time Life. Time Life was actually, they've always been good. They're thorough, though they perhaps don't go very deep, but maybe thorough isn't the right word, but they are useful. They really give useful information, has a kind of orientation in a field. Time Life has been skilled in that for decades. They've been skilled. John Michael Greer, very interesting author. We've corresponded a tiny bit. Ecotechnic Future, he's good. Fresh Food for a Small Spaces, Square Foot Gardening, wonderful stuff in gardening. Now, let's see what comes next. More gardens. Oh, more gardens. My goodness. Now, yes.
What's this
Chatelaines.
one? Gardener's Latin.
Oh, garden. Oh, yes. Well, I haven't really consulted that, but it is supposed to. It's supposed to tell you what Linnaean binomial names like Lavandula angustifolia, what they actually mean. It's more for people who really aren't well versed in Latin at all, but still, I think, as a person who reads Latin, I still would benefit from it. I have yet, however, to really work from it. My example, Lavandula angustifolia, that is a good example of what could be said. Angustifolia means narrow-leaved, and lavandula means of or pertaining to washing. Lavender, Lavandula angustifolia being its maybe most best known species. Lavender was used by the Romans. They found it useful in doing their laundry. So Linnaeus, it's probably Linnaeus then constructed a binomial. Lavandula, that's the genus. Angustifolia, that's the species. And it's useful to know that angustifolia means narrow-leaved. It helps you when you're actually out in the flower bed. You can say, hey, okay, right, it's got narrow leaves. Oh my. Now, what further could be said? The macrobiotic way, unread, simple food. Oh, yes. Oh, that is good. Helen Nearing, really good. Oh, she is so good. How you can cook in a rational way. You shouldn't be measuring things, and you certainly don't want to be what the Germans call a Feinschmecker, a kind of gourmand who makes everything so nice in the manner of Martha Stewart. What you want is to cook in practical ways. Like you start soup, you think you're going to have to serve 5 people, but it turns out you've got 7 at the table. So how do you stretch the soup? That's the kind of problem she addresses. She's brilliant.
Could you spell that German term he used?
Oh, Feinschmecker, probably. Fine, F-E-I-N, F like Foxtrot, fine, and then Schmecker has to be S-C-H-M like Mike, E, and almost certainly C-K-E-R. Schmeck, just means taste, as in the wonderful parody of Johann Strauss Jr. Johann Strauss has a waltz called Vienna Blood, Wiener Blut, and that has been very well parodied in a song, of which I only know the opening words, but they're very promising. It's a song to be sung by vampires, and it goes, Wiener Blut, Wiener Blut, Wiener Blut, schmeckt so gut, la la la. La la la, la la la. Vienna blood, it tastes so good. Schmeckt so gut. So Feinschmecker is a person who really cares about the way his food tastes. And now we move into straight engineering. Now, one remarkable thing, Steinmetz. There, it's not perfect. Steinmetz is the unsung hero of electrical engineering. Everybody thinks of Edison, but Edison had no math. And Steinmetz, by contrast, introduced the whole idea of putting complex numbers into circuit analysis. And to my great delight, I was able to buy a volume of Steinmetz in Toronto, Steinmetz from about 1915, 1910, something like. However, I later found to my grief that what I had bought, what I'd so such a self-congratulatory way bought, was actually not Steinmetz's final edition. The right thing is to have the final edition of a scientific classic or an engineering classic. Get the final edition. Well, this was maybe the penultimate edition, so phooey. But anyway, better than nothing. Still a relic of the glory days when alternating current was basically being invented. Now we have very dull engineering, electronics. This is the Bible of electronics, Horowitz and Hill, but I've scarcely worked from it. I've worked from other simpler books. And here is stuff from my days as a Canadian radio amateur. My call sign was Victor Alpha 3 Kilo Mike Zulu, which in Morse would be did-it-da-did-da-did-da-da-da-da-da-da-did-it. But now I'm qualified in Estonia and I have a completely different call, Echo Sierra 5, Kilo Tango. Or is it Tango Kilo? My goodness, when I'm nervous, I make mistakes. Now, more stuff, more and more stuff, nuts and bolts of electronics. Some of it red, some of it, much of it not red. And soon we get into more amateur radio. There's a bit already, the shelving. Well, what can one say? Yes, good. Yes, here we start. This is a very fine book. Naheen is truly wonderful. The Mathematical Radio I bought recently. I find it goes over my head. I will have to return to it when I have more math. Radio is a most satisfying topic for the mathematician. Fourier analysis, even just applying complex numbers to examine how the propagation of a signal is affected by a condenser or an inductor, capacitor or an inductor. It's the most glorious subject, and Naheen treats it very, very seriously in the spirit of a mathematician, even though he's professionally an engineering prof. Little kit. Yes, build your own crystal radio. I did, but the kit was perhaps too instructive. This could be done better. Why not to design the thing and then build it? And Canadian Amateur, oh yes, the Canadian Amateur, Radio Amateurs magazine, ancient magazines, including stuff from the 1920s. I found when living in Canada that it was useful to go to flea markets, or as they're called, hamfests, radio amateur, places where things are sold on a lovely Saturday morning. These flea markets have now died out. Amateur radio altogether is declining as a hobby in Canada. But when I lived in Canada, the flea markets were still good. And I bought a few things even from the 1920s and 1930s. And this is a classic. Radiosioni Melihne. Radio. It's incredibly easy. It isn't actually, that's not true, but it's a good title. And this is I think the pirated Soviet Estonian translation of a classic which appeared in France in the 1960s. Iceberg, the author, has several books claiming that one and another thing is incredibly simple. He also claims that television is incredibly simple, that transistors are incredibly simple, and if I recall correctly, that color television is incredibly simple. But good it is. It is really a marvelous book. So as you can see, I went to the trouble of getting a library copy, photocopying the whole thing, and having the photocopies bound. And I've read it sedulously. And surely very likely it's available also in English. One of the best things ever written about radio. And now we have just rather dull stuff. These simply are things awaiting shelving, like a Swedish English dictionary. Why have a Swedish English dictionary? But anyway, I've got one, even though I don't have Swedish. And more stuff now on amateur radio, ancient heavy-duty Soviet stuff. Amateur radio was a big thing in this country in the Soviet era, even though amateurs were rather frowned upon, and you might, in a way that were frowned upon, you might expect to get a visit from the KGB. But still, there were amateurs, and they helped save the situation, with a bit of exaggeration. You might say they helped prevent World War III. In 1991, there was a putsch in Moscow. The administration of Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev collapsed. Some putschists temporarily took over. At this point, Estonia found it prudent to declare full independence of the Soviet Union. However, the Red Army sent in armored personnel carriers or tanks or something similar, engines of death with lots and lots of guys armed to the teeth, I guess. And they were ready to storm the principal Estonian television transmitting tower. At this point, the Estonian amateurs did what is utterly the mortal sin, the one really mortal sin in all of amateur radio, is jamming somebody's signals. They jammed the signals of the Soviet troops because in those days, the local amateur radio culture was vigorous. People were quite capable of modifying their equipment, making it operate on wavelengths that the manufacturer had not really anticipated. So with a little bit of kind of equipment modification, ordinary radio amateur gear could be turned into jamming equipment. And it was. And so the Soviet troops, ready to storm the television tower, could not communicate with their superiors, their commanding officers, on the other side of Lake Pihkva. And accordingly, the order to attack the tower never got given. Had it been given, then things could have gone badly. I wouldn't necessarily say World War III, but they could have gone really quite badly. It was a pretty fraught week, the putsch. So it's good to know your amateur radio. And of course, more stuff, more and more and more and more stuff on the same topic. Oh, blimey. The antenna book. Antennas, they're just as important as receivers. You must have an antenna book. You must have several antenna books. You must devour antenna books. You really ought to read them in the bus, in the subway, if you have a subway, in the cafe, everywhere. Antennas are interesting. Now, what more? Oh, and ARRL, that's the American Radio Relay League, so-called. It's been around since about 1910. It is a really glorious thing, one of the most glorious things in all of amateur radio, the American effort, ARRL. Goodness. Now, what else have we? There's very little else. Now I think we're coming to the end of that bit of the shelving, and I think we're now finished. I think we've now finished amateur radio. Looks like we've finished that. Yes, there we are. Okay, so now we just have a bit of rather dull stuff. Art, a few art books. Everybody acquires art books. I do too. What can one say? And beside the art is something more pleasant, philology, Hebrew, and Latin. Yes. Oh, this is Estonian film. Estonian film is good, but I shouldn't really get into it, perhaps very deeply in this particular video. So some Estonian film classics on disc, and then the more interesting thing, the Hebrew gear. My extremely worn to bits copy of a very good kind of resource for biblical Hebrew, Van Pelt and Pratico, with also a concise lexicon. There's no point, I don't want to go too far even in Hebrew. There's no point in having a really serious lexicon. A one-volume job is enough. And there's a reader, which I've done maybe 80% of. The reader is great fun. It gives enormous amounts of grammatical elucidation. So you get maybe four verses, and then you get a whole page, as it were, of a grammatical explanation. And I find when I'm working on Hebrew that it can take me an hour just to work through a whole verse. It's very hard, and it's not at all like Latin or Greek. Now we have also my Greek lexicon. I used to have a much better one. There's a schoolboy rhyme. 2 men wrote a lexicon, Liddell and Scott. The first half was rubbish. The second was rot. That's what they say in British public schools. So this is my less kind of presentable copy of Liddell and Scott. I had a much better one, but this was too good to keep, and I simply donated it to the place that really needed it, the Dr. University. They need the lexicon. I don't need it so much, so I make do with this one, which was it was printed around 1865. The language was understood quite well by then, so who cares, to have a lexicon from the 1970s in a nice presentable binding. This is good enough. And there's an abridged Liddell and Scott right beside it from about 1870, which I got for, I think, almost nothing somehow. Greek grammar, also, well, you need a reference grammar, so this too I have. And then we have a few more resources, I think, for Latin. Oh, of course, yes, exactly. So here now is the equivalent, the Latin equivalent of Liddell and Scott, Lewis and Short. Lewis and Short, and my copy has seen a bit of wear, and it's not very skillfully. And there's the Oxford University crest, Dominus Illuminatio Mea, the Lord is my light, the open book, the Triple Crown. And this is from maybe the 1920s, and I got it cheap. And you need an abridged Lewis and Short also, and I have an abridged one, and it's also seen a great deal of use and wear. And it's, well, what can one say? I'm sure it's for sale new everywhere. Now, Big Gold. Yes, this is good. The Big Gold Book of Latin Verbs. This really is good. I had the great good fortune to have a brilliant Latin teacher, Gavin Betts, when I was in Australia. He's one of the world's major authorities for teaching of Latin. And he produced with a colleague a book of 555 Latin verbs, everything laid out, participles, supines, active and passive, everything with fine explanations. It's really, really good. You want this for every language. No matter what language you're studying, you want to get a book of verbs, 500 verbs, or 555 verbs, or 501 verbs. The titles vary a bit. I've got such a thing for Russian. I hope I've got such a thing for German. It's just, it's just what you need. And Gavin Betts has a book himself. There are 2 books called Teachers of Latin on the world market. One of those is by Gavin Betts and is brilliant. He lays out everything you need to know to start reading actual authors like Virgil. Everything you need to know in the space of just maybe 200 pages. It takes genius to achieve that level of simplification, I guess, but he achieves it. There's also a book beside it called Teachers of Latin. This is remarkably bad. And when Gavin Betts was teaching the course, he was still preparing his own book, and we, the suffering students, we had to work from Teach Yourself Latin in the old version by somebody, I don't know whom. The very beginning is so good in a bad way. It's so bad it's good. One of the first sentences is puer capram amabat, which means... It means, brace yourself, this is not terribly decent. It means the boy was loving the goat. So the class, of course, totally cracked up. We loved it. And I have a couple of reference grammars for Latin. You need reference grammars. You would think there'd be one standard grammar, as there is for classical Greek, but no, there are two. One seems to be about as good as the other, and you need both because they complement each other. This is not a fully happy situation. I mean, that's how it looks to me. So I got, eventually, I got two reference grammars, which I hardly ever use, but it's important to have them. And that, I think, really is it for this bookcase. There, yes, what more could one say? Latin prose composition. No, I'm not going to bother with Latin prose, not at this stage. And on the other hand, simply reading Latin prose, that is important. And I have an Ontario high school reader with wonderful notes, commentaries. It's so good. Every question that you could conceivably come up, these authorities answer. It's not like Hebrew where you have, maybe two Bible verses and then 2 pages of commentary. It's more like you have half a page of Latin or 3/4 of a page of Latin, and then you have 1/4 of a page of commentary. That's all you need. And the comments which are given by these authorities from maybe the 1950s, they're very apposite. They're very precise and clear and just what's needed. And
Okay,
the
so that's the
rest-
last
That's it. Yes, that's it. We
That's last
finished
shelf.
that case. Yes, we finished
Okay.
that bookcase.
Okay, so anything jump out at you here?
Predictably, German Estonian dictionary, and a badly waterlogged English German English dictionary. This is not interesting. Now, moving, I think, right along in modern languages. Oh, yes, I do have a book on German verbs. Yes, good. 555 German verbs. Okay. So, well. And then Treffpunkt Deutsch. I do want to make a remark about audio recordings of German. For many languages, looking at teaching resources can give you some ideas of the character of the nation concerned, and Germany is no exception. I first tried learning German at Dalhousie University in the 1970s. We had a so-called language lab. You would put tapes into a big tape machine and put on headphones, and boy, was it good. Jetzt wird gekocht. Jetzt wird gekocht. It's being cooked now. Achtung, Achtung, ein Mercedes 200 wird gestohlen. Attention, attention, a Mercedes 200 has been stolen. And then very good, in condescending tones. Haben Sie Zentralheizung? Do you have central heating? And the best of all, was? Der Zug fährt nicht pünktlich ab. What? Is the train not leaving on time? So you see all the cliches, all the stereotypes, gloriously reinforced. Treffpunkt Deutsch does it too. There's somewhere in this wonderful book, which I worked through after I had had serious surgery and couldn't face anything else but could face German, in this glorious book, there's a picture of people looking very glum. It's as though they're listening to a Calvinist sermon. Color photo, and then underneath is the caption, which explains that they are listening to an open-air Mozart concert. So that's how the country works. It's good. It's actually very similar to Estonia. Estonia works the same way. It's good. Now, German beyond the basics, yeah, sure. And now, oh yes, the compact Oxford English Dictionary, which I hardly ever use, and which has to be read with a magnifying glass. However, it is important to have it because eventually there will be questions about the etymology of words. When was the word first used, and did it come from Latin, or did it come from Norman French, or something else altogether? So it is a very useful thing to have. Now we additionally have stuff for editing English. I had to do this even last month. I edit things for people sometimes. And you really have to have the Chicago Manual of Style. The 15th edition is not the latest, but you really need it. Then you also need something, if it's scientific papers that you're editing, you need something for science editing. And then there are a few other kind of basic editing resources, which these days I never use. Now, moving, I think, right along, there's stuff on typography. Typography is interesting. There are glorious names for ancient fonts like Bodori. If you want to challenge someone to a duel, you might go to a type shop, a printer's, and have the dual typeset to make it more, dual challenge typeset to make it more imposing. And then to add an element of insult, you could have a typeset in, not in Times Roman, but in Bodori, elements of typographic style. Book indexing also. Book indexing is great fun. I've written a few indexes. I've done a few, including one for the Ontario Physics textbook. Now, moving right along, we have now English literature. And we have not only the predictable Shakespeare, I think Shakespeare's overrated. We have not only Shakespeare, but what is glorious, David Copperfield. I've read that thing twice, cover to cover. I'm reading it again with a kind of theological consultant in America, a lady in America. We're halfway through, and it is so good. It is the central English novel. It says everything that needs to be said about the English character, English values, and it can be summed up in 2 sentences and 5 words. Stuff happens. Get over it. In other words, be stoic. I mean, what more valuable lesson could there be? The garden, that's very good. Vita Sackville-West. She's rather neglected as a poet. She's not maybe in the same league as T.S. Eliot, but she is good. And of course, there is Sherlock Holmes. What could life be without Sherlock Holmes? First of all, I bought the complete Sherlock Holmes in 1 volume, and then, at the urging of my theological consultant in America, I actually laid out the money, and I got the definitive annotated Sherlock Holmes by a lawyer called Klinger. This came out quite recently. It's been out for only maybe 20 years. And is it ever good. It tells you everything you need to know about, for instance, money, Victorian money. Like if a packet of paper is rather expensive, £0.50 a packet. I think that's Scandal in Bohemia. The paper is rather indicative. It's very expensive note paper. Well, you have to have some idea what that actually is in terms of today's money. Well, this answer is given by this kind of thing is discussed by Klinger. Railway schedules, everything. Father Brown, I find this is not as good as Conan Doyle, although, Chesterton is Catholic and everything, but he's so Catholic, he glows in the dark, but maybe not. Well, I don't know. It's okay. Fellowship of the Ring, well, of course, everybody reads Tolkien. Now, what next? Now, I think we move along at a brisk pace. Le Carré, that's good. Yes, do by all means read Le Carré. Brilliant. And now, what comes next? Now comes Finnish philology. I put 50 hours into Finnish, and I found I couldn't get very far. It's an oddly difficult language. Even for Estonians, it's oddly difficult. Then the standard Estonian dictionary in exile from about 1980. Various Soviet Estonian dictionaries, Eesti oskuskeel, technical Estonian, or Estonian kind of, yes, Estonian for technical disciplines. And now we have Eesti õigekeel, well, goodness, grammar. Well, what can one say? Just grammar. Yes, what can be said? Our grammar is very elaborate. There are 14 cases. Latin has 4 or 5, maybe 6 if you count the locative. Estonian, on the other hand, has 14, and Finnish, I think, has 15. Now we have Estonian literature, and this, of course, goes on and on and on. I am tempted to make some kind of remark about the Estonian national epic Kalevipoeg, which I think we come to in a moment. Yes, there we are. There is a national epic. The Finns have an epic called the Kalevala, about the national hero Kalev, I guess. And we have an epic concerning the son of Kalev, Kalevi Poeg. And this is written in the Finnish or Fenno-Ugric or Fennic, maybe Fennic is the right word, the Fennic, standard Fennic epic meter. Kalevala is an authentic epic, or fairly authentic. It was compiled by Lönnrot, and Lönnrot's contemporary Kreutzwald compiled an Estonian epic, but he had to write big chunks of it himself and put things together in a somewhat artificial way. And the epic has had a very mixed history of reception. It was the object of adulation when it first came out. Then, in the generation of my grandparents, it was rather ridiculed. Then, in my parents' generation, it was seen for what it really is, namely a significant literary work. It really is worth reading. I've read it cover to cover, and I have the textual critical edition from Soviet times in 2 volumes, Kalevi Poeg Volume 1, Kalevi Poeg Volume 2. I will recite a little bit so that our audience will know what the Fennic epic meter sounds like. Everybody knows this bit from heart, I think. By heart, everybody knows this. Aga ükskord algab aega, kus kui tirrud kahel otsal lausa löövad lõkkendama, lausa tuleleeki lõikab käe kalju kambitsasta. Küll siis Kalev jõuab koju oma lastel õnne tooma, Eesti põlve uueks looma. This basically just says, that the hero, that of course there are no heroes in Estonian stuff, the anti-hero, the tragically flawed protagonist, he will eventually escape from hell where he is being held. He will eventually escape the bounds of hell and will return to his homeland to bring good fortune to his people. So it really is good, and I want to make the additional point that the Fennic epic meter was adapted most successfully by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and many people in our audience will know bits, I think, of the Song of Hiawatha, from which I'll read a very short extract. I'll read a couple of lines. By the shore of Gitchigumi, by the shining Big Sea water, at the doorway of his wigwam, in the pleasant summer morning, Hiawatha stood and waited. And there is also, in the same meter, no less an authority than Lewis Carroll did a parody of the whole thing, and it is a very good parody, and I will read this. It's all about a Victorian photographer called Hiawatha, and Hiawatha has to take portraits of a most disagreeable family, and everything goes wrong in his studio work. And I'll read only the bit where he starts describing what goes wrong with Dad. First, the governor, the father, he suggested velvet curtains looped about a massy pillar, and the corner of a table, of a rosewood dining table. He would hold a scroll of something, hold it firmly in his left hand. He would keep his right hand buried, like Napoleon, in his waistcoat. He would contemplate the distance with a look of pensive meaning, as of ducks that die in tempests. There's some genius in that line. As of ducks that die in tempests. Aga ükskord algab aega. As of ducks that die in tempests. It's odd that the Finnish epic foot would go so well into English, such an unrelated language, but it does go. It does work. And now I think I don't really want to even pause over the rest of this, really. I mean, it is sort of in a way sacred stuff, but it will. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, there. These are my various editions of Kalevi Poeg. This is the one showing the Viking ship. That's a very gripping part of the narrative. I think it's kind of song or canto number 16. At one point, the anti-hero Kalevi Poeg, he decides that he will try to find the end of the world. So he builds a most exquisite ship. And his merry crew sail far, far from Estonia. Eventually, they reach an island which is volcanic and where there are rivers of flame or mountains spewing flame. And they go still further. They go on and on and on and on. And they still keep going. And then Kalevi Poeg says, I think this is extremely Estonian because this country has to be pragmatic. It is of necessity pragmatic. The anti-hero says, well, fine, okay, so the world hasn't got an end. And then they abandon their quest to reach the end of the world, and they just sail back home to Estonia. There. So that is, well, these are my editions. The one in leather is a very good edition. Yes, present from Dad's sister, who's now, of course, deceased, but Dad's sister gave me that. Goodness. Oh, goodness. Yes. Well, it is fun. If you're Estonian, it's fun. Oh, this is a very glorious, again, representation. Yes, it is indeed. Kuueteistkümnes lugu, the 16th song, indeed. Laevaehitus ja sõidualgus, the building of the ship and the beginning of the journey. Teekond maailma otsa, the journey to the end of the world. Kalevitta kange poega. And the classic, the most famous of all Kalevi pork illustrations, the author Christian Raud, I'm quite sure, the artist Christian Raud, his impression of the ship on its journey, with the anti-hero, of course, in the stern. I presume handling the steering oar. The steering oar would be on the right-hand side. I guess that's what he's doing. And building. Yes, well, here we are in the shipyard. Yeah, fine. Oh, boy. And more. Yes, end papers. Well, of course, there's a great deal of war in the epic. And here, this is very good. Vesipaile meie kihluse päeval jõulul 1947. So this is my dear dad. He gave a copy of Kalevipoeg in exile when nobody had any money or anything. People were living out of suitcases. It was right after the war. He gave a copy of Kalevipoeg to my dear mum on the day they got engaged. There. So that was 1947, when they're still in Europe. And here is, of course, that very prominent theme of Kalevipoeg, warfare. Somebody is sounding the war trumpet, sounding the tocsin, and people are venturing forth with shields and javelins. And now literature. Oh, I could talk quite a lot, but I'm not going to. Stuff I have read, stuff I haven't read. Lots of stuff from exile presses. Este Kirjanika Cooperative was the main exile press, and it kept working right into the 1990s. Johan Liv, very major poet. Goodness, Lutz, much beloved juvenile author. Arvo Mäki, a pal of my dad's. They stayed in correspondence. Arvo Mäki also made it out. Dad survived in Canada. Arvo Mäki survived in Sweden, and they corresponded for decades and decades. The standard Estonian novel, Truth and Justice, Tõde ja õigus. I've read all of it. I don't know how many people have read all of it. I have. It is worth reading. There was talk of giving Tammsaare the Nobel Prize for Literature, but fortunately he did not get it. The novel is flawed. It's brilliant, but flawed. The critics said, this is a sur. This is a suurteos, but definitely not a suurteos. That means it is a long work, but no masterpiece. You see how things suffer in English. You can't say anything in English. It's a suurteos, but by no means a suurteos. However, the public ignored the critics, and the public lapped it up, and they were right to lap it up. Flawed it is, but it nevertheless is ever so good. It's definitive. Everything that could ever be said about Estonia is simply said in that novel, in the space of 5 volumes, with admittedly endless philosophizing. A good point in Dickens is that he does not philosophize. Nothing ever, no morals get really pointed in the story, at least very few. And Tammsaare, by contrast, is continually saying this and that about, death and God and meaning and love and education and social upheaval. And eventually you kind of think, oh, come on. I mean, you're doing it the way the Russians do it. Like, can't you be more like Dickens? Anyway, he is good. Flawed, but good. Douglas, one major authority for Estonian prose style. Mum didn't think too much of him. She wasn't at least thrilled by him. Maybe he's good. And still more stuff. Oh boy. Oh boy, more stuff. And now we just come to stuff which has yet to be sorted. Oh, Aestikiriantus Pacorus, that's important, though I scarcely worked on it yet. Estonian literature in exile in the 20th century. Aestikiriantus Pacorus is everything that needs to be said about what is actually quite a large topic, the whole exile literature. I knew very few of the exile authors. I shook hands with Arvid Virlait, who wrote Grace Without Crosses, Ristit at the How at Grace Without Crosses. I guess I did shake his hand, and I did have lunch with Peter Lindsar, who has wrote military novels in exile. Peter Lindsar said, well, he said, among my books is one whose title is Örn Armastus, which means kind of delicate or fragile love, but that doesn't translate well into English. It's a beautiful title in Estonian, Örn Armastus. And he said, well, that book sold ever so much better than all my other books. So do take note of this. He said, do take note of this. And if you publish some novels, give them titles like Örn Armastus. He was good. He was fun. But most of the exile Estonian authors I didn't know, and I never met Dad's pal, Arvo Mägi. Heck, I never met him. And now we have simply, Ruski Yazik, очень приятно. Very delightful. Well, what can one say on that topic? 501 Russian verbs. There you are. Oh, Russian grammar. That's quite important. It's really for people who are Anglophone, and it may not even be fully accurate, but it tells you what you kind of need to know to survive, and you can look things up in it quickly and effortlessly, and it's perfect for taking into the cafe when you're standing in the cafe line waiting for your plate of goulash or whatever. You might have 5 minutes to kill, and then you can spend it on Ruski Yazik from that grammar book. Now, history. The Jewish people, that's good. Yes, volume 3. I don't have volumes 1 and 2, but I've sure as heck have read volume 3. It is good. Everything about Judaica is gripping. There's nothing more interesting than the history of the Jewish nation. Imperial Rome, come on, give us a break. But, well, what can one say? I mean, I suppose one does have to know it. It's a Time Life book. It's a very good book. The Estonian Vikings, no, please. No. That's, this author is not reliable. Saksi is not reliable. And then still more stuff on history. It just goes on and on. Estonian history done to death. The history of Tartu University in 3 volumes from Soviet times. The history of Tartu Ajalugu, history of Tartu from Soviet times, and then a more reliable history of Tartu from our own epoch, which I got cheaply enough. The standard, glorious present history of Tartu. My fraternity, lots of people belong to university fraternities. I belong to one. It's Corporation Vironia. So the history of Corporation Vironia, which is exciting and interesting, and I helped edit the book, which goes Vironia. Which one did I help edit? Corporation Vironia Sata, yes. Corporation Vironia 100, the 100th anniversary volume. I jointly edited that with another member of the fraternity. Terribly hard work because you have to coordinate the work of many authors. It's very difficult. Don't get involved in that if you can help it. The Standard Estonian History, Eesti Ajalugu, volumes 1 and 2. The Standard History of the Estonian War of Independence in 2 volumes. Yes, yes. Volume 1 is prehistoric Estonia. Volume 2 is medieval Estonia. 1632 simply means that was the year Tartu University was founded. It was founded the year before Harvard. And these volumes appeared under the aegis of Tartu University. Eesti Vabadussõda, that then is the War of Independence, 1918 to 1920. By Lahmann. He was considered conservative even in his own lifetime, but nevertheless, I think it's Lahmann's book. In any case, he is fun. Johann Petka, glorious person, founder of the Estonian Navy. Eesti Vabariik, the Republic of Estonia, and then Meie maa, Our Land, in 4 volumes, published in exile. And I have some water damaged volumes, some which are free of damage. I think I have a complete set. and Estonian government institutions, those tall black volumes, those are Estonian government yearbooks I got for next to nothing. I acquired for next to nothing visiting the Estonian House in Chicago. I acquired the Estonian government yearbooks, the annual reports of the work of almost all ministries, apart from the defense ministry, work of almost all ministries, in the late 1930s. Well, these books, which I acquired for next to nothing, they were far too good to keep. They had to go someplace more respectable than just my own shelves. And they went maybe to the National Library, maybe to Tartu University Library, maybe to some archive. I can't remember even, but I disposed of them correctly. And before disposing of them, I took photocopies. I had photocopies made and bound. And boy, are these interesting. Like you learn, for instance, that in the late 1930s, it was possible to telephone from Estonia to Malaya. As we'd say now, maybe Malaysia, but Malaya. You could make a telephone call from Estonia to Malaya. Why would you even want to do that? But Malaya included in those days Singapore, and Estonia was very active in merchant marine and shipping. It was very active. And there really might come occasions in which you have to consult with your agent in Singapore, and you have to do it by telephone. The telegraph is not good enough. You need the phone. So curious, remarkable facts like that. It's gripping reading. Yes, good. So now we have still more Estonian history. Now we're getting into World War II, suitably grim. Nad täitsid käsku. They followed orders about officers in the Estonian army, I presume, as yet unread.
What would be if somebody's sort of, somewhat familiar with World War II history, what would be the sort of biggest, where does Estonia play the biggest part in World War II?
It plays the part of actually getting annihilated, more or less, though the statistics for Poland are worse than for Estonia. Roughly one Estonian in 5, I think, was either killed or exiled or deported, and the corresponding statistic for Poland is a bit worse. We had 3 occupations. There was, first of all, the occupation which essentially started in the autumn of 1939, the first Soviet occupation. Estonia was forced to relinquish its independence in a phony election in 1940. Then Estonia was simply a constituent Soviet republic until the Nazis came in 1941 as part of Operation Barbarossa. The Nazis then hung around until 1944. At this point, their front collapsed. They'd already been decimated in Stalingrad, Kursk salient, and then they were steadily retreating to the west. And at this point, the Estonian prime minister was allowed to speak on radio, and he urged Estonians simply to join the German forces, as this was the only realistic way of resisting the incoming Reds. Well, this was then the singularly bad year of 1944. About 70,000 people out of a population of 1 million, about 70,000 fled to the west, some to Germany, some to Sweden. That was the end of the war for us. The war, in our case, really should be considered to end in September of 1944, or in October of 1944, if you count the outlying island Saaremaa. But after that, it was simply the second Soviet occupation, and this lasted until 1990. Well, really, essentially, it lasted till 1991, and in formal terms, it went on a bit longer because the last Soviet troops left Estonia around 1994. So that was our war. 3 occupations and lots of people dead. I think we may, though this is only my own theory, this really should be checked with professional historians, but my own theory is that the resistance which Estonia put up in 1944 was of material benefit to Finland, because Estonia stopped the incoming, the advancing Red Army, the Krasnaya Armia, was stopped in the late winter of 44, and the Soviets did not really stop advancing again massively until the late summer or early autumn. And had Estonia's resistance collapsed in the early in 1944, had that happened, my own private military opinion is that Finland would have been gravely threatened. The Estonians, the Soviets would then, after all, have controlled the whole Estonian northern coast, and then they could attempt amphibious landings in Finland, which was beyond their capability, given the way events actually played out. So that is well. That's, I guess, our bit of the World War II story. World War II is so hideous, so bad, that I concentrate only on its British side. I largely ignore the Estonian side. I have lots and lots of memoirs, many of them Estonian memoirs, many of them unread. You can only do so much looking at corpses. Eestlased Kanadas, the Estonians in Canada. Canada was the most vigorous of all the countries in the Estonian diaspora, and this makes, in a way, a kind of sense, because I find that Canada and Estonia are oddly and uncannily similar. There's a similar kind of what has sometimes been called Nordicity. There's just a way of kind of, living in the north, sort of, kind of. And then Canadians are quite fond of law and stability, and I guess Estonians are too. Estonians resent authority more than Canadians do, but the differences are not very stark. And Estonians were really quite happy in Canada. My parents, they really liked Canada. I mean, how could they really liked Canada? They're quite keen on Canada. They voted in Canadian elections. They followed Canadian politics with, all the appropriate passion. They took in Maclean's magazine, the main Canadian news magazine. They watched the CBC. This is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Goodness. Well, this is simply how things go. Here we have, more historical memoirs, things from our own era. And now finally, mercifully, we get into British history, which is such a relief. Sir Arthur Bryant, Years of Victory. Oh boy, is that good. The Years of Victory were basically 1912, I suppose, right up to Waterloo, when Bonaparte was finally getting what he deserved. And then the Age of Reform, 1815 to 1870, the Victorians, they were superb at everything they did, including being bad. When they were bad, they were really gloriously and outstandingly horrid. They were brilliant at everything they undertook, and they were brilliant at reform. They were forever changing their institutions, upgrading them, passing this reform bill and that reform bill to extend the franchise in elections, getting rid of the getting rid of the rotten boroughs. Everything they did was impressive. And now, I think here, yes, World War II from a British perspective, what could be more refreshing? What could be better? And I used to have Winston Churchill's The Gathering Storm and Their Finest Hour, those two volumes. I used to have them in paperback. Used to have them in paperback. And then I thought, oh, no. Or as Maggie Thatcher once said famously in Parliament, no. That's what she said. They really must be had in hardcover. The rest of Churchill's memoirs, they're not so gripping. Triumph and Tragedy, all that stuff. That's not so gripping because Britain started out with the high moral ground. They held their own with real courage in 1940. Later in the war, they carpet-bombed German cities for no terribly good reason. They have some responsibility, I think, for what happened in Hamburg and Dresden. And then they made a deal with Stalin after lecturing Chamberlain on how inappropriate it is to make deals with dictators. And the Churchill government did the very same thing. As for Chamberlain in Munich in 1938, so likewise in a parallel way for Churchill and I fear Roosevelt, for both of them, in Tehran. toward the end of the war. So the end of the war is less glorious than the beginning, but the beginning, it really does give one lessons in stoicism and fortitude, and, stuff happens, get over it, in the manner of David Copperfield. It's all there. And oh my goodness, Churchill's style. He is so, so good. I think as a prose stylist, people will be reading him centuries from now in the same way that they will be reading John Henry Cardinal Newman, the recently canonized saint. As Newman is a stylist, or then you might say John Ruskin, as Newman and Ruskin are stylists, so also is Churchill. Well, it is just, one never tires of reading this stuff. So, of course, it has to be had in hardcovers. Oh, and here we have stuff connected with, with the bad guys. Is this interesting? No. Battle of Britain. It's not a good book, but it gives one facts. I've read it cover to cover recently. It does give one facts about things like the maintenance of the Spitfire, the organization of the radar stations, and the city that would not die. I read as a kid in Reader's Digest condensed books, and then I found it advisable to get it. I managed to get it unabridged in hardcovers. It's all about the last big raid, the last big air raid, the one on the night of the 10th/11th of May, 1941. It is a superb narrative, and again, it points up that old message, the fundamental point that stuff happens and you just have to deal with it. All of London, a metropolis of 8 million people, just being stoic. And the Battle of Britain, Richard Overy, that thin paperback. Yes, that is a very good history of the battle. There are others which are perhaps even better, but still it is good. It demolishes the myths, and then it concludes that, well, yes, okay, so fine, there are myths, and of course the whole thing has been hyped up, but nevertheless, it was a necessary battle, and it was a successful battle, and it shows that it is possible to face adversity. So my goodness, what a good book. Now, the rest I'm going to ignore. Albert Speer I'm going to ignore. And The Emperor's Codes is simply about code breaking. I've got to get a better book about code breaking. I've got to get a real history of Bletchley Park. And now we end on a gloriously lugubrious note. Having concluded British history, we now have aspects of Russian history. Of course, Archipelago Gulag. I have to get it. I suppose I have partly in Estonian, and I should try reading it, bits of it in Russian, maybe somehow. And then the final thing, the last little jewel in this little pathetic little, I suppose, jewel box, the first guide to prisons and concentration camps of the Soviet Union. I haven't read it yet, but it, talks about the camps. I knew a bit. I had a reasonable acquaintance with the most distinguished of our various camp veterans, Mart Niklus. Mart Niklus was one of only 2 Estonians who went into the really elite camp. Apparently, the camps, of course, they're not all the same, and it has been suggested to me that there was a certain amount of snobbery among people who were camp veterans. You could have conversations like this. So where were you? I was in Kolyma. Oh, but where were you? Oh, I was in Permskaya Oblast, number 36. Oh. Yes. Yes. As I used to say to Professor Koryagin, we get some quite interesting people here in number 36. So I knew a veteran of number 36, and there are only 2 such Estonian veterans. And he, for his part, his ending was really glorious. He was sitting in the Strafnöi Isolator, the punishment isolator, solitary confinement. He'd broken rules. He was sitting in solitary as a punishment. He was allowed to read the red Estonian newspapers, the Salvo newspapers from occupied Estonia. So at least one of them he was allowed to read. He opened it up, and he found that, according to the newspaper, he'd been released. So he calls a guard over, well, look, shouldn't you be letting me out? I mean, it says on the newspaper here, I've been released. The guard said, sensibly enough, we don't go by what gets printed in the newspaper. And soon enough, Mart Niklus was released. Oh dear, he died only recently. Yes, goodness. All this stuff is receding into the past, and let it recede. Yes, the further it recedes, the faster it recedes, the better. The rest are just books awaiting sorting. Memoirs, for instance, of the founder of the Estonian Navy. Some glorious things, but sorting lies ahead.
Okay, so that's the final bookshelf in this second wall of books. So we'll go back out to the wide shot. And then there's a few odds and ends in your main area.
Oh, yes, very
So
good, very good.
we just wrapped up
Yes.
with these sort of radiator books down here.
Exactly. Those are the books to be sorted. And the real end of this tour was with the labor camps. It just happened that it happened to be sitting there. I didn't quite stage it this way. Just basically, I didn't really. I'm not really guilty of staging. This really was the Russian history section, and it might as well end with the concentration camp book.
So there's a set of books underneath this table.
Oh, yes, exactly. So this is the liturgical table where I have the beeswax candle for morning prayer, and on good days when I'm not terribly afflicted with depression or misery about things like World War II, then also evening prayer, night prayer. And under this liturgical table, Estonian Finnish and Finnish Estonian dictionary, got very cheaply from the thrift shop. Wonderful thing to have. Russian dictionary, very thorough Russian dictionary, short Russian dictionary. Le Robert, a standard French dictionary, a French grammar book. And then also got in Canada ultra cheaply a glorious 3-volume French dictionary. I want to read, if I can, at least Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. And for such a book, for a 19th century book, one really ought to be armed with a thorough dictionary, just French, and not French English or anything, just French, but thorough. And this is thorough. It's from about 1948. So that is the dictionary row. And there is beside it a low table, which is kind of the books of the month table, whatever is currently useful. At the moment, I have on it a book about the born-again shell, the bash shell. This is a topic in Linux. And also a book on essential system administration for basically all flavors of Unix. It's very old. It was written when there were still many flavors of Unix coexisting on the market. Now Unix has rather contracted, and basically you can either be in Linux or you can be in the Berkeley software distribution, BSD. And of those two, Linux is by far the more prominent. So it's basically that Linux has taken over the world. But it's a wonderful book from maybe mid-1990s. It tells you basic things that you need to know and that will never change, the so to speak eternal verities of Unix-like operating systems. And now little shots, yes, exactly. The desk that Dad made, my shortwave radio. Oh, desk set. Oh, this is interesting. Yes, a desk set from my grandfather, Mum's dad. Mum's dad was in the Estonian civil service. He was a land surveyor. He had to go wherever the Republic of Estonia would send him. At some point, I guess in the perhaps rather early 1920s, he was already sent to the extreme southeast of Estonia. He at first worked in the countryside. Later, however, he was stationed in the town of Petseri, which is now on the wrong side of the line of control, and it's called Pechori, and it's rather run down. He, for his 50th birthday, was given by his colleagues this wonderful desk set in black glass and some kind of silvery metal. It's maybe what you would call a Bauhaus style. And underneath is a little silver plaque explaining that it is for his 50th birthday. It is unbelievable that anything from before the war could be in my hands at all, when anything of family related could be in my hands. Mum and grandma, when they escaped, they had nothing. They had a very small suitcase, and oddly, I think somehow they had a couple of oranges. How could you get oranges in World War II? I think they had oranges. And then Mum had also, I believe, her spectacles, but nothing else. And this desk set, it survived. It went into the hands of my late uncle, Uncle Ivar. And Uncle Ivar, one fine day when I was visiting him in Dublin, maybe 5 years ago, Uncle Ivar simply gave it to me. And what a generous, generous, incredible thing to do. It's also the case that the radio, which was in the house in Betsy, that apparently has been conserved, and a few other things, like the piano on which Mum played all of Chopin's waltzes. A few things from the house are also conserved, but I have not seen them. They're in the hands of other relatives. They
So what
got
do each of these three pieces
ink
do?
pots. Those are ink pots, those two. And Mum told me when I was a very small child, she said, well, your grandfather was so upstanding. He had two ink pots. One was for ink for government correspondence. The other was for his private ink, so that he wouldn't be using government ink for private purposes. That's what she told me. And she very likely was referring to this very pair of ink pots. And between them is what we do not now have in desk sets, but was very much a thing, as they say in America. It was a thing in the 1930s, a blotter. You put blotting paper into it, and then you can dry your ink, because fast-drying fountain pen ink or dip pen ink, that is an invention of the post-war era. Before Quink, Parker Quink is a big thing if you're running a fountain pen. Before the war, Quink, fast-drying ink, quick to dry, it didn't exist. And then inks were largely just aqueous, and you really had to blot them to avoid pages getting smeared. And that was the purpose of the blotter. Very standard office equipment in that distant era. Yes, boy, oh boy. And now we have also something rather glorious on the right. Oh, on the left we have, as also part of the desk set, little rack for letters. Letter rack, that also was grandfather's. And then grandfather had a flagstaff in metal, which I think, it might have held an Estonian flag, but it might also have been meant simply for holding papers, impaling papers, which are not of great value. Maybe that was its purpose. But anyway, I have turned it into simply a stand for my big fancy crucifix bought from a Benedictine oblate who ran a religious bookstore. There we see the base, yes, in black glass, and then the crucifix bought in Toronto, and then I presume around 2001, 2003, something like. And also we have, yes, there it is. Yes, the blotter, exactly, with its underside. Yes, that's it. That's good. So this would have been grandfather's writing, his own work, his own penmanship from before the war. And there we are, lugupeetud härra Ants Randere, how can one say, how do you even say this in English? There are many things you can't translate very well. To the honored, or, well, kind of honored, yes, I suppose, to the honored Monsieur Ants Rande, on the occasion of his 50th birthday, from the Vuru County, kind of surveyor, land surveyor colleagues, and given to him on the 21st of March, 1938.
We do have this set of
Oh,
photos.
yes. Well, this is a kind of fun thing. Yes, time logging. I have a time logging system. I have cards. I get blank business cards. I record basically everything important that happens, including, for instance, when people tell me a phone number or recommend to me a book I should be reading. The cards, there are 2 for each day. That means 4 sides, one for morning, one for afternoon, one for evening, one for night. And stuff that gets done is time logged. And then the time logs get transferred in due course into my Linux computer. Here we have the 2 keyboards. Yes, old time logs whose contents have already been transferred to computer, standing in a big stack. And the little holder that holds time logs around my neck, for, in this case, the 18th of April. And the holder's adorned these days with a little cross, a Benedictine cross. And screenshot computer time logs. Here we have, in the upper right-hand corner, time logs from quite recently, from February, showing that I was getting a reasonable amount of science work done. In 1 week, 18 hours, 13 minutes. In the next week, 22 hours, 22 minutes, unusually good. The week after that, 18 hours, 5 minutes. Below it, same file, but from the very beginning of the file, 10,000 lines earlier, time log in very much the same spirit, but titles not quite the same, from 1997. I have a stable time logging system which has not changed very much since 1997. And then in the upper left-hand corner, time log for the current week, day-by-day time log. And there are, of course, well, as you might imagine, at least, there is also a Perl script for adding up hours and computing totals that can be mechanized. And then various project time logs. Here is Astronomy, Astrofysica, Astronomy and Astrophysics in the year 2026. I haven't done much. I've done, in fact, embarrassing, shameful. I've done 13 hours, 2 minutes. I've been busy with other things like math and physics. Well, math anyway. But that is logged then. Daily contribution and running total. Doit observatorium, support the observatory. Well, I didn't do much to help the observatory. I, in fact, shoveled snow a little bit. What's the worth of that? 9 minutes, I decided. Declarated, that means deemed. I deemed myself to give in the observatory 3 minutes of significant work. I actually did more, but 3 minutes is what I deemed myself to have done. It was such low-value work. Physica journalism, physics journalism. That means reading in popular scientific books and not doing a whole lot of math, just reading in authors like the brilliant Peter Atkins, or again, the brilliant Goldstein and Goldstein. And not very much done, but something done. By the 19th of January this year, I had a cumulative total of 4 hours, 19 minutes. And then just for atmosphere, I look at the clock. Yes, but we're approaching the end. Just for atmosphere, I put up some shots from Scotland Yard and similar things. A British jurist in an ecocide trial, a British drama flick called Dixon of Dock Green, and actual Scotland Yard with its files. Because this whole matter of time logging, it is conducted entirely in the spirit of Scotland Yard.
So I think that covers all of the new images. So I'll return to our wide shot here.
Good, very
And
good. Yes,
if you'd like to make any final remarks about your library and your sort of, I don't know if you would call it a hermitage, but and then any places where people can follow you and your essay that you're currently working on, and will be sort of connected in a place where people can learn more about what you're working on.
Oh, yes, quite so. Well, now, then, very briefly, in a matter of a single minute, like an American television commercial, it is indeed a hermitage. I do think of it as a hermitage. I have even given it a Latin name, though I have to clear this with my bishop. The Latin name is Refugium Mariae Ancillae Veritatis, which means the refuge, the safe place, the refuge of Mary, handmaiden of the truth. I think it a miracle that I have such a space at all, let alone that it's been so wonderfully fitted out by my contractor. It is a miracle that all this has happened. If we get totally destroyed in a fresh war, I can still at least say, you can't destroy the past. I can at least say, well, I have had this, I have lived here, I have been productive here, I have been happy here. And as for further reading, it suffices to put into any search engine the 3 words blogspot, Thomas Karmo. Thomas is, of course, in the Estonian spelling, not the Finnish spelling. So Toomas, Thomas, not Tuomas. So Blogspot, Thomas Karmo. And Karmo is, of course, with a K. Karmo. So put those 3 words into Blogspot soon, very soon, perhaps even before this video is uploaded. There will be a very, very long essay about philosophical work, physics work, maths work, the holes picked in Halliday, Resnick, and Walker, the holes picked in the calculus book. Just more than anybody would ever want to know. Better to write too much than too little. So if anybody wants to read more, then by all means head for that essay. And that, I think, is all I ought to be saying.
Well, thanks a lot for sharing your library with us. And we look forward to everybody's comments, questions, suggestions down in the YouTube comments area.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you so much again for having me.